In a high martial world, more children bring more blessings, and the school beauty senior happily welcomes twins, the fourth book of More Children and More Blessings, guaranteed to be exciting. Chapter 1 The System Arrives. Lin Chia, your comprehensive evaluation for the college entrance examination has been generated. Genetic potential, 5, spirit, 59. Physical fitness, 50. Comprehensive evaluation, fail. Conclusion, does not meet the admission standards of the Taurus 0755 Galaxy Public Martial Arts University. According to the Graduation Pathway Act, you have the following two options. 1. Apply to a private university, expenses to be borne by yourself. 2. Accept the graduation placement from the Galaxy government, effective immediately. Go home and think it over, or discuss it with your family. Lin Chia came out of the head teacher's office and sighed. His genetic potential was only developed to 5, far below the public university's minimum standard of 7. After all, he was just an ordinary person that he thought that by traveling to the interstellar high martial era, he could cultivate martial arts and achieve a different martial artist life. But in the end, his talent was mediocre. He failed the martial arts college entrance examination, and was told he had graduated. In this high martial era, failing the college entrance examination basically meant being disconnected from martial arts. Unless he applied to a private university. But Lin Chia's family did not have the means for that. When he got home, his father sighed deeply and said hoarsely, "The family really can't come up with that money. You have 3 younger siblings who need to go to school too." Chapter 2 More Children, More Blessings. Lin Chia confirmed repeatedly, the system really had arrived. After some research, Lin Chia roughly understood how this system worked. Enhancing one's strength through having children. The stronger the partner, the stronger the children born, which would provide a greater boost to oneself. The more children, the more the boost. Lin Chia clenched his fists, excitedly drifting off to sleep. In his dream, he saw one woman after another surrounding him. Then, in the arms of the women, appeared not 1, not 2, not 3. Children. Honey. Daddy. The next morning, with his 3 younger siblings already gone to school, Lin Chia was having breakfast with his parents. "Chia, have you thought it through?" His father's voice was a bit hoarse. He had prepared for the worst and was ready to say, "We support your choice." There was no other way. Parents today did not have the authority and decision-making power like in the old days. According to the empire's basic law, if they tried to stop their children's choices, it would be a crime punishable by imprisonment. Unless you were a martial artist. So, the children's choices could only be blessed. Lin Chia pulled out a chair and sat down, calmly announcing, "Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind that I'm not going to a private university. I choose to accept the graduation placement." Chapter 3 By Mushi Lin Chia remained obstinate in the face of his parents' earnest pleas and even frustration. He calmly stated that he would first meet Bai Mushi for a preliminary consultation. If it didn't work out, they could always rematch later. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his parents could only sigh and watch him walk out the door. The meeting place was on the 13th floor of the administrative building in the Grain District. Here, small conference rooms were set up specifically for partner matching interviews. The conference room was small, furnished quite simply, even a bit cold. A metal long table, 2 chairs, and a terminal providing drinking water on the table, that was all. Lin Chia arrived first. He had just sat down for a short while when the door of the conference room was pushed open. A tall figure walked in. Lin Chia looked up and froze for a moment. Bai Mushi looked just like her photo, even more refined and photogenic. Dressed in a clean white t-shirt and deep blue sports shorts, wearing a pair of sneakers, she could not hide her long, straight, and healthy-looking snow-white legs. Her figure was well-proportioned and powerful, without an ounce of excess fat, radiating youthful vitality.
Chapter 4 Until birth is no longer possible. Until birth is no longer possible. This sentence struck like a thunderclap in Bai Mushi's mind. She suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Shame, astonishment, and absurdity intertwined, causing her delicate cheeks to flush instantly, as if they were about to bleed. She had seen greedy men making unreasonable demands, but she had never encountered someone who could so calmly and matter-of-factly describe childbirth as an endless production task. A football team. That was already the limit of her imagination. Until birth is no longer possible. What did he think she was? Bai Mushi's chest heaved violently. Her strong self-esteem, as a prospective warrior, trampled like never before. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and re-examined Lin Chia in front of her. The man's gaze was clear, as if he were stating the terms of a business contract, frighteningly calm. He was serious. A crazy thought rose in her heart. Perhaps this was the most stable transaction. A man with an almost obsessive desire for children. And a woman who would spare no effort for cultivation resources. Chapter 5. Starting tonight after Lin Chia took Bai Mushi to meet his parents. He decided to have a meal the next day with his parents and 3 younger siblings. Then, they would immediately move into their new home and start their life as partners. No wedding, everything kept simple, was proposed by Bai Mushi. My parents are already disappointed in me, especially since I rejected their arrangements, chose to continue on the martial path, and selected a farm manager as a partner. They have clearly stated they will no longer care about me. So, the meeting can be skipped. This was Bai Mushi's statement. Lin Chia silently nodded in agreement. This was better, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble and social obligations. He had no interest in such complicated interpersonal relationships. Now that he had the system, his goal was clearer, to complete the task of having many children. The more, the better. The next day, Lin Chia and Bai Mushi, along with Lin's parents and 3 younger siblings still in school, had a simple family meal at a restaurant in the residential area. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat dull, Lin's parents' smiles were a bit stiff, and the younger siblings curiously scrutinized the suddenly appearing sister-in-law. Chapter 6. Efforts are not enough. Lin Chia saw Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turn red after she spoke that sentence, even the roots of her ears were tinged with crimson. In the air, the fragrance from her post-bath body became more intense, mixed with a hint of nervousness. With the woman being so proactive, how could the man fall behind? Lin Chia took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions surging within him, and turned over. He could feel her body tense, like a bowstring drawn tight. Bai Mushi. Lin Chia's voice was a bit dry as he reached out and gently held her hand resting on the blanket. Her hand was somewhat cold, trembling slightly. Bai Mushi did not pull her hand back, but simply closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the dim light, revealing her inner unrest. Soon, Bai Mushi curled up under the blanket, turning her back to Lin Chia. Lin Chia lay beside her, just about to say something, when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Newbie benefits have been distributed, please check. Host. Host, Lin Chia, genetic potential, 515 physical ability, 51 mental strength, 59 spiritual power, 9 skill. 128th set of radio calisthenics partner, Bai Mushi affinity, 50. Chapter 7, Bai Mushi is pregnant. The night was long, as if it had no end. The virtual night scene outside the window continued to flicker tirelessly, casting an ambiguous glow. The following is omitted. After an unknown amount of time, the virtual night outside seemed to take on a layer of fatigue. There would be other opportunities, no need to rush. Just as Lin Chia was about to say something, like let's take a break or let's continue tomorrow, he noticed that Bai Mushi, who had originally kept her eyes tightly shut, had opened them at some point. Those cold, beautiful eyes were now shimmering with a watery luster. Looking at him with a flirtatious gaze, and the blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, but rather intensified due to the earlier intensity. Huh? Lin Chia was slightly taken aback, still processing the situation. The next second, Bai Mushi's actions caused him to widen his eyes in shock. He saw her lips curve into a very slight, yet unyielding arc, her arm gently pushed, and she directly flipped over, switching their positions. Bai Mushi. Lin Chia. He looked at the sparkling light in Bai Mushi's eyes, completely different from before. Chapter 8, Make up for it and congratulations, host. Your partner Bai Mushi is now pregnant. Reward, randomly unlock skill cultivation permissions. 128th set of radio calisthenics cultivation permission unlocked. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 010. Lin Chia was momentarily stunned and mentally asked, What does this cultivation permission mean? A system prompt immediately appeared in his mind, explaining the function of the skill cultivation permission in detail. Lin Chia quickly understood. This so-called skill cultivation permission meant he could see clear progress in his cultivation through the system panel. Originally, practicing the 128th set of radio calisthenics was like a blind person groping an elephant, having no idea whether he was practicing correctly, whether it was effective, or when he could level up. But now, the system clearly displayed 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 0, 10. This meant that as long as he practiced this set of calisthenics 10 more times, he could directly upgrade to level 2. Lin Chia's eyes widened, and a huge wave surged in his heart. 10 times? This was simply too exaggerated. It should be noted that the 128th set of radio calisthenics had been promoted by the Galactic Empire for over 1,000 years, undergoing 128 revisions and improvements, and was touted as the most universal and basic beginner cultivation method. Chapter 9. So beautiful. Lin Chia struggled to sit up. Watching Bai Mushi place the clay pot on the dining table, the aroma becoming even richer. Bai Mushi did not look at him, simply serving herself a bowl of soup. Saying in a flat tone, "Come over for soup when you wake up, you consumed too much last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia's face turned red. The scenes from last night were vivid in his memory. He scratched his head in embarrassment and got out of bed, lifting the blanket. As soon as he stood firm, he felt his legs were somewhat weak, and his waist ached. Hiss! Lin Chia winced, realizing that the physical ability gap between a prospective warrior and an ordinary person was indeed not trivial. Bai Mushi watched all of this with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, but soon returned to her usual cold demeanor. She frowned slightly and said with a hint of disdain, "Hurry up and take a shower. You smell terrible." Lin Chia felt embarrassed and immediately lowered his head to smell himself. The sweat and indescribable odor from last night mixed together, and it really wasn't pleasant. He quickly replied, Okay, I'm going now." Then he dashed into the bathroom. Living in a new house was indeed refreshing. Chapter 10. Envy and Jealousy. After breakfast, Lin Chia changed into the uniform of a farm manager, a durable deep blue work outfit. Bai Mushi helped him adjust his collar. "Be careful on the road," Bai Mushi reminded him. "Yeah, you too. Rest well at home and don't overwork yourself." Lin Chia nodded, his gaze gentle. The two exchanged a smile. And though they didn't say much, they both saw a hint of warmth in each other's eyes. Lin Chia walked out of the house, and the system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Chia, genetic potential, 615 physical ability, 56 mental state, 62 spiritual energy, 10 skill, level 1 of the 128th set of radio calisthenics, 110 partner, Bai Mushi favorability, 60-10, offspring, 1 in gestation. Bai Mushi's favorability had unexpectedly increased by 10 points. And his physical ability had also improved by 1 point. Lin Chia felt great, and his steps became lighter. Lin Chia arrived at the express bus station at the community entrance, where a few people were already waiting for the bus. The air was filled with the unique coolness of the morning, and the outline of the energy tower became clearer in the morning light. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure caught Lin Chia's eye. Chapter 11. Wife Wang Hao's face twisted in jealousy, thinking to himself, "This must be a filtered photo. There can't really be such a beautiful woman in reality, especially not for Lin Chia, this farm manager." The partner he matched with, while decent looking, was nothing compared to Lin Chia's. It was like comparing an ordinary person to a celestial being. Why is that? Just then, the Hover Express line slowly arrived. Ding! The vehicle has arrived, please be careful of your step. Lin Chia patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, "Let's go, get on the bus." The two boarded the express line, one after the other. The carriage was not crowded, and Lin Chia found a window seat while Wang Hao quietly sat opposite him, separated by an aisle. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao was distracted. He opened his personal terminal and clicked on his partner's photo. The girl in the photo had an ordinary appearance, with a few freckles on her face, but she looked quite honest when she smiled. The more Wang Hao looked, the more frustrated he became. Thinking back to Bai Mushi's stunning image, his sense of imbalance grew even stronger. It must be a filtered photo. Wang Hao gritted his teeth in his mind. He couldn't believe that Lin Xie could match such an exceptional partner. Chapter 12. Chance encounter. This was the first time Bai Mushi called him husband. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her shy yet composed expression, finding her extremely adorable. Bai Mushi seemed to sense Lin Xie's intense gaze and quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the kitchen. I've prepared the dishes. I saw it was still early, so I practiced for a while. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie understood. This future martial artist wife truly wouldn't relax for even a moment in her training. Bai Mushi felt uneasy under Lin Xie's gaze, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wandering, and with a hint of shyness, she said, I'm all sweaty, so I'll go take a shower first. After speaking, she turned and hurried towards the bathroom. However, just as she stepped into the bathroom and hadn't even closed the door, she heard footsteps behind her. In the next second, Lin Xie's figure appeared at the bathroom door. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed, instinctively trying to close the door. But Lin Xie was quicker, squeezing in. What are you doing? Bai Mushi was both shy and anxious. Lin Xie chuckled, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear. Wife, let's shower together, save water and respond to the Empire's call. Chapter 13. Gradually heating up. The turmoil in Wang Hao's heart was just a momentary feeling. He understood basic social etiquette. Although his expression was still somewhat stiff, he smiled and introduced, Xie, this is my partner, Zhong Qian. Qian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Xie, and this is your sister-in-law, right? Wang Hao's gaze swept over Bai Mushi. Zhong Qian, Wang Hao's partner, was a girl who seemed a bit honest and simple. She curiously looked at Lin Xie, and when she saw his tall and handsome figure, her eyes clearly lit up, and a blush appeared on her face. Hello, Lin Xie. Hello, sister-in-law, Zhong Qian politely greeted. Bai Mushi nodded slightly in response. Lin Xie also smiled and nodded, hello, Wang Hao, Zhong Qian. This is my partner, Bai Mushi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Lin Xie noticed the awkwardness and proactively said, we just finished eating and came out for a walk. How about you? We did too, just came out for some fresh air, Wang Hao replied with a dry laugh. All right, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll be on our way, Lin Xie said as he took Bai Mushi's hand and left. Chapter 14. 8 Treasures Skill. Lin Xie felt the soft sensation on his shoulder and the faint fragrance, warming his heart, and his pace slowed down significantly. The two walked quietly, nestled together, slowly making their way down the tree-lined path in the community. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, and the entire world was left with just each other's breathing and heartbeat. After walking for a while, Bai Mushi seemed a bit tired, her steps slowing. Are you tired? Lin Xie asked gently. Yeah, a little, Bai Mushi replied lazily. Then let's head back. Okay. The two turned and walked back home. Once home, Bai Mushi took the initiative to offer to guide Lin Xie in practicing the 8 Treasures skill. In the training room, which had been converted from the master bedroom, the two stood facing each other. Bai Mushi changed into a loose and comfortable practice outfit, looking focused and serious. Although the 8 Treasures skill was a beginner's technique, it was solid in foundation and provided excellent training for bodily coordination and strength. First, memorize the movements, then I'll teach you the accompanying breathing methods, Bai Mushi said, as she began to demonstrate the moves of the 8 Treasures skill. Her movements were graceful and fluid, each transition filled with strength and beauty, clearly showing her mastery of this skill. Chapter 15. Pregnancy check. Indeed, he still hadn't learned it, Lin Xie sighed inwardly. It seems that the difficulty of the 8 treasures gong is indeed much higher than that of the radio calisthenics. Bai Mushi, seeing him deep in thought, said, "You should digest what I just taught you first and feel the subtle changes in your body. I'll practice for a while." After saying that, she walked to the other side to practice the 8 treasures gong. Bai Mushi's practice was to continue to improve the level of the 8 treasures gong, thereby enhancing her genetic potential. When the genetic potential reaches a level of 10, that means advancing to a martial artist. Looking at Bai Mushi's 8 treasures gong, it was definitely not at the entry-level 1, it must be at a high level. Lin Xie, observing Bai Mushi's focused demeanor, felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He thought to himself, since the 8 treasures gong is difficult to master at the moment, it would be better to improve the 128th set of radio calisthenics first. After all, the progress in practicing radio calisthenics is visible to the naked eye. Each time he practices, the progress bar on the system panel increases. This tangible sense of progress is very important to him. Having made up his mind, Lin Xie stopped dwelling on the 8 treasures gong, took a deep breath, and began to perform the 128th set of radio calisthenics methodically. Chapter 16. The limit is too low in the C7 area of the farmland. Lin Xie activated the Type 3 multifunctional cultivator platform, and began to practice and familiarize himself with his work. Just as he settled down and adjusted the control panel, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated. It was a voice message from Bai Mushi. Lin Xie's heart stirred, and he quickly opened it. "Honey, the test results are out. The doctor said I'm pregnant." Bai Mushi's voice, filled with unmistakable joy and a hint of excitement, came through the terminal clearly. Lin Xie's face instantly broke into a radiant smile. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the news still made him incredibly happy and excited. He immediately switched to video call mode. Soon, Bai Mushi's gentle smiling face appeared on the screen. "Wife, that's great," Lin Xie said excitedly. "How are you feeling now?" "Everything is fine," Bai Mushi replied, her cheeks flushed with health. "The doctor said to rest during the early stages of pregnancy, eat a balanced diet, and prescribed me some nutritional supplements." That's good," Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. "Just rest well after you get home. Don't do any heavy work. Wait for me to come back after work to handle it." Chapter 17. Breakthrough to Level 2. The next morning, Lin Xie went to work at the farm as usual. As soon as he arrived at Area C7, before he could start the Type 3 cultivator, the logistics supervisor, Supervisor Zhong, drove over in a small patrol car. "Shaolin, how's it going? Are you getting used to the job? Are you familiar with the mechanical operations?" Supervisor Zhong stopped the car, leaned out, and asked with a smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhong," Lin Xie responded quickly. "I'm basically familiar with it, and I've finished reading the operation manual. There shouldn't be any major issues." That's good. Supervisor Zhong nodded in satisfaction. "The work on our farm isn't too difficult or too easy, it mainly depends on proficiency and responsibility. You young people learn quickly, so you should pick it up fast. If you have any questions, just ask, don't be shy." "Got it, thank you for your concern, Supervisor Zhong." "All right. You get back to work. I'll go check on other areas," Supervisor Zhong reminded him a few more times before driving away. Lin Xie watched Supervisor Zhong leave and understood in his heart. This was probably a routine check to see how the new employee was adapting. Since the supervisor had already visited, he could arrange his subsequent time more freely. Chapter 18. Radio Calisthenics Level 3. When he returned home that evening, after dinner, Bai Mushi once again guided Lin Xie in practicing the 8 treasures gong for an hour. Lin Xie was still very serious about learning, but the system still showed that he hadn't entered the practice yet. After an hour, Bai Mushi went to the side to sit quietly and practice. Lin Xie then began his practice of the radio calisthenics again. However, When Lin started doing the radio calisthenics, Bai Mushi, who was closing her eyes to adjust her breath, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of surprise and confusion appeared in her eyes. What's going on? She felt that Lin Qia's practice of the radio calisthenics today was somewhat different from before. His movements seemed to be more fluid and standard. It felt like a breakthrough had occurred. Bai Mushi suppressed her surprise and began to observe carefully. As time passed, the shock in her eyes grew stronger. That's right. Her feelings were not wrong. Lin Qia's set of radio calisthenics was indeed different from before. Each movement was more precise, and the force was more coordinated. This was definitely a sign of breaking through to level 2 in radio calisthenics. 2 hours later, Lin Qia finished his practice. Although he was still tired, he felt exceptionally invigorated. Chapter 19. By Mushi's suggestion, Zhong Wei had a genetic potential of 65 when he was in school, which was significantly higher than Lin Qia's initial 5, placing him in the top 10 of the class. Just a little shy of the admission line for public martial arts universities. Lin Qia remembered that the martial arts teacher had commented on Zhong Wei, saying that although his 128th set of radio calisthenics had also broken through to level 3, he was still a bit lacking in truly unleashing his genetic potential. The teacher had said at the time that radio calisthenics needed to break through to at least level 5 for the genetic potential to possibly reach the passing mark of 7. Of course, although Zhong Wei was better than Lin Qia, he also failed to pass the martial arts college entrance examination. Now, Lin Qia's radio calisthenics had also reached level 3. His genetic potential was 655, starting to catch up to Zhong Wei. The three of them walked to a public strength testing machine. This machine was a standard punching strength target, capable of accurately displaying striking force. You go first, Zhong Wei said politely. Sure, Lin Qia replied without hesitation. He took a deep breath, pushed off with his right foot, engaged his core, and transmitted the force through his spine to his arm, finally converging in his right fist, which he struck fiercely against the punching target. Bang! Chapter 20. Martial Arts University. Lin Qia felt a slight shock in his heart upon hearing Bai Mushi's words. He hadn't expected Bai Mushi to actively propose that she would support him in attending Martial Arts University once she became a martial artist. The sincerity and hope in her words stirred a warm current in his heart. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse directly. He knew that Bai Mushi was expressing a beautiful vision for the future and her deep feelings for him. Refusing outright would hurt her feelings too much. But if he agreed, he was unsure whether martial arts university would be useful for him. Lin Qia's current situation was that as long as the martial arts techniques could unlock practice limits, like the radio calisthenics, he could make progress just by practicing, directly breaking through without needing any comprehension. In such a case, would martial arts university still be useful to him? Lin Qia held a skeptical attitude towards this. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head, looked at Bai Mushi with gentle eyes, and smiled as he asked, "Wife, I've actually been quite curious. I've never been to a martial arts university. Can you tell me what life is like there?" Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Chapter 21. Practicing intent. What are the rewards for the rankings and competitions? Lin Qia suppressed his excitement and casually asked. Bai Mushi thought for a moment and said, there are many types of rewards. The most common are credit points, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, as long as you stay in the top 10 of your class throughout the year, the rewards in credit points can cover tuition fees. There are also cultivation resources, such as high-quality gene enhancement potions, etc. More valuable ones include martial arts authorization. Sometimes there are parts of special martial arts, or secret techniques that are not publicly disclosed, granting some training permissions. Of course, the top-tier rewards might be opportunities to enter certain secret realms for cultivation, or direct guidance from renowned martial arts experts. Lin Chia listened, his eyes widening. Credit points, gene potions, martial arts authorization, secret realm cultivation, expert guidance, each of these things held immense appeal for him. If he could obtain these rewards, it would be excellent for improving himself, enhancing family life, and supporting Bai Mushi's cultivation. It sounds quite interesting, Lin Chia stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Chapter 22 Exercising Restraint. Lin Chia quietly glanced at his attribute panel, martial art, 128th set of calisthenics level 3, 1130. He felt a surge of joy. Yesterday, he had completed the calisthenics training 10 times. During the day, he slacked off twice on the farm, and at night, after Bai Mushi fell asleep, he secretly trained 8 more times. Based on this progress, he only needed to train 19 more times, which would take less than 2 days. Great! At this rate, he would definitely break through to level 4 by tomorrow night. Lin Chia calculated in his heart. He thought for a moment and decided to push harder today. Perhaps he could reach level 4 directly tonight. Then, his gene potential would increase again. That day on the farm, Lin Chia made full use of his initiative, squeezing out time, during various brief moments, to complete 4 rounds of calisthenics training. The progress bar on the system panel steadily advanced. Martial art, 128th set of calisthenics level 3, 1530. Only 15 more to go. Lin Chia silently counted in his heart. According to his current slacking technique, 1 round of calisthenics took about 45 minutes. For 15 rounds, it would be just over 11 hours, less than 12 hours. Chapter 23 Further Improvement. Lin Chia was somewhat amused and helpless at the teasing from the two, but he couldn't explain. After all, he couldn't just say he stayed up all night to practice calisthenics, right? That would be too absurd. He could only vaguely respond, "Yeah, I know. I've been a bit busy with work lately and haven't rested well." Wang Hao and Zhong Wei exchanged glances, both showing an expression of understanding. Chuckling and not saying much more, the hover train quickly arrived at the station, and the 3 got on together. Along the way, Wang Hao and Zhong Wei were enthusiastically chatting about work and family matters, occasionally trying to involve Lin Chia in the discussion. Lin Chia was somewhat distracted. Most of his attention was focused on the changes in his body. After upgrading the calisthenics to level 4, he could clearly feel another leap in his physical fitness. His strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved, his mind was more focused, and his perception was sharper. Most importantly, he felt he had a stronger control over his body. In the past, some high-difficulty calisthenics movements were somewhat strenuous for him, but now they felt effortless, as if those movements were etched into his bones. Chapter 24 The First Level Max. Ding! 128th set of calisthenics level upgraded to level 5. Host gene potential 0, 25. In an instant, a surge of warmth, more powerful and purer than ever before, rushed through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell was rejoicing, as if undergoing a complete baptism and transformation. His body, his spirit, his perception all reached a new height at this moment. Drowsiness and fatigue were instantly swept away. In their place was an unprecedented abundance of energy and a sense of control. Lin Chia suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. He could clearly feel that something within his body had been broken, an invisible shackle had been shattered. He eagerly checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chia, gene potential 700, 0. 25. Physical fitness 68, mentality 70, spiritual energy 13, martial art, 128th set of calisthenics level 5, 150. 8 treasure skill, not started, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 70, offspring, 1 in development, chapter 25 an alternative path. The next day after work, Lin Chia looked at Bai Mushi, who was watering several exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile looked particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, walked up to her, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Wife, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Bai Mushi put down the watering can, leaned against him, and enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. I want to visit the Fertility Management Center, Lin Chia said casually. Bai Mushi was taken aback for a moment, turned around, and looked at him in confusion. What do you want to do there? I saw a promotion on StarNet that says they are encouraging the spread of quality genes. If you register and sell fertility information at the center, you can earn quite a few credit points in one go, Lin Chia said earnestly. I want to give it a try and earn some money for baby formula. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, poking his forehead with her finger, and said with amusement, What are you thinking? A registered martial artist receives 5,000 credit points for one registration. A regular person like you can get at most 500 credit points. And only if all your health indicators are very good. It's not worth the hassle for a few $100. Chapter 26 Registration. Lin Chia looked at the undeniable fire in Bai Mushi's eyes, and a warm current surged in his heart. In fact, the emotional foundation between them wasn't particularly deep. It was merely a match of mutual willingness. 2 months ago, Bai Mushi agreed to be his partner mainly because he was willing to support her continuing at the private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, when this woman learned that he possessed top-tier talent, her first reaction was not jealousy or insecurity, but rather to do everything she could to pave the way for him. Even though she herself was burdened with nearly $1 million in debt, she did not hesitate to borrow money for him again. He reached out and tightly embraced the excited and slightly trembling Bai Mushi, gently resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice gentle yet firm, Wife. Hearing you say this is more important than anything else. In his arms, Bai Mushi still found it hard to calm her emotions. You silly. With such a great talent. Why didn't you say it sooner? The tuition for the private martial arts university is expensive, but once you get in, there are plenty of opportunities to earn it back. Lin Chia smiled and said, It's fine, if worse comes to worst, I'll just continue to sell my reproductive data. Chapter 27, Can't Stop Practicing. Lin Chia first found the consumer loan option in the payment system on the terminal. Due to his current job, he could have a maximum consumer loan limit of 50,000. He withdrew all of it. Then, he opened the unified application portal for private universities under the Galactic Education Department. After identity verification and uploading the Gene Potential Assessment certificate, he finally entered an amount of 100,000 credit points on the payment page. The balance left was 10,000. He owed the bank 50,000. Ding! Application fee has been paid. Civilian Lin Chia, ID. You have successfully registered for the joint selection exam of the Taurus 0755 Galaxy Private Martial Arts University. The time, location, and specific arrangements for the exam will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please pay attention to it. Registration successful. Looking at the 4 words, Lin Chia let out a sigh of relief and ignited a fierce fighting spirit. He turned to Bai Mushi and curiously asked, Wife, what exactly is this selection exam? What does it test? Knowing oneself and knowing the opponent ensures victory in every battle. Bai Mushi quickly searched for relevant information on her personal terminal while saying, Let me check the situation from the past 2 years. It was already 8 years ago for me, so the process must have changed. Chapter 28, Critical Period. Bai Mushi looked at him with a bit of heartache. She quickly washed up and then prepared a nutritious breakfast. She walked to the door of the training room, waved her small white fist to cheer him on, Hubby. Go for it. But couldn't help but remind him, Hubby, you need to rest too. I'm off to work now. Bai Mushi's current job, as a mother, was very easy. She usually only had half a day of classes, and could go home in the afternoon. Lin Chia squeezed out a word from his throat. Bai Mushi looked at him deeply for a moment before reluctantly turning to leave. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Chia pushed himself to complete another round of training. Then, he dragged his heavy steps to the dining table, looking at the loving breakfast Bai Mushi prepared for him. Feeling a warm current surge in his heart, he devoured the food in a hurry, feeling a bit of strength returning to his body. After a brief rest, he stood up again. 3 more times. 3 hours later, just as he was about to faint, that long-awaited voice finally rang out like heavenly music in his mind. Ding! 8 treasure skill level has been upgraded to level 2. Chapter 29, Call from Lin's mother 3 days later, in the training room. Lin Xie was immersed in the practice of the 8 treasure skill. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated, emitting an information alert sound. However, Lin Xie was at a critical moment in his training. He could feel the energy within him gathering, impacting some invisible barrier. He ignored the terminal's alert and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Another 2 hours passed, and when he finally completed the last round of training, that familiar system alert sounded in his mind once again. Ding! 8 treasure skill level has been upgraded to level 3. Host Gene Potential 02. Host, Lin Xie, Gene Potential, 99 Physical, 95 Mental, 95 Spiritual Power, 21 Martial Arts, 128th set of Radio Gymnastics level 10 Max. 8 treasure skill level 3, 060, Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 75, offspring, 2, in gestation, 99. Lin Xie's breath suddenly became heavy, his eyes bursting with incredible brilliance. Just one more step. He was only 1 step away from the true realm of a martial artist, and it was the last and most difficult step. Chapter 30, First Visit Xie, how have you been lately? I heard you registered for a private university. Lin Xie nodded. Before he could speak, his mother's voice rose an octave. Xie, are you crazy? On the other side of the screen, his father squeezed in, his face full of anger. If you do this, don't come asking us for tuition in the future, we won't give you a penny. Lin Xie felt a bit speechless. He hadn't planned to ask his family for money, and he didn't want to hear this nonsense, which is why he hadn't actively told them about his decision. Unexpectedly, the news still got through. His mother continued to ramble. Your gene potential is only 5, why are you going to a private university? Isn't that just wasting money? Listen to Mom, quickly withdraw your application, and work happily on the farm, that's the right path. I have a gene potential of 99 now. Lin Xie finally couldn't hold back and directly interrupted her. I'm preparing to become a martial artist, why can't I go to a private university? This decision was made after careful consideration, and my partner agrees. I don't plan to ask you for money. You don't need to worry about us asking for money in the future. As soon as he said this, Lin Xie's parents on the other side of the video were instantly stunned, as if they had been pressed the pause button. Chapter 31, Simply a Monster. In the living room, a well-maintained, elegantly dressed middle-aged woman was sitting on the sofa. She glanced at Bai Mushi with indifference. This was Bai Mushi's mother, Liu Yuqin. Mom? Bai Mushi's voice remained calm. Bai's mother nodded and looked at the 2 guests in the living room. One was a middle-aged man, who somewhat resembled Bai Zhenfeng, but appeared more shrewd. Next to him sat a young man of similar age to Lin Xie, with a slightly arrogant expression. These 2 were Bai Zhenfeng's brother, Bai Zhenyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Seeing Bai Mushi come in with Lin Xie, Bai Zhenyun and Bai Mujie both showed surprised expressions. Mushi, you're back. Bai Zhenyun was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of polite surprise. Uncle, Mujie. Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Xie also politely greeted, hello, uncle, hello, Mujie. Bai Zhenfeng and Liu Yuqin merely nodded lightly in response. Although they did not appear overly cold with outsiders present, the underlying sense of alienation was still clearly discernible. Sister, why did you suddenly come back? Bai Mujie asked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xie, with a hint of undisguised scrutiny. Chapter 32 Change of attitude. Bai Mujie felt that his worldview had been strongly impacted. He had originally been quite proud of his genetic potential of 68, thinking that although he couldn't compare to those top geniuses, he was still among the best in his peer group. But now, compared to Lin Chiyi, he felt like a firefly next to the bright moon, utterly insignificant. He looked at Lin Chiyi's calm and confident face, feeling a mix of emotions. At this moment, Bai Muzu, who had just run down from upstairs, was completely unaware of the situation. She only felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a bit strange, and the expressions on the adults' faces were also peculiar. Curious. She leaned over to the coffee table and stretched her neck to take a glance at the evaluation certificate. Wow! 99. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Bai Muzu exclaimed in genuine amazement, her eyes immediately sparkling with admiration. Unlike others who had so many complex thoughts, she simply found this number extremely impressive. Liu Qin, Bai Mushi's mother, also had a completely different expression at this moment. She looked at the certificate, then at her daughter, whom she had always looked down on, and at her son-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time, and a huge wave surged in her heart. Chapter 33. What can you train without money? The hover car wove through the complex aerial roads and finally descended slowly in front of a skyscraper named Qianyu International Hotel in the 4 or 5 ring area. All right. We have arrived. Bai Zhenyan parked the car and smiled at Lin Chiyi and Bai Mushi, saying, I have already booked the rooms in advance. Let's go up and settle in first, and then report to the exam center in the afternoon. Lin Chiyi looked up at this luxurious hotel with at least 200 floors and couldn't help but sigh again, being rich is really nice. The 4 of them entered the splendid hotel lobby. Bai Zhenyan skillfully completed the check-in process, opening 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling their luggage, Bai Zhenyan suggested, there's still time, let's have lunch at the hotel restaurant first, and we can go to the exam center in the afternoon. Lin Chiyi and Bai Mushi naturally had no objections. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they could overlook the bustling scenery of the surrounding area. Lin Chiyi suddenly thought, the restaurants in the more central areas of the 2nd and 3rd rings must be looking down on people like them in these buildings, right? A lavish lunch was served on the table, featuring various rare high-end ingredients, meticulously prepared by the chef, presenting a feast for the senses. Chapter 34. Shenong Pharmacy. After exiting the exam center, the afternoon sunlight in Qiantai City was a bit blinding. Bai Muji eagerly suggested, directly pulling the group into a bustling commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a highly technological building displayed a gigantic 3-dimensional sign that read, Shenong Pharmacy. The store was air-conditioned, filled with a unique blend of herbal and strange mineral scents. In the crystal-clear glass counter, rows of potions sparkling with various colors were displayed, with holographic projections in the air showcasing their enticing effects. Explosive Blood Number 1 enhances explosive power slightly within 3 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Swift Number 1 enhances speed slightly within 5 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Lin Chiyi looked at those jaw-dropping prices and instinctively frowned. That's a bit expensive. The lowest level potion costs 1,000, while the second level is 2,000, and so on, with the highest level number 9 costing 99.99. Honey, we don't need to buy these. Do we? Lin Chiyi whispered to Bai Mushi, just as he was looking at those shocking prices and hadn't had time to express how expensive they were. He saw Bai Muji's eyes light up as he walked toward the cash register. Chapter 35. Warrior. One last time. Lin Chiyi roared, gritting his teeth, and began the final round of training. Finally, when the last movement was completed, Lin Chiyi's body suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. In the next second, an overwhelming and pure energy flow, far surpassing any previous experience, erupted within him like a sleeping volcano. Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap resonated in Lin Chiyi's mind. Ding! 8 treasure skill level upgraded to level 4, 080. Host genetic potential 02, Genetic potential 101. A crisp shattering sound, as if from the depths of his soul, echoed. And Lin Chi felt an invisible and solid barrier within him collapse with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the world was no longer the same. If the previous energy-warm current was a gentle stream, then what erupted from the depths of his life source at this moment was volcanic lava capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. An energy flow far beyond any previous experience, an overwhelming and pure torrent, no longer surged but exploded, sweeping through every corner of his body. The soreness and fatigue in his limbs and bones receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. Chapter 36. Genius Class. Stepping into the entrance of the underground city, the scene before him was not the dark and narrow passage he had imagined. It was an incredibly vast underground platform, spacious enough to accommodate millions. The cold alloy floor gleamed with metallic luster, and above was a dome structure, with glaring industrial lights illuminating the entire space, as bright as day. The air was filled with a unique blend of machine oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the very front of the platform, a gigantic alloy gate towering 100 meters stood tightly closed, like an ancient beast waiting to devour, silently proclaiming the danger and unknown of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, the noisy discussions, tense breaths, and excited conversations merged into a buzzing sound that echoed throughout the vast space. "Hey, Chi-Yi, over here." Bai Muji tugged at Lin Chi-Yi's sleeve, skillfully guiding him through the crowd to a relatively open area. Several young men and women saw them, and immediately waved enthusiastically to greet them. "Muji, you're here. How's the preparation going? I heard this year is tougher again." After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Bai Muji's attention was drawn to a scene not far away. Chapter 37. So intense. The moment the gate opened, the entire platform seemed to be a beehive shaken violently, instantly plunging into a chaotic surge. "Keep up. Don't block the way. Charge." Tens of thousands of candidates surged towards the only exit like a disturbed herd of beasts, pushing desperately. People jostled against each other, shoulder to shoulder, and a classmate, who had been chatting just a second ago, might become a stumbling block in the next moment. Lin Chi-Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. A commotion broke out ahead. It was right in the direction of the genius class. The disturbance in the crowd seemed to them like a gentle breeze passing over the lake, unable to shake them in the slightest. The short-haired girl named Su Qingying had a confident smile curving at the corner of her mouth. She lightly tapped the shoulder of a candidate in front of her with her toes, and her whole body floated up like a weightless feather. After a few jumps, she stepped on the heads of the crowded people below, her posture light and graceful, as if performing the legendary lightness skill. In an instant, she crossed the dense crowd and arrived at the front of the line, closely following the examiner. The young man named Yang Failong was even more direct. He spread his arms wide like a giant bird spreading its wings, forcibly squeezing a path through the crowd with astonishing speed. Chapter 38. The First Tier. It wasn't just Bai Muji. Countless candidates around, who had just been stunned by the scene, quickly reacted. They watched Lin Chi's unstoppable figure, bulldozing forward, their eyes filled with awe and a hint of fervor. "Follow him. Walk with the person ahead." Some immediately made the wisest choice. In an instant, countless candidates spontaneously followed the bloody path opened by Lin Chi, forming a new, even more unstoppable torrent rushing madly towards the gate. Lin Chi pushed forward, dominating and unmatched. Any candidate daring to block his way was directly knocked aside by his pure, straightforward force. Gradually, he broke through the most crowded and chaotic middle area. The closer he got to the front, the more spacious the area became. Those truly capable candidates had already distanced themselves from ordinary people, and were now closely following the examiner's steps, swiftly traversing the wide underground passage. They maintained a safe distance from each other, both as a precaution and as a tacit understanding. While everyone moved forward at full speed, they vigilantly observed their competitors with their peripheral vision. Chapter 39. The Strength of the Genius Class. Su Qingying felt a bit surprised. She originally thought this sudden dark horse would struggle at the end of the first tier. Unexpectedly, after experiencing a round of brutal internal elimination, he not only didn't fall behind, but instead easily surged forward, closely following them. This endurance and strength could not be underestimated. Su Qingying's gaze instinctively swept further back. And soon, she lost interest, the corner of her mouth curling into a barely noticeable, mocking smirk. Among the second tier, which had been far left behind, she saw a few familiar figures. Those were her former classmates from the genius class, who had been kicked out due to insufficient strength and inability to keep up with the pace. As expected, they still weren't capable. The gap between a quasi-warrior and a true warrior seemed only a step away, yet it was an insurmountable chasm. Especially in this kind of long-distance test that assessed overall quality and endurance, the gap was infinitely magnified. They were ultimately ruthlessly eliminated from the first tier, just like they had been ruthlessly expelled from the genius class back then. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Chapter 40, The Top 500. Lin Chia rolled and crawled, unable to linger in place, forcing himself to stabilize his posture, pushing hard with his legs to continue running quickly. Suddenly, the position where he had fallen was fiercely slammed down by another person. If Lin Chia had stopped in place just now, he would surely have been injured and likely needed to call for rescue. For the first time, Lin Chia clearly realized the gap between himself and the true prodigies. It wasn't a gap in strength, but a chasm in the technique and experience of using strength. He had 10 points of genetic potential and 100 points of physical ability, but the power he exerted was scattered. On the other hand, they could condense their strength into a single force, even detonating it, multiplying its power. At this moment, Yang Feilong's figure had already moved far ahead. In his view, this wild card had been dealt with, so he was no longer worth paying attention to. Not far from Yang Feilong, the also leading Su Qingying shook her head. It's not over yet. Lin Chia ground his back teeth, swallowing the metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He pushed hard with his legs again, accelerating. In a flash, a thought crossed his mind: the potion Bai Jinyun had given him. He didn't expect to actually use it so soon. Chapter 41, The Second Phase. Lin Chia merely glanced at them before retracting his gaze. Right now, he just wanted to rest well. At that moment, the female examiner, Deng Hong, casually scanned the entire area, finally pausing on Lin Chia, who was sitting alone on the ground, and then announced loudly, "Congratulations to everyone for completing the first phase of the selection. Rest here for 24 hours, and then prepare for the second phase of the exam." Lin Chia was taken aback. Rest here? This meant they couldn't return to the hotel, and would be unable to conduct more in-depth recovery and resupply. He glanced around. Those geniuses from various prestigious schools had already begun methodically taking out various recovery items from their backpacks, and some even pulled out portable energy recovery capsules. The gap was everywhere. Since he couldn't go back to replenish, Lin Chia could only take out nutritional liquid from his tactical pack and continue drinking to replenish energy. The effect of the blood activation number 5 was about to wear off, and the pain in his arms became clear again. So he took out another vial without hesitation and administered it to himself. He didn't know how many students would be eliminated in the first phase. Lin Chia calculated silently in his heart. He felt he could break into the top 500 among tens of thousands of candidates, as a wild card. Chapter 42, Hunting. Teaming up. The cold eyes of Cheong Shi Li Sen scanned the 10,000 candidates present, and everyone who met his gaze felt a heavy pressure. The content of the second phase of the exam was simple yet cruel. He extended a finger thicker than an average person's arm and pointed to the back of the platform, where a massive metal gate was slowly opening. Behind the door was no longer a monotonous corridor, but a simulated vast and desolate urban landscape. Broken walls and ruins, towering buildings leaning precariously A jungle of steel and concrete under dim lights exuding an aura of death and danger. In this examination area known as the City of Relics No. 3, 1,000 mechanical guards that were our prey were scattered about. Qiong Shi's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Your goal is to hunt these mechanical guards and obtain score badges from their bodies. The closer you get to the center, the higher the level of the mechanical guards, and the more score badges they possess. Each badge represents 10 points. The exam time is 48 hours. The final score will be determined by the points you earned in the first phase, plus the total points obtained in the second phase. Chapter 43, Surrounded. The top-notch team made up of Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and others turned into streaks of light, rushing unhesitatingly towards the most eye-catching ruins of several skyscrapers in the city center. Clearly, the more central the area, the higher the level of mechanical guards that appear. Moreover, the terrain there is elevated, allowing one to clearly see what is happening elsewhere, making it the best ambush spot. A massive army of thousands follows closely behind. And the scene is chaotic. As soon as they enter the ruined city, small-scale conflicts have already erupted in the periphery. What should we do? Tai Meng looks at everyone, clearly uncertain. All eyes involuntarily fall on Lin Xie and Han Yu. Not only because Han Yu initiated the plan first, but also because they were the first to arrive. Being the first to arrive indicates the strongest strength. Han Yu looks at Lin Xie, seemingly wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Xie calmly surveys the chaotic situation before him and says in a deep voice, "Don't go into the city center." "Why?" Zhao Shu asks, puzzled. "Aren't the good things all in the center?" "The center is a meat grinder now." Lin Xie shakes his head and analyzes. Top teams are grabbing territory. Large teams are collecting heads, and with just the 6 of us going in, we wouldn't even make a splash, we would just be swallowed whole, leaving not even bones behind. Chapter 44, Hunting Game. 6 sharp metallic limbs, like 6 unsheathed blades, instantly envelop Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu with a tearing scream that shreds the air. Damn! Han Yu's face changes dramatically, she reacts the fastest, her toes push off the ground heavily, and her figure retreats like a falling leaf, narrowly avoiding the 2 cold lights rushing towards her. The Chen brothers aren't so lucky, their attack has aged. Their old strength just waning and new strength not yet born, and facing this sudden counterattack, they can only clumsily cross their arms to brace themselves. Clang! Clang! The harsh sounds of metal clashing ring out. The brothers are knocked back repeatedly by the immense force, deep gashes appear on their arms, revealing bone, blood gushing. The once unbreakable backstab alliance collapses instantly under the ferocious attack of the mechanical guards. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu have just regained their senses from the shock and hurriedly retreat to avoid becoming the next target. If the 3 had chosen them as targets moments ago, there's no doubt they would be calling for rescue, or perhaps already a corpse. And Lin Xie has long since disappeared behind a broken wall on the other side. Chapter 45, The Mantis catches the cicada. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu are the 2 weakest among the 6. They are fully focused on guarding against the hidden Lin Xie, Han Yu, and the Chen brothers. They completely do not anticipate that the deadliest danger comes from their momentary negligence behind them. In the dead silence, 2 shadows suddenly burst forth like ghosts from the shadows behind them. The speed is at its peak. Zhao Shu feels a chill in his shoulder. A wave of unbearable pain instantly spreads throughout his body. A blood-stained, rusty steel pipe pierces through his shoulder blade, nailing him to the ground. Weapons aren't allowed during the exam, but there's one right here. Ah! A shrill scream shatters the silence of them all. He doesn't even have time to see who the attacker is before instinctively pressing the rescue button on his personal terminal in agony and terror. Rescue! I need rescue! As soon as he is attacked, Tai Meng realizes and yells angrily, his muscles tensing as he turns to flee. But he is fast, and the opponent is faster. The steel pipe in the other shadow's hand strikes him like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, accurately and cruelly piercing through his back. Thud! Tai Meng's tall body stiffens suddenly. He incredulously looks down at the blood-soaked steel pipe protruding from his chest, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and horror. Chapter 46, Sking Fish. A cement block the size of half a brick is violently thrown up from downstairs, accurately shattering a glass window in the second-floor corridor. Crash! The crisp sound of breaking glass is particularly piercing in the dead silence of the abandoned building, the echo resonating through the empty corridor. This is a test. Lin Chia instantly understands the opponent's intention. They are using sound to create chaos, trying to draw out any potential prey hiding in the building. As long as there is any abnormal noise, such as hurried breathing from being startled, or the instinctive sound of footsteps moving, it will immediately expose their location. What a cautious guy. Lin Chia not only does not move, but instead deepens his body's integration into the shadows, becoming like a lifeless statue. His martial artist's perception allows him to clearly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person downstairs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long silence, the person downstairs remains motionless. Is he not coming in? Or have I already been exposed? Doubts rise in Lin Chia's heart, but he still suppresses his impulses. Making no movements. Chapter 47, Baby-like sleep. Lin Chia himself did not expect the battle to end so quickly, so decisively. He had even prepared for a bitter fight. Even ready to use potions. But the opponent, under his full-strength strike, couldn't he withstand even a single move. Is this the gap between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist? However, now is not the time for Lin Chia to be sentimental. The guards watching other directions have already reacted upon seeing their teammate instantly killed, and are rushing towards him at full speed. Even before they arrive, the attacks have already begun. Whoosh! 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 Several pieces of rubble, twisted metal scraps, and even a few sharpened rebars, with whistling winds, shoot towards Lin Chia from different angles. Lin Chia's expression tightens, his feet point and his figure weaves through the dense projectiles like a ghost. Clang clang. Countless attacks land where he had just stood, sparking a flurry of sparks and dust. Meanwhile, a surprised shout comes from the mechanical guards. Found it. The weak point is here. Lin Chia catches a glimpse of the battlefield out of the corner of his eye and sees that the 4 examinees have suddenly increased their attack frequency. Their assault becoming more fierce, clearly having found a breakthrough. Chapter 48, Successfully Scoring Points. Having dealt with the spokesperson of the opponent, Lin Chia does not pause for a moment. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpens. And he instantly locks onto the remaining 4 examinees still entangled with the mechanical guards. The 4 stare in shock as they watch their captain get knocked out in one hit. Of course, the attacks do not stop. Just at that moment, the spider-like mechanical guard, already at its last gasp, lets out a piercing wail, its 8 metal legs collapsing weakly. And the red light in its chest's single eye extinguishes completely. The battle is about to end. However, before the 4 candidates could catch their breath, a whirlwind filled with a strong smell of blood swept toward them. It was Lin Chia. He gave no chance for the opponent to breathe, and during his charge, his hands swiftly pulled out 2 vials of a revitalizing number 5 from his waist. Phut! Phut! Without hesitation, he plunged both vials into his sore and aching arms, which had endured the hard impact. As the cold liquid entered his body, a powerful warmth instantly dispelled the pain and fatigue in his arms, restoring him to peak combat strength. Stop him! One of the candidates shouted in terror. Chapter 49, Hanyu's Thunder. Leaning against the dusty wall, Lin Chia muttered to himself. Our lack of experience is the deadliest. He recalled the thrilling yet heart-pounding battle just now, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear. He had been sent flying by Yang Feilong's punch. Moreover, before the finish line of the first phase, he had been besieged and humiliated by 7, or 8 candidates ranked around 500. That painful memory led Lin Xie to make a serious, erroneous judgment about the strength of the candidates in this exam. He subconsciously regarded the top geniuses and the core forces of the first tier as the average level for this exam. It was only after the recent battle that Lin Xie suddenly awoke to a fundamental fact he had gotten wrong. In the first phase, who was he up against? It was a seed player like Yang Feilong, who stood at the pinnacle, a martial artist even before the martial arts college entrance exam. A true prodigy ranked in the top 100. They represented the top 5 candidates in the second phase. Elite individuals who could fight their way through millions of candidates to rank in the top 500. Chapter 50, The Embarrassed Genius Class. Boom. Boom. 2 powerful fist winds almost grazed his back, striking the spot where he had just stood, creating 2 shallow pits in the ground. It was the Chen brothers. Chen Feng and Chen Yun. They had quietly approached at some point, launching a long-planned attack while Lin Xie was at his most relaxed. With 1 strike missing, the 2 brothers did not hesitate, their offensive like a torrential storm, seamlessly coordinating to completely seal off Lin Xie's escape route. Damn it! Lin Xie cursed inwardly, finding himself once again in a passive position against their siege. There was no way out. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xie's eyes flashed with determination again. The move he was now most skilled at, and the one he had the most confidence in, was this one. Exchange injury for injury. This seemed reckless, but in reality, it was him using his far superior martial artist physical qualities to forcefully crush his opponents. Breaking skill with strength. Lin Xie suddenly sidestepped, taking the series of punches and kicks from Chen Feng on his left shoulder and back. The intense pain surged, but he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This was the opportunity. He completely ignored Chen Feng's attacks, concentrating all his power into his right fist and ruthlessly striking at Chen Yun on the other side. Chapter 51, Counterattack. The building emitted a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache, swaying precariously. Large chunks of concrete and rebar began to fall from the ceiling, and the floor beneath him started to tilt. Lin Xie knew he had to leave immediately. Moreover, now was the best opportunity. Both sides downstairs were engaged in fierce combat. Even if they noticed him, it was highly unlikely they could spare the effort to deal with this passerby. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged toward the window on the other side, ready to retreat from the back of the building. However, just as he was about to leap out of the window, there were people on the other side. Both groups downstairs almost simultaneously spotted this unexpected guest. Lin Xie's heart tightened, but his feet didn't stop, preparing to flee as soon as he landed. He had thought both sides would ignore him as an inconsequential character. Unexpectedly, among the advantageous team of over a dozen, a woman at the forefront commanded someone beside her, "Ahu, go. Deal with him." Then she turned her gaze to Lei Qianjun and others, her tone filled with a cat-and-mouse mockery. "I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half your points, and I can let you go." Chapter 52, Yang Feilong's Terror. At this moment, the already fragile buildings collapsed continuously amidst the clashes between Lei Qianjun and others, stirring up clouds of dust. Several figures shot out. It was Lei Qianjun and the others. They had clearly reached some kind of understanding, choosing not to linger in battle, but to break into smaller groups and escape in different directions. This sudden change ignited the greed of all lurking parties around them. They were going to run. Stop them. They must have a lot of badges on them. Don't let them get away. Suddenly, mantises appeared, unaware that the yellow bird was already behind them. Dozens of figures sprang out from various cover points, like sharks smelling blood, fearlessly intercepting the fleeing Lei Qianjun and others. However, they severely underestimated the strength of these top geniuses, even while they were in a desperate retreat. One candidate had just jumped out from the rubble when he collided head-on with the ethereal Su Qingying. Just as he was about to strike, Su Qingying slipped past him like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage. On the other side, a burly man trying to intercept Lei Qianjun shouted to leave the badge, only to brush past Lei Qianjun. Chapter 53. Who is this divine being? Lin Xie's thoughts suddenly became clear. The humiliation of being sent flying by Yang Feilong's shockwave punch in the first phase transformed into an exhilarating pleasure at this moment. Unexpectedly, this grudge was avenged in the second phase in such a dramatic way. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xie quickly and skillfully searched Yang Feilong, cleaning out all the remaining vials in his tactical bag and the most important points badge. A prompt immediately popped up on his personal terminal: pickup successful. Current points, 210 points. A full 180 points. Striking it rich. After doing all this, Lin Xie did not linger for a moment, giving Qin Xiaoxiao no chance to pick up any scraps, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. After a while, the rescue personnel in white arrived late, taking the unconscious Yang Feilong away. Clearly, the recent large-scale clearing operation had overwhelmed the rescue system. In the following time, although the battles in the ruined city were sporadic, each outbreak was bloodier and more brutal. Having consumed this hefty meal in the form of Yang Feilong, Lin Xie's choices became more cautious. At this moment, there was no need to take any more risks. He would rather miss the situation ahead than rush in recklessly. Chapter 54. Exam finished. All right. The overall results have been announced. On the high platform, the female examiner Deng Hong's voice rang out again, interrupting the discussions of the crowd. She wore a charming smile as she surveyed the survivors below, her gaze lingering slightly on top talents like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun, and finally, seemingly casually, sweeping over Lin Xie. Congratulations, you have passed this joint selection exam. From now on, you are qualified to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint examination. 3 days from now, the admission guidelines and standards of various private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you can fill out your preferences based on your results and wishes. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. All right, this exam is officially over. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose, and her smile became somewhat restrained, gaining a touch of seriousness. Lastly, I remind everyone of one thing. Her gaze turned sharp, like two swords, sweeping across the entire venue. Remember, do not bring any grievances from the exam outside. Weapons are prohibited within the borders of Qiantai City. Violators will face detention at best, imprisonment at worst, and may even be deprived of their examination qualifications. Chapter 55. Testing. Recruitment. Lin Xie was unaware that Yang Feilong was inquiring about his background. At this moment, he was immersed in a sea of delicious food, eating heartily. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Qianyu International Hotel, the lights were dazzling, and the music was melodious. Bai Junyun generously treated everyone to celebrate, euphemistically saying it was to congratulate Lin Xie and his son Bai Mujie for passing the exam smoothly. Although Bai Mujie didn't even pass the first round, that didn't stop Bai Junyun from finding a reason to get closer to Lin Xie. At the dining table, Bai Junyun and his son Bai Mujie showered Lin Xie with compliments and flattery, as if they were free to give. Xie, you truly are a hidden gem. You've brought glory to our Haicheng this time. Yes, brother-in-law. You're amazing. 288th place. You're in the top 10 in the whole Haicheng. Bai Mujie transformed into a number 1 fanboy, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Xie stuffed his mouth with barbecued meat, responding vaguely while his mind was entirely focused on the food in front of him. He had been starving during those exam days. Bai Mujie sat beside him, gently pouring juice for him, her eyes filled with laughter and affection as she watched him devour his meal. Chapter 56. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Xie casually opened one of the emails, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure immediately unfolded on the light screen. With a golden border and a dynamic school emblem, every detail exuded a sense of understated luxury and deep heritage. Galaxy Martial Arts University Taurus 0755 Star System Branch, 40K Key Points, Introduction. Our school was established in the first year of the Empire's history. The branch was established in the 38,612th year of the Empire's history, boasting a history of over 2,000 years. With a strong faculty that has cultivated countless pillars of the Empire and gods of war in the Star Sea. This year's enrollment plan, 500 students, admission standards, 1. The top 10 in the comprehensive ranking of the joint selection exam can receive a full scholarship, waiving all tuition and accommodation fees, and providing an S-level cultivation resource package with a dedicated mentor. 2. The top 50 in the comprehensive ranking can receive a half scholarship, waiving 50 of tuition fees and providing an A-level cultivation resource package. 3. The top 500 in the comprehensive ranking must pay full tuition fees. 4. The minimum admission score for this school, comprehensive ranking within the top 10, 000. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Chapter 57 The Principal's Persuasion. Dear, what do you think? Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie gently. In her eyes, she would unconditionally support whatever choice Lin Xie made. Lin Xie ultimately chose Galaxy Martial Arts University. The strength of the top two was closely matched, each with its own merits. Online opinions were mixed. Some said Longting's practical courses were closer to the front lines, while others claimed Galaxy's martial arts theories were more solid. But to Lin Xie, these were merely references. What truly made him decide was the passage marked as the highest honor tradition in the Galaxy Martial Arts University enrollment brochure. All students of our school, within 10 years of enrollment, if their genetic potential breaks 100 and they advance to extraordinary warriors, are qualified to apply to join the Galaxy Exploration Team as vice captains, participating in exploration and development missions in the Empire's border star domains. Exploring planets. These 4 words instantly pierced Lin Xie's heart. It was not just a simple adventure, but igniting a spark of civilization in the endless unknown, etching his name on the pages of history of a brand new planet. This was the ultimate romance unique to men. Furthermore, he had the multi-child blessing system. Chapter 58 The Yang family. Lin Xie quietly listened to the principal finish speaking before slowly shaking his head. Thank you, principal and teachers, for your concern. But I have already decided to apply to Galaxy Martial Arts University. Principal Wang, seeing this, became anxious, and his tone grew heavy. Xie, listen to my advice. I am doing this for your own good. Let me tell you a true story. 2 years ago, we had a student in our school who, of course, didn't he perform as well as you and barely touched the threshold of first-tier universities. At that time, several second-tier universities extended olive branches to him, promising the best resources, even providing a dedicated mentor. But that student, overly ambitious, only had his eyes on the name of a first-tier university and insisted on applying to Tsinghua Martial Arts University. And what happened? Principal Wang slapped his thigh in anguish. He was completely overshadowed at Tsinghua Martial Arts University by countless prodigies with deeper backgrounds and stronger talents, becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. After 10 years, he barely broke through to become a warrior and could not advance further, ultimately graduating in obscurity and returning to our food district. This is a bloody lesson, Xie. However, after hearing this, Lin Xie only found it amusing. Chapter 59 Lin Xie's choice. In the luxurious suite of Qianyu International Hotel, Lin Xie leaned back on the sofa, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Principal Wang. Connections, attention, and words of experience, these sounded grand, but Lin Xie always felt an inexplicable sense of discord behind them. He didn't quite believe that Principal Wang would be so kind-hearted. Even if everything the principal said was true, for him, who had a system, the so-called resource tilt and connections wouldn't be of much help. Understanding this, Lin Xie became even more resolute in his choice. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated again. Seeing that the caller ID was his mother, Lin Xie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A thought crossed his mind as he slid to answer the call. On the light screen, his mother's face appeared, showing a hint of flattery and excitement. Lin's father squeezed in beside them, his face full of smiles. "Qi, congratulations. You did so well. You are truly the pride of our Lin family." Lin's mother immediately followed with a series of congratulations. After some simple pleasantries, Lin's mother shifted the conversation to the main topic. "By the way, Qi, your high school teacher, Mr. Ju, just called us and told us about your situation. They are really responsible teachers and highly recommend you go to the Golden Bull Martial Arts University, saying that the benefits there are particularly good and it's the best for your future development." Chapter 60, Terra, the City of the Future. The next morning, Lin Qi informed Baizhen Yun of his plans. "Are you going directly to Terra City? Not returning to High City?" Baizhen Yun was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of disappointment showed on his face. He said with some difficulty, "Qi, your father-in-law is still hoping to celebrate your return with a grand feast. He is planning to invite all relatives and friends to tell everyone that he, Baizhen Feng, has a precious son-in-law who got into the Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before Lin Qi could respond, Bai Muxi spoke up directly, her tone gentle but firm. "Uncle, there's no need to go back. Qi just finished his exams and is exhausted, he should have a good rest. That kind of occasion is too noisy, and he doesn't like it." She didn't want to put Lin Qi in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Baizhen Yun immediately understood his niece's intention. He nodded and no longer insisted. Now, the opinions of Lin Qi and his wife were the most important. Since they didn't want to go back, then they wouldn't. That's fine, Baizhen Yun said with a smile. "It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. When do you plan to leave? We can see you off." Chapter 61, Your martial arts technique is too outdated. The next morning, after settling into the hotel, Baizhen Feng enthusiastically suggested they try the traditional breakfast that originated from ancient Terra and has been passed down for thousands of years. It is said to be the most authentic old Terra flavor, which is hard to find in other provinces and cities. They arrived at an old establishment with a quaint decor that had been around for 100 years. And when Lin Qi saw a dish priced at 500 credit points on the menu, he couldn't help but gasp. Is this the cost of living in the capital of the planet? It is worlds apart from the grain district. However, the unique flavor made everyone frown and only take a few bites. Just after finishing breakfast, Bai Muxi suggested they head to the Galaxy Martial Arts University to report. She knew her husband wouldn't find it convenient to say, so it was appropriate for her to speak. The Bai family immediately responded with enthusiasm. They were equally curious about this legendary martial arts sanctuary. It's worth noting that unless one is a candidate's family member, ordinary people wouldn't even have the opportunity to step through the gates of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Let's go check it out in advance and get familiar with the environment, Baizhen Feng said with a smile. Lin Qi readily agreed. The Galaxy Martial Arts University is not located in the most prosperous central area of Terra City, but is situated in the northwest of the city, in a vast area known as the Scholars' Forest. Chapter 62, Competition Everywhere. The Bai family members standing behind Lin Qi were instantly stirred by the female teacher's words. The 8 treasures technique is an outdated technique. In their high city, this was already considered a fairly good technique accessible to ordinary families. Bai Muxi was also practicing the 8 treasures technique himself. They never expected that, in the eyes of the teachers at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, it was even too crude for laying a foundation for a 3-year-old child. Lin Qi, however, appeared quite calm. He had anticipated this situation. He humbly asked, "Teacher, do you have any martial arts techniques to recommend?" The female teacher frowned slightly, her tone becoming somewhat impatient. The choice of martial arts technique concerns a martial artist's entire life path. This is your family's own matter, and should be planned by your elders or family mentors. Why would you come to ask me? In her view, students who can get into the Galaxy Martial Arts University must have a powerful family supporting them. The most fundamental and core issue of martial arts techniques shouldn't need to be asked of a teacher responsible for welcoming new students. This was simply unheard of. Seeing this, Bai Zhenfeng quickly stepped forward, lowering his posture and apologizing profusely. Teacher, I'm really sorry. We don't understand these things very well. We come from a grain district in a fourth-tier city and don't have any connections, nor can we afford a martial arts teacher. Qi only managed to get here through his own hard work. Chapter 63, Lin Yuchan's Shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi instinctively grabbed Lin Qiyi's hand, her palm slightly sweaty, showing signs of nervousness. The staff member finally looked up, scanning Lin Qiyi and Bai Mushi before asking, "Wife? Do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Qiyi immediately opened his personal terminal and displayed the page of their electronic marriage certificate. The staff member carefully checked and confirmed it was correct before nodding and saying, "In this case, the school allows it, but non-students need your wife to sign an agreement. Her activity range will be limited to the square and the living area, and she cannot enter core areas like the teaching area and library. If you agree, I can process her temporary accommodation right now." "Sure," Lin Qiyi answered without hesitation. The staff member operated a few things and quickly issued a temporary residence card for Bai Mushi. "All right, the elevator is over there. Only the two of you can enter here. I hope you enjoy your stay." The staff member pointed to one side of the lobby and then turned to attend to the next new student. Bai Mu immediately said, "All right, Qiyi, Mushi. You two go up. We'll wander around nearby." Chapter 64, Body Refining Stream in the Vast History of the Empire Among the Stars. There have been instances of individuals with extraordinary comprehension. The youngest recorded age for mastering the broadcasting calisthenics is 10 years old. Of course, even such a talented individual did not leave behind other achievements in history. Before she could ask, Lin Qiyi had already settled his stance and started practicing the 8 treasures technique. The 8 treasures brilliance unfolded in his hands. Although it did not reach the pure and perfect state of broadcasting calisthenics, each move was steady and solid, with a vigorous flow of energy, clearly showing he had put in considerable effort. As he finished and stood still, Lin Yuchan nodded, her initial surprise transforming into deep contemplation. Mastering the 8 treasures technique at an advanced level. She did not immediately give a conclusion, but took a few steps back and forth in the spacious training room, her sharp gaze never leaving Lin Qiyi, as if she were pondering the best approach for him. The broadcasting calisthenics is too universal. Even if you have reached an unfathomable state of perfection, it only proves your high comprehension, but cannot determine the specific direction of your understanding. She slowly spoke, her tone much more serious than before. The 8 treasures skill itself is a D-level technique that consumes very few resources. But it is also one of the prerequisite techniques for the C-level 8 treasures dragon tiger skill. If you also practice another specific D-level technique, the dragon tiger skill, the combination of the two will lead you to comprehend the 8 treasures dragon tiger skill effortlessly. The 8 treasures dragon tiger skill is a prerequisite for the B-level Vajra glazed body. Reaching the peak of the above is the A-level technique immovable king body. Chapter 65, Comprehension. Next, Lin Yuchen pointed to the second document, shrouded in deep black mist, named Formless Calamity Heart Sutra. The Formless Calamity Heart Sutra is also an A-level technique. This path is entirely different from all the previous physical training and chi cultivation paths. It develops your brain and spirit. It uses mental power to interfere with reality, weaving mental calamities to directly attack the enemy's will and soul. It is extremely difficult to enter, has no prerequisite techniques, and relies solely on personal comprehension. In the nearly 500-year history of the Galactic Martial Arts University branch, there have been fewer than 100 successful entrants, but once entered, its power can grow rapidly, with potential comparable to S-level techniques. It is rated as A-level purely because of its ridiculously high entry threshold. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie. If you practice the broadcast gymnastics to perfection, it means that your perception and control over every inch of your muscles and every trace of qi and blood have reached an astonishing level. This talent often comes with strong spiritual perception. I recommend this because martial artists who succeed in cultivating the formless calamity heart sutra have a significant advantage when applying to become the captain of an exploration team, and are almost never rejected. For someone like you, this is a true shortcut to change your fate. Chapter 66, Hunyuan Qi Skill. The expression on Lin Yuechan's face became subtle, with a mix of surprise, nostalgia, and regret. I've got it. She lifted her head and looked at Lin Xie with a complex expression. There is a technique that may completely meet your contradictory requirements. B-level technique, Hunyuan Qi Skill, Hunyuan Qi Skill. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan. Just a moment ago, she mentioned that the upper limit of B-level techniques was too low. And now she was recommending a B-level technique again. Was there really no better technique? Lin Yuechan explained, yes. The Hunyuan Qi skill was once an A-level technique, but has now been downgraded to B-level. The core concept of this technique can be considered the simplest and most straightforward theoretical accumulation in the entire empire. It does not emphasize the attribute changes of spiritual energy, nor does it pursue exquisite moves. It has only one purpose: to transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into your own Hunyuan Qi in the gentlest and least repulsive way, and then continuously accumulate, compress, and purify it. Because it accepts spiritual energy of all kinds without any attribute requirements, its entry threshold is astonishingly low. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as a person is a mentally normal aspiring martial artist, given the technique, they will definitely be able to enter within 3 days. This perfectly fits your requirement for easy learning. Chapter 67, Encountering Yang Falong again. The morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming into beams of golden light that filled the entire room. Bai Mushi rubbed her sleepy eyes, awakened by the magnificent sea of clouds outside the window. She was momentarily stunned, then remembered that she was no longer in a hotel, but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of the Galactic Martial Arts University. A new day began at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of her bedroom and immediately saw Lin Xie sitting cross-legged in the center of the living room on the carpet. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression focused, and his hands formed a peculiar seal in front of him, as if invisible spiritual energy was slowly gathering around him. Is this the new technique he chose, the Hunyuan Qi skill? Bai Mushi did not disturb him, merely standing quietly to the side, her gentle gaze resting on him. Soon, Lin Xie slowly finished his cultivation, completing a full cycle of training. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. A faint white mist trailing in the air before dissipating. His gaze was clear and bright, and he looked invigorated. How is it? Bai Mushi immediately stepped forward, asking with concern. Lin Xie saw her and broke into a radiant smile, standing up. I've entered the technique. Teacher Lin Yuechan was right. This Hunyuan Qi skill is indeed very easy to get into. Chapter 68, Martial Arts in Contest. Who is that? His companion beside him followed his gaze and also saw Lin Xie and his group, their faces revealing playful expressions. However, Lin Xie remained unperturbed, seemingly ignoring Yang Falong's predatory gaze, while Bai's family members casually walked past them. Behind him, Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun also sensed the unusual atmosphere. Falong, what's wrong? Do you know them? A young man beside him nudged Yang Falong with his elbow, his tone filled with mischievous amusement. Yang Falong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, letting out a cold snort, but did not answer. He knew very well that at this moment, no matter what he said, It would only be self-humiliation. In front of these so-called classmates, any argument would only make him appear more incompetent and ridiculous. They were eager to see him clash with that guy in public, enjoying the spectacle. Strength? In this world, only strength holds the true voice. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Just wait, 3 months later, it will be the joint examination of the First Academy District. By then, I will definitely stand out among the new students of the Golden Bull Marshall University, becoming the core student representing the Golden Bull. Chapter 69, Abundant Harvest. Lin Chia looked at the overly enthusiastic agents, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. There had never been such a scene at the entrance of the Reproductive Management Center in Haicheng. Is this the capital of the planet? Without hesitation, he tossed the flashy electronic business cards into the roadside energy recycling bin. Lin Chia was unsure whether these agents were trustworthy. There might be unknown risks and traps hidden within. For him, the benefits of official channels were not important. What mattered was safety, reliability, and speed. He walked into the solemn white building with familiarity, went to the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process flowed smoothly without any delays. Soon, he was guided by a well-dressed nurse in a crisp white coat and black stockings into a highly private independent room. Moments later, Lin Chia emerged feeling refreshed, as if all the stress had been lifted. He did not linger outside, directly taking the hover train back to the Galactic Martial Arts University. Just as he stepped into the dormitory building, the long-awaited electronic notification sound finally rang out in his mind. Chapter 70, Who Says Mastery is Difficult? 5 days later. In the dormitory, Lin Chia sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. After 5 days of relentless effort, his progress with the Hunyuan Qi skill was advancing rapidly. At this moment, the system panel clearly displayed Hunyuan Qigong, level 400. As the level of the technique increased, his control over the pure energy within his body also grew day by day. Just a moment ago, when the technique broke through to level 4, it felt as if countless spiritual lights exploded in his mind. A thought, without warning, emerged. He slowly extended his right index finger, and with a thought, guided a tiny strand of Hunyuan Qi to his fingertip. The next second, a small, orange-red flame ignited at his fingertip, gently dancing and emitting a faint light and heat. Looking at this little flame, Lin Chia finally revealed a brilliant smile. He recalled the advice Lin Yuchen had given him 5 days ago. The second aspect was comprehension. After cultivating Hunyuan Qi to an extremely profound level, one must comprehend the heavens and the earth, and endow this pure energy with a unique attribute of one's own. Flame, thunder, space, life, theoretically, it could be any attribute. But this step is harder than reaching the heavens. Countless martial artists practicing Hunyuan Qigong spend their entire lives stuck at this step, ultimately fading into obscurity. Therefore, it is difficult to master. Chapter 71, Encountering the second generation of Qiantai again soon, Lin Yuchan's reply came, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuchan, I am fully booked for normal classes this month. If you don't mind, I can free up 1 hour for you the night after tomorrow. From midnight to 1 a.m. Lin Chia was taken aback, secretly amazed. This Lin teacher was quite popular, wasn't she? So he quickly replied, no problem. I'll be there on time the night after tomorrow. After confirming the arrangement, Lin Chia felt a wave of emptiness in his stomach, and a strong sense of hunger hit him. He stood up and called to Bai Mushi, who was reading a book, smiling, wife, let us go eat. Bai Mushi obediently smiled and said, the meal is already prepared, I'll serve it now. She pulled Lin Chia to sit at the dining table, and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen, making Lin Chia's stomach growl even louder. He saw Bai Mushi struggling to carry a huge alloy tray as she walked out. On the tray was half a roasted whole cow, sizzling with oil, golden and crispy. The outer skin was fragrant and crispy, while the inside was tender and juicy. Sprinkled with secret spices, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter at the tutoring class. Lin Xie was unaware of the evaluations from the few outstanding students of Qiantai No. 1 high school behind him. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the joy of selecting ingredients with Bai Mushi. The two ultimately chose a fully mutated whole cow that looked the most plump and tender, weighing hundreds of pounds, paid for it, and prepared to drag it home. At that moment, the middle-aged owner, who looked honest and simple and had been selling meat here for years, wiped his oily hands and initiated a conversation. "Young man," the owner said to Lin Xie in a tone reminiscent of an experienced person, "looking at your appetite, I can tell you're at a critical stage of cultivation. But I have to say, relying solely on food for energy is still too inefficient, and soon it won't keep up with your consumption. At that point, you'll have to switch to using high-concentration nutrient solutions to maintain it." As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from under the counter and handed it over. "I have a channel to obtain high-concentration nutrient solutions. They are definitely cheap and in large quantities, honest and reliable. Want to give it a try? All my regular customers who've tried it say it's good." Lin Xie took the card and smiled, shaking his head. "Boss, not for now. I'll contact you when I need it." Chapter 73. Basics of Martial Arts. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw Lin Xie, a hint of surprise also appeared on her beautiful face. "Do you know each other?" Lin Yuchen looked at the two with interest and curiously asked. In her view, Qin Xiaoxiao was one of the most outstanding talents of the Qin family in Haicheng. With a prominent family background and exceptional talent. Did this Lin Xie have some special background she didn't know about? However, Qin Xiaoxiao merely gave Lin Xie a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze, shaking her head at Lin Yuchen and calmly saying, "I don't know him." After saying that, she slightly bowed to Lin Yuchen and politely said, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance tonight. I'll take my leave now." Then, without saying another word, she turned and left the training room. As Qin Xiaoxiao walked past Lin Xie, a faint fragrance wafted by. Yet, her gaze did not linger at all. As if Lin Xie were just an inconsequential passerby. Lin Xie shrugged, not caring about it. Once the door to the training room closed again, Lin Yuechan's gaze returned to Lin Xie. Her sharp eyes seemed to see through him completely. "Not bad, not bad," Lin Yuchen assessed him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. "In just a few days, your progress has been substantial. It seems you took my advice and started practicing the Liangyang Qigong." Chapter 74. The Will of Martial Arts. Lin Yuchen casually stepped on the ground, and her whole body floated several meters away like a weightless falling leaf. Her steps light and filled with hidden mystery. Then, she suddenly sank her waist and punched straight out. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effects. Just this simple punch. Every move was filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. It was as if every action had been forged through countless trials, perfectly mobilizing all the power in her body. A set of boxing techniques combined with footwork flowed smoothly, completed in one breath. When she withdrew her fist and stood still, an invisible sharpness slowly dissipated. "Did you see clearly? This is the basic fist technique, and a basic foot technique." Lin Yuchen looked at Lin Xie and slowly spoke. "These are the universal basic martial techniques issued by the Empire, the foundation of all martial arts. Don't be fooled by their simplicity and basic nature. In reality, they are far more important than the radio gymnastics you've been practicing. Except for a few families with long-standing legacies that have secret martial techniques from childhood. 99 of the martial artists in the Empire start by mastering these two basic martial techniques, before choosing subsequent martial arts styles based on their characteristics." Chapter 75. Basic Fist Technique, Level Up. Of course, Lin Yuchen shifted her tone and turned her gaze back to Lin Xie. The set of punches I just demonstrated also carries my martial intent. Compared to the martial god Ling Zan, it's like the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. It's not worth mentioning. However, because of this, my martial intent is easier for beginners like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called courses that claim to teach the basic fist technique in a day, or explosive punches in 3 days, they are all just sensational garbage, completely useless. Merely designed to deceive cliques and enrollments. Seeing Lin Xie deep in thought, Lin Yuchen, after all, felt a bit reluctant and kindly reminded him, I personally suggest that you start with my VR teaching videos, they are more suitable for your current stage. Okay, thank you. Teacher, Lin Xie nodded solemnly. Stepping out of the training room, the cool night breeze on his face cleared his muddled mind significantly. He stood in the corridor, reminiscing about the experiences of the past hour, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. He had spent 10,000 credit points, and seemed to have learned nothing but loneliness. If he had known that it was just teaching the basic fist technique and basic footwork, he wouldn't have wasted that money. Chapter 76, A Maid. He had just started. And now to comprehend any martial intent, it was probably going to be the same as before, nothing at all. It would be better to level up the basic martial skills first. 5 days ago, when Lin Xie began practicing the basic fist technique, he first observed the ancient martial god video. However, after 2 days, all he got was a headache and no comprehension at all. He felt that if he kept staring at that blurry digital video, he wouldn't even know when he would get started. Maybe it would take a month. 2 months. He couldn't afford to waste that time. Under such circumstances, he decisively changed direction and began watching the VR teaching videos recorded by Lin Yuchen. While watching Lin Yuchen's VR, he also did not feel the martial intent she spoke of. But he had to admit, Lin Yuchen's VR video was far more detailed than the ancient digital video, with every movement clearly visible. The difficulty of learning was almost 100 times easier. It was precisely under these circumstances that Lin Xie successfully reached the entry level of basic fist technique and basic footwork in the following 3 days and nights. Thinking of this, Lin Xie couldn't wait to leap off the bed. Chapter 77, Money Kun's confusion. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were instantly petrified in place. A maid? Lin Xie looked down at Bai Mushi, who was gentle and considerate, taking care of everything for him. And then thought of the full beef and lamb she prepared for him every day. For a moment, he felt that what the other person said seemed to have a hint of truth. Of course, this thought only flashed by. He looked at the familiar chubby guy with a wry smile, unsure how to explain. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed instantly, spreading from her cheeks to her delicate earlobes. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Instinctively retreating behind Lin Xie, and gently tugging at the corner of his clothes. That one is my wife, Lin Xie cleared his throat and corrected. Huh? The smile on the chubby guy's face froze instantly, his small eyes widening, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He looked Lin Xie and Bai Mushi up and down again, his expression changing rapidly from envy to a complex mix of shock, horror, and awe. Wife? In a place like the 298th floor, there were basically only newcomers left. It was unlikely there were any old students. Even the worst old students were around the 200th floor. Chapter 78, Su Qingying's contempt. When Su Qingying saw Lin Xie and Bai Mushi walk in, her beautiful face also showed a slight daze. After the two entered, the elevator doors slowly closed and began to rise silently. Lin Xie pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying only glanced at the lit number before retracting her gaze, returning to her ice-cold, silent demeanor. As if she were the only one in the elevator. But in her heart, she couldn't help but think, the 298th floor is really weak. So weak. Yet they are a married couple, not practicing properly. Truly useless. The elevator rose swiftly in silence, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 275th floor. And Su Qingying walked out without saying a word, not looking at them again. Once the elevator doors closed again, Bai Mushi let out a sigh of relief and quietly said to Lin Xie, "Hubby, that girl just now was Su Qingying from the genius class of Haicheng No. 1 high school, right?" Lin Xie looked at her in surprise. "You know her?" Bai Mushi nodded and explained in a low voice, "Muji told me. She's the ice goddess of their school." Hearing this, Lin Xie just smiled. The ice goddess, huh? Chapter 79, Martial Will. When the figure of the martial god Ling Zan appeared on the screen again, the world in Lin Xie's eyes had already changed completely. It was no longer a simple, blurry image, nor a set of simple repetitive movements. With the two basic martial skills that had reached perfection, he could finally barely understand the essence of the martial god's demonstration. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind each seemingly ordinary movement lay a profound, vast martial intent. Like a sea of stars. That feeling was mysterious and profound. It was as if a plains boy, who had never seen a mountain, stood on a plateau for the first time. Through layers of clouds and mist, he saw the outline of a giant mountain shrouded in haze from miles away. He knew it was a mountain, it truly existed, it was magnificent and grand. He could feel the invisible pressure it brought, could imagine its towering presence piercing the clouds and overlooking the earth. However, he was still too far from that mountain. Too far. Let alone dreaming of climbing to the peak and looking down on all the other mountains. Even reaching the foot of that giant mountain seemed an unattainable and despairing distance away. Chapter 80, Bai Mushi's conflict an hour later. Lin Xie, his face flushed and drenched in sweat, exited the VR mode, his eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement. This time, although he had also consumed a large amount of mental energy, the feeling was completely different. It was not the passive fatigue of enduring, but a refreshing exhilaration after taking initiative. He immediately checked the system again. Martial will, fiery and rapid, not started, it's done. Looking at this clear line of text, Lin Xie felt no discouragement, but instead revealed an incredibly bright smile. Martial will, fiery and rapid, not started, compared to the previous martial will, not started, the information was much clearer. One was an unknown where he didn't even know what the goal was, while the other had already clarified the direction and seen the path. This also indirectly proved that the path he chose was correct. Starting from Lin Yuchan, the chance was greater. Entry level. Lin Xie's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Moreover, an even bolder and more thrilling thought emerged uncontrollably in Lin Xie's mind. Is there a possibility? Chapter 81, Charity Gala for Childbearing. The Empire's marriage law binds those ordinary men and women who cannot cultivate, aiming to ensure the stability of the Empire's population base. However, for martial artists, especially for talented martial artists like Lin Xie with promising futures, the constraints of the law are minimal. Martial artists enjoy privileges, can have multiple partners, and even establish large family bloodline networks, all in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Xie is now a martial artist, even a promising genius for the future. His path is destined to become wider and freer. Strong individuals possess everything, this is an unchanging truth throughout time. Initially, Bai Mushi agreed to marry Lin Xie not only for practical considerations, but also because she had similar thoughts in her heart. She thought that as long as she could successfully become a martial artist while fulfilling her reproductive duties, she could break free from the constraints of marriage law and possess a broader world. But fate played tricks on her. Now, the one who can easily break free from the bonds of marriage is not Bai Mushi, but Lin Xie. Thinking of this, Bai Mushi harshly scolded herself in her heart. Bai Mushi, you are really foolish, even thinking of letting him find another woman actively. Chapter 82, Fiery Momentum. The arrival announcement of the suspended track vehicle woke Lin Xie from his immersion. He rubbed his slightly swollen temples, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just now, he felt that he was one step closer to the door called entry. He even had a premonition that with just a little more time, he could truly push open that door. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Lin Jie wolfed down the food to replenish his energy and immediately immersed himself in training again. This time, he didn't watch VR videos. He simply sat cross-legged quietly in the middle of the living room, closed his eyes, and repeatedly replayed and practiced the fiery will in his mind. His spiritual world was his training ground. That small flame, under the guidance of his will, tried again and again to unleash the most explosive power. Fail, restart. Fail again. Restart again. He was completely immersed in this mental tempering, forgetting the passage of time. Unknowingly, a long time passed. When that spiritual flame finally succeeded in simulating a hint of the explosive essence of Lin Yuechan's martial will after countless attempts and failures. Chapter 83, Tutoring by Mushi. The martial will seemed like a passive skill, integrating into all his training actions. There was no need to spend extra time grinding this martial will. When he practiced the basic fist technique, it not only improved the level of the fist technique itself, but also enhanced the martial will. Practicing Hunyuan Yikigong not only increased his spiritual energy and improved the level of the skill, but also honed this will. This was simply a buy one get one free. Double the joy. Lin Jie was overjoyed. In this way, his training efficiency invisibly improved a notch. He could concentrate all his energy on raising the levels of his skills and martial arts. The level of martial will would naturally increase along with the improvement of other skills. Now, both basic fist technique and basic footwork had already reached perfection. If he continued to repeat practicing these two martial arts that had no room for improvement just for that negligible progress in martial will, it would undoubtedly be a huge waste. Before him lay only two paths. Either learn more advanced martial arts and open a new progress bar. Chapter 84, Feeling Dirty. After a round of cloud and rain, Bai Mushi lazily lay in Lin Jie's arms, the redness on her face not completely fading, her eyes and brows showing satisfaction. Lin Jie gently stroked her smooth back, feeling a sense of tranquility and contentment in his heart. He suddenly realized that appropriate relaxation seemed to bring his mental state to a wonderful balance, even more than relentless hard training. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Jie returned to the arduous task of practicing 8 treasure skill. Bai Mushi, after resting for a while and regaining some strength, joined him quietly to practice beside him. She didn't believe it. Her husband could be faster than her in advancing. 2 days later, night fell. In the central urban area of Tura City, the lights were dazzling, and the floating vehicles flowed like a weave, forming a picture of a prosperous future metropolis. The Xinghe Building, as one of the landmark buildings of Tura City, soared into the clouds like a sword piercing the sky. Tonight, the top-floor banquet hall of the building was brightly lit and filled with a lively atmosphere. Following the invitation's guidance, Lin Jie took the private elevator to this location. Stepping out of the elevator, a spacious and luxurious lounge area greeted his eyes. Chapter 85, Charity Auction. Yi Qinghan sighed, realizing she could no longer stay in the school dormitory. The air over there had become polluted. Her parents always told her to learn to adapt. But she simply could not adapt to these inferior races. A strong sense of disdain flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart. However, her good upbringing and professional conduct quickly suppressed all her exposed emotions, as if she were merely observing an insignificant backdrop. She cleared her throat and continued her prepared speech. Our Xinghe biological group has long been committed to cutting-edge research on gene optimization agents and compatibility with martial arts. Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in the banquet hall, carrying an undeniable confidence. Therefore, we are here today with only one purpose: to seek high-quality martial artist reproductive data with a genetic potential of no less than 14. 14. As soon as this number was mentioned, a wave of suppressed gasps and discussions erupted from the audience. One should know that a genetic potential of 14 firmly crossed the threshold of genius. Among the freshmen at major martial arts universities, it stood at the forefront. Those small families before dared to ask for only 12 at most, and their bids were around 500,000. Chapter 86, Zhuan Zu Heart Sutra. 15,000. Before the host finished speaking, a young martial artist, looking about the same age as Lin Xie, and also dressed in ordinary combat gear, raised his hand without hesitation, and shouted the bid loudly. This seemed to ignite a fuse. 20,000. 25,000. The calls to bid immediately echoed through the venue, and the originally quiet atmosphere suddenly became lively. The martial artists at Lin Xie's neighboring table lowered their voices and eagerly discussed. I didn't expect the Zhu family would really put this out. The expert-level cultivation insights of the Kanghai Heng Liu sword technique start at least 100,000 on the market. Although this video is digital, it was personally recorded by the pioneer for the younger generation, containing an immeasurable amount of martial intent. Zhu Qianheng most likely didn't hold back. He didn't expect the younger generation to have fallen so far. Yes, those instructors' VR tutorials always hide something. These discussions were clearly heard by Lin Xie. Why did it feel like the costs of these martial artists' training were not on the same dimension as his expenses? Chapter 87, Marriage Can Lead to Divorce, Son-in-Law. Lin Xie was completely stunned. Are people from the capital of the planet this direct? They just met. Zhu Wenyun saw Lin Xie's surprised expression and smiled, waving his hand. I know, saying this is indeed a bit presumptuous. However, opportunities like tonight are truly rare, so we want to be straightforward. Our Zhu family greatly appreciates young talents like you and sincerely hopes for a deeper development with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two Zhu sisters, Zhu Linya and Zhu Linjing, who had been silent, showed a hint of a charming blush on their cheeks. They shyly looked at Lin Xie, their eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. Although the man in front of them was a bit too young, the strong lines of his rugged face, his tall and upright stature, and the powerful aura of youth and vitality emanating from him made their hearts race. Moreover, he was a student at the Galactic Martial Arts University. Despite coming from a remote fourth-tier small city and having a poor family background, this only highlighted his amazing personal talent and great potential. The future is certainly promising. This completely matched their ideal criteria for a partner. Chapter 88, Lin Yuechan's doubt. At this moment, the protagonist of all this commotion, Lin Xie, had already put the incident at the party behind him. He was sitting on the hover train back to school, happily sending messages to Bai Mushi. Lin Xie, wife, I'm almost home. Bai Mushi, great. I've warmed up the food for you, hurry back. Looking at the gentle words on the screen, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile warmly. Upon returning to the dormitory, the familiar aroma of food greeted him. Bai Mushi, wearing a cute apron, was like a busy little bee, bringing steaming dishes to the table. Honey, how was it? Was the party smooth? She asked curiously while serving Lin Xie rice, wondering if he had eaten something good. Lin Xie shook his head with a smile, picking up a piece of fragrant roasted meat and putting it in his mouth, mumbling, the food was secondary. Just a bit boring. But I did gain something. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up, asking, oh. What did you gain? Lin Xie swallowed the food, took a sip of water, and said casually, well, I took on 12 projects. Chapter 89, Haha, Civil Strife in Hawa. After confirming the class schedule with Lin Yuchan, Lin Xie had just put down his terminal and was about to continue practicing the 8 treasures skill. Beep beep. The terminal rang again. This time the message came from the official account of the Empire's Reproductive Management Center. Dear Mr. Lin Xie, hello. Regarding the 12 projects you applied for at the charity gala, we have completed the preliminary coordination and arrangements for you. You will need to cooperate a total of 12 times. How would you like to schedule the next time? Lin Xie replied. Lin Xie, I hope it can be as soon as possible. Soon, the Reproductive Management Center responded. All right, Mr. Lin. We have arranged the earliest schedule for you. The first session will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Reproductive Management Center in the First Academy District. Please arrive on time. Early the next morning, Lin Chia arrived punctually at the familiar white building. This time, he was received by a new staff member. She was tall and beautiful, dressed in a neat professional suit and elegant black stockings, with an impeccable professional smile on her face. After Lin Chia explained his purpose, the staff member immediately respectfully guided him to another side of the building. Chapter 90. 3 No Products. Lin Chia was taken aback. He originally thought he was buying legitimate goods, but unexpectedly, they were unbranded products without labels, which made him uneasy about the quality. The boss, seeing Lin Chia's hesitant expression, smiled and said, "Little brother, I won't lie to you. Many students from the Galactic Martial Arts University, Longting Martial Arts University, and even the entire First District source their goods from me. I can reliably ship dozens of boxes every week." He counted on his fingers. "I see you're a freshman, your genetic potential must be high. Even if we estimate it at 15, your daily consumption should at least require 5 bottles of the health supplement C3, right? If calculated at the official price, that's 50,000 credit points a day. Here, it's only 15,000. Just think about how much you can save in a month." The boss's claim of 5 bottles a day was truly the style of a wealthy second generation. Based on Lin Chia's current consumption, after eating enough meat, he would probably only need to supplement with 1 bottle of this level of nutrient liquid each day. Of course, those rich kids who don't care about money might not bother to spend time eating and might directly gulp down 4 or 5 bottles a day without any issue. Chapter 91. Punching. Very good teacher. Lin Chia walked into the training room and respectfully called out. Lin Yuchan was standing in the center of the venue. She didn't turn around but said in a cool voice, "You're here. Then let's start. Show me the basic boxing techniques and basic footwork. Let me see how much you've improved in these 10 days. Her tone was calm, revealing no hints of joy or anger. But Lin Chia could sense a hint of scrutiny and testing hidden beneath the calmness. Yes. Lin Chia didn't say much, took a deep breath, and walked to the center of the venue. He didn't start immediately but first closed his eyes, calming his mind completely. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had changed. If he was previously a blade hidden in its sheath, now this blade had been unsheathed, its sharpness revealed. He bent his waist and threw a punch straight out. Whoosh! Before the punch even landed, a scorching and domineering punch wind rushed towards him. This punch was no longer soft like the last time, it was filled with explosive power. Lin Yuchan had been casually standing, but when she felt the suddenly erupting aggressive aura from Lin Chia, her cold eyes showed a genuine surprise for the first time. Chapter 92. Lin Yuchan's misunderstanding. Very good. This simple compliment from Lin Yuchan sounded somewhat dry. She looked at Lin Chia's clear and calm eyes, and the feeling of disappointment she once had long since disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of expectation. She walked back and forth a few steps, seemingly organizing her words, and finally couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Lin Chia scratched his head, revealing a simple smile, already prepared with an explanation. "I don't know. I just watched your VR teaching videos every day, and while watching, it seemed like I suddenly got the feeling." Watching and suddenly getting the feeling. Lin Yuchan found it hard to comprehend this explanation. She felt that her worldview had been shaken like never before, and she even began to doubt whether the 3 years of hard training she had gone through back then had all gone to waste. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. All right. Perhaps only such an extraordinary talent could stand out from a school she had never even heard of, right? She should have been mentally prepared for this. However, she had taught so many students at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, And she had seen her fair share of so-called top geniuses. Chapter 93. The logic of genius. Lin Yuezhan put away her spear and looked intently at Lin Xie. The will of martial arts does not lie, it comes from the deepest instinct of your soul. I have taught some students before, and like you, when they first comprehended martial intent, they experienced similar doubts. But later, it was proven that the direction guided by martial intent is the path most suitable for them. She paused and continued, if you feel that this style does not suit you, that's fine. The prerequisite martial skill for swift fire spear is the sea-level martial skill gale spear technique. This spear technique also pursues speed and continuous attacks, serving as the perfect foundation for swift fire spear. But if you feel that the extreme offensive style of swift fire spear is not suitable for you, then after mastering gale spear technique to a certain level, you can also switch to two completely different A-level spear techniques. As she spoke, she gently sliced through the air in front of her, and two glowing pieces of martial arts information were projected. The first one, an A-level martial skill heavenly web spear. This spear technique is completely opposite to the domineering style of swift fire spear. It emphasizes a silk-like flow when wielding the spear, with continuous attacks that unfold like a massive spider web, dense and resilient, excelling in using softness to overcome hardness, dissipating force with force, ensnaring the enemy firmly within your attack range until they are exhausted and perish. Chapter 94. The young boy. The more Lin Yuezhan thought about it, the more she felt that only this explanation made sense. She shook her head, not asking further, and directly said, it's simple. You just practice the simplified version of gale spear technique. What was it called again? Saying this, she began to operate on the terminal. Soon, Lin Yuezhan found the corresponding information on the light screen. Got it, she looked up at Lin Xie. The name is Swift Wind Spear Technique, a D-level martial skill. It is a simplified version of gale spear technique, and the entire set consists of just one move, the Swift Wind Thrust. It is specifically designed to practice the continuity of the basic actions of raising the spear and thrusting. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes instantly lit up. Just one move. This is simply tailor-made for him. He immediately began searching for the information on Swift Wind Spear Technique on the terminal and quickly found it. Price, 20,000 credit points. Without hesitation, Lin Xie clicked to purchase. Ding! With the successful payment notification, the complete copyright and teaching video of Swift Wind Spear Technique were instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. This is great. This solved the biggest problem of difficulty in getting started, and a great weight finally lifted from Lin Xie's heart, making him feel much more relaxed. Chapter 95. 1 hour of perfection. Lin Xie never expected that he would enter the door just like that. Could this be the benefit of cultivating basic fist technique and basic footwork to perfection? Learning by analogy, mastering one law leads to mastering all laws. If that's the case, then the sea-level gale spear technique might not be that difficult either. He immediately opened the VR teaching video for gale spear technique and began to observe carefully. An hour later, Lin Xie, drenched in sweat, turned off the video and let out a long sigh, decisively giving up. No way. Gale spear technique is more than 10 times more complex than Swift Wind Spear technique, with 36 variations of moves that are interconnected, requiring high coordination of the body and control of spiritual energy. In his current state, let alone getting started, he couldn't even mimic the first move without stumbling. It seems I was overthinking it. Lin Xie shook his head with a wry smile. He should honestly focus on building a solid foundation first. Lin Yuezhan was right. Swift Wind Spear technique exists to practice the raising and thrusting of the spear for gale spear technique. Since that is the case, then let us level up Swift Wind Spear technique to the max. Maybe by then, he would be able to, like today, learn gale spear technique through analogy and get started in an instant. Chapter 96. Testing the old cadre. Good morning, teacher. Lin Xie respectfully greeted. Lin Yuezhan nodded, walked into the training room, casually glanced around, and asked, "How's the practice going?" "I've practiced swift wind spear technique quite a bit," Lin Chia replied. Then mentioned the problems he encountered, saying, "But in gale spear technique, regarding the parts about flicking the spear and shaking the spear, as well as the accompanying footwork, I still don't quite understand. So I wanted to ask the teacher, is there a D-level simplified martial skill specifically for foundational training like swift wind spear technique?" Lin Yuezhan was taken aback at first upon hearing this, then her face showed a helpless expression. "You kid," she shook her head in resignation, "in martial arts training, there aren't that many shortcuts to take." Lin Chia showed a hint of disappointment on his face upon hearing this. It seems he was thinking too optimistically. However, Lin Yuezhan changed her tone and said, "However, the gale spear technique is widely circulated in the Imperial Army and has a large audience. To help new recruits quickly master it, martial arts instructors in the military have indeed summarized and developed some targeted foundational training martial skills over the long years." Chapter 97, Cultivating Zhuan Su Heart Sutra. Lin Chia almost instinctively wanted to agree. But a moment of rationality made him suppress this impulse. He knew very well that there is no free lunch in the world. Moreover, there are no pies that fall from the sky so easily. There must be some hidden intricacies behind this. Before fully understanding, he absolutely could not agree easily. Moreover, with the school entrance exam approaching, that is the top priority at the moment. Thinking of this, Lin Chia pondered for a moment and said, "Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. However, the entrance exam is coming up soon, and I need to focus on preparing for it. Let us talk about this after the exam." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenhai not only showed no disappointment, but became even more enthusiastic. "Yes, yes. The exam is important. Then I want to disturb Mr. Lin. I wish Mr. Lin excellent results in the entrance exam and make a stunning debut." Lin Chia returned to the dormitory, temporarily setting aside matters related to the Yu family, and once again immersed himself in the race against time for training. Another sleepless 10 hours passed. Lin Chia was so hungry that he felt dizzy and rushed to the dining table, devouring his food as if a storm had swept through, until his stomach was slightly bulging, yet he still felt empty inside. Chapter 98, 59 seconds. Oh no. I failed. Lin Chia sighed and glanced at the system panel. Zhuan Su Heart Sutra, not yet initiated. Sure enough, no initiation. It seems that the cultivation of this Zhuan Su Heart Sutra is far more complex than he imagined. This technique requires a main practitioner to guide and dominate, allowing both parties to achieve a high degree of synchronization and harmony in spirit, will, and even bodily rhythm. And now, Lin Chia is still unable to achieve that. Bai Mushi is currently drenched in sweat and feels weak all over, clearly needing a good rest. And it's impossible to attempt again in a short time. Lin Chia can only shake his head, gently covering her with a blanket before walking out of the bedroom. She feels like she has once again held her husband back, unable to help him. The unease brought about by the gap in strength quietly rises in her heart once more. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Chia sits cross-legged and begins to circulate Han Yuan Yi Qigong. After one complete cycle, he finally calms the restlessness in his blood and energy. At this moment, a light beep from his terminal indicates a notification from the official Galaxy Martial Arts University. Chapter 99, teased again. Lin Chia takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and continue reading. At the end of the rules, there is a line of small print notes. Notes: 1. The school is not responsible for any injuries that occur during the competition. All candidates must bear their own risk. It is recommended to prepare relevant personal accident insurance, if not purchased. You can choose the new student worry-free insurance provided by the sponsor Terra Ping and insurance for this exam. 2. During the competition, all candidates must use standard alloy weapons provided by the school. Options include knives, guns, swords, rods, etc. The use of any personal weapons is prohibited. 3 armor and potions are to be self-prepared and can be used during the competition. After reading these notes, Lin Chia's expression becomes even more serious. The standardization of weapons is relatively fair. However, requiring self-prepared armor and potions is a blatant competition of family background. Those aristocratic children are likely wearing custom-made high-end combat suits, with precious potions that can instantly restore physical and spiritual energy in their pockets. And what about him? Apart from the combat suit bought before the entrance exam, he has nothing. It seems that achieving a good ranking in this semester's entrance exam will be difficult. Lin Chia rubs his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 100. An unexpected opponent. Lin Chia walks out of the training room, instinctively touching his nose, feeling that his cheeks are a bit hot. Teased again. Lin Chia thinks to himself, when can he turn the tables? Extraordinary warriors. That SA being with a genetic potential above 100. And he is only 16 now. Well, that distance is indeed still very far. He shakes his head and bumps into a tall girl who is about to walk in. The girl is also wearing a combat suit, but the style is extremely eye-catching. Smooth lines, high-tech materials, and the striking starlight patterns at her waist. Lin Chia's gaze casually sweeps over and immediately recognizes it. That is one of the most famous civilian combat suit brands in the Empire, Xingfeng's latest promotional model. The Xingyan series. The official price is 999 credit points. This is one of the representations of the million credit combat suits that Lin Yuchan mentioned. A rich girl. Lin Chia returns to the dormitory and tells Bai Mushi about Lin Yuchan's analysis and the need to purchase equipment and potions. Combat suits, potions, insurance. Bai Mushi listens seriously. Her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes full of concern. Husband, don't feel too much pressure. It's okay even if you don't do well in this exam. We'll take it slow. Chapter 101. Completely unnoticed on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, the profiles of the two are clearly displayed. Lin Chia, overall ranking, 9988, genetic potential, 103, basic points, 10, Yi Qinghan, overall ranking, 9987, genetic potential, 103, basic points, 10, at the same time. Inside Galaxy Martial Arts University, 1,000 small martial arts arenas begin their 1v1 matches simultaneously. On the top 10 live streaming platforms in the 0755 star system. The official Galaxy Martial Arts University S1,000 live rooms are instantly opened. Everyone can freely choose to watch any match through their terminals. However, the vast majority of people's attention is focused on arenas 1 to 10. There, the new students with higher overall rankings make their debut, showcasing a true battle of dragons and tigers. As for Arena 988, which is ranked lower, the live room is sparsely populated with only a few people. Mostly friends and family of both sides. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi sits cross-legged on the sofa, dialing her father Bai Zhenfeng's phone. She doesn't watch the popular matches, but projects the terminal onto the wall, displaying the real-time footage from Arena 988. Chapter 102. Continuous kills. Countless questions surge in her heart like a tide, but she can't utter a single word. Intense pain and a feeling of suffocation instantly envelop her entire body, causing her vision to darken and her consciousness to blur rapidly. In the next second, a staff member in a white medical suit appears beside her, quickly and professionally supporting her and administering a stimulant. Yi Qinghan wants to speak. To say that she hasn't lost, to say that this is impossible. However, the blood surging up her throat blocks all the words she wants to say, resulting in only a few meaningless gasps. Her final consciousness freezes on Lin Chia's calm and slightly indifferent face, as if that earth-shattering shot was nothing more than casually crushing an ant for him. At this moment, Lin Chia moves. The long gun is retracted. The gun body stained with blood, slowly dripping. On the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, bright red characters appear: Lin Xie, victory. In the student dormitory. 1. Baimushi looks at the frozen image on the screen, ecstatic, jumping up from the sofa, waving her small fists, her face full of pride and joy. Chapter 103, The Top 10 Spectacular Contestants. A flash of white light appears, and the medical staff reappears, quickly stopping the bleeding and administering emergency injections. Lin Xie, victory. The holographic screen displays the word victory again. In the live room, Baimushi and the Bai family erupt in enthusiastic cheers once more. Meanwhile, in Arena 901, Lin Xie slowly withdraws his gun. He watches as the medical personnel urgently carry away his opponent, his face showing no signs of emotion. This competition doesn't seem too difficult, does it? Lin Xie puts away the long gun and turns to leave the martial arts arena. In the student dormitory. So awesome. My husband is amazing. Baimushi excitedly waved her little fists, wishing she could immediately run to Lin Xie and give him a big hug. She quickly opened the live broadcast replay, wanting to save the videos of these two wonderful matches as a keepsake. However, when she clicked to download, the system popped up a message. Sorry, you do not have download permission. Only the participants themselves, or their direct relatives, have the right to download the match recordings. Seeing this, Baimushi immediately submitted an application for proof of family relationship in the system. Thanks to the information that had already been entered during the dormitory check-in, the application was approved almost instantly. Chapter 104, Blazing flames melt the ice back in the dormitory. As soon as the door opened, a fragrant breeze rushed into Lin Xie's arms. Baimushi tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, tilted her head up, her bright eyes filled with unabashed admiration and affection, and actively offered him a sweet kiss. After a long time, they parted. Baimushi's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering with tears. As if she could pull out threads of emotion, gazing at Lin Xie with lingering affection, her voice trembling slightly, "Husband, you are so amazing." On the other side, in the school's training room, Lin Yuchen had just finished her training and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. On her terminal, the official notification about the top 10 outstanding players of the first morning popped up. She casually clicked it open. And when she saw the familiar name at the top of the list, she was momentarily stunned, then a smile of relief involuntarily blossomed on her cold face. This kid is quite impressive. Meanwhile, at the school's top medical center, after the repair from the most advanced medical pod, Yi Qinghan's injuries had healed. But her pale complexion and those hollow, lifeless eyes showed that her psychological trauma was far more severe than her physical injuries. Chapter 105, First Slip-Up. Shame. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within her. Was she scared? A ridiculous and terrifying thought uncontrollably emerged in Su Qingying's mind. He comprehended the martial will. Suddenly, the evaluation from her tutor surfaced in her mind. Her killing intent, after countless, had already approached the true martial will. Just one last step. Yet in the annual Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman exam, no more than 20 people could truly take that step. Su Qingying's heart could no longer remain calm. It was stirred up like a tempest. But she forced herself to calm down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a guy from a remote grain area comprehend a realm that only top geniuses could touch before enrollment? It must be an illusion. At that moment, Su Qingying's pupils suddenly constricted. Here it comes. Lin Xie's long spear seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt, piercing toward her with a scorching and domineering force. Su Qingying focused, showing no signs of panic. Holding the shield in her left hand, she accurately met the spear's tip while her right foot stomped on the ground, adjusting her center of gravity to the optimal state. Chapter 106, The Gun God of Qian Tai No. 1. Su Qingying's pupils shrank suddenly, and her instinct for survival compelled her to use all her strength at the last moment to horizontally position her alloy long knife in front of her. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Chia's third shot was barely blocked by her. But the terrifying force sent her long knife flying away. I surrender. Su Qingying's face turned pale, using all her strength to scream. She knew she had lost. Continuing would lead only to death. A flash of white light appeared. And the medical personnel in white quickly separated the two, beginning emergency treatment for Su Qingying. Su Qingying looked up, her eyes filled with humiliation, glaring fiercely at Lin Chia. An unprecedented sense of shame and anger surged within her. The final verdict finally appeared on the holographic screen above the training ground. Lin Chia, victory. Lin Chia slowly retracted his spear, finally seeing his handiwork. He scratched his nose a bit awkwardly. He really couldn't blame himself. It was just that Su Qingying had retreated too quickly. He originally intended to pierce through her spine with one shot, rendering her completely unable to fight. Chapter 107, Archer. The match began. Lin Chia showed no hesitation, unleashing his blazing martial will once again. On the opposite side, Gao Yuan's calm mind was instantly struck by a scorching and domineering momentum. He felt an invisible flame rushing toward him, causing his pride and confidence to flicker like a candle in the wind before this more advanced, more refined will. What? Gao Yuan's eyes widened in horror. Martial will? How could someone from the lower ranks possess the martial will that only prodigies like Liu Zhenlong have? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Yuan's brain went blank for a moment, and his gaze momentarily lost focus. At that instant, Lin Chia's spear had arrived. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted, and his rich combat experience led him to instinctively cross his spear in a panic to block it. Clang! A crisp sound. Lin Chia's earth-shattering shot was surprisingly blocked by him. Although the tremendous force left his hands numb, he ultimately managed to block it. The live stream chat exploded. Beautiful. As expected of Gao Yuan. His reaction was too fast. This block was simply a stroke of genius. Chapter 108, Nailed to the Wall. In the live stream, chaos erupted in an instant. Wow! Almost got a headshot. This archer girl is so fierce. She shoots fast and accurately. This time, the spear brother is in trouble. A spear against an archer, won't he just be kited to death? In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi's heart tightened, her small hands nervously clenched into fists. However, deep down, she still firmly believed her husband would definitely win. On the field, Lin Chia hadn't had time to rejoice when the second arrow came rushing in. Sun Yuning's shooting speed was beyond imagination. Lin Chia's expression changed. He knew he couldn't keep passively dodging like this. The long spear in his hand was almost useless against such rapid ranged attacks. If this continues, he will only be worn down by the opponent. Seeking death, Lin Chia was furious and no longer held back. Martial will, blazing like fire, erupted like a sleeping volcano. Vaz? An invisible, scorching, and domineering will, like a tangible shockwave, instantly crossed dozens of meters, crushing towards Sun Yuning in the distance. Sun Yuning, who was drawing her bow to shoot the third arrow, suddenly felt a terrifying momentum overwhelming her, like a massive wildfire that burned everything in its path, rushing towards her. Chapter 109, 10 Victories. In the 10th match, the opponent was a muscular boy wielding twin daggers named Lu Feng, ranked 201st overall. Before the match even started, the live broadcast room of Arena 201 was already lively. Go, Lu Feng. 5 consecutive wins, let us go. He is truly a once-in-a-century genius from our school. So fierce. Brother Feng's twin daggers are as fast as lightning. Who can block them? A group of Lu Feng's friends and family, just like Gao Yuan's classmates in the previous match, were cheering him on in the bullet comments, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, apart from Lu Feng's supporters, there were many old viewers from Lin Xie's previous matches. Another once-in-a-century genius. I hope this time he can last a few more seconds. The last opponent, what was his name? Gao Yuan. He was also praised to the skies, and what happened? He was taken down by one-shot brother. Yes, I feel embarrassed for them. Actually, anyone who can get into Galaxy Marshall University and rank in the top 500 is a genius in their own city. However, some are just geniuses, while others are the best of the best. One-shot brother is different. I've been watching since his 6th match against Su Qingying, and he hasn't lost a single match. All instant kills. Chapter 110, Lin Yuchen afraid of contamination upon hearing the sound of the door opening. Lin Yuchen slowly lowered her gun, and the overwhelming gun shadows and scorching aura instantly vanished. She glanced at Lin Xie, a hint of appreciation flashing in her cold eyes, and asked, "You just finished 10 matches, aren't you going to rest and recover your stamina?" Lin Xie shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he said, "Teacher Yuchen, there's no time to rest. I feel my weaknesses are too great, and I can't be at ease until I resolve them." Saying this, he projected the video of his match against the archer Sun Yuning onto the huge screen in the training room. Lin Yuchen patiently watched it, and when she saw Lin Xie's astonishing final shot that pinned Sun Yuning to the wall, even she, with her cold eyes, showed a hint of approval. That last shot was very decisive, and the suppression of will was very effective. However, Lin Xie pointed to the video, his expression serious as he said, "If the opponent hadn't been intimidated by my martial intent at that moment, if her mindset had been a bit more stable, and her shooting speed a bit faster, I might not have had the chance to close in and would have been kited to death." So, he looked at Lin Yuchen, his eyes filled with sincerity. "I plan to practice this Mars Shadow Spear. After all, it's just one move, easy to learn, and at a critical moment, it might have an unexpected counter-effect." Chapter 111, It's Too Hot. Time flew by in focused training. 15 minutes later. Ding! Basic small shield technique level up. Current level, level 10, max. Lin Xie put away his shield and exhaled a long breath. Then his eyes brightened, and he felt a wave of joy. In just 15 minutes, he perfected a D-level martial technique. This speed is great. With the perfection of the technique, he felt his understanding of shield techniques had instantly reached a new level, as if it were innate. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his physical and mental attributes had slightly increased. He immediately opened the system panel to check. Host, Lin Xie, genetic potential, 183 physical, 170 mental, 170 spirit energy, 130 martial techniques. Set 128 radio gymnastics level 10 and max, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 6, 0600, 8 treasure skill level 60120, basic fist technique level 10 max, basic step technique level 10 max, swift wind gun technique level 10 max, basic small shield technique level 10 max. Chapter 112, The Surrender Faction. Ling Shaoqing in the 11th match, the opponent's overall ranking was 187th. As long as Lin Xie won this match, he would successfully break into the top 200. The live broadcast room of Arena 187 was already bustling with excitement, with the online viewer count exceeding 5,000. On the screen, the bullet comments were dense like snowflakes, almost covering the entire image. Here it comes. One-shot brother S 11th match. 11 consecutive wins are within reach. The opponent is Ling Shaoqing, ranked 187th, who has already suffered 4 consecutive defeats. 11 consecutive wins. 11 consecutive wins. One-shot brother, go. Take down the opponent and break into the top 200. It's here. We're just waiting for One-shot brother S match. Watching instant kills is so satisfying. However, among the bullet comments cheering for Lin Xie, there were also some distinctly different voices. Sigh, Qingqing's luck is just too bad. Yeah. Who would have thought that she would encounter the 4th freak, who has comprehended martial will consecutively. What? Is that real? Yeah, her mindset has been shattered. In the last 3 matches against martial will, she surrendered directly. Absolutely true. In the last 3 matches, she surrendered directly, she has been psychologically traumatized. Chapter 113, I Will Win. 4 hours ago, at the Medical Center of Galaxy Martial University, Qin Xiaoxiao, wearing a tattered combat suit, slowly walked in. Her expensive custom combat suit was covered in rips, and her fair skin had several deep lacerations that were still oozing blood. However, in her beautiful eyes, there flickered an unprecedented, cold, and sharp light, like a newly sharpened sword, exuding a chilling aura. She was about to check in at the front desk when she bumped into a gloomy-looking boy. It was Gao Yuan, who had just been praised as a once-in-a-century genius by his friends and family in the arena. Gao Yuan was taken aback upon seeing Qin Xiaoxiao's miserable appearance. Then a hint of schadenfreude appeared on his face, and he instinctively said, Xiaoxiao, did you lose too? Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Gao Yuan coldly and said, I won. I am now in the top 100. What? Gao Yuan's smile instantly froze, and he pointed at the scars on Qin Xiaoxiao's body, stammering, then you're. It's just superficial injuries. Qin Xiaoxiao shrugged indifferently, as if it were a trivial matter. I looked too terrible, so I came to get it fixed. Chapter 114, Another Thunderstorm. In the live broadcast room, when Qin Xiaoxiao was seen injecting herself with 3 unknown syringes, the bullet comments instantly exploded. What the hell? Is this cheating? Injecting right on the spot. How can you even compete like this? Brother Yiqiang is going to lose. However, these doubtful voices were quickly drowned out by another wave of more composed comments. Can those upstairs stop making a fuss? Clearly, they haven't seen high-level matches. LOL. Isn't this a normal operation in the top 100 competitions? If you haven't seen it, it just shows you lack experience. That's right. The rules say to bring your own potions, of course, you can use them. It's all about strength and foundation. Lin Chia watched Qin Xiaoxiao's series of fluid operations, his eyelids twitching. He had seen people use various healing potions, but this was the first time he had seen someone inject themselves before the match started. He realized he was indeed too ignorant. But then again, he was already here, could he surrender? He took a deep breath, threw all distractions out of his mind, and tightened his grip on the long spear. Chapter 115, The Final Strike. Boom! The flame energy contained at the tip of the spear exploded. Ah! Qin Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream. Her whole body was violently pushed back by the tremendous explosive force. The spear tip left her body, pulling out a handful of scorching blood, splattering on the ground of the arena, sizzling. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao was horrified to discover that Lin Qia's shooting skills seemed to be more exquisite and terrifying than any sharpshooter she had ever seen, including the so-called once-in-a-century gun genius, Gao Yuan. How is this possible? Are the shooting teachers at Qiantai No. 1 High School all incompetent? If Gao Yuan's shooting is a once-in-a-century talent, then what is this man's shooting? Wearing a 10 million yuan judgment nun battle suit, she was pierced by a single shot. What does this indicate? It indicates that the explosive power of that shot just now exceeded 15,000 kilogram. And what is this flame energy? She could clearly feel a scorching and violent energy rampaging within her wound, crazily destroying her flesh and blood. Isn't he from a humble background? How could he practice an energy technique that only top families have resources to support? Chapter 116, Brother Yiqiang. Never heard of him. In that instant, Lin Chia was forced to make the most accurate judgment in the blink of an eye. However, the next second, with a crisp sound, she stopped. She looked incredulously at her short knife, which was firmly blocked by a suddenly appeared small shield. Then, Qin Xiaoxiao watched in despair as her alloy knife slipped from her hand. The small shield, carrying an unmatched force, slammed heavily into her chest. This is a shield bash. Boom! The immense impact once again sent her already teetering body flying backward. The spear that had pierced her body was also forcibly pulled out by this force. Blood splattering everywhere. Qin Xiaoxiao fell heavily to the ground, and with a flash of white light, medical personnel in white immediately appeared. She looked at the man in the center of the arena, holding a gun in one hand and a shield in the other, with an indifferent expression. Displaying a bitter smile on her face before completely losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Lin Chia wins. In the live broadcast room. After experiencing several seconds of dead silence, it instantly boiled over. The bullet comments erupted like a nuclear bomb explosion, flooding the entire screen with unprecedented density. Chapter 117, You Can't Break My Defense in a Student Dormitory. Sun Yuyan was watching the match between Lin Chia and Zhu Hongkai while calling her recently recovered sister. Sun Yuning. The Sun family in Taoyuan City was considered a prominent family, holding shares in several large groups, including the Xingzhou Group. Just recently, the president of Xingzhou Group held a grand admission banquet for his dozens of sons, praising Zhu Hongkai in front of everyone as the most outstanding among his thousands of sons, with exceptional talent and a promising future. Immediately arranging for him to enter the management of Xingzhou Group after graduation. Unexpectedly, Lin Chia actually achieved 14 consecutive victories and stood on the same battlefield as this Xingzhou Group heir. Yuning, just focus on the match, leave everything else to me. Your sister will definitely seek justice for you for what that Lin Chia did to you. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yuning said, Sister, I'm actually fine. Unexpected incidents in matches are normal. Alright, I know, you don't need to think too much about that match, just leave it to me. Chapter 118, False Advertising. Refund. Zhu Hongkai's robust body suddenly trembled. He looked down in disbelief at the gaping, bloody hole in his chest. He could even see fragments of his heart that had been blown to pieces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Star Dragon number 1 armor can withstand 16,000 kilogram. However, as soon as this thought emerged, his consciousness rapidly faded away like a receding tide. Zhu Hongkai's sturdy body hadn't even collapsed yet. A flash of white light appeared, and medical personnel in white quickly materialized, swiftly supporting his swaying body and starting emergency rescue. Lin Chia wins. In the live broadcast room, it suddenly fell into silence. After a few seconds, it erupted like a fish pond hit by a depth charge, boiling over instantly. What the hell? What did I just see? Another shot. This is the Star Dragon number 1. Known for withstanding 16,000 kilogram of impact. And it was pierced by a single shot. I didn't even see the speed of that shot. Chapter 119, Mental Cultivator Chen Chuwei continued to smile and asked. Lin Chia, we noticed that you only used a long spear in your previous 13 matches. But in the recent duel with Qin Xiaoxiao, you took out a small shield at a critical moment to block the opponent's fatal counterattack. When did you start practicing shield techniques? Why didn't you use it before? Lin Chia thought for a moment and replied, I just learned it this afternoon. I don't feel very proficient yet, so I didn't use it much. Just learned this afternoon. Chen Chuwei was once again stunned. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence again, and then exploded with an even more intense barrage of comments. Did I just hear correctly? Just learned at noon. What a joke. I learned it in the afternoon. And I can block Qin Xiaoxiao's deadly strike in practice. I don't believe it. This is definitely bragging. This is no longer Versailles, it's an insult to my intelligence. Is there a possibility that what he said is true? Are you out of your mind? How could that be possible? Chen Chuwei looked at Lin Chia and secretly sighed. This boy's showmanship is simply at its peak. Chapter 120, Spiritual Energy Shield. Lin Chia, overall ranking, 39, gene potential, 103 basic points, 24 Xiaoying, overall ranking. 3 Gene potential, 160 basic points. 30 Xiaoying saw Linxia enter the training ground and without saying a word, directly took out a vial of sea blue liquid from his waist and unhesitatingly injected it into his neck. As the potion was injected, his originally sharp eyes were instantly covered by a layer of deep blue, flashing with an inhuman brilliance. Even his short black hair began to faintly shimmer, with a ghostly blue sheen at the roots. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Xiaoying did not attack immediately. Instead, he stood still, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. He spread his arms, and an invisible field of mental energy instantly expanded around him. The scattered metallic weapons beneath his feet began to tremble slightly and slowly floated off the ground. Sword lights and shadows, a rain of guns and sticks. Dozens of weapons, as if brought to life, pointed at Linxia from all directions, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Chapter 121, Third Place. In the live broadcast room, some knowledgeable viewers gasped in surprise. With the enhancement of the spiritual energy combat suit, combined with Xiaoying's own spiritual energy, this shield could withstand a sudden burst of up to 20,000 kg. At the same time, Linxia's spear was already thrusting forward. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The spear tip accurately pierced the layer of the spiritual energy shield, causing the entire shield to shake violently, instantly spreading spiderweb-like cracks from the spear tip. However, it did not shatter. It actually withstood Linxia's earth-shattering strike. At the same moment Linxia's spear was blocked, the long spears and knives that had originally fallen behind him also trembled slightly at the same time. As if given a final breath, they suddenly changed direction and transformed into deadly flashes of light, launching a final strike at Linxia's unguarded back. Watch out behind you, spear brother. Oh no. Is he turning the tables? However, there was not a hint of panic on Linxia's face. His gaze was eerily calm. His hand holding the spear was as steady as a rock. Second shot. Third shot. Chapter 122, Can Eating Make You Pregnant? Linxia. She panted as she blocked Linxia's path, her voice trembling slightly. Will we meet again? Chen Chui's heart was already filled with immense excitement and joy. She originally did not think highly of Linxia, yet he unexpectedly defeated even a spiritual cultivator. It was something she never imagined. To witness and personally record such a legendary moment. With the lowest ranking, achieving 15 consecutive victories, he turned the tables and finally entered the top 3. Such an astonishing dark horse, such a legendary story, as far as she knew, had never occurred in the nearly 20-year history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch. And she would be the first and only reporter to conduct an exclusive interview with him. She was already a sophomore at the school, interning in the official live broadcast room, purely out of interest. Now looking at this boy in front of her, though slightly tired, his eyes still calm as water. There was an unprecedented sparkle in his beautiful eyes. Linxia, congratulations again. 15 consecutive wins, ultimately ranking third. This is undoubtedly the most miraculous and legendary achievement of this examination, in nearly a decade. May I ask, how do you feel right now? Chen Chui's voice trembled with excitement, but still maintained her professional demeanor. Chapter 123, Student Council. As soon as Linxia stepped out of the passage, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined, quickly approached him. Upon seeing Linxia, a warm and appropriately enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. Hello, Linxia. Linxia glanced at the young man, who immediately respectfully handed over his electronic business card. I am your counselor, Zhao Wenbo. The young man smiled and said, Congratulations on ending the first phase of the competition with a perfect record of 15 consecutive wins, and I wish you continued success in the upcoming second phase. He paused and continued, I am here mainly to add you as a friend. If you have any questions at school in the future, feel free to ask me. Furthermore, Zhao Wenbo's tone became a bit serious, as he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and said solemnly, "If any clubs approach you during this time, before the start of the semester exams, no matter what generous conditions they offer, please do not accept any invitations from them yet. After the exams, our student council will organize a special recruitment briefing for outstanding new students like you. At that time, you can choose to join our student council, or any club you prefer." Chapter 124, 1 minute. Lin Chia noticed her change and immediately adjusted his technique. However, he failed again. Bai Mushi turned to the side, burying her face in the soft pillow, her shoulders slightly shaking with suppressed sobs. Crystal tears slid down the corners of her eyes, soaking the pillowcase. "It's all my fault, I'm too weak." Her voice carried a heavy tone of crying and self-blame. "Dragging you down again." Seeing this, Lin Chia felt a pang in his heart, quickly sitting by the bed and gently pulling her into his arms. Softly comforting her, "Silly girl, what are you saying? It's my fault for not controlling it well, it has nothing to do with you. You've done really well. Far better than last time." He gently wiped away her tears and said in a half-joking tone, "Look, this time we lasted 1 minute and 1 second. That's an extension of a full 2 seconds from last time. That's a huge breakthrough." Bai Mushi was amused by his feigned lightheartedness, letting out a chuckle even before drying her tears. 2 seconds is nothing to call a breakthrough," she muttered nasally. Chapter 125, Keep Grinding. Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed the nearby pillow and smashed it against the wall, making a muffled sound. Her icy, delicate face was already covered with an abnormal flush, and her eyes brimmed with complex emotions that she couldn't even understand. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Chia arrived at the familiar white building of the Reproductive Management Center. He moved with ease, as if returning home. A young lady in a brand-new black suit, with a cool demeanor that couldn't hide her graceful curves, saw Lin Chia's VIP identification and immediately displayed a professional and respectful smile, leading him to the exclusive VIP room. Half an hour later, Lin Chia stepped out, feeling refreshed, as if the whole world had become clear and bright. When he returned to the core area of the school at Teaching Building Number 10, the long-awaited system prompt echoed in his mind like celestial music. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation permissions. Charge break fist has been unlocked. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Chapter 126, Wed Again. However, Lin Chia did not stop and resumed practicing the Gale thrust. He knew that although these basic martial skills were already perfected and could no longer directly enhance his genetic potential and physical attributes, they could still provide a continuous stream of experience points for his more important martial will, fiery and rapid. Time flew by as he practiced the Gale thrust again and again. By 10 o'clock at night, Lin Chia slowly finished his training. He was drenched in sweat, his combat suit clinging tightly to his body, outlining the explosive lines of his muscles. But his eyes shone astonishingly bright, as if 2 clusters of flames were burning fiercely. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host: Lin Chia, genetic potential, 186 physical ability, 182 mental ability, 182 spiritual energy, 140 martial arts. Set of radio exercises level 10 max, primordial chi level 6, 0600, 8 treasure skill level 60120, basic fist technique level 10 max, basic footwork level 10 max. Chapter 127, Rapid progress. However, reality is always harsher than imagination. While gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Chia comforted her softly, "It's okay, it's okay. You've improved by 4 seconds this time. Look, our progress is rapid. At this rate, with a few more times, we can definitely make it. You still say?" Bai Mushi was both angry and amused by his words, and she playfully punched his chest with her soft fist, but it lacked any force. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Next door, Yi Qinghan could vividly imagine how the woman next door was struggling under that domineering force, retreating step by step, ultimately being completely conquered. A strange sense of annoyance and jealousy gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Why? Why could that weak woman have him? Yi Qinghan could no longer bear it. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, strode to the door, and flung it open. However, when the cold corridor air blew against her flushed cheeks, her impulsive courage instantly faded. She stood at the door, looking at the tightly closed door next door, with a face full of frustration and entanglement. Chapter 128. Unyielding military soul. Lin Xie walked slowly to the weapon rack. He first took down a 2-meter-long alloy spear, and then picked up a small alloy round shield. After completing this, he did not stop, but instead weighed a set of 6 standard short javelins, and hung them on the tactical buckle on his back. Spear, shield, javelins. His whole outfit looked like a hodgepodge. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. What? Am I seeing things? Is this the one-shot brother? What's going on? Isn't he a gunner? Why is he carrying a shield and javelins? This style is wrong. Didn't he say 1 shot per person? How did it turn into this? I'm dying of laughter. Did this guy get possessed by Xiao Ying? He won against them and still wants to learn their tactics. Upstairs is right. Ha ha ha. Possession 1. 1 shot brother, the truth is out, I'm actually a hexagonal warrior. Now there's a good show to watch. I wonder what Wang Haotian is thinking right now. The alloy tower shield and short-handled war hammer remind me of the Empire's Millennium Expeditionary Force. If he truly embodies the military spirit, he could counter martial intent. Chapter 129, The Quickest End. After 2 hours of rest, Lin Xie felt that both his physical and mental states had returned to peak condition. During these 2 hours, he hadn't been completely idle. Although the space in the lounge was small and he couldn't fully stretch his limbs, practicing the raising and thrusting of the Gale gun technique in place was not a problem at all. He didn't even need a real spear. Just holding a metal short rod and applying light force was enough. Each time he exerted force, it drove the operation of a martial will, fiery and rapid. In just 2 hours, over 1,000 thrusts pushed his martial will progress bar forward significantly. Martial will, fiery and rapid level 4, 20884000, this time, the No. 3 training ground where Lin Xie was located was not chosen as the focus battle by the main station. Because, in number 1 training ground, a more eye-catching duel was about to unfold. The first-ranked newcomer of this session, a monster among monsters, Chen Xuani, was set to face off against the 100th ranked Qin Xiaoxiao. This match attracted the attention of the entire school, and even all observers in the 0755 star system. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's match seemed relatively unremarkable. Chapter 130, Looking up soon, the matchup list for the 3rd round was finally refreshed. Lin Xie opened his personal terminal and took a look at the advancement list. The first ranked was still Chen Xuani. It seemed that Qin Xiaoxiao ultimately failed to create a miracle, losing to this monster. His opponent in this round was from the 3rd to last ranked players. 3rd round, match location, No. 3 training ground, Lin Xie, overall ranking, 3 Deng Wenji, overall ranking, 47. When Lin Xie walked into the number 3 training ground, his opponent, Deng Wenji, a not tall but solid as a mountain, steady-eyed shield and dagger boy, was already waiting there. The match hasn't even started yet, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room has already reached a climax. Here it comes. The 3rd match of 1 shot brother. His opponent is Deng Wenji. In the last match, he endured dozens of attacks from his opponent and finally wore them down to death, truly a cockroach that can't be killed. His martial will is as immovable as a mountain, able to influence the will of others, making them feel small like standing before a towering peak, thus weakening their strength. What immovable as a mountain? In front of 1 shot brother, it's all the same. Chapter 131, standing stick when the match list refreshed and Liu Zhenlong saw Lin Xie's name appear opposite him. His expression was very complex. He stood in the lounge, staring at the familiar name ranked third on the screen, momentarily feeling dazed. Once upon a time, this low-level person from a remote grain area was just an ant that had lucked into climbing onto the dining table, not even qualified to be looked at by him. He clearly remembered that during the admission exam, when Yang Failong was punched into a pig's head by this guy, he felt nothing but disdain and contempt. He also remembered that before the start of the school exam, when he encountered him again on the commercial street, he had that condescending posture. But now, the tides have turned. This low-level person he once looked down upon has unexpectedly risen powerfully in a way he cannot comprehend, becoming a top genius alongside Chen Xuanyi and Tang Dongshan. Even Qin Xiaoxiao, who also comprehended the martial will, was defeated so miserably under him. And now, he has to face this existence he once regarded as an ant in the role of a challenger. This huge disparity in identity made him feel an indescribable sense of frustration and absurdity. Chapter 132, Target Practice. On his day off, Liu Zhenlong analyzed intelligence, trying to understand possible opponents. However, due to the large number of targets and lack of detail, his intelligence report had mistakes. Wasn't it supposed to be one-shot, brother? This spear isn't a long spear, it's a javelin. Liu Zhenlong didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His toes abruptly pushed off the top of the stick, trying to dodge. At the same time, just as the javelin left his hand, Lin Xie's martial will, which had already surpassed Liu Zhenlong by several levels, erupted like an awakened ancient volcano. Martial will blaze. Liu Zhenlong felt an irresistible, terrifying momentum that could burn his soul to ashes, crashing violently against his proud, thunderous wrath and martial will. His wild and unyielding fighting spirit was like fragile glass, instantly crushed, torn apart, and burned to nothing in the face of this superior, more domineering will. No. Liu Zhenlong was horrified to find he was gravely mistaken. In an instant, his mental world was engulfed by an endless sea of fire, his brain buzzing, and suddenly everything went blank. Chapter 133, Revenge Battle. The data analysis was complete. Wang Kaizhuan stopped his actions and projected a detailed data report on the screen. He adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of incredulous seriousness, stating that Lin Xie was a monster. According to the model calculations, his instantaneous explosive power with each attack exceeds 18,000 kg. Moreover, the attack interval is extremely short, likely using the sea-level martial technique and gale spear technique. I originally thought he had only one trick, but in reality, the opponents he faced in the first stage didn't have the ability to make him use a second move. As the competition progressed, more of his martial techniques emerged, such as shield strike, shield block, and Mars shadow javelin, but it was somewhat puzzling that all these were D-level martial techniques, or rather, no opponent had yet made him use higher-level martial techniques. The most terrifying part was that Zhong Yating took over the conversation. Her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Xie's figure on the screen, and she said solemnly, his martial will. I repeatedly watched his duels with Qin Xiaoxiao, Xiao Ying, Zhu Hongkai, and others. His martial will presents an overwhelming, crushing level of advantage in every direct confrontation. It's no longer just strength, it's a qualitative change, a manifestation of a higher level. Chapter 134, once again defeated. This match was filled with unparalleled suspense and attention because of Lin Xie's previous brutal battle with Xiao Ying. In the main broadcast room, the two gold medal commentators used extravagant language to set the atmosphere for this revenge battle. Ladies and gentlemen, the fateful duel is about to unfold again. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. In the last battle of the first stage, Lin Xie, with an almost crushing posture, defeated the then third-ranked top genius, Xiao Ying. And today, after going through several rounds of elimination, these two men standing at the top of the freshman pyramid will meet again. Yes, Teacher Zhong. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet and filled with anticipation. Although Xiaoying regrettably lost in the first stage, he has shown overwhelming dominance in today's elimination round, winning consecutively and returning with a bang. He has proven that he is still that invincible spiritual cultivator. Exactly. The male commentator took over, his gaze landing on Xiaoying's data, analyzing in a very professional tone. And we noticed that starting from the second stage, Xiaoying's equipment has also undergone a complete upgrade. This endless deep space energy combat suit he wears is the flagship product launched by Xiao God Technology, priced at a staggering 50 million credit points. The tidal energy shield system it carries is said to withstand 25,000 kg of instantaneous explosion. Chapter 135. The second battle. The female commentator finally snapped back to reality from her shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. God. This is no longer just a simple gap in strength. This is an absolute dominance on the level of will. Even with Xiaoying fully prepared. Even going so far as to injure himself to push his mental power to the limit, he was still instantly crushed. Just how powerful is Lin Xie's martial will? However, Lin Xie did not give him any chance to breathe. He shifted his footwork, and his entire body shot forward like a fired cannonball, instantly crossing the distance between the two. This time, Xiaoying used more medicine than before, but he was hurt even more severely. And his spirit was far more exhausted than before, unable to fully support the energy shield, only able to exert half its effect. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying unleashed his final survival instinct. He endured the excruciating pain of his mental world tearing apart, frantically activating the last bit of energy within him. The combat suit worth 50 million lit up with dazzling white light again, but this time the energy shield appeared dim and unstable, flickering like a candle in the wind. Chapter 136. First injury in the main broadcast room. The two gold medal commentators were already in position, their voices trembling with excitement, as they used extravagant language to create a grand prelude for this highly anticipated semifinal. Dear viewers, welcome back to the scene of the freshman entrance exam at the Galaxy Martial Arts University. The male commentator's voice is high-pitched and full of passion. Now, we are about to welcome the semifinals of this year's exam. Our main station will broadcast this highly anticipated peak showdown live for everyone. Yes, Teacher Zhong. The female commentator's voice is equally sweet and full of expectation. The competitors in this match can be said to be the two most anticipated contestants of this year's exam. On one side is our top prodigy, Tang Dongshan, who has shown unparalleled dominance since the start of the competition. On the other side is Lin Xie, the biggest miracle of this year's exam, who has surged from 9,988th place to the top 4 with an undefeated record. That's right. One is a well-known top prodigy, and the other is a mysteriously rising king. Their duel will surely be a peak clash like a meteor colliding with the earth. Will it be Tang Dongshan's three-wave triple slash that is invincible, or Lin Xie's martial will be superior? Let's wait and see. Chapter 137. Facing death, to live. The main station's live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Wow! He's injured. One gun brother is injured. Tang Dongshan is too fierce. Trading injury for injury. So decisive. This second slash was at least 30% faster than the first. The power is even stronger. Although his stomach was pierced, he also successfully injured Lin Xie. This wave is not a loss. This is the terror of three-wave triple slash. Each slash is stronger than the last. It's over. It's over. The third slash is coming. One gun brother won't be able to block it. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi's heart instantly rose to her throat. Her small hands tightly clenched into fists, her knuckles slightly turning white from the force. Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qinghan showed a look of surprise. This man can also be injured. On the martial arts arena, Tang Dongshan seemed to feel no pain in his waist. His sharp eyes were filled only with cold fighting spirit. He looked at the bleeding wound on Lin Xie's shoulder and calmly spoke, his voice like a cold wind from the depths of hell. The third slash. However, in the next moment, the psychic energy exploded. The flame psychic energy that had already pierced into Tang Dongshan's body with the tip of the gun exploded violently just as his knife momentum was about to end. Chapter 138. No flag set in the student dormitory. By Mushi had already covered her face and cried. Crystal tears slid down her smooth cheeks, soaking her clothes. Her heart was torn by two completely opposite extreme emotions, the immense joy of his ultimate victory and the worry for his severe injury. When she saw Lin Chia's right arm severed at the root, blood gushing out, it felt as if her heart had been tightly grasped by someone. Aching and nearly unable to breathe. It wasn't until the final victory words appeared on the holographic screen that her heart, which had risen to her throat, finally eased a little. Without any hesitation, she trembled and immediately sent a message to Lin Chia. By Mushi, honey, how are you? Meanwhile, in the next room. In Yi Qinghan's mind, the moment of the severed arm, the final desperate counterattack, and that blood-soaked proud figure, each image acted like the most intense catalyst, igniting her blood, making her heart race and breath quicken. At the same time, in the core area of the school, in the training room 2202 of Teaching Building 10, Lin Yuchen was quietly standing alone in front of the giant holographic screen. Chapter 139, The Foundation of Chen Xuani. 3 hours later, the medical pod's repair cycle ended. Lin Chia moved his recovered right arm, although he could still feel a slight discomfort from deep within the nerves, affecting about 3 of his condition, overall. A 97 recovery rate was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Lin Chia recalled the image of Tang Dongshan being pierced through the head by a javelin, crashing down. That shot, he had held nothing back. Because Tang Dongshan's 3 slashes were also lethal. He was the strongest opponent Lin Chia had encountered so far, and the most brutal. In that life-and-death moment, any hesitation meant his own death. Lin Chia opened the terminal, which contained a few messages from new students or senior sisters. After all, Lin Chia had very few friends. Qian Kun, brother Lin. Awesome. Chen Shui, Lin Chia, your shot was too cool. Lin Chia replied one by one, saying he had mostly recovered and casually asked how Tang Dongshan was doing now. Soon, they replied again. Qian Kun, that guy Tang Dongshan had his brain knocked out by you. I estimate he'll have to lie in the medical pod for 10 days or half a month before he can come out. Chapter 140, Different Worlds in the Boys' Dormitory in Qiantai City, by Mujie was dumbfounded. Genetic potential 30. That's the threshold for a 3-star martial artist. That's the level of those lofty mentors at the Qiantai Martial Arts Normal University. And now, this is actually just a freshman at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Bai Mujie felt that his worldview had been shocked like never before. He instinctively glanced at his roommates, who were focused on playing the holographic game King of Martial Gods. They seemed to have no interest in the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman exam finals far away on Terra. At that moment, Bai Mujie began to understand why his roommates had not paid attention to the Galaxy Martial Arts University matches. It turned out that people's joys and sorrows do not resonate with each other. Perhaps, in their view, the Galaxy Martial Arts University competition on Terra was like gods fighting in another dimension, too distant to be real. It was no longer the same track. Nor even the same world. Just like ants would not pay attention to wars between humans, the gap was so vast that it lost resonance. They were people from 2 different worlds, inherently unable to connect, let alone intersect. Chapter 141, You Open, I Open. The martial arts arena was still in fierce battle. The sounds of metal clashing were incessant, sparks flying, and the wind howling. However, as time passed, the balance of the battle began to inevitably tilt toward Chen Xuani. Although Lin Chia's martial will was strong, there was ultimately an insurmountable gap in techniques, martial skills, and even the most basic physical fitness compared to Chen Xuani. Chen Xuani's deeper foundation in martial arts allowed his psychic energy to flow continuously, as if it would never run dry. His more exquisite A-grade martial skills made each of his attacks full of variation and lethality. In contrast, although Lin Xie's foundation was terrifyingly solid, his techniques were ultimately too singular, and a long defense would lead to a loss. Under Chen Xuani's torrential attacks, Lin Xie's stamina began to deplete rapidly, and his breathing gradually became hurried. Sizzle! 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 A dazzling flash of knife light streaked across, and on Lin Xie's million-dollar guardian battle suit, several deep cracks that could be seen to the bone appeared in an instant. Bright red blood spurted out from the cracks, staining his black battle suit. After all, Chen Xuani's genetic potential, even under Lin Xie's terrifying martial intent suppression, could still maintain around 20. Chapter 142. Attention from the big shots. Almost at the same moment when Chen Xuani's aura surged, Lin Xie made the same move. His left hand shot into the tactical pack at his waist like lightning. In the next moment, a bottle of injection appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged the needle hard into his neck. In the live broadcast room, the two golden commentators went crazy upon seeing this scene. My God! Lin Xie is injecting himself. This is the first time Lin Xie has used medication during a fight. Is this Lin Xie's trump card? The female commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Xie is going to confront Chen Xuani head-on, to the end. However, I don't think the color of this drug looks like an enhancement agent. The male commentator's voice was filled with doubt. Is Lin Xie using a healing agent, or a stamina recovery agent? Regardless, he hasn't given up. He's still fighting. The barrage in the live room erupted at this moment. Wow wow wow. One Shot Brother is also using drugs. Shoot. Everyone, shoot to kill. One Shot Brother. Take him down. Chapter 143. Chen Xuani's defense broken. On the martial arts stage, the more Chen Xuani fought, the more serious his expression became. He could clearly feel that his stamina and strength was slowly and irreversibly declining over time. Meanwhile, the guy opposite him seemed like a monster that never knew fatigue. No matter how he attacked, he could recover to peak condition in the next second. This is completely illogical. What kind of drug is he using? How can the drug's effect last so long? Just as Chen Xuani's mind momentarily wavered, Lin Xie keenly seized this fleeting flaw. Clang! The long spear in Lin Xie's hand, like a venomous dragon that had been lying in wait, finally revealed its deadly fangs. The gleaming spear tip broke through Chen Xuani's impenetrable defense with an incredible angle and precisely pierced into his left shoulder. Phut! Blood instantly stained his black battle suit. This was the first time Chen Xuani had been injured since the start of the match. However, before Lin Xie could detonate the energy at the spear tip, Chen Xuani had already reacted. He let out a muffled grunt, his body violently recoiling. And he actually used his own flesh and blood to forcibly pull the not fully embedded spear tip out of his body. Chapter 144. New Life First. No. It can't go on like this. Chen Xuani's eyes instantly became resolute. He knew he couldn't be dragged into the opponent's bizarre rhythm any longer. He had to finish the battle quickly. At that moment, he clearly felt that the peak state brought by the cell activation agent in his body was beginning to show signs of decline. Now's the time. He let out a furious roar, and the three-pronged double-edged knife in his hand changed moves again, smashing down towards Lin Xie's head with the force of a mountain. The gesture recognition function of the Night God battle suit was triggered again. The last cell activation agent, already placed in the hidden slot, was instantly injected into his body. This was his last agent. He wanted to use this final burst before his stamina was completely exhausted to utterly defeat the enemy before him. However, what awaited him was still Lin Xie's rock-solid defense. Clang! Lin Xie's alloy small shield met it accurately. The immense impact again caused him to stagger backward. But this time, he didn't appear as flustered as before. He only took 3 steps back and firmly stood his ground, dissipating all the terrifying force. Chapter 145, full of vitality. Lin Xie put away the alloy-long spear. The effect of the full of vitality agent was still ongoing. A 24-hour effect. So powerful. An unprecedented surge of energy swept through his entire body, as the tension of battle dissipated in an instant. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached again. Chen Shui rushed over with her interview team like a whirlwind. On her pretty face, a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes, as if it could pull threads. She looked at the boy in the tattered battle suit in front of her, her heart racing. So handsome. Lin Xie. Her voice trembled with excitement, as she prepared to bring the microphone to his mouth. At that moment, a familiar figure squeezed in. It was the counselor Zhao Wenbo. He wore a beaming smile, unceremoniously pulling Lin Xie aside, away from the live camera, while casting an impatient glance at Chen Shui. Lin Xie, very good. You really brought us glory. Zhao Wenbo excitedly patted his arm, then lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. To cut a long story short, I need to tell you something. According to school regulations, during your time at school, the school has unified management and commercial cooperation rights over your name, image, and portrait rights, of course. This is also to concentrate resources and help you fight for maximum benefits, understand? Chapter 146, Unrealistic Fantasies. Not far away, Yi Qinghan, who had just arrived, happened to witness this scene. She watched the two tightly embraced under the streetlight, lost in a passionate kiss, and felt her heart being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Both sour and bitter, almost unable to breathe. She stared hard at Lin Xie's back, her eyes filled with intense jealousy and unwillingness that she herself couldn't comprehend. I want to kill this woman and take her place. After a long time, their lips parted. Lin Xie directly picked up the blushing, weak-legged Bai Mushi, ignoring the shocked gazes around them, and strode towards the student dormitory, leaving behind a mess of broken glasses and a group of freshmen whose worldviews were greatly impacted. Soon, on the forum of the Galaxy Martial Arts University, posts about one-shot brother Lin Xie's mysterious girlfriend, the love of the top freshman. Whether it is a catalyst or a stumbling block for martial arts, exploded. Champion's girlfriend's belly is bulging, suspected to be one-shot's pregnancy. And other gossip threads sprang up like mushrooms after rain, flooding the campus network and causing a surge in popularity. Chapter 147, Why is he so strong? Soon, with the broadcast of Chen Shui's exclusive interview and the rampant fermentation of various rumors, an even more astonishing fact surfaced. That woman is not Lin Xie's girlfriend, but his wife. Oh my God. A wife? This news exploded like a detonated underwater bomb, instantly stirring up unprecedented waves within the entire freshman group. Getting married at this age? Is this the legendary political marriage that only occurs between top noble families? In an instant, various speculations and discussions erupted. I told you. Brother Yi is definitely not some grassroots dark horse. Exactly. Look at the potion he used during the finals, its effect is even more powerful than Chen Xuani's. That must be a cutting-edge new drug. That's right. How could someone who defeated Chen Xuani possibly be an ordinary person from the grain district? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Behind him, there must be a huge force that we can't even imagine. Could it be a hidden family from the Taurus main star? Or a super-financial conglomerate crossing constellations? Countless guesses rendered Lin Xie's identity increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. Chapter 148. A clash of ice and fire. Lin Yuchen was filled with suspicion, but her body's reaction was faster than her thoughts. Boom! A similarly scorching, domineering, yet more refined and pure will erupted from her petite body like a phoenix awakening from slumber, fiercely confronting Lin Xie's violent momentum. The two sources of a fiery blaze, martial arts wills collided violently in mid-air, igniting the entire training room, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Lin Yuechan's heart surged with immense waves. How is this possible? A freshman who had just entered school for less than a month. A boy she had watched comprehend martial arts will from scratch, was now unleashing a willpower that could rival hers and even seemed to have a counterpressure effect. This was beyond mere talent, this was simply monstrous. How long has it been? His martial arts will had undergone such a tremendous qualitative change. The refinement, dominance, and the pure power that seemed capable of incinerating everything had even subtly touched the threshold of returning to the truth. 1 month. From entry to the pinnacle of martial arts will. Chapter 149, He is such a person. Sai Chingwan. Lin Yu-chan could no longer tolerate it, her voice suddenly turning cold. She stepped forward, pulling Sai Chingwan away from Lin Xie, her gaze icy, stating there was no problem, so she should hurry and leave. Oh, why be so stingy? Sai Chingwan chuckled, gracefully turning with the force, showing no signs of anger, instead seizing the opportunity to throw Lin Xie a captivating glance. The next second, an exquisite business card projected from her terminal, hovering in front of Lin Xie. Lin Xie, let's be friends. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me. Sai Chingwan's innocent yet alluring smile made Lin Xie's heart skip a beat. To be honest, who could refuse such a stunningly beautiful and unfathomably powerful teacher? His hand instinctively lifted, the personal terminal's screen lighting up in response. Lin Yue-chan's patience finally reached its limit. Without saying a word, she directly grabbed the still smiling Sai Chingwan by the arm and unceremoniously pushed her toward the door. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut with a dull thud, cutting off Sai Chingwan's silver bell-like, sweet, and provocative laughter outside. Chapter 150, Afraid I'll Steal Your Thunder. Thinking about how Lin Xie likely had such a persistent, even fanatical pursuit of having children, Yi Qinghan felt her worldview was being shaken like never before. The moment she discovered Lin Xie's secret, her heart uncontrollably raced. Taking a deep breath, she trembled as she typed a line of text on her terminal. What if it's a fertility project? However, time ticked by. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The other end of the screen remained silent, with no reply at all. Yi Qinghan's heart sank little by little as time passed. Did she guess wrong? Then why didn't he reply? A more despairing thought surfaced in her mind. He doesn't dislike research projects, but he dislikes me. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Meanwhile, Lin Xie was completely immersed in his training, unaware that Yi Qinghan had sent him another message, as he had muted her. He held a long spear, continuously practicing the basic spear techniques in the empty training room. Thrust, lift, slash, sweep, collapse. Chapter 151, Call Me Sister. Lin Yu-chan pushed the door open. And the intense heat of mixed energy and sweat in the training room was even stronger than before she left. Lin Xie was holding the long spear, repeatedly performing the monotonous basic thrusts, the spear tip cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. He had no idea what had transpired between the two women outside. All he knew was that when he saw this woman reappear, when he looked into her eyes that seemed to be burning with flames and felt her unmasked, queen-like, domineering aura filled with power, his already restless heart exploded. Lin Xie's fiery gaze sparkled even more, as if it would erupt at any moment. Martial arts will fiery blaze. Vaz? A wild, primal, aggressive martial arts will erupted uncontrollably from him like a feral beast breaking free from its cage. At the same time, a similarly scorching yet more refined and pure martial arts will, like a queen descending, fiercely met his violent momentum. The two sources of a fiery blaze clashed fiercely in the training room, making the air seem to ignite. Chapter 152, Level Up Monster Hunting. Lin Xie felt the last thread of his rationality snap at that moment. The overwhelming energy from the potion, mixed with the primal desire provoked to the extreme by the stunning beauty before him, surged like a flood breaching a dam, wildly assaulting his final defenses. His throat rolled violently, and he managed to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth, that sister. Hearing that trembling word sister, The flame-burning phoenix eyes of Lin Yuchen shone even more brightly. Very good. Her voice was filled with deadly temptation as she slowly straightened up, step by step, walking towards Lin Chia. At the moment when the ambiguous and dangerous atmosphere reached its peak, a sudden buzzing sound of an urgent communication request abruptly broke the suffocating silence in the training room. Lin Yuechan's terminal rang. She frowned slightly, a flash of annoyance crossing her eyes at the interruption, but she swiped to answer the voice call anyway. Hello. A serious and urgent male voice came from the other end. Is this teacher Lin Yuchen? We just received a top command that there are abnormal energy fluctuations at Abyss Rift number 13, suspected to be a high-level Abyss creature breaking through the blockade. An emergency summon is being issued. Please ensure you gather at the first assembly point within 1 hour. Repeat, within 1 hour. Chapter 153. Today is the danger period. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then a storm surged in his heart. 1. Facing extraordinary warriors. There is actually a minimum probability of 1. No way, system, isn't that a bit unfair? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I really can't hold it in. Lin Yuchen shot him an annoyed glance, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Still laughing? You're still laughing. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. What right do you have to laugh? You haven't even made it through the entry level. The threshold for entering the Zhuan Su Heart Sutra is 10 minutes. You're way too far off, little pup. Saying this, Lin Yuchen paused and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, sizing him up from head to toe. Are you even capable? How can I not be capable? Lin Xiao suddenly sprang up from the ground, his deep-set eyes igniting with an unprecedented, fierce spirit of defiance. A man's dignity cannot be provoked. The effect is still on. Omitted thousands of words, Lin Yuchen looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Oh? Are you afraid I'm in the danger period? Lin Xiao didn't know what got into him, but provoked by her gaze, he boldly blurted out his thoughts, yes. Chapter 154. Anonymous report. Lin Yuchen looked down at him from above, rolling her eyes helplessly, her cool and beautiful face filled with disdain. What are you still doing here? I need to execute a mission. After saying that, she ignored Lin Xiao and walked directly towards the training room's washroom. Soon, Lin Yuchen emerged from the washroom, dressed in a dry combat suit. She didn't even glance at Lin Xiao, simply coldly throwing out one sentence: hurry up and take a shower. Also, activate the deep cleaning procedure for the training room. Before her words fell, she left the training room without looking back, the heavy alloy door closing with a thud, sealing everything outside. Lin Xiao looked down at his body covered in sticky sweat, and without a second thought, rushed into the washroom. At the same time, he activated the ventilation and deep cleaning mode of the training room, a faint mechanical sound starting up. Warm water poured down from above, washing away the fatigue from his body. As he washed, Lin Xiao thought to himself. He had been training for almost an hour now. Although the process was very tortuous and messy, he had finally managed to last 6 minutes this last time. Chapter 155. Learning from seniors 4 hours later. Unlike the lively club buildings in the campus, the office of the Judgment Court Club was filled with a cold and oppressive silence. At the entrance of the second training room, Zhong Yalan, Zhong Yating's older sister, stood quietly. She was tall and graceful, dressed in the standard staff uniform of the Judgment Court Club, standing straight with a professional and calm expression. The red indicator light above the door blinked silently, indicating that there was something happening inside and not to be disturbed. Finally, the indicator light turned from red to green. With a swoosh, the heavy alloy door slid open, revealing a spacious and clean interior. Zhong Yalan stepped inside and saw a young man in a black combat suit standing in the center of the training room. His breathing was long and distant, almost inaudible, yet his presence felt like a perilous sword sheathed, its edge reined in. Vice President. Zhong Yalan stopped at a safe distance and slightly bowed. I have work to report. The young man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, cold eyes devoid of any emotion. He was the vice president of the Judgment Court Club, Sai Lingguang. Speak. He uttered a single word. His voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. Chapter 156. I'm waiting for you thinking of this. Qin Xiaoxia forcibly extinguished the ripple that had just risen in her heart, her gaze returning to coldness and indifference. Lin Qiao also suddenly woke up, cursing himself for being careless, and quickly turned his back to her, pouring the newly emerged fiery passion into his marksmanship to resist the deadly temptation. Qin Xiaoxia watched his back as he crazily trained with his back to her, and quietly sat down to the side. She opened her personal terminal, trying to contact Lin Yuchen, but found that the communication was not going through. After waiting for 10 minutes and seeing that Lin Yuchen still hadn't appeared, and Lin Qiao had no intention of stopping, she stood up and quietly left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Qiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the door and locked the training room from the inside. If any unrelated person came to disturb him, he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. He sank his mind again and continued his frantic training. 13 hours later. It was already the afternoon of the next day. Buzz? The sound of gunfire erupted again, and Lin Qiao stood with his gun in hand. His mind sank into the system panel. Basic Marksmanship, Level 6, 400600, Chapter 157, Where have I seen this before? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen felt no anger in her heart. During this mission, she faced life-and-death situations multiple times. But under that extreme pressure, she clearly felt that her martial will, which had stagnated for 5 years, was actually loosening. That previously unreachable bottleneck was now within her grasp. And the source of all this came from the young boy in front of her. In her affection for him, she looked at this boy with whom she had formed the closest relationship, and who had brought her a breakthrough opportunity, and a rare tenderness rose in her heart. However, things often do not completely meet personal expectations. Soon, the effect finally wore off. Lin Qiao smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. In the next moment, he was kicked away. Lin Yuchen asked lightly, "The effect has worn off?" Without waiting for Lin Qiao to respond, she disdainfully threw out a remark, "Useless little guy." Lin Qiao instantly got angry, leaping up from the ground, pointing at her and shouting loudly, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not bully the poor youth. Lin Yuechan's beautiful face, full of spring colors, slightly raised her brows and said with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, "You have quite the talent for words, young man." Chapter 158, Freshman Champion Rewards. As Lin Qiao slowly pushed open the heavy door of the training room building, a strong beam of sunlight rushed toward him like a tidal wave, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The sudden light caught him off guard, and he instinctively squinted his eyes to lessen the discomfort caused by the dazzling brightness. However, despite the glaring sunlight, it also brought an indescribable warmth. This warmth enveloped him like a mother's embrace, making him feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. This surreal feeling made Lin Qiao a bit dazed, and he couldn't help but raise his wrist to check the time on his personal terminal. The numbers on the screen clearly displayed 5 p.m. 5 p.m. He had actually spent a whole day and night in the training room. Had so much time passed? Below the time, there were several highlighted messages from the school's official channel. Galaxy Marshall University Academic Affairs Office, notification of freshman entrance exam champion rewards distribution for the class of 40,918. Galaxy Marshall University Administrative Office, notification of invitation to Lin Qiao as the freshman representative to speak at the opening ceremony. Chapter 159, Homeroom Teacher, Han Yusen. After reading, Lin Qiao felt a surge of excitement. There was actually a champion-exclusive reward. It was equivalent to triple the top 10 rewards. A big deal. Moreover, he was now ranked number 1. He could also move to a lower floor with more abundant spiritual energy. Lin Chia glanced at Bai Mushi, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Once Bai Mushi woke up, they would move. He then clicked on the next notification. Formal notification of invitation to Lin Chia, as the freshman representative to speak at the opening ceremony. Dear Lin Chia, the opening ceremony for the Galaxy Marshall University class of 40,918 is one of the most important annual ceremonies of our school. In light of your outstanding performance in the entrance exam and the extraordinary will you have demonstrated, the Student Affairs Department has proposed, and the school committee has unanimously approved, to formally invite you, as the sole representative of this year's freshmen, to speak at the opening ceremony. The specific arrangements are as follows: ceremony time, 9 a.m., October 6th. Imperial Year 40918 ceremony location, Central Plaza speech segment, expected around 9:45 a.m., with a suggested duration of 35 minutes. Your speech will be broadcast live to all school faculty and students, alliance representatives, and major media outlets. To ensure the smooth conduct of the ceremony, please submit the first draft of your speech to your counselor, Teacher Zhao Wenbo, by October 5th. Chapter 160, Which Club to Join Finally. Teacher Han Yusin's expression became solemn and grave as she slightly bowed. I wish you all the best in your new journey at Galaxy Marshall University. Cutting through thorns and advancing bravely, with prosperous martial fortunes. As her voice fell, Teacher Han Yusin's figure gradually faded away. The virtual hall before Lin Chia dissipated, returning him to reality. In front of him appeared a virtual light curtain entrance with the official certification mark of Galaxy Marshall University, clearly displaying several large words: Student Union and Freshman Club Recruitment Guidelines. Lin Chia clicked to enter. An array of badge icons flashing different lights was neatly arranged before him. Student Union, Judgment Court Club, Blood Battle Club, Guardians Club, Pioneers Club, Administrative Office Club, Legal Affairs Club, Divine Cultivation Club, Planet Merchant Club. Looking at the names of these clubs, Lin Chia suddenly understood the educational model of Galaxy Marshall University. What martial arts you practice, and which martial path you take is entirely decided by you or your family. Choosing which club to join is equivalent to choosing your future career direction and network. Chapter 161, Freshman Representative. As soon as Qian Kun left, Lin Chia's personal terminal chimed with a notification. It was a reply from Ling Xiaoqing. They exchanged a few messages and quickly clarified the matter. Ling Xiaoqing's ancestor was the legendary martial god Ling Zan, who had left a remarkable reputation in Taurus. This was the same martial god Ling Zan that Lin Chia had previously observed but could not comprehend at all. Of course, after thousands of years of evolution, the bloodline had long since thinned. Today, the Ling family in Zhuancheng was merely an inconspicuous branch of the main Ling family on the Taurus main star. 500 years ago, the ancestors of Ling Xiaoqing, a couple of martial artists from the main star's branch, participated in the development of the 0755 star system, which is how they established their roots here. Although the current Ling family in Zhuancheng is considered a large family locally, it is still a far cry from the true main family. The arrangement made for Ling Xiaoqing by the Ling family was completely different from that of the Qian family. They did not pursue a path of local administration, but wanted Ling Xiaoqing to join the Pioneers Club, aiming for her to return to the Pioneer system in the future. Ling Xiaoqing did not say it directly, but Lin Chia instantly figured it out. Chapter 162, Empress Liu Ruyan. Soon, Lin Chia returned to the freshman lineup, and the ceremony was nearing its end. The Student Union president solemnly handed the heavy school flag to Lin Chia, and he could feel the power that had been accumulated over the years emanating from the flag. I pledge. He raised his right fist, leading tens of thousands of freshmen in a solemn oath toward the statue. To pioneer, to protect, to be loyal. To cultivate for the rise of the empire. To fight for the survival of humanity. The oath echoed through the skies, lingering for a long time. At 10:15 a.m., the ceremony concluded. When the host announced the dissolution, the solemn atmosphere of the central plaza was instantly broken, like a thawed river, with noise and commotion beginning to spread. As soon as Lin Chia stepped off the high platform, feeling a sense of relief, he was immediately locked onto by several groups of people with clear intentions. The first to approach were not ordinary freshmen, but several upperclassmen dressed in different club uniforms, exuding a strong aura. They were the closest to him. Leading them was a short-haired youth from the Blood Battle Club, who was tall and muscular, with a fierce gaze reminiscent of a soldier. He strode up to Lin Chia, and, without preamble, spoke in a loud voice, Chapter 163, Are you playing with me? The door to training room 2202 was ajar. And Lin Chia pushed it open. Just as he stepped inside, a loud bang echoed behind him, the heavy alloy door slammed shut, followed by the dull click of the lock engaging. Alarm bells rang in Lin Chia's mind as he turned sharply, meeting Lin Yuechan's fiery gaze. She was wearing a black combat suit that outlined her perfect curves, with her arms crossed over her chest, casually leaning against the door. A smile that was more like a smirk on her face, exuding an aggressive aura. What did she want to do in broad daylight? Teacher Yuechan. Lin Chia swallowed hard, tentatively calling out, instinctively taking a half step back. However, Lin Yuechan stepped closer, her powerful aura, characteristic of a transcendent warrior, enveloping the room, making the air in the training room feel thick and scorching. Our freshman number 1 handsome guy really looked impressive when he spoke at the ceremony. Her voice carried a hint of lazy raspiness, filled with a unique charm. She slowly shook her head, her gaze filled with undisguised disdain and disappointment, as if looking at a tool that was not particularly useful. Chapter 164, Imperial Flower. They were wildly speculating in their hearts, but dared not show any slackness in their words. During a lull in the conversation, one brave girl with shining eyes said, Senior Lin, can we add you as a friend? If we need anything in the future, we can come to you anytime. At Galaxy Wu University, strength is revered, regardless of grade, with the weak addressing the strong as seniors. So, it was quite normal, even expected, for them to call Lin Chia senior. Lin Chia nodded politely, just about to open his terminal when, at that moment, the door of the neighboring dormitory creaked open. Yi Qinghan stood at the door, as if she had heard the commotion outside and wanted to see what was happening. However, when her gaze landed on Lin Chia, Bai Mushi, and the group of student council members with their packed luggage behind them, she froze instantly. They were moving out. A thought flashed through her mind like a lightning bolt. Yes, with the changes in the rankings from the opening exam, dormitory adjustments could be made. With her ranking entering the top 3,000, she was also eligible to apply for a dormitory with richer spiritual energy and a lower floor. And Lin Chia was the freshman number 1. Chapter 165, Madness and Abyss. Yi Jing'ai paused, her tone carrying an air of condescension. Don't be fooled by his current glory. At the end of the day, he's just a low-tier warrior. What do true strong warriors rely on? Vast resources, top-tier techniques, guidance from famous masters, family background. What does Lin Chia have? Such a person is the most superficial, with foundations as fragile as a house of cards, easily blown back to his original form by a little wind or waves. Oh? Meng Yao put down her file, smiling with interest, her expression full of mockery. The freshman number 1, whom you have criticized so harshly, has single-handedly faced off against the heir of the Chen family, Chen Xuani, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Yi Jing'ai, are you so tirelessly slandering him because you've made some deal with the Chen family in private, trying to help Chen Xuani regain his face? You are slandering. Yi Jing'ai's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, and she stood up abruptly, pointing at Meng Yao on the screen and shouting, Meng Yao, stop casting shadows here. My loyalty to the Empress is as clear as day. Everything I do is to strengthen our Imperial Flower's power, to clear obstacles for the Empress, to create a space for the girls of Wu University. Yet you have been acting so strangely. Do you already have a grudge against our legal department, and want to take this opportunity to suppress us? Chapter 166, Refusing Qin Xiaoxiao as night deepened. At 11:45 p.m., Lin Xie got out of bed and put on his clothes. He leaned down and gently kissed Bai Mushi's smooth forehead. Wife, I am going to continue my training with teacher Lin Yuchan. Bai Mushi nodded obediently, softly saying, go ahead, husband. After the dormitory door quietly closed and Lin Xie's presence completely disappeared, Bai Mushi let out a long sigh of relief. She touched her still slightly warm cheeks. The baby in her belly seemed to really like the warm and powerful spiritual energy from Daddy's training. But that feeling of her body being completely out of control, as if her soul was floating away, made her feel so shy she could almost die. It was good that he was going to train with teacher Lin Yuchan. It would allow her to rest well and calm her emotions. As the older students returned to school one after another, the main road of the campus was still bustling with cars and people in the early hours. Lin Xie arrived at the door of training room 2202. Found the door still closed, and quietly waited outside. Not long after, the door of the training room slid open. The familiar figure of Qin Xiaoxiao walked out. Chapter 167, The years are peaceful. Lin Yuchan disdainfully shook her head, her breath still steady, but her face had taken on a lovely blush. You won't amount to anything without medication. Lin Xie was at a loss for words and retorted, how can you, a transcendent warrior, bully the weak and say that to me? Lin Yuchan chuckled at his words, her gaze subtly lowering. Oh? So you admit you're weak? Lin Xie, I can't win in a fight. The chances of pregnancy are low. Sigh, it's tough. He was completely at a loss for words. It seemed he hadn't come here to argue with her. Swish. The door of training room 2202 slid open again. The damp and slightly odorous air inside had long been completely cleared by the powerful ventilation system. They both finished their showers. Lin Yuchan changed into a dark red tight-fitting combat suit, making her snow-white skin and alluring figure even more striking. She sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the training room, her pretty face already returning to its usual coldness and calmness. Speak. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Xie. What do you want to ask? Given my current situation, which club should I join? Or should I join the student council directly? Lin Xie asked. Chapter 168, Women, Oh Women. Lin Xie recalled the rude obstruction from the two girls from the legal department after the freshman opening ceremony earlier that day, and followed her words to ask. I had a little friction with the people from the legal department today after the ceremony. Why are they targeting me? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yuechan's cold phoenix eyes, and her lips involuntarily curled into an amused smile. Oh? There is such a thing. She laughed, her smile revealing unabashed glee. Since Liu Ruyan went into seclusion, her group of imperial flowers has become increasingly arrogant. They actually want to recruit you through the legal department. This isn't recruitment, they clearly don't regard you, the freshman number 1. Seriously and want to give you a warning to make you obedient. Liu Ruyan. Imperial flowers. Lin Xie's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Liu Ruyan, a 5th-year senior, is now recognized as the number 1 at Galaxy Wu University, Lin Yuchan said with a light smile. She and the one from Lengting Martial University are referred to as the dual empresses by the students in the First Academy District. Empress? Lin Xie clicked his tongue, thinking that name was quite imposing. Chapter 169, A Hidden Beauty in Essence. Did it matter much which club Lin Xie joined? Not really. His real trump card is having many children and blessings, not any resources that a society can provide. The basis for his choices has never been which society is stronger, but which society can make things easier for him and better handle the complex relationships around him. Lin Xie smiled and said, the student council is pretty good. With you looking out for me, if there's a task I don't want to do in the future, I can just not do it, right? This statement, half joking and half serious, lightly scratched at Lin Yuechan's heart like a feather. She was momentarily taken aback, and her usually sharp and cold phoenix eyes softened instantly. Yes, in the student council. He is under her wings. She can legitimately take care of him, protect him, and prevent those messy people and things from bothering him. As for Sai Qingwan's side, she only asked for her help without insisting on success. As long as she tried her best, the outcome would be Lin Qia's own choice, wouldn't it? Upon realizing this, the slight discomfort in Lin Yuechan's heart, born from a desire to win, instantly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of satisfaction from being relied upon. Chapter 170. By Mushi's touching moment. Lin Qia smiled calmly. She is my wife, Bai Mushi. Wife? Sai Qingwan's smile froze slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Her first reaction was to think of a political marriage between prominent families. However, this question lingered in her mind for a moment before she temporarily suppressed it. Today, her main purpose is to invite Lin Qia to join the Judgment Society. I have high hopes for you, Lin Qia, Sai Qingwan directly challenged. Why are you unwilling to join the Judgment Society? Lin Qia politely replied, thank you for your kindness. Teacher Sai. I plan to join the student council. Just as expected. Sai Qingwan snorted coldly in her heart. It must be that woman Lin Yuchan is feeling jealous, really. What a silly thing to be jealous about. Her smile became even brighter, and her voice softened. Lin, do you have any misunderstandings? I think you would be very suitable for joining the Judgment Society. To be honest, I have high expectations for you. I am the supervising teacher of the society. And with me around, it will be very convenient for you to do things in the society. At the dining table, Bai Mushi was eavesdropping quietly, her ears perked up. She understood that it seemed her husband had rejected this beautiful teacher's invitation and chosen to join the student council instead. Chapter 171. Is Bai Mushi about to break through? Lin Qia raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that what was bound to come would eventually come. He glanced at Bai Mushi, who was gently peeling fruits for him, and lightly patted the back of her hand to reassure her. He casually pressed the answer button. The light screen lit up, and the slightly distorted faces of Lin's father and mother, filled with almost flattering smiles, instantly appeared on the screen. Qia! Lin's mother exclaimed in an overly enthusiastic tone. Are you getting used to it over there in Taira? Oh, the school dormitory is so impressive. She quickly spotted Bai Mushi at the edge of the camera, and her smile instantly brightened tenfold as she hurriedly turned the camera towards her. Oh, Mushi. Mushi. It seems your belly has grown a bit again. How's your health? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? You must take good care of yourself and eat more nutritious food. Lin's father nodded repeatedly beside her, his face glowing, echoing like a background figure. Yes, yes. You young people must take care of yourselves. We always thought highly of you too, and now seeing you doing so well, we parents can rest assured. Chapter 172. Young people should be careful. Almost the moment she finished speaking, Lin Qia clearly felt a subtle, but exceptionally active spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from Bai Mushi's body. This is a sign of a martial artist's breakthrough. Lin Qia's eyes instantly sharpened, and without any hesitation, he vanished from the bedside like a ghost. The next second, when he reappeared, he was holding a bottle of juicy nutritional liquid, and a bottle of new nutritional liquid sent by Qian Kun. Here, dear. He handed the 2 bottles of nutritional liquid to Bai Mushi and softly said, drink whichever flavor you like to replenish your energy. Bai Mushi was at a critical moment of breakthrough, and her body instinctively craved an energy boost. She took the juicy nutritional liquid, skillfully twisted it open, and took a small sip. The familiar, gentle energy instantly flowed through her limbs, invigorating her. Then, she curiously picked up the beautifully packaged new product and tentatively took a sip. Just one sip, and her eyes instantly sparkled. Although the effects were similar, this flavor was more pleasant and easier to drink. The rich and pure energy surged into her energy sea like a warm tide, revitalizing her previously somewhat fatigued spiritual energy flow, making it surge once again. Chapter 173. An active by Mushi. Hearing this, Lin Chia nodded knowingly. He understood that good things are naturally contested. If no one wants them or if they are given away for free, that would be the real problem. Han Yingwen saw that he remained silent and continued to explain, however, our student council's training rooms adhere to the principle of respecting the strong. If you have your eye on a particular training room that is currently in use, you can directly challenge the user. As long as you win, the right to use that training room will be yours. She pulled up a light screen to display the list of training room levels. The training rooms are divided into S, A, B, and C levels, with higher levels having denser spiritual energy and higher fees. In theory, your freshman rating is S level, giving you the qualification to directly challenge A-level training rooms. However, Han Yingwen's tone shifted, kindly reminding him, currently, those occupying A-level training rooms are basically the top 5 seniors in the school. Lin Chia understood her implicit message and didn't rush to respond. Instead, he continued to ask, then, I would like to ask, how are the S, A, B, and C levels specifically divided? It's quite simple, Han Yingwen explained. They are divided by concentration. The C-level training rooms have a spiritual energy concentration roughly equivalent to that of the dormitories on the 100th floor, just in an environment more suitable for martial arts training. The S, A, and B-level training rooms have spiritual energy concentrations far exceeding that of the student dormitories. Chapter 174, by Mushi's Awakening. At the moment their warm lips touched, Lin Chia was suddenly jolted. He clearly felt a nascent will take shape, bursting forth from Bai Mushi. Is she about to comprehend the will of martial arts? This thought left him incredibly shocked. Is this the result of the Zhuan Su Heart Sutra? Or is it Bai Mushi's own traits? However, this surprise and inquiry only lingered in his mind for a mere tenth of a second. Bai Mushi's first feeling was comfort. Her second feeling was that she was too weak. It was just a Sunday. He gently laid her down on the soft bed, tucked her in with a thin blanket, and then got up to walk slowly to the window, gently pulling the heavy curtains shut. At that moment, Lin Chia recalled the wave of willpower that radiated from Bai Mushi during that spontaneous kiss earlier. How could this be possible? He remembered how he had first stumbled upon the threshold of martial will. It was only after perfecting the basic boxing technique and repeatedly observing and comparing Lin Yuechan's performance that he had barely grasped a hint of the ethereal essence beyond the moves. Chapter 175, Basic Gun Technique, Perfect. Lin Chia chuckled lightly, tightened his arms, and effortlessly lifted her up. Ah! Bai Mushi let out a small gasp. Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her flushed face burying deep into his chest. In the bedroom, the heavy curtains were only half drawn, and gentle morning light filtered through the sheer curtain, casting mottled shadows on the soft bed. Lin Chia gently placed Bai Mushi back on the soft bed. Looking at her blushing face that seemed ready to steam, he couldn't help but tease softly, weren't you quite proactive just now? Why are you shy now? You bad guy. Bai Mushi covered her face with her small hand, revealing only her watery, shimmering eyes, pouting at him in a mix of shyness and reproach. Her voice laced with a soft, spoiled tone. Lin Chia smiled, text omitted. A sense of unprecedented safety and happiness enveloped her completely. She no longer felt any tension or shyness, fully relaxing and surrendering everything to the man beside her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 176, VIP Box 1. When Lin Chia arrived at the first training ground, he was met with a spectacular scene of bustling voices. Nearly 10,000 freshmen, dressed in various combat uniforms, gathered like a wave of black at the enormous entrance of the training ground, to accommodate these 10,000 students for simultaneous classes. The school had directly opened this gigantic venue capable of holding 20,000 spectators. The entrance was divided into 10 security check channels, yet even so, long lines formed in front of each channel, a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. Just as Lin Chia was about to randomly find a line to join, he caught a glimpse of a special channel on the far left. There were almost no people there, contrasting sharply with the crowded lines nearby. He focused his gaze and saw the words Top 200 exclusive channel clearly displayed on the light screen at the entrance. Without a second thought, Lin Chia stepped directly towards that exclusive channel. His movement immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Look! It's Lin Chia, the gun god. He's going in. Wow! Is this the treatment for the top freshman? So enviable, no need to line up, just walk right in. Chapter 177, the beautiful female principal Lin Chia pushed the door open, and the scene inside the box took his breath away. It looked more like a small luxurious lounge, with soft, comfortable sofas and a giant holographic screen occupying an entire wall. The screen was live broadcasting the situation at the center of the training ground from the best god eye perspective. Right in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the training ground. He could clearly see what was happening in the center of the arena. Lin Chia sat down on the sofa, took out his nutritional liquid, unscrewed the cap, and took a leisurely sip. The holographic screen flickered slightly with the image of a graceful and dignified beauty stepping onto the stage. She wore a fitted black chapao with golden patterns, which could not hide her breathtaking curves beneath. As she walked lightly, the hem of her dress swayed gently, perfectly outlining her delicate waist and rounded curves. Despite her extremely dignified demeanor, she exuded an effortless charm that was thought-provoking. Lin Chia was mesmerized. Shocked in his heart, is this the principal? As nearly 10,000 freshmen were caught in a daze in commotion, the beautiful woman walked to the center of the stage, her slightly husky voice instantly resonating throughout the venue. Chapter 178, Misunderstanding Cleared. Lin Yuchan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a mix of anger and amusement. This reckless little brat. What does he think the abyss is? A tourist spot. However, when she saw the screen showing his clear and curious eyes, without a hint of fear, the anger in her heart inexplicably extinguished. She sighed helplessly, and her sharp phoenix eyes, rare for their tenderness, held a hint of indulgence and expectation. She shook her head slowly, her tone softening somewhat, carrying a hint of seriousness, but also an indescribable gentleness. Wait until you reach a genetic potential of 100, then we can talk about stepping into the extraordinary. After saying this, before Lin Chia could respond, she flusteredly hung up the video call. However, at the moment the screen darkened, a smile that even she had not noticed bloomed on her dusty face. This woman, though domineering and strong-willed, made him inexplicably tense at the thought of her possibly encountering danger in the abyss rift. Now that Lin Chia knew Lin Yuchan was safe, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He then continued practicing Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Chapter 179, the crazy Yijing. The female staff member glanced behind Lin Chia and hurriedly said, "It's like this. Nighthua Technology wants to invite you for in-depth cooperation, hoping you can become their spokesperson in the 0755 star system." Nighthua Technology, you must have heard of them. The combat suit that Chen Zhuan wore in the finals was their flagship product, the Night God, priced at a staggering 100 million credit points. However, Lin Chia calmly shook his head, saying, "Not interested." The female staff member glanced at Chen Zhuan, who had just come out behind Lin Chia, and loudly said, "Nighthua Technology is willing to pay all your breach of contract fees. They will also pay you an additional 100 million credit points as spokesperson fees. You don't have to worry about anything. Nighthua Technology is very optimistic about your potential." Lin Chia followed the female staff member's gaze and saw Chen Zhuan coming out, quickly understanding the situation. He didn't even look at the two female staff members and turned to leave. Under the surging martial will emanating from Lin Chia, the two female staff members broke into a cold sweat, not daring to move recklessly. At that moment, the two female staff members saw Chen Zhuan looking expressionlessly in their direction and were instantly terrified. Hurriedly returning to the office of the third vice president of the Legal Affairs Society. Chapter 180, Level 7 Martial Will. For Lin Chia, The matter with the Legal Affairs Society was merely a small interlude. Throughout the day, Lin Chie's schedule was packed. In the afternoon, he appeared punctually at the third training ground to attend a public class on Kenghai Lingju. The teacher delivering the lecture was an elegant middle-aged man. He explained the essence of the Kenghai Lingju martial arts system, which emphasizes overcoming rigidity with softness, in a way that was easy to understand. Although Lin Chie did not plan to practice it, he listened with great interest, firmly committing the characteristics and flaws of this martial art to memory. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, he activated his unique dual-focus training mode. Feeling that watching live and using the terminal in the student dormitory were not much different, he found it more liberating to be in the dormitory. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting warm spots of light in the room, Bai Mushi slowly woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes habitually, then extended her hand to gently touch her increasingly noticeable abdomen, unconsciously revealing a soft glow of maternal warmth on her face. She slowly got up and pushed open the bedroom door, preparing to wash up. Chapter 181, Bai Mushi's Martial Intent. Lin Chie's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart racing. 307. He knew exactly what this number meant. Just a few days ago, in the freshman finals, Chen Xuani's basic genetic potential was only 25. After taking medication, it was forcibly raised to 30 in a short time. And now, he had merely made a breakthrough in martial will, surpassing the medicated Chen Xuani. This was no simple increase in strength, it was a leap in the essence of life. This was martial will. A level 7 martial will brought about such a tremendous enhancement. What would levels 8, 9, and the legendary perfect level 10 be like in terms of terror? The desire for greater power ignited all of Lin Chie's fighting spirit like the fiercest fuel. His previous plan was to improve his martial will while practicing Hunyuan Yikigong. But now, he immediately overturned that idea as an internal cultivation technique. Hunyuan Yikigong required at least 5 or 6 minutes of concentration even in the current dormitory's spiritual energy. At most, he could gain only 250 experience points in a day. Chapter 182, Bai Mushi's Uniqueness. This is a true genius. Lin Chie couldn't help but ask, wife, do you know you're about to comprehend martial will? Huh? Bai Mushi was taken aback by his question, then uncertainly pointed to herself, saying in surprise, honey, are you saying that this feeling of excitement and exhilaration I have now is martial will? Lin Chie nodded seriously, yes, it's the embryonic form. And I feel you're about to enter the threshold. Really? Bai Mushi was completely stunned, covering her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Martial will. She only learned about this after coming to the Milky Way Martial University and listening to Lin Chie's explanations. In her impression, this was something only legendary geniuses could comprehend, a skill beyond compare. She knew well that even among this year's freshmen at Milky Way Martial University, those who comprehended martial will were extremely rare. And now her husband actually said she was about to comprehend it. Could it be that I am also a genius? This thought made Bai Mushi's heart race uncontrollably. Looking into Lin Chie's serious eyes, devoid of any joking demeanor, the uncertainty in her heart was gradually replaced by an indescribable new emotion. Chapter 183, Level 8 Martial Intent. Lin Chie couldn't figure out the underlying principle for now, nor did he have any evidence to prove his guess. Regardless, this efficiency was incredibly high. Calculated this way, it was quite considerable. However, this small joy in his heart lasted only a moment before being replaced by a stronger fighting spirit. He recalled Lin Yuechan's earlier warning about challenging the senior students. Those who could occupy an A-level training room were basically in the top 5 of the entire school, with genetic potential at least above 80. 80? And he had increased by 10 in just one day. Students at Milky Way Martial University generally reached a genetic potential of 100 and graduated within 3 to 10 years. How long would it take him? First, he needed to raise his martial will. So, Lin Chia said, "Wife, seeing you about to break through, I feel like I have suddenly gained insight as well. I must go to the training room to verify it immediately." He had to leave. The space in the student dormitory was too small to practice his gun techniques. Moreover, even a slight outburst of his current level 7 martial will would create too much noise. At that moment, Bai Mushi, cradled in Lin Chia's arms, seemed to have all her strength drained. Chapter 184, Level 9 Martial Intent. Lin Chia's body underwent another transformation. Although this time, there wasn't the earth-shattering change from level 6 to level 7. He could still clearly feel that every cell in his body was becoming more resilient and full of vitality under this higher level of martial will. It was a sublimation from quantitative change to qualitative change, a reforging of refined steel, making his foundational strength heavier and more unfathomable. Lin Chia opened the system panel. Genetic potential, 33, martial will, fiery blaze level 8, 18,000. The genetic potential had only increased by 2, not a significant boost. The leap from level 6 to 7 was a major transition from form to essence, hence the huge increase in genetic potential. The upgrade from level 7 to 8 was a transition from initial essence to intermediate essence, both within the realm of essence. So the increase in genetic potential was not high. When upgrading from level 9 to 10, it would be a major leap from peak essence to the ultimate realm, resulting in a tremendous increase in genetic potential. Keep pushing. He took a deep breath, preparing to dive into a new round of training. Chapter 185, Xiao Ruoshui's shock in another training room on the same floor as Lin Chia. A female teacher dressed in a fitted outfit with short purple hair faced 3 students, her expression serious. Charging crashing fist, you 3 have all reached the realm of proficiency. And your techniques are already refined. But if you want to comprehend martial will, you must feel the meaning beyond the technique. The female teacher bent her waist, slowly bringing her right fist to her side, and began to gather her aura. Watch closely, just like you. I will only use the most basic spiritual energy and physical strength. She suddenly stepped forward and punched. Vaz? A standard charging crashing fist unleashed a force as solid as a mountain, an unstoppable domineering aura. Now, I will demonstrate. Pay close attention to what is different between my charging crashing fist and yours. The 3 students immediately held their breath, focusing all their energy on capturing that aura. The punch just now has been recorded as a holographic video, you can ponder it slowly when you return. When you can clearly feel this meaning and condense it into form in your own spiritual world, that will be your martial will. The female teacher stood with her fist withdrawn, a hint of pride on her heroic face. The history of martial will is long and profound. The earliest person to comprehend it is lost to history, but it is certain that it must have originated from our ancestral star, Terra. Chapter 186, Level 10 Martial Intent. Ultimate Realm. The sense of power brought by Level 9 martial will is so clear, so intoxicating. And now, the end point of this path. The legendary Level 10 of Perfect Ultimate Realm is right in front of him, as if it were within reach. In Lin Chia's eyes, there is no hesitation left. Only the purest and hottest fighting spirit. He knows very well that this final sprint, this ultimate transformation from Level 9 to Level 10, will inevitably consume an unimaginable amount of energy. His gaze fell on the 14 boxes of supplies stacked neatly in the corner. Before starting this last frenzy, he must first fill up the fuel. Lin Chia did not hesitate at all. He directly tore open a box of nutrient solution, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank it down. The cold liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, instantly transforming into a torrential flow of hot energy, washing through his limbs and bones. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, a whole box. A feeling of fullness surged in his stomach, but every cell in his body, under the stimulation of this energy, let out a jubilant roar. He felt like a furnace about to operate at full capacity, being crazily filled with the highest quality fuel, just to welcome the most brilliant explosion. Chapter 187. Something's not right. Xiao Ruoshui's phoenix eyes, always filled with charm, curved into beautiful crescent shapes at this moment. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of a teasing smile, as gentle as a feather brushing against the heart. Young man, you're a bit nervous. However, at this moment, Lin Xie had no time to savor the teasing and probing in her tone. Every cell in his body was screaming wildly. The intense hunger stemming from deep within his genes, like the most primal instinct, instantly overwhelming all caution and vigilance. He couldn't care about being rude anymore and continued to drink. The cold liquid, the boiling energy, at this critical moment, was not only filling the emptiness in his body, but also forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. In his mind, thoughts were racing at full speed. No. The most likely reason is that she sensed the commotion from my previous level 9 breakthrough, and I definitely didn't perfect the closure, so she must have noticed something. Which is why she appeared here. And for the breakthrough to level 10 ultimate realm, I perfectly suppressed my aura. She can't possibly know. I can now perfectly simulate any level of martial will. Chapter 188. Xiao Ruoshui's doubt when she quietly appeared in front of him. His reaction of spewing out nutrient solution was indeed due to shock, but the premise of that shock was that he sensed her presence. How could a freshman whose genetic potential had just broken 40 possibly sense the arrival of a mysterious realm expert like her? A monstrous strength, a monstrous potential, and a perception that was almost perverse. However, after a moment's thought, Xiao Ruoshui felt relieved. How could someone who became the top freshman be simple? What top talent doesn't have its own gifts, opportunities, and secrets behind them? The ultimate realm of martial intent could not possibly be him. Xiao Ruoshui stopped probing further, and her figure faded away again. Who could that person be? On Lin Xie's side in the training room. Until the faint fragrance completely dissipated into the air, the nerves that had been tightly strung finally relaxed at that moment. However, just at the moment of relaxation, Lin Xie felt himself getting hungry again. The bottle Xiao Ruoshui had given him earlier was not enough. He needed to drink more. Lin Xie immediately tore open a box of nutrient solution, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down. Chapter 189. The secret is discovered the next morning. Lin Xie balanced work and rest. He went to that familiar white building, the Reproductive Management Center, with ease. The process went smoothly, and the results were gratifying. Half an hour later, when he walked out of the building feeling refreshed, the long-awaited system notification sound rang out again on time. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Ding! Ding! Another 3 successes. Gained 3 permission points. Lin Xie skillfully opened the system panel, looking at the permission points that had become abundant again, feeling very pleased. However, he did not know that his seemingly ordinary actions had already come to the attention of someone with ulterior motives. In the office of the third vice president of the Legal Affairs Association, Yi Jing'ai was sitting behind her desk, her fingers lightly tapping on the surface. Her face showing a hint of impatience. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and a female staff member quickly walked in, looking somewhat strange. President, I have new information about Lin Xie. What is it? Yi Jing'ai raised her eyes, her tone flat. In recent days, the people she sent to monitor Lin Xie had reported back similar messages, merely noting his movements between the dormitory, training room, and martial arts arena, which was dull enough to fail to pique her interest. Chapter 190. Mixed Yuan Qi Skill Level 7. Another 10 increase. Lin Xie remained oblivious to the malice brewing in the shadows. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. To him, malice was nothing more than the rage of the weak. As long as he became powerful enough, so powerful that everyone could only look up to him, then no matter how intense and cold the malice was, it would eventually turn into goodwill with a smile. This was his most personal experience. Therefore, the most important thing for Lin Xie now was still to quickly increase his strength. He did not slack off at all and immediately devoted all his energy to a new round of cultivation. Because the mixed yuan qi skill was about to level up. As night fell, with Lin Jie completing the last round of mixed yuan qi skill cultivation, a breath more majestic and harmonious than before roared into form within him. Ding! Mixed yuan qi skill has been upgraded to level 7,700. Entering the threshold, Lin Jie slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. As if it resonated faintly with heaven and earth, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. Level 7 of mixed yuan qi skill meant that his use of spiritual energy had begun to shift from mere quantitative accumulation to qualitative enhancement. Chapter 191, Genetic Potential 60. Increased by another 10. A storm surged in Lin Jie's heart. He was very clear that the previous upgrade of the Hunyuan Yikigong brought at most a 1-point enhancement. But now, stepping into level 7, it surprisingly brought such a terrifying leap. His genetic potential must be the highest in the history of the new students at the Galactic Martial Arts University branch. What about Chen Xuani, who only scored 25 in the new student exam? And now, he had already reached 60. Lin Jie did not believe that Chen Xuani could improve faster than him. Just as Lin Jie was immersed in this immense surprise, Bai Mushi had already woken up and was practicing nearby. She could clearly feel the change in his aura. If before, Lin Jie was like a dormant volcano, calm but containing terrifying power that could erupt at any moment, then at this moment, he was like a rising sun. Radiating a gentle light yet exuding an undeniable majesty and vastness that was hard to look at directly. That aura was so powerful and deep that even this small star could not help but want to revolve around him and submit. Chapter 192, Han Yusen's investment. Lin Jie quickly calculated in his mind. It was not suitable to cultivate now, but after giving birth, it would be perfect. Not only could it make her stronger, but it would also benefit her and their future child. Perfectly aligning with having the second child after the first. Meanwhile, Han Yusen had already noticed Lin Jie's unreserved and heartfelt joy. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly again. It seemed that the rumors on the forum about him having a wife and being pregnant were true. She looked at the young man in front of her, and a hint of disapproval flashed in her eyes. In her view, the path of a warrior, especially for a genius, should be lonely and focused. At the age when one should be single-mindedly dedicated and making rapid progress, he was lost in romantic entanglements, and even early on was burdened by family and offspring. This was not something a true genius should do. Even if it was a political marriage, one should not care so much. In her opinion, Lin Jie only needed to provide some reproductive data, and branching out was the wife's business. As a martial arts genius with unlimited potential, he should focus on cultivation without distraction, cutting off all worldly ties, rather than being affected by trivial family matters. Chapter 193, The Breeding Maniac. Lin Jie was taken aback, looking at the 3 boxes of brand new nutritional paste in front of him, and quickly waved his hand. How can I accept this? Teacher Han, this is too precious. How about I buy it at a discounted price? Although he needed it, he didn't want to accept such an expensive gift for free. However, Han Yusen just smiled gently, with an undeniable meaning in her smile. Why be so polite with me? I'm both your homeroom teacher and your senior. Helping each other is only natural. Lin Jie felt warmth in his heart. It would be awkward to refuse any further. Then, thank you, Teacher Han. Lin Jie was not at all polite. And in front of both of them, he directly tore open one of the boxes of nutritional paste. There was a straw opening, and he took a sip. The jelly-like semi-transparent paste emitted a faint fragrance, and melted instantly in his mouth. The paste melted upon entry, and in the next instant, boom. A fiery energy, far more pure and overwhelming than the nutritional liquid, exploded within him. That energy no longer needed to be slowly digested by the stomach, but instantly integrated into his limbs and bones. Chapter 194, This matter can be big or small. Zhao Wenbo instinctively clicked on the post and saw that it was filled with exaggerated and suggestive language, detailing Lin Xie's multiple visits to the Reproductive Management Center and taking on 12 family reproductive projects all at once. The wording painted Lin Xie as someone with a chaotic private life, viewing women as mere breeding tools. What is going on? Zhao Wenbo held the terminal, momentarily unsure of what to say. Han Yusin noticed his unusual reaction and frowned as she leaned over. When she saw the content on the light screen, the warm smile in her usually gentle eyes vanished instantly. The atmosphere in the office shifted from amazement to an awkward tension. After Lin Xie completed a full cycle of cultivation, homeroom teacher Han Yusin took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at Lin Xie with a cautious gaze. Trying to keep her tone calm, Lin Xie, can you check the forum? Is what is on there true? What matter? Lin Xie asked, confused, and opened the terminal to enter the forum. 5 minutes later, Lin Xie's expression turned strange. This is something only enemies would do. Chapter 195. A change of perspective. A young man dressed in a custom suit, wearing a confident smile, walked in, flanked by 2 burly, imposing black-clad bodyguards. One of the bodyguards was carrying 2 silver metal boxes emblazoned with the Star Rice Group logo, exuding a futuristic feel. Hello, Teacher Han, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wenbo immediately approached with a beaming smile, enthusiastically introducing himself, then said to the young man, this is our top new student this year, Lin Xie. Zhang Xiaoming shook hands with both teachers, then his gaze fell on Lin Xie, his eyes sparkling with unreserved admiration. Hello, Lin Xie. I've seen your matches. The momentum you have resonates with the pioneering spirit of our Star Rice. He smiled and gestured for the bodyguards to place the 2 boxes on the table. I'm here mainly to take the opportunity to deliver our latest pre-sale Star Rice Pioneer Pro Max combat suits, and to see the future martial arts star of our 0755 star system in person. These 2 sets of Star Rice Pioneer Pro Max are a congratulatory gift from the Star Rice Group. Zhang Xiaoming's smile was sincere and infectious. Wishing Lin Xie success in the upcoming 10-school joint examination selection competition and further glory. Chapter 196. Hubby, you are a martial god. Oh? Han Yingwen raised her head, signaling her to continue. Zhong Yating pondered for a moment and said, the root of this matter lies in the misunderstanding and defamation by the legal association against Lin Xie. Now, public opinion is entirely focused on Lin Xie. No matter how we clarify or suppress it, it will likely lead to more speculation and backlash. Han Yingwen's expression was emotionless. She certainly understood the interest groups behind Yi Jing'ai. If not handled properly, she could also suffer. The explosive popularity of the moon goddess Lioli body cultivation system did not happen by chance. There are countless forces pushing from behind. The Imperial Daughter Flower is one of the links in this chain. The Legal Affairs Institute is the vanguard among them. And Yi Jing'ai is one of the outstanding small leaders within it. Now, Lin Xie also has the support of the Lin family, the Sai family, and even his aunt, who doesn't know why she is supporting him. Perhaps Lin Xie has some new cultivation system that needs to be promoted in the 0755 star system. Regardless, Han Yingwen feels that she is currently caught in the middle. Zhong Yating paused and put forward her core viewpoint. Since this is the case, why don't we hand over the initiative in handling this matter to Lin Xie? Chapter 197. Malicious roots. Seeing his physical and mental capabilities both break through 320. Lin Xie felt a bit of the hunger from the cellular level reduce. He knew very well that the time it took for his genetic potential to soar to 60 was too short. The enhancement of his body is like pouring water into a bottle, although the bottle, genetic potential, suddenly became larger. The water, physical fitness, still needs time to fill it up bit by bit. During this time, he has almost been drinking high-energy nutrient solution like water, desperately replenishing energy. But the growth speed of his body still has not kept up with the upper limit of genetic potential. Theoretically, 320 points for physical and mental capabilities is merely the limit bottleneck of 32 genetic potential. There is still an immense room for improvement before reaching the limit corresponding to 60 potential. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie with a gaze that seemed to be looking at herself, and shyly punched his chest, burying her flushed face deeper. Extreme joy and fatigue surged like a tide, and she fell into a deep sleep, satisfied in his warm and sturdy embrace. After gently putting down Bai Mushi, Lin Xie opened his personal terminal and called up the detailed information of this combat suit that had not yet been officially released, while also starting to cultivate. Chapter 198. It's possible to walk two boats, as you can see. Han Ingwen's voice was calm. You also know that among clubs, especially special function clubs like the Legal Affairs Institute, the internal management of members has its own set of processes and rules. As the governing body, our student council needs to be particularly cautious when dealing with disputes involving cross-club issues, to avoid leaving grounds for accusations of overstepping authority and bias, which could affect the harmony and stability between clubs. Her words were flawless, indicating the student council's stance while highlighting the difficulties involved. Lin Xie listened quietly without interrupting. Han Yingwen looked at him, her face showing a sincere smile, as she pushed a pre-prepared electronic authorization letter, glowing softly, in front of him. Therefore, we have decided to initiate a joint investigation procedure. This authorization letter is signed by me in the capacity of Student Council Vice President, granting you the status of investigator, as the core party in this incident. You can use this authorization to directly approach the Tribunal Club and request them to investigate this incident. In that case, whether it is summoning suspects or retrieving surveillance evidence, it will be executed by the Tribunal Club. This way, it complies with the procedures, avoids unnecessary disputes, and ensures the fairness of the investigation results. Chapter 199. Judgment Gauntlet. Sai Qingwan's voice was soft and charming, carrying a hint of warmth, as it brushed against Lin Xie's ear. However, the teacher still needs to remind you that the label of disrupting school order is not easily placed. If you cannot provide conclusive evidence in the end, it will be you who suffers the backlash. Lin Xie's expression remained unchanged, as he calmly met her seemingly penetrating gaze and slowly said, I am a person who dislikes trouble. It's best to resolve any issues at once. Upon hearing this, Sai Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, her curves under the pink combat suit captivatingly alluring. The appreciation in her peach blossom eyes grew stronger. All right. Sai Qingwan's smile gradually faded, replaced by an undeniable authority and decisiveness belonging to a supervising teacher. Since you have made your decision, do not regret it. She turned around and returned to her desk, using her terminal to receive the authorization letter signed by Han Yingwen. Using her authority, she added the joint signature of the Tribunal Club and upgraded it to a first-level supervisory case. Sai Lingguang, come in. Chapter 200. Almost couldn't hold back. Lin Xie neither agreed nor refused, but directly picked up the dark golden gauntlets. They felt cold to the touch, but carried a heavy metallic quality. Without hesitation, he put his hands inside. The soft material inside the gauntlets seemed to come alive, automatically contracting to perfectly fit his palm and forearm, providing a powerful sense of wrapping. He moved his fingers, feeling the gauntlets that seemed to merge with him, and looked up at Sai Qingwan, calmly asking, Is it just like this? Sai Qingwan nodded, her charming peach blossom eyes carrying a hint of natural amusement. What else would you want? She said with a light laugh. This top-tier judgment gauntlet, in essence, is of the same specification as those standard gauntlets in the training arena. Its purpose is not to make you fight fiercely with others, but to grant you the power to suppress. It is sufficient to suppress unruly students who fight barehanded. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xie donned the gauntlets, the dark golden metallic luster complementing the Pioneer Pro Max combat suit he was wearing, making him appear even more heroic. Chapter 201. Substitute for the dead. Watching the rapidly increasing attributes, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. Sure enough, The progress was even faster than he had previously estimated. 10 boxes of nutrient paste caused his physical and mental powers to surge by about 80 points each. But just thinking about how these 30 hours burned nearly 3 million credit points made his heart ache. This does not even account for the cost of the nutrient solution. Including the nutrient solution, it would double and double again. The description on the nutrient paste is all fake. 1 box a day. How could that be enough? This is not cultivation at all, it is clearly burning money. But there is no other way. If you want to completely fill the upper limit brought by genetic potential in the shortest time possible, this is the most efficient route. As the attributes slowly improved, that sense of hunger was finally greatly alleviated. Lin Chia opened his terminal and saw Bai Mushi's message. After thinking for a moment, he decided to return to the dormitory first. Just as Lin Chia entered the training room, a storm was quietly brewing on the other side of the campus. Discussions about Lin Chia had once again been opened on the school forum for reasons unknown. The matter of Lin Chia contributing his reproductive data, frequent visits to the Reproductive Management Center, and the 12 families was once again causing a stir. Chapter 202, He is different. Lin Chia went to the Dusai specialty store again, and unexpectedly found Yi Qinghan there. When Lin Chia's figure appeared, Yi Qinghan's proud and beautiful eyes instantly lit up with an unmistakable sparkle. Indeed, deciding to come to the Dusai specialty store to buy the nutrient solution was the right choice. Finally, she could see Lin Chia. Her family was very concerned about the mysterious potion Lin Chia used in the freshman entrance exam finals. I am doing this for the family. Yi Qinghan adjusted her star rice combat suit, which was the same as Lin Chia's, and casually turned around to greet him. Her tone carrying a hint of excitement. Classmate Chia, you're here too. Lin Chia nodded. Before he could speak, the tall and beautiful female store manager in uniform approached with a beaming smile, her voice overly sweet. Mr. Lin, you've come. Are you here to buy the nutrient paste? Nutrient paste? Yi Qinghan was initially displeased with the store manager's sudden interruption, especially with that cutesy demeanor. Who was she trying to impress? However, upon hearing that Lin Chia was there to buy nutrient paste, she was immediately shocked. Nutrient paste is typically used only when one's genetic potential reaches above 35. Chapter 203, Capture in the Student Dormitory. Lin Chia was unaware of Yi Qinghan's changing thoughts. He looked at the latest message from Yi Qinghan and tried to recall. It seemed he had seen it back then, but he was busy training with either Lin Yuchan or Bai Mushi at the time. In short, he was preoccupied with important matters and had forgotten. Since she was right in front of him now, Lin Chia decided to be straightforward. Our classmate Yi Qinghan. You mentioned your family needs my reproductive data, so please apply through the Reproductive Management Center. That will be faster. I do not accept private transactions. And I hope you can understand. Upon hearing Lin Chia's words, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yi Qinghan's proud and beautiful eyes. She had to go through the Reproductive Management Center. Couldn't she just come directly? However, when she met Lin Chia's calm gaze, the question that was on the tip of her tongue could not be voiced. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her feelings of disappointment and unwillingness. Nodding her head, her voice carrying a hint of unrecognized grievance. Okay, I'll go back and talk to my grandpa and the others. Chapter 204, Abyss Pollution. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the student dormitory, the elevator door slid open silently, and Zhong Yating stepped inside. Today, besides Chen Shuani, another equally distinguished heir of the Chen family also arrived at the dormitory. This was an opportunity. She had to perform well. Her goal was to gain the support of both heirs of the Chen family upon graduation, directly entering the upper echelons of the family business, and obtaining even greater power than her father. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, several figures suddenly squeezed in. Zhong Yating was jolted by the rough force, and felt a surge of displeasure rise in her heart. She was about to scold them when she recognized the leader and froze in place. Leading them was none other than Yijing'ai, the vice president of the legal society. Behind her were another vice president and 3 female staff members. Looking at Yijing'ai's bloodshot eyes, Zhong Yating's heart sank with an ominous feeling. Yijing'ai turned her head. Her crazy eyes fixated on Zhong Yating, and a sinister smile crept across her face, startling Zhong Yating. At that moment, just as the elevator doors were about to close again, another group of people squeezed in. Chapter 205, Take a Hit from Me. At that moment, the dormitory door behind Lin Chia suddenly cracked open with a click. A boy and a girl peeked out. It was Chen Xuanyi and his sister, Chen Xuanyang. As soon as Chen Xuanyang peeked out, she saw Lin Chia at the door and was momentarily stunned. However, before she could speak, her gaze passed over Lin Chia's shoulder and saw the eerie darkness at the end of the corridor, along with Yijing'ai shrouded in black mist. She rubbed her eyes and murmured, "What is this?" In the next second, her face lost all color, her pupils constricting in extreme fear as she screamed, "Abyss pollution." What? Chen Xuanyi's expression changed drastically. His first reaction was to pull his sister back behind him while trying with all his might to close the door. However, the dormitory door seemed to be firmly stuck by an invisible dark force, not moving an inch. Chen Xuanyang watched as Chen Xuanyi wasted time and suddenly hit him, "If you can't close it, then don't. Are you stupid? Hurry up and get inside." Saying this, Chen Xuanyang pulled Chen Xuanyi inside and grabbed the fixed landline phone on the wall. This was the emergency phone. Crazy. Chapter 206, Maximum Charge Punch. The air exploded. A deafening blast echoed throughout the entire floor. Yijing'ai barely had time to raise her hands to block. However, in the next second, her raised arms shattered and flew apart. The head behind her exploded like a watermelon struck by a high-speed projectile. Along with the extreme terror and disbelief frozen on her face, instantly exploding. Red and white splattered everywhere. That terrifying punch did not dissipate, instead. It transformed into a visible fan-shaped shock wave, surging toward the remaining female members of the legal society behind her. Their sneering smiles had not even faded when destruction descended. Where the shock wave passed, time seemed to be pressed into slow motion. One by one, the girls with darkness in their eyes instantly shattered, collapsing in a roar. Red and white, like a sudden blood-colored firework, brilliantly burst open in the narrow corridor. A fan-shaped wave, crushing and pulling. The corridor was instantly enveloped in a deadly silence, with only the faint scent of blood lingering. Only Zhong Yating, lying on the ground, stared blankly at the scene before her, as if divine punishment had descended. Her mind went blank, and the extreme fear rendered her unable to scream. Chapter 207, Terror Tribunal. Lin Chia looked at Chen Xuanyi and Chen Xuanyang with an extremely strange expression. What did they think he was, some kind of abyss pollutant? He looked at Chen Xuanyang, who was screaming for him not to come closer, and was utterly speechless. She was Chen Xuanyi's sister. Why did she seem so weak? Lin Chia shook his head helplessly, turned around, and prepared to open the terminal to contact Cai Qingwan and demand an explanation. What was the school doing? Yijing'ai and the legal society had been so severely affected by abyss pollution, yet there was no awareness at all. If it weren't for his martial will reaching its peak, he might have really been done for today. However, before he could operate, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Cai Qingwan's figure appeared before Lin Chia without any warning. The charming face that always exuded allure now bore a seriousness that was completely absent from her usual laziness and seductiveness. "Chia, are you all right?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her peach blossom eyes, usually filled with affection, were now anxiously scanning him up and down. In the room, Chen Xuanyang saw Cai Qingwan's arrival and was first delighted. But upon noticing how close she was to Lin Chia, she was instantly frightened and swallowed hard, pointing at Lin Chia, her voice pitchy, "Teacher Cai, be careful. Lin Chia. He has been corrupted by the abyss." Chapter 208. The interests behind three powerful yet distinct auras descended like invisible mountains upon the narrow corridor. At the other end of the corridor, three figures appeared out of thin air. The leader was an exceptionally tall man, his muscles forged like steel, exuding explosive power. It was Cheong Shilason, the examiner from the private examination in Chiantai province. His sharp gaze swept across the scene, evidently failing to recognize Lin Chia, who had been just another unnoticed candidate among thousands. Beside Cheong Shilason stood a refined middle-aged man, the teacher who had previously lectured the new students on the Kanghai Lingju. Upon seeing Lin Chia, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a polite nod of acknowledgement. The last figure was a tall female teacher in a red combat uniform. She completely ignored Lin Chia's presence and directly addressed Sai Qingwan, frowning as she asked in a deep voice, "Sai Qingwan, what is going on?" Sai Qingwan's always alluring peach blossom eyes slowly turned to Lin Chia, her long, fair fingers pointing at him as she spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 209. Lin Chia is different. She never expected that the two students before her would be the heirs of the Chen family. It seemed they were standing on Lin Chia's side. However, before she could think of a way to regain control of the situation, Chen Xuani stepped forward and coldly stated, "Teacher, I have witnessed multiple times how Yi Jing'ai and her subordinates have provocatively targeted various new students, especially the boys, without any legitimate reason. Just now, my classmate Zhong Yating, who was coming to find me, was attacked by Yi Jing'ai in the elevator and was taken away. I seriously suspect that these incidents targeting new students, particularly the boys, are somehow related to a ritual associated with the abyss that has led to this corruption. Is this a problem of just Yi Jing'ai, or is it an issue with the entire legal affairs society? Or even beyond a single society?" If Chen Zhuanyang's questioning only caused her to lose face, then Chen Xuani's words expanded the nature of the issue dramatically. She could not bear the label of abyss corruption. Yuan Jingjing's expression changed rapidly, finally forcing a smile and softening her tone. "Classmate Chen, you misunderstand. This matter is certainly an individual issue." Chapter 210. The Devouring of the Extreme Realm. Meanwhile, when Lin Chia entered the dormitory, he saw Bai Mushi focused on practicing the 8 treasures skill. Hearing the door open, she raised her eyes, and, upon seeing Lin Chia return, her beautiful eyes, usually shimmering with light, instantly filled with deep concern. However, she knew she could not stop her cultivation now, so she silently inquired with her gaze. Lin Chia smiled at her and softly said, "Wife, continue your practice, everything outside is resolved." He then added with a smile, "I need to cooperate with the teachers for some inquiries, but don't worry, I'll be back soon." Looking into his confident and gentle eyes, Bai Mushi felt her anxiety ease considerably, and she nodded heavily. Lin Chia quickly tied it up, took 2 boxes of nutrition paste, leaving the nutrition liquid behind, and then turned to leave the dormitory. After a while, Bai Mushi slowly finished her practice, completing 1 full cycle of cultivation. She exhaled a long breath, instinctively reaching out her small hand to gently touch her slightly protruding belly, where she felt a faint movement. And her beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a trace of worry. Chapter 211. Dragon God Specialized Weapon. Lin Chia never expected that the extreme realm martial intent could be so powerful. It could even devour the will and energy of the abyss. This might be a privilege only possessed by martial gods, and now he had it. Perhaps for super strong beings at the martial god level, devouring a little bit of genetic potential and energy was trivial. But for Lin Chia, at his current strength, it was undoubtedly a super weapon that could overturn everything. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning: martial god Ling Zan. Since his martial intent had reached the extreme realm, could he attempt to comprehend, or even learn the martial intent of martial god Ling Zan? That martial intent was completely different from his current one. Once this thought popped up, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. Lin Chia felt a surge of excitement, but forced himself to suppress this impulse. No. He couldn't rush. He clearly remembered how terrifying the burden on his body was when breaking through from level 9 to the extreme realm. If it weren't for the mysterious potion given by Xiao Ruo Shui, which timely replenished the terrifying consumption that nearly drained his life, he might not have had the chance to experience the power of the extreme realm before being starved to death. Chapter 212, Qin Xiaoxiao's Shokusai Qingwan calmly stated, "You did well this time. The rest, let Xuanyang take your statement, go through the process, and then you can leave." After saying this, she did not linger, turning to leave with a graceful sway, leaving a faint but fragrant breeze in the air. Chen Xuanyang worked quickly. The so-called statement was just a few routine questions, and it was soon completed. She put away the recording device. Her beautiful big eyes curiously looking at Lin Xie as she asked, "All done, are you heading back now?" Lin Xie nodded and replied, "I'm going home for a bit." Right now, Lin Xie's mind was solely focused on cultivation, and still cultivation. First, he wanted to push his physical and mental training to the extreme limit of 700 points, then see if he could cultivate another martial intent. Lin Xie clearly understood that the greatest boost to his strength was the martial intent. He could do without martial skills, but he could not do without martial intent. It seemed that for a long time, no one had heard of anyone possessing dual martial intents. Perhaps he could become such a unique existence. "Are you going back to see your wife?" Chen Xuanyang instinctively asked, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze for a moment, her pretty face slightly reddening. Chapter 213, The Imperial Flower is worn out by you. Although Qin Xiaoxiao was a bit far away, and her main focus was not on long spears, she could not immediately identify the specific brand and model of the spear. However, this did not hinder her judgment of weapons. She had touched weapons ranging from millions to billions. The spear in front of her looked very good. Even better than the 30 million level dual blades she had. Indeed, it came from the Lin family of the main star. They were wealthy. Much wealthier than her own family. However, Lin Xie was unaware of Qin Xiaoxiao's thoughts at that moment, and was fully immersed in his martial arts training. His figure flashed, and the spear in his hand moved like a swimming dragon. He could clearly feel his spiritual energy flowing through his arm into the spear, coursing through the dark golden patterns like blood rushing through veins, bringing an unprecedented sense of unity between man and weapon. This dragon god spear was far heavier than a standard alloy spear, but this weight did not become a burden. Instead, it transformed into an incredibly solid foundation, allowing him to receive the clearest and most direct feedback with even the slightest exertion. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The spear in his hand trembled suddenly, and the tip sliced through the air, producing a dull, thunderous hum. Chapter 214, Gene Potential 75. Lin Xie. As soon as the message was sent, Chen Xuanyuan's reply came almost instantly, a long string of text mixed with several shocked emoji, quickly filling the screen. "Did you not see the school announcement? Official notice. Due to a certain staff member of the Legal Affairs Association losing control during cultivation, a small-scale abyss contamination incident occurred. And Yi Jing'ai, along with another vice president and several of her subordinates, all unfortunately perished. Many were injured. Moreover, I have insider information. The student councils Han Yingwen, the trial courts Meng Yao, and Fang Run, all core members of the Imperial Flower, have been contaminated by the abyss. Although they are not in life-threatening danger, they won't be able to come out for at least 6 months. And with this abyss contamination incident, the entire school is conducting a thorough investigation, involving all members of the Imperial Flower. As a result, the influence of the Imperial Flower in the school has been reduced by more than half. This is all because of you." Lin Xie looked at Chen Xuanyuan's words, instantly speechless. "Everything is because of me? What does it have to do with me? That Yi Jing'ai has issues, and the abyss took advantage of the situation. And it's my fault." Lin Xie opened the official account of the Galaxy Martial University, and the latest pinned post immediately caught his eye. Chapter 215, Whirlwind Spear Technique Perfected. after perfecting the whirlwind spear technique. The spear techniques that had been temporarily set aside due to talent have now all been cultivated to perfection. Lin Chia looked at the rows of max indicators and decided not to invest more time in martial arts. He found that cultivating martial arts techniques was far less efficient than cultivating martial will. 3D level spear techniques, plus 1C level spear technique. Such intense training only brought him a 5-point increase in gene potential. However, a breakthrough in martial will, from level 6 peak to level 10 perfection, boosted his gene potential by a full 30 points. Not to mention the overwhelming suppression effect of martial will on the mental level. In the freshman finals, Chen Zhuan's flashy A-level martial technique looked impressive and cool, but in actual effect, it felt less effective than his simple and brutal D-level spear technique. This is why Lin Chia felt martial techniques were not important. Was it that he hadn't discovered the role of martial techniques, rather than martial techniques being useless? Perhaps it was he who had not discovered the subtle uses of martial techniques. Regardless, Lin Chia was now more interested in whether it was possible to comprehend a second martial will and cultivate it. Chapter 216, Everyone likes to be up at dawn. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Chen Zhuanyuan was anxiously staring at her terminal screen, with no replies. This guy wouldn't he be getting cozy with his wife, would he? The thought popped into Chen Zhuanyuan's mind uncontrollably, and her face flushed. Oh my, what are you thinking, Chen Zhuanyuan? Their couple's matters have nothing to do with you. She somewhat irritably patted her cheek, forcibly shaking off those messy thoughts. Go cultivate. Hurry up and raise it above 70. With this thought, she suddenly stood up from the sofa, the slight irritation in her eyes instantly replaced by determined fighting spirit, and she turned and strode out of the dormitory. 40 hours later, in the student dormitory, Lin Chia slowly finished his training, exhaling a long breath of hot white air. The experience points for primordial chi skill were less than 100 points away from the next upgrade. He felt the abundant and pure energy within him and nodded in satisfaction. Completely consuming the nutritional paste, indeed no more burping or bloating. However, the consumption was a bit high. He glanced at the corner where 10 boxes containing a total of 120 packets of nutritional paste had all been consumed. Chapter 217, The combat suit looks quite good. 2 hours later, Lin Chia returned to the school gate from the Reproductive Management Center, feeling refreshed. As soon as he stepped through the school gate, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Ding! Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Ding! Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation permissions. No unlocked cultivation methods. Gained 1 permission point. Gained 1 permission point. Gained 1 permission point. Offspring, 28, in gestation, at this moment. A familiar voice called from behind Lin Chia. Brother Lin. Wait for me. Lin Chia turned around to see Qian Hun pushing a small cart filled with nutritional paste catching up. As soon as he stopped, he immediately became the focus of the surrounding crowd. Many passing students recognized him and stopped in their tracks. Look! It's Spear Brother. What Spear Brother? It should be Fertility Maniac. A girl whispered, her tone laced with a hint of mockery to her friend. Chapter 218, By Mushi's Unexpected Pregnancy Soon. After a round of training, Sai Qingwan stood up and looked at Lin Chia. How is it? Lin Chia said in a deep voice, I feel something. Sai Qingwan smiled, well, I just activated the holographic recording, you can take it back and comprehend it slowly. Lin Chia nodded, thank you, Teacher Qingwan, for this class fee. Sai Qingwan waved her hand and said, all right, no need to be polite. However, just as Lin Chia walked out of the training room, Buzz? A series of urgent communication requests sounded. He saw the name on the light screen and furrowed his brows sharply. It was Bai Mushi. While cultivating outside, Bai Mushi had never video called him, at most sending a few messages expressing her longing. Is something wrong? Lin Chia's heart tightened. He could no longer pay attention to Sai Qingwan in front of him, and immediately took a step back to swipe the answer key. The light screen lit up. And a pale, paper-like face covered in fine cold sweat instantly entered Lin Chia's sight. Bai Mushi bit her lower lip tightly. And her usually shimmering beautiful eyes were now filled with pain and helplessness, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Lin Chia's heart suddenly ached, and his pupils contracted sharply. His voice turning incredibly urgent, "Wife. What happened?" Chapter 219, The Lin Family of the Main Star. Bai Mushi was already in tears, tightly grasping Lin Chia's hand. Tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with fear and self-blame. I don't want to cultivate anymore, woo-woo. Of course not. He replied. Look. You've now comprehended the martial will, so the baby born will have a smoother path in martial arts. If you keep cultivating like this, our baby will be the strongest when born, right? He leaned down gently to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, softly reassuring her, don't be afraid. For the next 10 days, I'll be here with you. Once you and the baby are stable, we can go home. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi was first stunned. Then hurriedly shook her head, her swollen red eyes filled with worry. Husband, aren't you still going to cultivate? You should go back, I can manage here, really. She didn't want to delay her husband's future because of herself. However, Lin Chia just shook his head and held her soft little hand tightly. What kind of joke is this? Leaving Bai Mushi alone in the hospital while I run back to cultivate. I can't do that. Moreover, he had his own plans. Chapter 220, New Cultivation System for Lin Chia. Such mundane accusations didn't even qualify to stir his emotions. His only goal was to become stronger. The best response to these noises was not to argue, but to crush them completely with absolute strength. However, while Lin Chia didn't care, the entire forum exploded because of this exclusive interview. Shocking news. The direct daughter of the Lin family of the main star personally confirms that the first of the new students, Lin Chia, is actually a fraud. Bright moon and starlight. The real pride of heaven descends, and the one-gun brother is about to be revealed. Rational analysis, Lin Feiji's background is unfathomable. Lin Chia may not escape this calamity. I stand with the one-gun brother. Who cares about the main star Lin family? Strength is the hard truth. The selection competition will show the truth. Wake up upstairs, Lin Feiji comes from the main star of Taurus, and I heard it's a brand new cultivation system. How can the one-gun brother compete? Various posts sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain, instantly occupying all sections of the forum. The previous rumors about Lin Chia's mysterious background and being a love child of the main star had become a huge joke under this official clarification. Chapter 221, Dual Martial Will. On the forum, 4 brand new names instantly captured the attention of all new students like a virus. Lin Feiji, Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen. Su Liuli. Lin Feiji became popular after challenging Lin Chia, while the other 3 also came from prestigious martial arts families of the main star of Taurus. Lin, Xiao, Yi. Su. 4 ordinary students of the 0755 star system. These 4 surnames might just be 4 unfamiliar symbols. But in the eyes of the true descendants of these well-established families at the Galaxy Martial University, they represented unimaginable colossal entities. The 4 prestigious martial arts families of the main star of Taurus. Each has a terrifying existence, with a heritage of over 10,000 years. In fact, many students at the Galaxy Martial University are family branches developed after these 4 families expanded into the 0755 star system. And these 4 individuals are the pioneers sent by these 4 martial arts families to promote the new generation of cultivation systems in the 0755 star system. In the hospital room, Bai Mushi was scrolling through her personal terminal, her small face filled with worry. Husband, she poked Lin Xie, who was meditating with closed eyes beside her. Have you seen the forum? They are discussing them everywhere. Chapter 222, All Comprehended. Su Qingying's heart was in turmoil. Her usually cool eyes were filled with complexity and hesitation at this moment. Finally, she sighed deeply and said softly, "Okay. I'll go back and discuss it with my family now. The copyright fee for this Xuan Envi Liu is too expensive. Just the first stage's copyright fee has already surpassed 100 million, not including the exclusive resource fees. She couldn't afford it. It was also a huge burden for her family. So, she needed to go back to discuss how to get a loan or what to use as collateral." Su Liuli nodded in satisfaction and said no more. In fact, Su Qingying still held a glimmer of hope. Could the mysterious and powerful force within Lin Xie also come from the main star's new cultivation system? After all, the feeling of being completely crushed by the other party's martial will, leaving a deep imprint in the soul, was too real and terrifying. Having personally experienced that unmatched strength, deep down, she was actually more willing to follow Lin Xie. But Lin Feiji from the Lin family had already publicly clarified in front of the whole school that Lin Xie was not from the Lin family at all. Chapter 223, Training Room Challenge. This can't be possible, right? Or is there something I don't know? Sai Qingwan murmured inwardly. Could it be that the bad woman Lin Yuchen is hiding something from me? Instinctively, she couldn't believe it. It was too bizarre. Completely beyond her understanding of martial arts. But looking at Lin Xie's serious and confident eyes on the light screen, she felt a hint of inexplicable belief rising uncontrollably in her heart. Then, Sai Qingwan lost her focus. Her martial will, if nothing unexpected, was probably just the cold and ruthless ice blade. Yet, a younger person born 20 or 30 years later could have dual or even triple martial wills. It was impossible for Sai Qingwan to come to terms with this. She suddenly recalled that Lin Xie's wife encountered problems after suddenly comprehending martial will. For a one-star martial artist to comprehend martial will is indeed rare. Could it be that Lin Xie has some secret? If I also got pregnant with his child, would I also be able to comprehend a second martial will? No. Sai Qingwan, what are you thinking? What pregnancy? Absolutely impossible. Sai Qingwan's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she quickly cut off this absurd thought. Clearing her throat awkwardly and forcing her mind back on track, other different martial arts wills, such as Teacher Li Sen's, as solid as a rock. He should be willing to teach, and has the time as well. Chapter 224, There Are No Eternal Enemies. 3 days later, Bai Mushi was successfully discharged from the hospital. During these 3 days, Lin Xie accompanied her while also seizing every moment to cultivate. However, the comprehension of the third level of martial arts will had not been successful for a long time. He could clearly feel that, sandwiched between the extreme martial intent of a rapid fire and the entry-level martial intent of a frozen slaughter, trying to forcibly carve out a third realm was even more difficult than understanding the second level. The time required was far more than he had anticipated. However, on the floating car back to school, Lin Xie did not hesitate at all and directly opened the challenge interface of the Student Council's training room. He typed Lin Feiji's name into the search bar. Immediately, Lin Feiji's personal information popped up on the screen, along with the training room number, B level 007, that she currently occupied. Lin Xie directly pressed the challenge button next to it. Ding! You have challenged the user of training room B007, Lin Feiji. Challenge time, tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. Challenge location, Student Council's 5th Martial Arts Arena. Please ensure both the challenger and the challenged arrive on time. At this moment, in the Student Council's training room B007. Chapter 225. Sai Qingwan's pre-match training. Lin Xie had just returned to his dormitory and was preparing to continue his comprehension of martial arts when a video request from Chen Xuanxuan popped up. He swiped the screen, and Chen Xuanxuan's beautiful face always carrying a hint of coolness and pride, immediately appeared on the screen. Lin Jie. The Emperor Flower Pharmaceutical wants to sponsor you. Actually, it's Yuan Jingjing's intention. Emperor Flower Pharmaceutical is willing to provide you with all the latest top-tier enhancement potions for free within a year. Additionally, they will pay you 5 million credit points as a sponsorship fee. Emperor Flower Pharmaceutical. Lin Jie was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. Well, Chen Zhuanzhuan explained. It's a newly emerging pharmaceutical company controlled by the family behind the core members of the previous Emperor Flower. With Liu Ruyan as the face, they have made quite a name for themselves in Terra and nearby markets over the past 2 years, and are preparing to expand into those third and fourth tier cities. After listening, Lin Jie pondered for a moment. Are the potions safe? What if something is wrong with them? Don't worry about this. Chen Zhuanzhuan immediately patted her chest to assure him they can't afford to have any issues. Every bottle of these top-tier potions has a unique code, and they undergo the strictest testing before leaving the factory. There's simply no way there could be a problem. If you're still concerned, you can take them to the school's potion testing center or our Chen family's laboratory for a comprehensive ingredient analysis before using them, just to be safe. Chapter 226. Responsibility. To the teacher, Sai Qingwan looked at the unexpectedly impressive boy in front of her with interest and asked with a light laugh, Chia, what is your genetic potential at now? As soon as her words fell, with a loud boom, Lin Jie was pinned to the ground. What a helpless sigh. The teacher really is a teacher, extraordinary as always. As a martial artist, Lin Jie still couldn't withstand it. Sai Qingwan said with a light laugh, Chia, what is your genetic potential at now? The following is omitted for thousands of words. Inside the training room, two completely opposing martial arts wills collided with each other. On one side was Lin Jie's rapid fire, like an awakened ancient volcano, filled with primal, domineering, and masculine aura. On the other side was Sai Qingwan's frozen slaughter, like an unmelting polar glacier, filled with coldness, deathly silence, and feminine aura. The ultimate clash of ice and fire was no longer a simple confrontation, but a fusion and devouring. The rapid fire within him, like a torrent that had found its outlet, was being violently pulled and torn apart by an invisible vortex carrying extreme cold, then reshaped and refined by a chilling force. Chapter 227. The outcome was already predetermined. Lin Jie was carrying a box of top-tier enhancement potions provided by Yakan Bio as he walked back to his dormitory. The night was deep, the campus quiet, with only hurried students passing by. The occasional night breeze brushed past, and the cold moonlight cast a long shadow of Lin Jie. He couldn't help but recall the enchanting scenes from earlier in the training room. These powerful female teachers were all too dangerous. Lin Jie shook his head helplessly. Upon returning to the student dormitory, as soon as Lin Jie entered, Bai Mushi greeted him. Husband, you're back. Lin Jie stroked her hair and said, just recovered. You should rest early. Husband, what is this? Enhancement potions, Lin Jie explained with a smile. I need to use them in tomorrow's competition, they need to be promoted. Lin Jie continued, actually, this stuff is not very useful for me right now. I asked about it. The higher your genetic potential, the less effective this kind of civilian technology is. However, it would still be okay for you to use. I heard that it helps during childbirth. Bai Mushi's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Really? Lin Jie nodded. After all, it's a civilian potion, safety comes first. I heard those noble women from families like to use this kind of enhancement potion. Chapter 228. Ridiculously wrong. At exactly 9:00 a.m., the competition officially began. Amidst the thunderous simulated cheers, two figures walked out simultaneously from the contestant passage. Lin Feiji was still wearing the billion-dollar Night God combat suit, her silver short hair gleaming under the lights, and her cold pretty face was filled with arrogance and disdain. Lin Jie, on the other hand, was still wearing the Pioneer Pro Max gifted by Xingmi Group, holding the Dragon God Spear, and calmly walked to the center of the arena. The two faced each other from a distance, and the invisible combat intent clashed fiercely in the air. Lin Feixi looked at the boy across from her, whose expression was calm to the point of indifference, and a cruel smile crept up the corner of her mouth as she coldly said, "You are Lin Chia, right? A country bumpkin, daring to pretend to be a member of our main star's Lin family. I am giving you a chance now. Apologize on your knees in front of the camera, and admit you are a fake, and I can let you lose a little more gracefully." Her words were filled with a condescending charity. Losing gracefully was already a tremendous favor from her. After finishing her words, Lin Feixi drew out a long knife, and her internal spiritual energy erupted. Zilla. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, dazzling golden lightning suddenly burst forth from the long knife. Chapter 229, Lin Feixi's crushing kill. His speed is so fast. Lin Feixi's lightning long knife, relying on her honed combat instinct, suddenly crossed in front of her. Clang! A piercing metallic clash, as thunderous as a storm, erupted in the training ground. However, the overwhelming force Lin Feixi had anticipated did not materialize. The moment the long knife met the gun's tip, an unfathomable, terrifying force, akin to stars colliding, surged down the blade. Lin Feixi felt an unstoppable torrent crash violently against her arm. It felt less like being struck by a weapon, and more like being trampled by an ancient beast charging at full speed. My strength was actually crushed. Crack! In that moment, Lin Feixi's eyes were filled with sheer terror. This speed, this power. How is that possible? Yet, just as that thought flickered through her fear-stricken mind, she clearly saw the dark golden gun tip piercing through her combat suit's protection. Her terminal's barrage of notifications, which she had no time to close, was filled with exclamation marks. But there was no time to look. The cold gun tip tore through the night god combat suit without hindrance. Like a hot branding iron cutting into butter, deeply embedding itself in her left chest. Chapter 230, Post-match injection in the student dormitory. Yi Qinghan stared intensely at the bloody and violently beautiful scene on the screen, her entire being immersed in an extreme excitement. Her beautiful face, usually proud, was now flushed red, and her stunning eyes sparkled as if flames were burning within. My dad is amazing. She suddenly leaped up from the sofa, waving her fair fist and letting out an uncontrollable, ecstatic scream. In her excitement, her fair fist uncontrollably slammed down hard on the bed beside her. Crack! A sound of overwhelming strain echoed, and that seemingly sturdy single bed actually collapsed under her punch, crashing down. Yi Qinghan looked at the scattered bed pieces, momentarily stunned. Then her pretty face darkened, and the excitement in her eyes was instantly replaced by the fury of a young lady. What a lousy bed! She disdainfully kicked aside a piece of wood at her feet, unhesitatingly opened her personal terminal, and directly called the butler. Get me a new bed delivered immediately. As fast as possible. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Bai Mushi was nervously watching the live broadcast. Chapter 231, Reaction of the international students. The indicator lights in the gravity training room were flashing, and the internal gravity parameters had been adjusted to 10 times. Xiaolong, bare-chested, with bronze muscles like steel, every line filled with explosive strength, was performing the most basic weighted squats in a nearly self-abusive manner. Beads of sweat rolling down his chiseled cheeks, evaporating into white smoke upon touching the scorching ground. Vaz? The communication request interrupted his last set of training. Who? Xiaolong growled impatiently, his voice like that of an enraged lion. Master, the butler's calm yet slightly urgent voice came from outside. Lin Feixi lost. What did you say? Xiaolong stood up straight, seemingly unaffected by the terrifying gravity. He strode to the control panel, and released the gravity field. Whoosh! The door slid open, and the butler stood at the entrance with a serious expression. Pull up the match footage. How did it turn digital? Project the holographic image. However, when the digital video was projected in the center of the training room, Xiaolong's face showed impatience. Chapter 232, Pressed to the floor, Lin Feixi was actually able to be killed instantly by him. Then, Su Liuli, who didn't want to admit it but had to, acknowledged that Lin Xiao's performance in this battle had completely crushed her. She even began to suspect that this might be a trap set by some hostile factions at the Galactic Martial University. Lin Xiao was not a new student at all, but an almost graduating senior, disguised as a new student to suppress them, the newcomers. Only seniors with genetic potential above 90 could possibly have such terrifying oppressive force, right? No, I must find out more information about him. Su Liuli's mind instantly recalled the girl from the branch family, Su Qingying. Without hesitation, she immediately contacted Su Qingying. In Su Qingying's dormitory, the light was soft. She was sitting upright, focused on a video call with her grandfather on the terminal screen. Grandpa. Her voice carrying its usual coolness, the main family's intentions are already very clear. On the screen, the old man of the Su family, with white hair and a dignified face, said solemnly, Qingying, I know. But the current situation requires us branch families to choose sides. We cannot make a single misstep. Chapter 233, Secrets of the New Cultivation System, text omitted for brevity. 10 minutes later. Lin Xiao felt refreshed and more energized than ever before. The fusion of ice and fire felt like this. He glanced at the side, where Sai Qingwan's face, usually a bit pale, now had a touch of alluring flush, as if infused with new vitality. When the third round of healing ended, Sai Qingwan finally showed a satisfied expression, exuding a lazy yet enchanting aura. Lin Xiao was also very pleased. In just 1 hour, his psychic energy had surged by 30 points. During their break, Lin Xiao looked at Sai Qingwan's slightly restored rosy face and suddenly remembered something, asking, by the way, that Yi Xingchen said he would give me a set of their main star's new cultivation system techniques for free. Do you know what that's about? Upon hearing this, Sai Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What do you think? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I don't think it's great, I won. If Yi Xingchen says it's due to their family's cultivation techniques, wouldn't I look like a clown? Chapter 234, 3 Levels of Martial Will Student Xiao. A new martial will is faintly emerging between fierce fire rapid and cold ice silent kill. A sense of indescribable shock surged within Sai Qingwan. This new martial will is embracing all rivers. He actually comprehended the third martial will during their joint cultivation. How is this possible? This goes beyond the description of a prodigy, this is simply a monster. A colossal wave of emotions surged within Sai Qingwan. Lin Xiao was unaware of Sai Qingwan's inner shock. He only felt a bit tired yet somewhat excited. The third martial will has arrived. He focused his thoughts and opened the system. Martial will embracing all rivers, level 3. Not unlocked. Unlock immediately. Martial will, fiery blaze, first level 10, max. Martial will, icy slaughter, second level 3, 03000, martial will, ocean of knowledge, third level 1, 01000, done. And Sai Qingwan looked at Lin Xie, as if she were looking at a complete monster. Chapter 235, The Selection Competition Begins. Sai Qingwan glanced at Lin Xie and asked, when did you use it? Lin Xie then recounted how Xiao Ruoshui had suddenly appeared that day and gifted him the star energy essence, detailing everything to Sai Qingwan. After listening, Sai Qingwan's gaze at Lin Xie became increasingly strange. You little guy, you actually have such a backstory. She thought for a moment, the universe is vast. And there are all kinds of wonders. Perhaps 999, 999, 999, 999 people would never experience such a situation, but Lin Xie was different. It was quite normal for a prodigy like him to attract Xiao Ruoshui's attention, right? Such a special physique could indeed produce such a miraculous reaction. Does this also indicate that Lin Xie is the chosen one? Another chosen one after the great emperor? Sai Qingwan shook her head. It couldn't be as exaggerated as the great emperor. The universe is so large, and there are so many galaxies. There are naturally many prodigies. And it's just that she was ignorant. Sai Chingwan brought her thoughts back and looked at Lin Chia, nodding, "Okay, I'll buy it for you." Lin Chia immediately transferred 1,000 credits to Sai Chingwan. Soon, a person in black entered carrying a silver box, which contained the star energy essence. Chapter 236, Third Level of Martial Will. Lin Chia accidentally liked a post and quickly retracted it. He closed his social media and turned to browse campus news. Most of it was battle reports published by various clubs, boasting about how excellent their new students were and highlighting any dark horses that had emerged. However, a few trending news articles unanimously pointed their arrows at yesterday's match. Prodigy falls, the pain of the competition system. Lin Feiji seriously injured and absent. Provoking deep thoughts, should we provide a better protection mechanism for talents? Upon clicking, the content was mostly the same. The articles were filled with regret and injustice over Lin Feiji's serious injury and absence, implicitly suggesting that this unexpected injury to the main star prodigy was a huge loss for her and the entire group of new students. Some even called for the school to offer students like Lin Feiji, who were injured unexpectedly, a chance to compete again. Lin Chia thought to himself that such an injury as yesterday's would likely take at least 10 or 8 days to recover from. After 10 or 8 days, the selection competition would probably have already progressed to the top 100 matches, or even further stages. It seemed that these news articles had hired people specifically to create public opinion. Chapter 237, Teacher Sai and Lin Chia have issues on the other side. Xiaolong's butler was respectfully standing by, reporting in a low voice, "Master, the Yi family's Yi Xingchen has sent someone to approach Lin Chia." But the result was a rejection. Oh? Xiaolong paused his training, unable to show any joy or anger. He didn't even regard the Yi family's divine radiant star body. Yes, the butler nodded. It is said that Lin Chia simply stated that he needed to think about it, and there was no further communication. Hearing this, Xiaolong sneered and chose not to respond further. Although Lin Feiji was eliminated, the digital footage alone could not accurately assess Lin Chia's true strength. One could only vaguely infer that his genetic potential was between 50 and 80. This range was too wide. Moreover, the power of the technique he practiced was completely a mystery. Since Yi Xingchen had hit a wall, there was no need for him to seek trouble. Perhaps Lin Feiji really was careless. Regarding the heated selection competition outside, Lin Chia merely glanced over, and did not pay further attention. He looked at the remaining one authority point in the system, and without hesitation, returned to the familiar second home, the Reproductive Management Center. Chapter 238, The concealed Xiaoying. Chen Zhuan glanced at this gossiping sister. What's the problem? Recently, teacher Sai Chingwan has been getting very close to Lin Chia. Spending a long time alone every day, even delaying my morning classes several times. Chen Zhuan looked at Chen Zhuan, feeling speechless. So what? Even if it's true, there's no rule against it, right? Although Chen Zhuan was somewhat skeptical of Chen Xuan's words, even if it were true, so what? Did it affect his cultivation? If not, why bother with so many details? However, Chen Zhuan continued to analyze. I think Lin Chia's martial will and teacher Sai Chingwan's martial will levels are the same. Just like we speculated before. Teacher Sai Chingwan wants to use Lin Chia's martial will to break through her own martial will. Oh my god, unexpectedly, while breaking through. Feelings developed. TSK. Chen Zhuan was immediately speechless. I told you not to read so many novels and to focus on your cultivation. Chen Zhuan huffed. What's wrong with reading novels? What's wrong with watching short dramas? My cultivation is still faster than yours. Chen Zhuan said, You're 3 years older than me. Are you proud of that? Chapter 239, Xiaoying's delusion. Xiaoying's expression instantly darkened. He had thought this would be a fateful showdown. Instead, The opponent actually advertised before the match. Who is this humiliating? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. And a hint of cold killing intent flashed in his always slightly gloomy eyes. Very well, since you look down on me so much, don't blame me for being merciless. Countdown, 0. The bell for the start of the match echoed throughout the venue. At the very first moment the bell rang, Xiaoying moved. An invisible yet vast mental force surged from within him like a flood breaking a dam. Vaz? The air in the entire martial arts arena seemed to become thick and stagnant at that moment. In the commentary booth, Chen Chui's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees. Filled with uncontrollable excitement and shock. Mental domain. It's the mental domain. Oh my god. Xiaoying actually unfolded his mental domain right at the start of the match. As her words fell, the arena, centered around Xiaoying, instantly became shrouded in a visible, ripple-like mental domain. Chapter 240. Xiaoying's Suicide and Stunt. Ah. A scream, not quite human, filled with extreme pain and fear, erupted from Xiaoying's throat. He held his head with both hands. Collapsing to the ground as if his bones had been pulled out, his body convulsing violently, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The confidence that once controlled everything, the godlike indifference, was completely shattered in this moment, leaving only the most primal, extreme fear of that unmatched power. No, it can't be. The ultimate shock instantly consumed Xiaoying's reason. This is not some form of martial intent. Returning to the true. Is this returning to the true? No. There's no way returning to the true could have such power. Triple. He actually has triple martial will. Moreover, one of them has already entered the realm of returning to the true. Regret, fear, despair, jealousy, countless negative emotions surged like the most potent poison, wildly breeding and spreading in his nearly collapsing mental world. Why? Why did heaven give birth to Lin Xie, and also to me, Xiaoying? Why? Just as his mind was completely out of control, in the real world, a black golden stream of light had already crossed the distance of space. Chapter 241, The Semifinals. Inside the VIP box, there was a deathly silence. The air seemed to solidify into lead, heavy enough to suffocate. Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, and Su Liuli, 3 proud children from the main star, wore expressions so gloomy they could drip water, and deep in their eyes was an uncontainable storm. They looked at each other. And from each other's eyes, they saw the same shock and a trace of uncontrollable fear. Finally, it was Yi Xingchen who broke the suffocating silence first. His voice was a bit dry, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiaoying's reaction clearly indicates he has suffered an unimaginable, crushing attack on a mental level. He knew very well how powerful Xiaoying's substantialized mental domain was, and even more so. He understood what kind of terrifying power was needed to cause such a strong domain to collapse in an instant. This Lin Xie's martial will is not right. Yi Xingchen's gaze was fixed on the calm figure on the light screen, who was collecting his weapon, and he said slowly, "That is definitely not some form of martial intent. It can't possibly be returning to the true, right?" Xiaolong finally couldn't help but roar. Disbelief flashing across his usually arrogant face for the first time, a peerless genius who comprehended the martial intent of returning to the true at the martial artist stage. Chapter 242, Su Liuli's Fantasy. In the preparation lounge, Lin Xie was practicing the Hunyuan Qigong. He was close to mastering the Hunyuan Qigong. So Lin Xie planned to simultaneously comprehend the 4th level of martial will while adjusting his state. Knock knock. The door was gently knocked. Lin Xie opened his eyes and calmly said, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Su Qingying. She seemed to hesitate for a long time before finally gathering the courage to come here, her usually cool and beautiful face filled with complexity and difficulty. Lin Xie. She walked up to Lin Xie, slightly bowed, her voice carrying a hint of pleading she was unaware of. "I came this time to plead for Su Liuli." Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Pleading? Let's talk inside. Su Qingying nodded and walked in, vigilantly scanning the empty lounge. After confirming there were no surveillance devices, the hint of pleading and difficulty on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness, filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 243, Su Liuli's last card at 1:30 p.m., 30 minutes before the match officially began. The atmosphere in the first martial arts arena of the Galaxy Martial Arts University had reached a boiling point. The venue, filled to nearly 10,000 people, erupted in waves of cheers, each wave louder than the last, almost threatening to topple the entire dome. All the light screens, all the cameras were focused on the upcoming semifinal. Although Su Liuli bore the halo of being the proud daughter of the Taurus main star, in the pre-match online support voting, Lin Chiye had obtained a terrifying support rate of over 95 in an almost crushing manner. Don't be fooled by Su Liuli's dismal 5 support rate. Among them, more were just onlookers who enjoyed the drama, or simply attracted by Su Liuli's looks. Essentially, very few people genuinely supported Su Liuli anymore. After all, the previous crushing defeats of Lin Feiji and Xiao Ying were still fresh in memory. In the face of absolute strength, any division between old and new systems seemed pale and powerless. In the commentary booth, Chen Chuwei, dressed in a capable uniform, her face always radiating passion and vitality, now bore a hint of seriousness. Chapter 244, Mental Confusion. However, just as her blade, filled with a breath of destruction, was about to touch Lin Chiye, she found herself in that moment, frozen. Time seemed to slow down infinitely, everything around her turned into slowly flowing light and shadow. Only her own thoughts were still racing wildly. She saw that the boy across from her wore no surprise, and certainly not the terror she had anticipated. What she saw was only a kind of indifferent calmness, as if a deity was looking down at ants. Then, she felt it. When her threefold martial will, driven to the extreme, swept toward Lin Chiye's mental world like 3 surging rivers. When she faced Lin Chiye, when her threefold martial intent clashed against Lin Chiye's threefold martial intent, boom. An expansive and terrifying martial will erupted from Lin Chiye. The threefold martial will. At this moment, though not perfectly intertwined, it was enough to turn into a purgatory capable of tearing souls apart and crushing everything, fiercely meeting Su Liuli's 3 surging rivers. There was no earth-shattering collision, no stalemate. Only crushing. Chapter 245. An unexpected final opponent. Lin Chiye was not very interested in Chen Xuanxuan's gossip. All his thoughts were focused on comprehending the 4th level of martial will. He simply nodded calmly in response, and immersed himself back into the foundational boxing techniques of strong stone Li Senator. However, he soon jumped out of the several holographic videos, furrowing his brow. Watching strong stone Li Sen's well-built muscular body practicing boxing felt strange. Lin Chiye thought to himself, should I switch to another female teacher? Or maybe ask Sai Qingwan? This feeling is odd and not good. However, upon opening the terminal, Chen Xuanxuan had several new messages. The match has begun. Tang Sandow has struck. First strike. Ling Xiaoqing actually took it head-on, she didn't dodge. Second strike. Ling Xiaoqing is still taking it head-on. Tang Sandow's knife force is getting fiercer. The third strike is coming. Ling Xiaoqing. She has disabled one hand and severely injured Tang Sandow. What the heck? What's going on with Ling Xiaoqing? Did she win? She actually defeated Tang Dongshan. Just like when you faced Tang Dongshan before. She avoided a deadly strike. The counterattack was successful. Lin Chiye was somewhat surprised to see this information. Chapter 246. Unexpected 3rd and 4th finals at exactly 2 p.m. The 3rd and 4th finals officially began. Tang Dongshan, who was severely injured yesterday, appeared on the field right on time. On the other side, Su Liuli's figure also emerged. Although her beautiful face, always carrying a hint of pride, still bore a trace of sickly paleness, her eyes sparkled with an almost frenzied excitement. Ha 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 ha. She looked at the obviously unsteady Tang Dongshan opposite her, and suddenly let out a sharp and piercing laugh, echoing throughout the empty martial arts arena. I have been reborn. I have come back to life. You country bumpkins have no idea what true power is. Before her words had even faded, the long knife in her hand transformed into a streak of light that tore through space, slashing towards Tang Dongshan with an unmatched ferocity. Tang Dongshan's face changed dramatically. He could clearly feel that Su Liuli's strike was far more terrifying than any in previous matches. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Forcibly suppressing his injuries and channeling all his spiritual energy into the battle knife in his hand, suddenly blocking it in front of him. Clang! The sound of a painfully sharp metal clash reverberated throughout the arena. Chapter 247 Ling Xiaoqing really wants to surrender. Ling Xiaoqing, clad in black combat gear, perfectly outlined her powerful and wild physique. Her small, tanned face, usually marked by determination, was now filled with seriousness. She did not know if she could win. But they had already reached the finals. It was just one step away. She slowly drew her knife and shield. The cold blade reflected a chilling light under the illumination. That familiar, icy touch gradually calmed her racing heart, which had been pounding due to nerves. No matter who the opponent was, no matter the outcome. Just swing the knife. As Ling Xiaoqing stepped forward, the two faced each other from a distance, their invisible gazes clashing fiercely in the air. The cheers from the crowd reached a new climax. All right. Both contestants are ready. Chen Chui's voice was filled with enthusiasm. From the previous matches, Ling Xiaoqing's style was defensive, with great resilience. Especially after she transitioned to the new system and integrated the extraordinary heart, her recovery ability had reached a terrifying level. On the other hand, Lin Qi's style was the exact opposite, characterized by extreme offense. Extreme crushing. To date, none of his opponents had lasted more than 3 seconds against him. Chapter 248 Abyssal Rift on the outskirts of the abyss. A desolate land was shrouded in the light emitted by a massive dark red celestial body overhead. The air was thick with a strong smell of sulfur and blood, and jagged rocks jutted out of the charred ground like the bones of a giant beast, piercing towards the eternally dim sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a figure clad in black combat gear soared into the sky like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, rising through the clouds of dust and flames. She held a long spear that was entirely crimson, with flames swirling around the tip, blending slowly with the surrounding darkness. It was Lin Yuqian. At this moment, she was a completely different person from when she left school. Her face, usually marked by a hint of coldness, was now smeared with dirt and blood, but her eyes were sharper and brighter than ever. An indescribable, powerful aura surrounded her, as if resonating faintly with the abyss. Stepping into the abyss, utilizing the abyss, embracing the abyss. This was a sign of entering a mysterious realm. Below her, there was a humanoid creature covered in pitch-black scales, adorned with menacing horns on its head. One of its arms had vanished, and the wound was oozing a foul black blood, while its chest had a massive, see-through hole, with edges still bearing the charred marks from the flames. Chapter 249 Ling Xiaoqing, do you still want to stab me? After completing the interview, Lin Qie did not rush back to the dormitory as usual, nor did he head to Sai Qingwan's training room, but instead walked straight towards the school hospital. In the VIP ward, Ling Xiaoqing had just undergone surgery and looked a bit pale. Although the wound on her right chest had been repaired by top-notch medical equipment and was no longer a major issue, the extraordinary heart that had been pierced would still require some time to fully recover. She was scrolling through a light screen, watching the interview about Lin Qie just released by the school. Hearing Chen Chui mention the abyssal rift, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had previously inquired thoroughly, knowing that the past 10 school joint exams had always been simulated battles at the site of the old abyss. But this year, they were using the real deal. Could she find out more information from home? Ling Xiaoqing planned to send a message to her father, as more information would lead to greater benefits and lower risks. Although it was already a cleaned-up abyssal rift, it was much more dangerous compared to the old abyss site. At school, even if a heart was pierced, it could still be saved. But once in the abyss, even in the abyssal rift, things were not so favorable. Chapter 250 Zhuan Su Heart Sutra Level 2. Ling Xiaoqing initially wanted to refuse outright. What a joke. Purely a clash of martial wills. Although it sounded safer than real weapons. She did not want to experience the pain of having her soul crushed and her will torn apart a second time. However, when she met Lin Xie's earnest and hopeful eyes, the rejection that was on the tip of her tongue couldn't be spoken. After pondering for a moment, she slowly replied, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible compromise, I need to rest a bit. Even martial will needs recuperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately nodded, of course. Shall we set a time? Next week, Ling Xiaoqing said. All right. Lin Xie thought for a moment and then took his leave. Stepping out of the ward, Lin Xie inwardly sighed. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Using martial will was enjoyable for him, but as her opponent, it was probably not the same experience. It was clear that Ling Xiaoqing still gave him face in the end. But meeting next week likely meant there would be no second chance. It seemed that trying to comprehend, as solid as a rock, this way was still too inefficient. Chapter 251 Other candidates. Sai Qingwan let out a light snort and shot him a glance. I'll ask for you. As solid as a rock, wrath of thunder. And roar of the gale, right? For Lin Xie, an ordinary student, obtaining these images would be quite troublesome. But for Sai Qingwan, it was a simple matter. She hasn't had enough fun yet, so how could she really be willing to let Lin Xie interact with other female teachers? Who knows which old women might suddenly take a liking to Lin Xie for some reason. Lin Xie nodded. Then remembered Ling Xiaoqing and added, or students who have realized these martial arts wills would also be fine. I think, through the direct confrontation of martial arts wills, my comprehension speed might be faster. Sai Qingwan heard this and looked at him with a look of disbelief, confronting your true martial will. Not to mention students. Even teachers wouldn't be willing. Lin Xie thought to himself, this is the extreme realm. He glanced at Sai Qingwan and said, if you don't say it and I don't say it, then no one will know, right? Sai Qingwan chuckled and ignored him. Waving her hand, I'll help you find the recording, but let's not talk about other things. Chapter 252, Lin Feiji, you don't want this either. 10 minutes later. Lin Feiji stared intently at the terminal screen, where a few short, but threatening chat records were displayed, shaking with anger. Lin Xie, Lin Feiji, let's have a battle. Lin Feiji. Lin Xie, you wouldn't want the training room you just secured to be taken away by me, would you? Lin Feiji, what do you mean? Lin Xie, nothing much, just want to have a simple battle with you. Only a literary contest, no martial contest. Lin Feiji, what do you mean? Lin Xie, just a simple confrontation of martial arts wills. If you agree, I won't challenge your training room. If you don't agree, then I can only withdraw from this training room now and publicly announce that I'm challenging you again. Bang! Lin Feiji slammed her fist heavily against the nearby alloy wall, producing a dull thud. She gritted her teeth in anger, her face, which usually carried a hint of arrogance, was now flushed red, and her icy blue eyes burned with furious flames. What does this person mean? Insulting me? Just because of that little misunderstanding back then. Is there anyone who bullies people like this? Chapter 253, wasn't it agreed to be just once? After receiving Lin Xie's promise, Lin Feiji's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed a bit. She took a deep breath, and suddenly, her eyes burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Come on. 3 entirely different martial arts wills erupted from her body. As solid as a rock. Thunderous fury. Cold ice slaughter. 3 powerful wills intertwined and fused in front of her. Surging towards Lin Xie. Lin Chia looked at the threefold martial arts will sweeping towards him like a raging tide. His expression remained calm. With a thought, an even more vast and majestic stream of will surged from his body. That will was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the opponent's. In just a moment of contact, Lin Feiji's face turned pale. Ah? No. The terrifying memory of being completely crushed instantly reappeared in her mind, nearly driving her to scream in madness. However, just as she was about to collapse, the terrifying martial arts will, capable of tearing her soul apart, suddenly became gentle with an extremely exquisite control. Chapter 254, Lin Feiji's surprise. However, after she endured her anger and read through the messages one by one, her initial fury was gradually replaced by an incredibly strange emotion. Because she could not read any mockery or sarcasm from the words of these people. Instead, it was envy. Even Su Liuli, Xiaolong, and Yi Xingchen were probing around to test how far her relationship with Lin Chia had developed. The anger and grievance in Lin Feiji's heart surprisingly dissipated a lot in the face of this sudden greeting. She finally woke up and understood what was going on. Lin Chia, this name, was no longer just the top freshman at the entire Galaxy Martial University. He represented an unbeatable, all-crushing absolute strength. He was someone everyone wanted to befriend. And herself, although she had come into contact with him in a very disgraceful way, others didn't know that. Realizing this, Lin Feiji's wildly beating heart miraculously calmed down. She raised her head, wanting to say something, but saw. Chapter 255, Lin Chia's explanation at this moment. Lin Chia was holding the terminal, video calling by Mushi. Wife, I'm training with Lin Feiji, really just training in martial arts wills. What they say on the forum is all false. Because the 10 school joint exam is about to start, I hope to improve my martial arts will. I found this method myself, and it feels okay. Originally, Lin Chia didn't want to pay attention to the trending post on the forum. But seeing Bai Mushi sent him a message asking if he would come home, he thought it would be better to video call her and explain. Mainly, he wanted to clarify that there was really nothing between him and Lin Feiji. It was just right to reassure Bai Mushi so that it wouldn't affect the baby in her belly. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chia's calm eyes on the screen, and then saw him turn the camera towards the entire small martial arts arena, where Lin Feiji was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed and meditating. Looking very formal and legitimate in her training. She felt a surge of emotion. Lin Chia really didn't need to explain these things to her. But he did. Bai Mushi sensed the love and respect this man had for her. Chapter 256, Lin Feiji is not normal. Lin Chia swiped away the screen. And Sai Qingwan's always charming face immediately appeared on the screen. Little Lin. I heard you've been in the martial arts arena with that Lin girl for a whole day and night. Lin Chia's head suddenly felt heavy upon hearing this. He hurriedly explained, Teacher Qingwan, don't listen to what those people on the forum say. We are training. Oh? Training? Sai Qingwan laughed lightly, her laughter filled with amusement. What kind of training requires two people to be locked in a room for a whole day and night? Lin Chia, looking at Lin Chia's helpless expression. Sai Qingwan's smile became even brighter. Sai Qingwan remained silent, just watching him quietly. Her eyes, usually filled with affection, now resembled two deep whirlpools. As if wanting to see through all his secrets. Lin Chia looked at Sai Qingwan's half-smiling face, feeling quite irritated inside. But he still held back. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Teacher Qingwan, I plan to accomplish everything in one go. Complete it all at once. Chapter 257, Sai Qingwan's deadline soon. The 3-day deadline arrived again, and Lin Chia returned from the Reproductive Management Center once more. Beep. Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and pregnancy has been completed. Beep. Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and pregnancy has been completed. Beep. Detected that the host's genetic data has been successfully matched and pregnancy has been completed. Reward: randomly unlock cultivation method privileges. No unlocked cultivation methods. Gained 1 privilege point. Gained 1 privilege point. Gained 1 privilege point. Privilege points: 7 offspring, 37 in gestation. Lin Xie went straight to Sai Qingwan's training room. As he pushed the door open, a familiar scent, a mix of icy freshness and fragrant orchids, rushed towards him. Sai Qingwan was lazily yawning, her alluring figure perfectly accentuated. When she saw Lin Xie enter, her always affectionate peach blossom eyes instantly lit up. "You're here?" Lin Xie nodded and walked up to her. However, before he could speak, Sai Qingwan suddenly sat up straight, her charming eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chapter 258, Master of Time Management in the Private Training Arena. Lin Feiji was pacing back and forth, feeling somewhat irritated. She glanced at the time on her terminal. Nearly an hour had passed since her agreed training time with Lin Xie. The other party had just sent a message cancelling, and there had been no further replies. This man, is he really ignoring me? A surge of unnamed anger rushed to Lin Feiji's head. She didn't know why. Clearly, she should have been resisting this. Yet now she found herself waiting instead. This man, he truly doesn't know what is good for him. Just as Lin Feiji was about to explode with anger and leave, the door to the training arena slid open. A familiar figure walked in slowly. Upon seeing Lin Xie, all her anger instantly transformed into grievance. Her usually cold eyes were now filled with resentment as they fixed on him. Lin Xie looked at her expression and inwardly murmured, "Here we go again." This woman's emotional instability seemed to be getting worse. However, he could clearly feel that he was just a hair's breadth away from comprehending those 2 new martial arts wills. Chapter 259, The 5 Layers of Martial Arts Will. At this moment, Lin Feiji, who was recovering, stumbled upon some suddenly trending posts on the forum. When she saw the teasing and suggestive titles, her face, which had just regained a hint of color, instantly turned frosty. Seamless connection. Master of Time Management. She stared hard at the several candid photos on the screen, watching Lin Xie and Ling Shaoqing enter the training arena one after the other. Feeling an uncontrollable rage surge to her head. This man, he really just sees me as a tool to enhance his martial arts will. Once he is done, he just tosses me aside and immediately goes looking for the next one. An unprecedented sense of humiliation engulfed her instantly. She looked at the messages from Su Liuli, Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, and others, all hinting at her relationship with Lin Xie. Previously, she felt a strange balance and superiority from these messages. But now, they made her look like a clown. Bang! Lin Feiji slammed her fist heavily against the alloy wall beside her, producing a dull thud. Chapter 260, Lin Xie's Weakness. Lin Xie's first reaction was to go home. During this time, he had spent almost all his time in the training arena and training room. Although Bai Mushi had been understanding and said nothing. She was about to give birth, and what she needed most now was companionship and care. Besides, he would soon enter the abyss gap. It was best to spend more time with her. When Lin Xie pushed open the dormitory door, and saw the lovely figure sitting on the sofa with a big belly, his heart was instantly filled with warmth. Bai Mushi heard the door open, looked up, and when she saw Lin Xie return, her always shimmering beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with joy. "Husband, you're back." Seeing Bai Mushi's happy expression, Lin Xie knew that his decision to come home was the right one. At home, he had such a woman. Although she wasn't a woman of noble birth or a family heiress, she was his first connection in this world. Even though they had their own plans at the beginning, looking at it now, she had no ulterior motives toward him, only the most genuine love and dependence. Which was quite rare. Chapter 261, Sai Qingwan's preparation. No, still not good. The woman slowly closed her eyes, frantically running through every detail of the assassination in her mind. But ultimately could only arrive at one conclusion. In the heavily guarded territory of the Galactic Martial University, it was impossible to eliminate such an extraordinary talent without anyone knowing. Even if the assassination succeeded, she wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, when and where Lin Xie would appear was all information that required intelligence. The more links in between, the easier her identity would be exposed. This job could only be done by herself. But the risks were too great. Although the rewards were significant, they weren't worth it compared to the risks. She exhaled a long breath, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her cold, piercing eyes. But ultimately reason took over. She had worked hard to reach her current position, and could not risk everything for a moment of impulse. Since brute force wouldn't work, then a different approach was needed. The best opportunity should be during their joint examination of the 10 schools, where the variables would be greater. Who knows if the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 262, Chu Fengling. The surface of the crystal stone was as smooth as a mirror. Yet within it seemed to harbor a chaotic nebula, emitting a chilling wave of time and space. Lin Xie looked at the crystal with a puzzled expression. Holding it, Sai Qingwan stuffed the cool crystal into his hand, her voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness. This is the soundless stone. You will enter the abyssal rift. Although it is theoretically safe, no one can guarantee it 100%. If there is an irresistible crisis, crush it at the first moment. Her gaze became incredibly sharp. It will instantly disrupt the local space-time of the abyssal rift, allowing us to know your location in the shortest time possible, and rush over. Lin Xie held the heavy crystal in his hand, feeling the terrifying energy within it, along with an even heavier, unmasked concern, and a warm current surged in his heart. He looked deeply at this woman, who always appeared charming and enchanting, but at this moment was utterly serious, and nodded heavily. He of course accepted the beauty's goodwill wholeheartedly. Seeing Lin Xie solemnly put away the soundless stone, Sai Qingwan finally felt a bit of relief from the anxiety that had been hanging over her heart. Chapter 263, Not a joke. Lin Xie was completely stunned. His mind buzzed and suddenly went blank. He looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, whose eyes were clear and firm, and whose face even bore a hint of calmness, and for a moment, he doubted whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Was this classmate serious? Was she not joking? Chu Fengling's pretty face flushed slightly. It indeed took courage to say such words. However, there was no other choice. Her family was already struggling to survive. The enormous debt that could crush her family was the reason why the sword had not yet fallen on her. Simply because she had been forced to sign related documents under her family's arrangement not long ago. Legally, she had no further ties with her family. Coupled with her presence in the pure land of the Galactic Martial University, she could temporarily feel stable. However, this was not a permanent solution. Once she graduated, where would she go? Apart from finding a new and more stable backing, she could think of no other way. But where could she find a better backing? She did not know. However, as a woman, her keen intuition had already sensed something unusual about Lin Xie. Chapter 264, I will be careful in the future. Chu Fengling's heart raced uncontrollably. She understood perfectly the implication behind Lin Xie's words. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily, her sharp eyes regaining their firmness. I understand. Very good, Lin Xie nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the center of the training room, sat cross-legged, and waved to the still somewhat flustered Chu Fengling. Come here. Now? Chu Fengling paused for a moment. What else? Lin Xie retorted naturally, do you think I called you here just to chat over tea? Chu Fengling's pretty face turned red again. She bit her lip, but ultimately walked forward as instructed. Lin Xie looked at her and calmly said, let's begin. Boom. The familiar and terrifying flow of martial will suddenly descended. Chu Fengling's body trembled violently, feeling as if a spiritual world had been violently struck by an invisible mountain. Her mind buzzed, and golden stars danced before her eyes. Ah! She screamed, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. The pain that seemed to tear everything apart from the depths of her soul made her instantly regret Chapter 265, Chu Fengling's active invitation. Was she really going to live like this in the future, being treated as a punching bag for martial will? Fainting and being sent to the hospital, only to continue again upon waking. The determination she had barely mustered began to waver uncontrollably at this moment. Lin Chia looked at her disheveled appearance and realized he had gone a bit too far this time. He sighed, took out a box of nutritional paste, and handed it to her. I was too impatient, his voice carried genuine apology. I forgot your martial will had just begun, and you couldn't withstand such intense impact. Chu Fengling raised her head. In her usually sharp eyes, there was now a hint of gloom. So this was the gap between us. Lin Chia looked at her but did not say any comforting words. He simply said calmly, now, try to mobilize your martial will again and see if there's any difference. What? Chu Fengling was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Just try. Lin Chia's tone was unquestionable. Chu Fengling hesitantly closed her eyes, attempting to reconsolidate the howling winds that had long been washed away. Chapter 266. There may be opportunities in the future. The following is omitted. 20 minutes later. Chu Fengling lazily curled up in Lin Chia's arms, her usually sharp eyes now shimmering with water-like light, flowing like waves, devoid of any of her usual sharpness. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and softness after satisfaction, as her fingertips unconsciously traced circles on his solid chest. You guy, why are you so? She wanted to say rough and unreasonable, but when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say them, ultimately turning into a light, playful huff. So this is what it feels like to be conquered. That unmatched power left indelible marks everywhere, causing her, the untamed wild horse, to lose all her edges and willingly be fitted with the reins named after him. Lin Chia chuckled softly, reaching out to tuck the silver short hair that had fallen by her cheek behind her ear. His warm fingertips grazed her sensitive ear, making her body uncontrollably shiver slightly. Just as Lin Chia was thinking of continuing to deepen and solidify this newly established relationship, buzz. A sudden communication request abruptly broke the intimacy in the room. Chapter 267, Collection Pod. Chen Zhuanyuan hurriedly walked back to her dormitory door, her uncooperative heart still pounding wildly. She had originally intended to discuss serious matters with her brother, but unexpectedly ran into Lin Chia in the elevator, and inexplicably said such things to him. Chen Zhuanyuan, you're getting bolder. She reached out to touch her burning cheeks, feeling as if two little people were fiercely battling inside her heart. One little person sternly reprimanded her, Chen Zhuanyuan, have some shame. You must hold back. You are the pride of the Chen family, how can you be so proactive? You must wait until you encounter an insurmountable bottleneck in your cultivation too. The other little person waved dismissively, oh, it's fine. Just give Lin Chia a little psychological preparation in advance to avoid being too abrupt or awkward later. Besides, with a peerless talent like him, he must have no shortage of women around him. To him, you're just joking, there's no need to be so nervous. Just as she was caught in this internal battle, the dormitory door clicked open from the inside. Chen Zhuan stood at the door, looking at his sister whose cheeks were flushed and expression dazed, filled with confusion. Chapter 268, I Want More. The next morning, in Chu Fengling's student dormitory, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor, making the hot atmosphere in the room even more enchanting. Chu Fengling was soaked in sweat, looking as if she had just been pulled out of water, slumped softly on the floor, gasping for breath. Her sleek silver short hair was already drenched in sweat, with a few strands messily sticking to her smooth forehead and cheeks, adding a rare touch of charm. Lin Chia walked in front of her, skillfully tearing open a box of nutritional paste, directly inserting the cool straw into her slightly parted red lips. Chu Fengling squinted her eyes, greedily sucking on the paste filled with pure energy. A powerful warmth instantly exploded within her, washing away her nearly dried-up mental world, bringing waves of indescribable comfort and shivers. A box of nutritional paste was quickly consumed by her. However, the emptiness and desire that originated from the depths of her soul remained unsatisfied. She instinctively, with a slightly hoarse and soft voice, pouted and said, "I want more." After saying that, she suddenly woke up, her eyes, which were always sharp as swords, widened instantly. And her cheeks turned visibly hot, as if they were about to catch fire. Chapter 269, Special Training Before the Abyssal Rift. Teacher Sai Chingwan. Aren't we supposed to conduct special training for the Abyssal Rift? Yes, Sai Chingwan's smile became even more radiant, as she slowly walked in front of Lin Xie. Her always affectionate peach blossom eyes now carrying a hint of scrutiny, scanning him from top to bottom. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, as if sniffing something. "I'm just checking your condition. After all, special training consumes a lot of mental energy. If you're not in good spirits, I would feel heartbroken." Lin Xie looked at her mischievous expression and felt helpless. "I'm ready." Omitted thousands of words. "Lin Xie, you're a bit weak today." Sai Chingwan's lazy voice echoed in the hot, humid air. She rested her chin on her sweaty hand, looking down at Lin Xie. "I'm here for special training today." Lin Xie retorted defiantly, his voice slightly hoarse from intense exercise. "Isn't this special training?" Sai Chingwan had a justified look on her face and then smiled. That laughter seemed particularly alluring in the sticky air. "Oh. Could it be that you were too tired during the day and didn't replenish your energy?" Chapter 270, System Upgrade. After bidding farewell to Sai Chingwan, Lin Xie's figure quickly appeared in the student dormitory. Pushing open the door, a familiar warm scent rushed to his face. Bai Mushi, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa practicing, immediately opened her eyes, and a sweet smile blossomed on her gentle and lovely face. "Honey, you're back." Lin Xie smiled and nodded, as usual, going over to give her a hug. Then he walked to the collection pod in the corner of the living room, skillfully opened the pod door, and lay inside. As the pod door slowly closed, a faint humming sound began. On the sofa, Bai Mushi watched this scene, a hint of amused helplessness flashing in her always sparkling eyes. Honey really takes this matter as seriously as daily homework. Soon, Lin Xie emerged from the collection pod. Checking the time, Chu Fengling should have rested well. He walked to Bai Mushi's side and gently kissed her smooth forehead. "Wife, I'm going out to train." Bai Mushi nodded obediently, softly reminding him, "Be careful." Lin Xie smiled and turned to leave the dormitory. Bai Mushi sighed as she watched Lin Xie's departing figure. Chapter 271, Martial Arts Simulation. Martial Arts Simulation. As long as he consumes enough authority points, he can have the system simulate, optimize, and even merge any martial arts or martial will he currently grasps. Lin Xie's breath momentarily stilled. Immediately after, an indescribable ecstasy surged through him like a volcanic eruption, enveloping his entire body. And in his arms, Chu Fengling also clearly sensed his body stiffening for a moment and the sudden surge of heat in his breath. The warm and soft girl nestled in his embrace, her slightly trembling body, along with the scent of bath and faint sweat, made Lin Xie's heart flutter slightly. However, at this moment, he had no mind to respond to this sudden intimacy. His entire focus was completely occupied by the revolutionary change in his mind. Martial arts simulation. These 4 words exploded like a creation thunder in his spiritual world. What does this mean? It means he no longer needs to cultivate like before, grinding for experience points bit by bit. As long as he has enough authority points, he can have the system directly simulate any martial arts to perfection. Chapter 272, Preparing to break through the extraordinary mysterious big shot. It's still not enough, the kids are still too few, we need to have more. Lin Xie suddenly thought that his authority points were still too few. They will definitely not be enough in the future. He must find a way to get more authority points. This would definitely be a huge help. With this in mind, Lin Xie suddenly wondered if he should go back to the dormitory first and gather some more. The Fertility Management Center never mentioned that collection could only be done once a day. Given his current strength, not to mention once. Even doing it 9 or 10 times in a row would still leave him with energy. It would not affect his other training at all. Just as Lin Xie was immersed in planning for future fertility endeavors, his sister Sun Yuyun couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Lin Xie, did you just have a breakthrough?" Lin Xie, lost in thought, was suddenly interrupted, and his brows furrowed slightly. He raised his eyes to look at the somewhat familiar senior in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I have gained some insights. I still need to continue comprehending." Saying this, he closed his eyes again, sinking his mind into the system panel, hesitating on how to allocate these precious authority points. Chapter 273, The Extraordinary Path. The heavy alloy door of the training room closed with a thud, isolating everything from the outside. Sai Qingwan's always affectionate peach blossom eyes now held no trace of her usual laziness and charm, replaced by unprecedented astonishment. She walked in front of Lin Xie. Her voice trembling slightly, "Do you mean what you said in the communication just now? You're not joking?" She needed to confirm again. Because of this matter. It was too unbelievable, and had completely exceeded her understanding of martial arts knowledge. Lin Xie looked at her eyes, filled with tension and concern, and calmly nodded, "Yes. My genetic potential is now 97. Although he could not explain the existence of the system, in front of Sai Qingwan, he chose to be limitedly honest. Upon receiving this affirmative answer, Sai Qingwan felt as if her breath had stopped at that moment. It had only been 2 months, right? From less than 20 genetic potential at the beginning of school to now 97. Sai Qingwan felt that her brain was completely insufficient. She suddenly stepped forward, her eyes, which were always full of affection, now resembled the most precise detector, locking onto Lin Xie. Chapter 274, Chu Fengling was complained about at that moment. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Xie's mind like lightning. What if he used permission points to deduce and improve this martial art? Would it be possible? But soon. He suppressed this impulse. Let us wait until I reach perfection in my cultivation before discussing this. Sai Qingwan looked at Lin Xie, who seemed to be deep in thought, and continued, "If you can break through the limit of 100 genetic potential just by practicing Hunyuan Yikigong, then there is no need to come into contact with those so-called extraordinary martial arts in advance. Because if Hunyuan Yikigong is truly suitable for you, it is, in itself, one of the best extraordinary martial arts." Then, Sai Qingwan added, "You have interacted with those international students from the main stars before. So you should be able to sense that their advantages over ordinary martial artists mainly lie in extraordinary organs." Lin Xie nodded. Sai Qingwan continued to explain, "The so-called extraordinary refers to the cultivation of extraordinary organs. By refining and sublimating an ordinary organ in your body through special martial arts and abundant resources, it ultimately transforms into an extraordinary organ with incredible power." Chapter 275, Chu Fengling's pregnancy 4 hours later, in Lin Xie's B-rank training room. Lin Xie calmly said, "One more time." Chu Fengling's body suddenly trembled, and a flicker of instinctive fear flashed in her sharp eyes. But when she met Lin Xie's calm and unwavering gaze, that fear was replaced by a stronger, unyielding stubbornness. She nodded heavily, squeezing out a hoarse word from her throat, "Okay." Boom. Lin Xie's familiar and terrifying martial arts willpower surged again. Chu Fengling felt as if her spiritual world had been violently struck by a meteor falling from the sky, her mind buzzing, and stars dancing in front of her eyes. However, Lin Xie seemed to have not heard her cries of despair. He was completely immersed in his own world. In that vast ocean of will, he could clearly feel that the nascent form of a raging wind's roar was rapidly condensing and taking shape at an unbelievable speed. Boom! The door in his mind leading to a new realm burst open. A new martial arts willpower, filled with fury and devastation, as if it could tear apart the heavens, took shape in his spiritual world. Chapter 276, Chu Fengling's acceptance of fate. Upon hearing this, Chu Fengling's face, which had just regained its color, turned bright red, like a ripe apple. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't joke around. She hit him in embarrassment and anger. I'm not joking. Lin Chia looked into her eyes, his expression extremely serious. My intuition has always been accurate. But how could it be possible for us to have a baby so quickly? Chu Fengling stammered in rebuttal, feeling that her confidence was insufficient. Then, she looked at Lin Chia's seemingly sincere conviction, and her mind went blank. Pregnancy? Am I really going to be a mother? Just not long ago, she was still a girl struggling for cultivation resources, but now. She looked at this man in front of her, and the initial transaction and calculation in her heart had unknowingly been replaced by a more complex and surging emotion. Lin Chia looked at her dazed expression, reached out, and gently stroked her flat abdomen, his voice soft yet firm. This is part of our transaction, isn't it? I will take responsibility. From today on, you can focus on the pregnancy. Chapter 277, System Upgrade. How can I tell her that it's between us? I promise to take care of you and the child, and I keep my word. Lin Chia paused and said word by word, this is a different matter, understand? At this moment, even when facing the woman who had just become pregnant with his child, Lin Chia's intuition told him that he absolutely could not indulge her. Otherwise, she would only become more demanding and relentless. Chu Fengling's heart sank. From Lin Chia's calm yet undeniable gaze, she read his underlying message. You can be my woman. But you have no right to interfere in my other matters. A surge of grievance and unwillingness flooded her heart. She bit her lip and stubbornly glared at him. What do you mean it's a different matter? Unclear. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow, pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You are the mother of the child, my woman. I will give you everything you deserve, resources, status, security. Lin Chia's tone softened. But he remained assertive. Fengling, you need to understand that our relationship has always been different. I need your cooperation, and you need my support. As for other matters, I will handle them well, but you don't need to worry about that. Chapter 278, The Path to Transcendence. Ding. Consumed 3 permission points. In an instant, an indescribable, vast, and profound insight exploded in his mind like a cosmic explosion. All the secrets and barriers of Hunyuan Yikigong were thoroughly pierced and integrated at this moment. Boom! A visible golden wave of energy erupted from Lin Chia, sweeping outwards. The spiritual energy in the entire training room instantly surged, transforming into a massive spiritual energy tornado that crazily poured into his body. Ding! Hunyuan Yikigong has been upgraded to level 10, perfection. Genetic potential 5, genetic potential breaks the first boundary. Genetic potential 103, breaking the first boundary. Could there be more boundaries? This thought just flashed through Lin Chia's mind when an unprecedented, terrifying hunger that could swallow his very soul swept over him like a bursting dam. Before the joy could last a second, his face turned pale. It was not just simple hunger, but a desperate craving for energy coming from the deepest part of his genes, with every cell screaming wildly. Chapter 279. What a mess. Even he could vaguely see that the originally formless spiritual energy in the training room seemed to have transformed into a faint, flowing light mist at this moment. But all of this paled in comparison to the changes in his brain. Thinking. His thinking became fast. Incredibly fast. It was as if the whole world had been pressed to slow motion. The shock on Sai Qingwan's face, the contraction of her pupils, the slight parting of her lips, and every subtle muscle twitch in her body, all of it became extraordinarily slow in his eyes. Every detail was precisely captured, analyzed, and comprehended. The martial arts techniques that used to require intense focus and mental effort to deduce could now be instantly disassembled, reconstructed, and evolved into countless variations with just a thought. And that already perfected Hunyuan Yikigong had completely transformed into a part of his body, functioning like a natural instinct of breathing, no longer requiring him to deliberately operate it. As it circulated continuously, absorbing the external spiritual energy and nourishing his body and brain. At this moment, Lin Xie truly understood. He was no longer just a simple martial artist. He had embarked on a brand new path toward a higher level of life. Chapter 280. Sai Qingwan's speechlessness. Sai Qingwan had also seen the rumors about Lin Xie on the forum, but she hadn't taken those hearsay seriously. However, seeing Lin Xie so naturally called Chu Fengling, and using almost the exact tone as when he reported to his wife, made her feel a bit uncomfortable. This Chu Fengling was introduced to him by herself. What does this mean? She kindly introduced him a sparring partner, and he ended up directly stealing her away. Sai Qingwan felt a twinge of jealousy. Without waiting for Lin Xie to hang up the call, she elegantly approached him. Her always affectionate peach blossom eyes now filled with mischievous laughter, her red lips slightly parted as she chuckled. Lin Xie, not bad. Keeping a beautiful woman in a golden house. On the other end of the video, Chu Fengling suddenly heard Sai Qingwan's familiar teasing voice, and her face instantly flushed bright red. She stammered, "Teacher Qingwan. What are you talking about? I'm hanging up. Why?" Before she could finish, the call was decisively hung up. In the training room, the air seemed to freeze. Sai Qingwan crossed her arms and leisurely looked at Lin Xie. Her enchanting face wearing a smile that was neither a smile, waiting for him to explain. Chapter 281. The bottleneck of returning to true martial intent. Although Sai Qingwan left in a huff, she quietly returned at dawn when the first rays of light streamed through the training room. She ultimately couldn't put her mind at ease. After all, Lin Xie had just broken through to the extraordinary level. In the center of the training room, that tall figure was still tirelessly wielding the long spear. Each thrust emitting a piercing scream that tore through the air, like an unceasing war machine. A complex expression flashed through Sai Qingwan's always affectionate peach blossom eyes. Had only 5 or 6 hours passed? Why did it feel like the aura of this young boy in front of her was stronger than when she left? The speed of his improvement was terrifying, astonishing. This was a visible, tangible progress. Most importantly, it had only been a few hours. Sai Qingwan felt that she and he were not even of the same species. A monster, truly a monster. Just as Sai Qingwan was shaken, the figure in the arena suddenly halted. Boom! A cold killing intent, sharper and purer than any previous time, erupted from Lin Xie. His aura surged dramatically under Sai Qingwan's astonished gaze. Chapter 282. Lin Yuchen returns. As soon as Qian Kun left, Lin Xie immersed himself in his training again. As if everything outside was irrelevant to him. Sai Qingwan did not leave, she quietly sat in the nearby resting area. She had cancelled all her classes for the morning. As for the afternoon classes, it depended on the situation. She watched Lin Xie train in silence, her always affectionate peach blossom eyes filled with pure shock and curiosity. She could clearly sense the boiling blood energy within Lin Xie, like a furnace, and the spiritual energy propelled by each swing of the spear. Sai Qingwan carefully checked again, but still did not sense even a hint of abyssal aura. If she couldn't detect it, then there should be no problem. Moreover, logically it didn't make sense. Such a genius, if he really allied with the abyss, they wouldn't place him in such a conspicuous position at the Galactic Martial University, would they? An hour later, Lin Xie in the center of the training room suddenly changed his movements. The long spear in his hand transformed from simple thrusts into a raging dragon stirring the clouds. The spear shot out like a dragon. Chapter 283. Lin Yuechan's longing. The long-missed Lin Yuechan. She wore a neat black combat suit, perfectly outlining her heroic figure. Although her always cold and stern face bore signs of weariness, her cold eyes softened into endless tenderness upon seeing Lin Xie. She was also pulling a silver metal box. "Teacher Yuchen!" Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise. However, before he could finish, Lin Yuchen had already released her grip on the box and leaped forward, tightly embracing him. Her soft yet powerful body crashed into his embrace. Lin Xie didn't hesitate at all, he extended his arms and embraced her tightly in return. Sai Qingwan. Watching these two reunited and tightly hugging, slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows and couldn't help but pout. Inside, she felt a pang of sourness. This sourness was almost overflowing. 5 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Still not letting go. Sai Ching-wan finally couldn't hold back any longer. She shot a glance at the two and said irritably, "Hey, hey, hey, mind the influence, okay?" Hearing this voice, Lin Yu-chen seemed to awaken from a dream and slowly released her arms. Chapter 284, Yuan Jingjing's rejection, omitted thousands of words. Time passed. The sun outside rose and slowly set, and the silver moon gradually rose again. In the training room, Lin Xie remained oblivious. His eyes were focused solely on the hard long spear he was continuously thrusting. In the corners, Lin Yu-chen and Sai Ching-wan lazily leaned against the walls. On the exquisite and charming face, a lazy yet satisfied smile hung, as she watched with great interest the tireless figure in the arena. This little man's mental power is truly strong. The speed of his thrusts has increased by more than double compared to before. And over here with Lin Xie, soon, that familiar feeling, as if his soul was being torn apart, descended once again. Once again, his martial will suddenly shattered deep within his mind. However, this time, Lin Xie felt far more relaxed than the first time. Gene Potential 1. After 3 consecutive upgrades of his martial will shattered, the enhancement in gene potential for Lin Xie was indeed getting less and less. Gene Potential 100, base 20, extraordinary brain. Lin Xie was already quite familiar with this. Almost the moment the feeling of hunger surged, he grabbed the star energy solution that was already prepared beside him and drank it down in one go. Chapter 285, The Order of the Acting Vice Principal. Qian Kun, Lin Xie's voice rang out again, calm yet carrying an undeniable tone of confirmation. You said you are in teacher Yuan Jingjing's office now, that the school's approval has passed. And that teacher Yuan Jingjing needs to verify carefully, and cannot approve the continued provision of nutrient paste, is that what you mean? Lin Jie. Qian Kun was about to speak when a cold and oppressive martial will erupted from across the room, crashing down upon him like an invisible mountain. Ah! Qian Kun let out a miserable scream, feeling a heaviness in his chest, and staggered back a few steps uncontrollably, heavily crashing against the wall before barely stabilizing himself. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, terrified as he looked at the cold-faced woman across from him. And Yuan Jingjing withdrew her martial will. Her face, which always held a hint of kindness, was now filled with frost. She stared hard at Qian Kun, her voice icy and piercing. When did I ever say such a thing? Don't slander me. Qian Kun felt a chill in his heart at her cold gaze. But he knew he had no way out now. Chapter 286, Yuan Jingjing's shock. Yuan Jingjing's face, which always had a hint of kindness, had now lost all warmth, leaving only frost-like indifference and suppressed anger. She immediately noticed the 3 people in the room. When her gaze swept past Sai Ching-wan and landed on Lin Yu-chen, her pupils involuntarily narrowed slightly. She forcibly suppressed the shock and unease in her heart, stepped in, and said coldly, "Acting Vice Principal, you called for me." Lin Yu-chen did not stand up, merely sitting quietly. Her cold phoenix eyes glanced at her lightly. "Teacher Yuan Jingjing, please sit." Yuan Jingjing did not move, standing coldly. Lin Yu-chen was unfazed, picking up a cup of water beside her, taking a gentle sip before slowly speaking. "I have heard about the matter regarding the nutrient paste fees for student Lin Xie." Her voice was as calm as water, yet carried an invisible pressure. "I want to know, what exactly do you mean by needing to verify carefully?" Yuan Jingjing took a deep breath and sneered, "Acting Vice Principal. As one of the initiators and guarantors of this project, isn't it in accordance with procedures to question and verify such a huge expense that far exceeds expectations?" Chapter 287, The Traitor in the Abyss. This is impossible. This is not martial will. This is a natural disaster. It's divine punishment. And beside her, Sai Ching-wan was also shocked, taking 2 steps back, then rubbing her temples, looking speechless. She glanced at the still calm boy in the arena, then at the dazed Yuan Jingjing on the ground, and said irritably, "You're using mental power. What martial will are you talking about?" Lin Yuchen's eyes were shining. Staring intently at Lin Xie, her face, which was always as cold as an iceberg, was now filled with uncontrollable excitement and shock. "Your martial will? How many layers of martial will? You don't need to tell me how many layers right now." Saying this, she glanced again at the sitting Yuan Jingjing. Lin Xie calmly looked at Yuan Jingjing, slowly retracting the vast will like heavenly majesty. The pressure in the entire training room suddenly dissipated, as if the air had started to flow again. Sai Qingwan and Lin Yuchen both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, just a moment ago. Even they felt a hint of heart palpitations. Lin Xie said lightly, "Teacher Yuan, is this evidence enough?" Yuan Jingjing, having returned from the initial extreme shock, was immediately engulfed by an uncontrollable anger that erupted from her heart like a volcano. Chapter 288, the long-awaited joy. Her face, filled with complex emotions, held both unwillingness and dejection, but more than anything, it was a sense of fear and relief. In this short time, Yuan Jingjing had rapidly gone through the pros and cons of the entire situation in her mind. She and Lin Xie truly had no deep-seated hatred. The initial conflict was merely because Lin Xie's presence blocked her family's business. But now, the situation was completely different. According to Lin Xie's current trend of development, the height he could reach in the future was already beyond what she and the Yuan family could aspire to. If she stubbornly continued to see him as a rival and obstruct him, it would no longer be simple business competition, but rather a stance against the future of all humanity. Faced with such a person, Yuan Jingjing could only yield. What other choice did she have? Surely she couldn't really be treated as a traitor to humanity, right? Although she cared about her family's business, she wasn't foolish enough to engage in treacherous acts against humanity. Being a traitor to humanity is no joking matter. Once confirmed, it would mean extermination of families. I just didn't expect he would be like this. Yuan Jingjing's voice was somewhat hoarse. Did you all know already? Chapter 289, Yuan Jingjing's apology. 2 hours later, Lin Yuchen listened to the steady and powerful heartbeat, feeling an unprecedented calmness in her heart. These 2 hours seemed to have released all the fatigue, pressure, and longing she had accumulated since returning from the abyss. "I see you haven't been idle at all during my absence." Lin Yuechan's voice carried a hint of lazy hoarseness. Lin Xie held her restless little hand, softly asking, "How is the situation over there in the abyss? And what is going on with the acting vice principal?" This time, the disturbances in the abyss are far more severe than we expected. The principal and vice principal are still tied down at the front line and cannot return for the time being. The school cannot be left leaderless. So I was temporarily appointed as the acting vice principal, fully authorized to handle school affairs. Her tone was very calm, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. But Lin Xie could hear the danger and heaviness within. About the traitor, Lin Xie pressed further. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes. There are signs that our intelligence has been leaked in this operation, resulting in significant losses. So, anyone who is suspicious, we cannot let go. Yuan Jingjing's family business has unclear connections with some groups that are being secretly investigated by the court. Her actions today, which block your cultivation resources, can be interpreted as an attempt to conduct a dubious test on our school's top talents before the joint examination of the 10 schools. Chapter 290, Preparations before the start. Lin Xie did not expect such a development. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and instinctively glanced at Sai Qingwan and Lin Yuchen. It seems that Lin Yuchen really talked with Sai Qingwan when she left earlier, and they achieved some results. The two nodded slightly at him, indicating that he could talk. Lin Xie then looked back at Yuan Jingjing and asked, "What do you mean by endorsement?" Yuan Jingjing quickly said, "It's like this. We hope your wife can publicly declare that she is cultivating the moon god glass body. Of course, she is not suitable for cultivation now, it doesn't matter when she cultivates. We just want to borrow her fame. In return, we are willing to pay a yearly endorsement fee of 20 million. Lin Chia thought for a moment and said, I need to discuss this with my wife. Is there anything else? Yuan Jingjing took a deep breath, suppressing the hatred in her heart. And forced a smile. There was just a misunderstanding between us, and I was reckless this time. All right, Lin Chia waved his hand, interrupting her. Teacher Yuan Jingjing, I understand. I hope we can have fewer misunderstandings like this in the future. Chapter 291, Abyss Gap Number 1. Oh my god, am I seeing this wrong? The heir of the Chen family, Chen Xuani, personally delivering something to Lin Chia. This is not just delivering something, this is practically the logistics minister. Amazing. Even the heir of the Chen family has become Lin Chia's subordinate. Lin Chia's identity is indeed extraordinary. Even the heir of the Chen family has to bow down. It has long been rumored that the main star is the Lin family. You're joking, didn't Lin Feiji already come out to refute this? Is it possible that Lin Feiji is the fake one? Upstairs, you need to take your medicine. Chen Xuani could clearly feel the strange gazes around him. His face was almost as dark as a pot bottom, and he cursed Chen Xuanyang in his heart 1,000 times. Damn Chen Xuanyang. This woman. Don't ever let me do such things again. On the other side of the crowd, Yi Qinghan looked at the figure surrounded by everyone in the center, feeling an indescribable bitterness and loss. It had been a long time since she last saw him. Every time they met again, it felt like he was standing higher and further away from her. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan felt her heart tighten, as if being gripped by an invisible hand, sending waves of pain through her. Chapter 292, The red-haired woman Lin Yuchan, upon reaching this point, instinctively glanced at Lin Chia, then changed the subject and added somewhat helplessly. Certainly not as strong as your martial will. Lin Chia nodded calmly, indicating he understood. Lin Yuchan paused and continued to explain the specific rules of this joint examination. In this joint examination of the 10 schools, our First Academy District's top 10 private universities will each send 100 students, totaling 1,000 students, along with nearly 100 staff members from the Joint Examination Committee. Once inside, the area will be divided into 10 fan-shaped directions centered around the entrances and exits of the abyss gaps. Each school's task is to advance in their designated direction, clearing until they obtain the target abyss energy crystal, then return. The school that completes the task the fastest will be the first to leave Abyss Gap No. 1 and head to Abyss Gap Number 2. This process continues, and after completing tasks in 20 different Abyss Gaps, the final ranking will be based on the total number of Abyss energy crystals obtained by each school. At the same time, the estimated number of enemies killed will be recorded by the Joint Examination Committee to rank MVP. Chapter 293, The ambush in the shadows. Isn't that the female examiner, who was with the strong stone Li Sen, during the private enrollment exam? Deng Hong. So she is a teacher from Longting Martial University. Following her is naturally the student team from Longting Martial University. Hey, Lin Yuchan, you're back. Deng Hong greeted Lin Yuchan familiarly as soon as she arrived. Lin Yuchan nodded and approached Deng Hong. Deng Hong showed a surprised expression. You? Lin Yuchan nodded. The two exchanged glances, and then Deng Hong turned to other topics. As the teachers exchanged pleasantries, the students from Longting Martial University also began to look for familiar faces. Among them, several quickly found the trio of international students from the main star, Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, and Su Liuli. Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, and Su Liuli looked at the newcomers, their expressions instantly darkening. These four guys must have come to see us make fools of ourselves, right? The leading woman with striking blue short hair approached with a smirk, her gaze sweeping over the three. Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, Su Liuli, she said with a voice neither loud nor soft, but enough for those around to hear clearly. I heard you were defeated by a local. What about Lin Feiji? She wasn't eliminated, was she? Chapter 294, Dad. The joint examination of the 10 schools should be starting soon, right? A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Should be, another voice replied casually, the time flow here is slightly different from above, so it's not very accurate. Then let's wait. A third voice pondered, if that guy named Lin Xie is really as the intel says, a prodigy, who has ascended the hidden dragon list. Then the Galaxy Marshall University, he is in will most likely be among the first to complete the task in Abyss Gap number 1, and enter our area. And if not? The third voice carried a hint of mockery, then are we just waiting for nothing? Then we wait to confirm his movements, the second voice said coldly. What is the rush? Anyway, it's not us taking action. As soon as these words were spoken, several shadows fell into silence. In the darkness, only a few pairs of eyes glowing with eerie light were fixed on the massive black crystal not far away. That crystal was the target Abyss Energy Crystal for Abyss Gap number 2. And they were like venomous spiders guarding the center of a web, patiently waiting for their prey to arrive. Chapter 295, The Abyssal Monster Tree. The surrounding classmates cast surprised and strange looks. And Yi Qinghan wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Xie was also taken aback. He followed the sound, and when he saw Yi Qinghan's awkward expression, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Is it her? At this moment, Ling Shaoqing explained beside him. She is ranked 100th, while the other one is 99th. As the top freshman, taking 2 teammates who are the weakest in combat, but have decent speed as a scout team is the most suitable. Moreover, I asked you about this plan before, and you said it was fine. Lin Xie was speechless. Did he say it was fine? Maybe he was with Lin Yuchen at that time. Oh dear, women are trouble. But never mind. Yi Qinghan is also an old acquaintance. However, she is ranked 100th. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. How did Yi Qinghan get in here? Is she really okay in her current state? Just as Lin Xie hesitated, another female voice weakly sounded from the other side of the crowd. I am number 99. Lin Xie turned his gaze towards the voice and was stunned when he saw the figure raising her hand. Su Qingying. He looked at Su Qingying's familiar yet slightly nervous face, and an indescribable strange feeling surged in his heart. Chapter 296. You are too slow. Perhaps it was because this abyssal monster tree was too weak. The improvement was minimal, almost negligible. But Lin Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly recalled the scene of blasting away Yi Jing'ai. At that time, he was just an ordinary martial artist. Merely absorbing Yi Jing'ai's not-so-powerful abyssal will had given a tremendous boost to his martial will. Now, he was already an extraordinary martial artist, and the level of his martial will was no longer comparable. It was normal for absorbing a small monster tree to yield only slight improvement. But what about 10? 100? 1,000? Lin Xie's heart began to race wildly. This was not an abyssal monster at all. It was clearly a walking experience pack. Although the experience from a single one was minimal, the sheer number was overwhelming. As long as he killed enough, quantitative change would eventually lead to qualitative change. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie's gaze towards the unknown area shrouded in mist ahead completely changed. It was no longer a symbol of danger and the unknown, but a field of leeks waiting for him to harvest. At this moment, Lin Xie glanced back at the 2 behind him, and his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Chapter 297. I can tell at a glance you are not human. Hey! Yi Qinghan looked in the direction Lin Xie had disappeared, feeling a strong sense of defeat. HMPH. She angrily stomped her foot. Her face, which always carried a hint of pride, was now filled with grievance and unwillingness. She had worked so hard to catch up, but didn't expect he would have such an attitude. He directly treated her as a burden and cast her aside. Furious. Really furious. Although Yi Qinghan was very angry, She did not lose her rationality, and plunged into the mist to chase after him. She was well aware of her own limitations. The four shadow wolves earlier. If it were her, she would probably struggle to protect herself. For Lin Xie, however, it was merely a matter of one shot. This kind of gap was no longer something that effort could make up for. It was simply incomparable. Standing beside her, Su Qingying shook her head helplessly, a trace of gloom flashing in her clear eyes. Yes, we are too weak. It is normal for Lin Xie not to want to be dragged down. It's just that after shaking off two burdens, Lin Xie's speed reached its peak. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, speeding through the mist. Chapter 298. Teacher's concerns. Even if I am a lackey of the abyss, I am still human. This man in front of me directly kicked me out of humanity. Lin Xie looked at the woman's eyes, filled with desperate fear, and felt the abyssal aura within her, which was now uncontrollable and starting to dissipate wildly. The last trace of doubt in Lin Xie's heart vanished. He had not killed the wrong target. She was indeed a lackey of the abyss. In fact, the moment he sensed these figures, he felt something was off. But the distance was too far, and the other party's aura was well concealed. So he couldn't confirm it with 100% certainty. Time was pressing, leaving no room for hesitation. He could only rely on his battle instinct, which had been forged through countless trials. Just stab first and talk later. The fact proved that his instinct was as accurate as ever. Looking back now, the entire situation was full of doubts. How could a stranger suddenly appear when he had already ventured so far alone? Even if it were students from other schools. It was impossible for just one person to show up in this location. The only possibility was that it was a trap. As for what to do if he stabbed the wrong target, then it would be her own fault for appearing in a place she shouldn't and doing something she shouldn't do. Chapter 299. Change of plans. Faced with Sai Qingwan's earnest reprimand, Lin Xie didn't completely agree in his heart, but he could clearly feel the genuine concern in her words. He knew that Sai Qingwan was truly looking out for him. So, he nodded, showing a serious expression, and replied, Teacher Sai, I understand. From now on, I will pay attention to maintaining distance and speed. As he spoke, he pointed towards the mist behind him. Look, there are already small teams catching up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Sure enough, in the mist behind, several small teams were quickly approaching. Leading the pack were the fast-paced main star international students trio, Xiaolong, Yi Xingchen, and Su Liuli. Following closely behind was the Chen family team led by Chen Shuani. And behind these two elite teams were Lin Xie's two abandoned teammates, Yi Qinghan and Su Qingying. They had evidently regrouped with the following team to catch up. These small teams were all moving extremely fast, clearly made up of elites. When they saw the scene in the valley, especially upon spotting the three teachers, Sai Qingwan, Li Sen, and Liang Jin, present, their expressions instantly shifted from urgency to extreme surprise and confusion. Chapter 300. Purification Device. As the team continued to delve deeper, a faint blue light finally emerged from the thick mist ahead. It's the purification device. Yi Qinghan's voice rang out, filled with excitement. Lin Xie's vision far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he had already seen the source of that blue light. It was a massive black crystal device shaped like a prism, standing over 3 meters tall, quietly towering on a relatively open patch of black soil. This was their first task target, the Abyssal Energy Crystal Purification Device. Surrounding the huge purification device were numerous abyssal monsters. They seemed to ignore the purification device, aimlessly wandering and roaring around it, without actively attacking. Should we wait for the main force? Su Qingying looked at the dense mass of monsters ahead, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The monsters here respawned too quickly, and their original numbers were already considerable. If we rashly charge in, we might get surrounded. Yi Qinghan was rarely cautious, nodding as she said, wait for Ling Shaoqing and the others to come over. It will be more prudent to formulate a detailed battle plan before we take action. Chapter 301. The greedy observer Lin Chia skillfully opened the purification device. Taking out the old abyss energy crystal that had turned from a deep blue to pitch black and emitted a strong abyssal aura. He then placed it into a special metal box and precisely embedded a brand new abyss energy crystal into the device. With the insertion of the new crystal, the massive purification device emitted a faint hum, and the deep blue light on its surface instantly became brighter and purer than before. After completing this, Lin Chia picked up the walkie-talkie, switched to the all-call channel, and calmly said, "The first purification device has been replaced. The first old abyss energy crystal has been recovered." Lin Chia's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every student at the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Received. A crisp and slightly surprised response from Ling Shaoqing came through the walkie-talkie. At this moment, in another direction, the main force led by Ling Shaoqing was entangled in a battle with a group of abyssal monsters resembling lizard crocodiles. Hearing Lin Chia's report, Ling Shaoqing, who was commanding the battle, noticeably paused. Chapter 302. The escape stone. This torrent of martial will was incredibly solid, violently overwhelming, and unbeatable. The power that the two had just summoned from within was as fragile as wisps of smoke meeting a blazing sun in the face of this terrifying martial will. Instantly washed away without leaving a trace. Their consciousness seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, and then thrown into a stormy ocean composed solely of pure slaughter and destruction. Their brains crashed in an instant. Their thoughts came to a complete halt. Their bodies remained in a defensive posture, but the sparkle in their eyes had completely faded, leaving only pure fear and emptiness from the depths of their souls. Just as their consciousness crumbled, a shadow appeared before them like a ghost, silently and without a sound. No. Not even a thought of resistance could arise. They didn't even have time to crush the escape stone. Puff! Puff! Two almost simultaneous dull sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh became their final elegy in this world. The divine dragon spear in Lin Chia's hand, like the grim reaper's scythe, traced an almost extreme black gold arc in the air, accurately and mercilessly piercing through both of their hearts. Chapter 303. The interruption of the dragon-treading Martial University. In fact, Lin Chia was not waiting in place just now. Immediately after completing the replacement of the first purification device, he set off at the fastest speed towards the purification device located at the farthest point in the eastern direction. There, he successfully recovered the second abyss energy crystal. Along the way, he dropped a special signal jammer that Cai Qingwan had given him before departure. As a result, he lured these two guys. Lin Chia's extraordinary senses, enhanced by his extraordinary brain's powerful mental strength, sharply captured the two sneaky silhouettes. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Two self-righteous pursuers were firmly attracted by a false signal source, unaware that the real Grim Reaper had quietly circled behind them. 10 minutes later, when Chen Shuani and the main Star International students finally arrived at the location of the northeastern purification device after clearing the way, the sight before them plunged them into collective silence once again. Upon seeing Lin Chia's figure, everyone displayed unexpected expressions. The purification device was completely clean. Su Lioli frowned tightly. Quickly stepping forward, her tone laced with an uncontainable dissatisfaction. Chapter 304. The shock of Wu Ashua blackness enveloped him. It has come. It really has come. Lei Qianjuan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The worst-case scenario had occurred. They had been discovered. And this martial will was terrifying. This was absolutely the most terrifying, most domineering, and most unbeatable martial will he had ever felt in his life. Just being swept by the residual wave of that will made him feel as if his spiritual world was about to be completely crushed to powder by that overwhelming celestial might. Although it was his first time experiencing it personally, combined with the information he had gathered from Qin Xiaoxiao and the rumors circulating online, a name instantly popped into his mind: Lin Chia. Before coming, Lei Qianjun had rehearsed countless times. He thought that, even if it wasn't here, it might happen in Abyss Gap number 2 or 3, and at some point in the future, there might be a conflict with Galaxy Marshall University and Lin Xie. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by that terrifying torrent of will, he suddenly bit his tongue. Ah! The intense pain, like a flash of lightning, instantly cut through the chaos in his mind. Taking advantage of this brief clarity, his spiritual energy erupted violently, and he did not retreat, but rather advanced, suddenly leaping out of the battle circle. Chapter 305, The Miserable Wu Aoxue Ah. A shrill and tragic scream instantly tore through the sky. Wu Aoxue's petite body was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, instantly flying backward. Blood, like brilliant peach blossoms, burst forth wildly in mid-air. Wu Aoxue unloaded her force while in the air, and then heavily landed on the ground. Her right hand tightly covered her left side. From her chest to her left hand, everything was blown apart. If it weren't for the control of her extraordinary brain, she would have already fainted from excessive blood loss. Blood gushed out from the massive gaping wound, instantly staining the ground beneath her. Excruciating pain. Heart-wrenching pain instantly enveloped Wu Aoxue's entire body. But even more intense than the pain was an unprecedented fear that penetrated to the bone. She didn't even have time to see the other party's face. Nor did she have time to think about how the other party had done all this. All that remained in her mind was one thought: run. Run fast. This thought instantly overwhelmed all her pride, all her fighting spirit, and all her unwillingness. Wu Aoxue bit her tongue fiercely, using that sting to forcibly suppress the surging blood energy within her. At the moment she landed, she sprang back up like a spring, turning her head and fleeing madly in the direction she came from. Chapter 306, Wu Aoxue's Self-Defense Counterattack. Lin Xie did not spare a glance at the fleeing students from Longting Marshall University. His attention was on the monsters on the battlefield. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting across the battlefield. The gun shot out like a dragon. In less than half a minute, all the remaining monsters were slaughtered by him. Pure remnants of abyssal will surged into his body like rivers returning to the sea. An indescribable sense of comfort spread through his limbs. This was far more rewarding than toppling those students. He got nothing from them, the monsters here were much better. After completing all this, Lin Xie walked leisurely to the purification device to replace the abyssal crystals. A ripple of thoughts arose in his mind regarding the earlier battle. The petite girl who had attacked him indeed had some strength. One could say she was very strong. Her shooting technique was exquisite and incredibly fast. Her martial will and mental strength were far beyond that of the new students from Galaxy Marshall University. Her strength was likely comparable to a true high-tier martial artist. Of course, in front of Lin Xie, who had already stepped into the extraordinary realm, all of this still fell short. Chapter 307, Mission Accomplished. Standing beside him, Lei Qianjun was dumbfounded upon hearing Xie Xiaoqing's twisted reasoning. He stared at her in disbelief, her usually resolute face now filled with incredulity. Can you really say that? His gaze toward Xie Xiaoqing instantly shifted from sympathy to extreme speechlessness and disdain. Wu Aoxue and now the fifth-year student, known as the Empress of Longting, Qi Qiangwei, were undoubtedly powerful and truly admirable. However, some of their supporters, like Xie Xiaoqing, seemed completely deranged. Is your brain sick? Are you not afraid that Lin Xie and the others will come out and confront you when the lies are publicly exposed? Won't it be a disgrace for our entire Longting Marshall University? Lei Qianjun felt utterly speechless. He just wanted to get as far away as possible from these confused individuals. Deng Hong quietly listened to Xie Xiaoqing's tearful accusations. Her eyes, usually filled with a fiery temperament, remained calm without a hint of turbulence. She did not immediately express her stance, or try to soothe Xie Xiaoqing's emotions. Chapter 308, Do you have no faults at all? On the other end of the intercom, Lin Xie's voice remained calm, not stirring a ripple. He was on his way back, and could arrive in about a minute if he hurried. Huh? A minute? Lin Chia's nonchalant tone felt like another heavy bomb, jolting all the teachers present. Did Lin Chia really complete all the tasks before the competition began, based on various data estimates? All the teachers from different schools generally believed that even the fastest team would take nearly 2 hours to complete all task objectives. But how much time had passed? Not even an hour. Sai Chingwan suppressed her excitement and said into the intercom, "All right, little Lin, come over immediately." After saying this, she turned to Deng Hong, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. "Teacher Deng, it seems we won't have to wait too long. Just wait for Lin Chia to come over, and we can clarify everything." Sai Chingwan did not hang up the intercom. Her words were intentionally meant for Lin Chia to hear, to prepare him psychologically in advance. Within the abyssal rift, Lin Chia clearly heard Sai Chingwan's words and instantly understood the situation. Chapter 309, Xie Xiaoqing was scared to tears. Quick! To the extreme. Almost at the moment everyone reacted, Lin Chia's figure had already appeared silently in the sight of the crowd like a ghost. It was Lin Chia. His figure appeared at the entrance plaza as if teleporting. He still carried a faint scent of gunpowder and blood, but his eyes were as calm as water. As if the previous massacre, where he had slaughtered thousands of monsters over several kilometers, was nothing more than a trivial stroll to him. His appearance instantly froze the air in the entire plaza. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on him. There was curiosity, shock, awe, and an unmistakable fear. Especially for those students from Longting Martial University, who had just escaped from the abyssal rift. When they saw Lin Chia's calm face again, their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. Lin Chia ignored the complex gazes around him. He glanced at his attribute panel. Just that previous rampage had brought about another small leap in his attributes. Chapter 310, Slander My Father Lin. Seeking Death. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan immediately stepped forward, her face displaying a hint of innocent expression, gently saying, "Classmate, I know you're anxious. But please don't rush. I didn't say you must be a dog of the abyss, just that your logic of behavior resembles that of the contaminated student we encountered earlier. Why are you so eager to deny it? You?" Xie Xiaoqing trembled with anger at Yi Qinghan's words, and the string of rationality snapped completely. She screamed and lunged at Yi Qinghan like a madwoman. However, Lin Chia's eyes, always calm, suddenly narrowed. Boom! An incredibly solid and domineering martial will slammed into Xie Xiaoqing's mental world like an invisible hammer. The strength of the extreme realm martial will lay not only in its terrifying power, but also in its nearly perfect control. To the perception of the surrounding teachers and students, Lin Chia's martial will that had just erupted was indeed exceedingly powerful, easily capable of crushing any opponent of the same level. Chapter 311, Chen Xingyan's Ambition. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center of the base, gathered here were the high-ranking leaders of 10 universities that had not entered the abyssal rift this time, as well as relevant officials from the City Defense Army. On a massive screen, the monitoring images of 10 channel entrances were being displayed in real time. Lin Yuchen sat quietly to the side, her gaze calm. At that moment, the indicator light for the Longting Martial University channel elevator lit up again. The elevator door opened, and a tall female teacher was supporting a girl, whose mouth was covered in blood and whose expression was dazed, as they walked out. HM. Another student from Longting Martial University. Voices of confusion came from the command center, where high-ranking officials from other schools were present. Just a short while ago, the first critically injured person to be urgently brought out was the top freshman from Longting Martial University, Wu Aoxue. Now, another one had been sent out. One after another, injured individuals appeared, all of them students from Longting Martial University. In an instant, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the high-ranking leaders of Longting Martial University sitting not far away. A stern-looking middle-aged man had surprise and confusion written all over his face. Even Lin Yuchen furrowed her brows slightly. Chapter 3:12. Lin Xie is already a dead man. In Chen Xingyan's eyes, Lin Xie was already a dead man. Since the Abyss was willing to invest such a significant amount of resources, it indicated that this operation was absolutely crucial. At least 2, or possibly 3, extraordinary beings of the same level were working together. Coupled with her own half-step mysterious power, Lin Xie was undoubtedly doomed. Given this, what she needed to consider now was not whether she could kill him, but how to perfectly clear herself after the kill, and even turn around to collect the bounty from the Empire. A cold smile curved at the corners of Chen Xingyan's mouth. She glanced around to confirm there were no surveillance or prying eyes. Immediately, the shadows around her began to writhe in a strange manner, elongating until they finally separated from her feet, forming another Chen Xingyan that looked exactly like her. The shadowy Chen Xingyan quietly sat down on a chair in the room. Meanwhile, the real Chen Xingyan moved like a ghost, silently exiting the resting room. The timing was just right. She silently calculated in her mind. The task at Galaxy Marshall University should be nearing completion of the finishing work in the No. 1 Abyss Gap, preparing to head to the number 2 Gap. Chapter 3:13. Solo Operation Ding. With a soft sound, the door of the corridor elevator slowly opened. Lin Yuchen, seeing the crowd walking out, couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in her usually icy, stern phoenix eyes. Sai Qingwan, Li Sen, and other teachers, along with Lin Xie, who was leading the way, were the first to step out of the elevator. Lin Yuchen quickly approached, her gaze landing on Lin Xie as she asked, "Did you complete the task?" This timing was much earlier than her original estimate of the fastest completion time. Sai Qingwan smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's talk in the car." Since everyone had come out, it meant they had passed the evaluation of the Joint Examination Committee staff. The mission in the number 1 Abyss Gap had been successfully completed. Soon, 100 students from Galaxy Marshall University orderly boarded the hovering vehicle they had arrived in. The doors closed. The hovering vehicle took off again, transforming into streaks of black light, as it sped towards the entrance of the next destination, the number 2 Abyss Gap. Inside the hovering vehicle, when Lin Yuchen learned from Sai Qingwan and Ling Shaoqing about the events that had occurred in the number 1 Abyss Gap, a faint smile appeared on her usually cold and stern face. Chapter 3:14. Where did he go? He turned around and looked at the two figures behind him. The plan begins. We split into 3 teams to investigate. First, figure out which direction Lin Xie went. No need to worry about anyone else. If discovered, immediately head towards my direction. I'll use the positioning stone to let the adults teleport over, and we can complete the task. The other 2, upon hearing this, suppressed their inner panic and hesitation, nodding heavily. They then shot off like arrows in completely opposite directions. They were very clear about their mission. They were bait. To monitor from a distance, and if discovered, to immediately run towards the leader. This was using their lives to create an opportunity for the adults' teleportation. There was no other way. Having plunged into the abyss and walked this irreversible path, they could only do so. But as long as this mission succeeded, they could potentially rise to greatness with this contribution. It was worth the risk. A stronger sensation of spatial tugging came when Lin Xie regained his vision. He found himself in the number 2 Abyss Gap. Chapter 3:15. Abyss surrounding kill. The moment his figure vanished, a pale, bloodless hand with ink-black nails suddenly reached out from the newly formed pitch-black gap. Following that, a figure shrouded in a large black robe slowly squeezed out from the distorted space. He wore a bone mask decorated with strange abyssal patterns, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a scarlet light. The instant he appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A chilling, evil presence filled with brutality, and a sense of destruction descended. Extraordinary. This was undoubtedly a true abyss extraordinary being. He did not act immediately but stood quietly, his scarlet eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Soon, the pitch-black gap began to fluctuate violently again. A second small figure, also cloaked in a black robe, emerged from within. The second abyss extraordinary. After appearing, he immediately distanced himself by 100 meters from the first black-robed figure. Between them, a subtle atmosphere of tension filled with vigilance and caution permeated the air. Clearly, although they were allies, there was no trust between them. Chapter 3:16, Is This a Trap? From the mist ahead, a series of teeth-grinding low roars suddenly echoed. Instantly, nearly 100 pairs of scarlet eyes lit up like ghostly flames in the dim fog. It was a massive pack of shadow wolves composed of nearly 100 shadow wolves. At the very center of the pack, a shadow wolf king, much larger than the average shadow wolf, slowly raised its head. Its scarlet eyes fixed firmly on the rushing lineage, filled with brutal and cruel killing intent. A woo! The shadow wolf king let out a howl. However, the next second, a hail of gunfire descended like a black storm of death. The gunfire was overwhelming and impenetrable, each shot accompanied by a piercing scream that engulfed the entire shadow wolf pack, along with the shadow wolf king. Bang! 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 A series of intense, muffled explosions, like popping beans, instantly echoed throughout the entire area. The nearly 100 shadow wolves didn't even have a chance to launch an attack before they were shredded one by one into a sky of black mist under that terrifying storm of gunfire. Speed. Precision. Chapter 3:17, Serious Intelligence Error. Outside the abyssal rift in the plaza, Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes, which were always as cold as an iceberg, suddenly focused. Her gaze was like lightning, as if she wanted to see through the abyssal rift completely. Buzz? In the air, a faint yet extremely clear spatial fluctuation was heard. That was the sounding stone. Deputy Zhao. Lin Yuechan's voice was cold and urgent, instantly breaking the tranquility of the plaza. Sai Qingwan has used the sounding stone. Something has happened inside. Hearing this, Zhao Mingzhuan, the deputy commander of the city guard sitting nearby, immediately retracted his gentle smile, replaced by a serious and tense expression. Go? Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed the table, stood up. Although he was only at the extraordinary realm, as the overall head of this joint examination and a senior member of the city guard, he had an unshakable responsibility. Emergency team, assemble. With his command, an elite team that had been on standby immediately gathered. It was a combat unit consisting of 10 battle-hardened extraordinary powerhouses from the city guard. Zhao Mingzhuan led this elite team, quickly walking with Lin Yuchen into the passage elevator leading to Abyssal Rift No. 2. Chapter 3:18, Complete Despair. Be careful, Sai Qingwan exclaimed in surprise. There were so many things she wanted to remind Lin Xie about. The essence of this abyssal shadow ghost could no longer be considered a pure flesh body. Its essence was a shadow. Or rather, under the condition of maintaining life. The shadows on its body were also a part of its being. The shadows on it were actually a highly concentrated abyssal power. Once hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Be careful of abyssal contamination. However, the dying counterattack of this abyssal shadow ghost was just too fast. So fast that Sai Qingwan couldn't even fully convey this crucial information. Just as her heart was in her throat, Lin Xie moved. From the moment the battle began, his powerful mental force had already attached itself to his body. Strength, agility, comprehensive enhancement. Faced with the desperate strike of the abyssal shadow ghost, Lin Xie's reaction was incredibly fast. Just as that pale spinal knife was about to touch his body, he stepped back. His body slid back a perfectly calculated distance, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike filled with murderous intent from the abyssal shadow ghost. Chapter 3:19, Chen Xingyun's despair. The opponent is also from the abyss. The abyssal shadow ghost's mouth had just opened. And the word also was still stuck in its throat. The terrifying gunpoint, stained with the abyssal shadow ghost's own black blood, like the fangs of death, had already descended again. In the abyssal shadow ghost's pupils, it instantly magnified. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, it was inserted into that just-opened mouth. Boom! An unprecedentedly violent explosion erupted from inside the abyssal shadow ghost's head. The terrifying multiple spiritual energies underwent a dramatic superposition effect. The entire head of the abyssal shadow ghost was instantly blown apart like a watermelon stuffed with a high explosive bomb, red and white splattering everywhere. However, this was just the beginning. Bang! 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 A new round of frenzied piercing began again. With hundreds of guns continuously stabbing out and successive spiritual explosions. That originally humanoid petite figure was instantly blasted into a puddle of mush. A purer abyssal will, 100 times thicker than before, erupted from that puddle of flesh. In an instant, it was devoured and absorbed cleanly by Lin Chia's ultimate martial intent. Chapter 320, The Impulse to Kneel immediately after, boom. The violent multiple spiritual energies exploded in her brain. Bang! A dull sound. Chen Xingyin's entire head burst apart like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. However, this was just the beginning. For extraordinary powerhouses, especially those already deeply polluted by the abyss, simply destroying the brain was not enough to ensure their complete death. Carelessly, one might even be severely injured by the opponent's desperate counterattack before dying. Lin Chia's gaze showed no ripples. He did not stop after landing a hit. Instead, the storm of gunfire erupted again. Bang! 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 A series of intense, muffled explosions echoed continuously. That headless delicate body was instantly shattered under the onslaught of gunfire like a storm. Even if there was indeed an extraordinarily tough heart, or other extraordinary parts. They were also pierced and exploded under that precise and violent stabbing and spiritual energy explosions. In the end, that already decayed and unrecognizable corpse flew out like a broken rag doll, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 321, Lin Yuechan's shock. Lin Yuechan's figure transformed into a black lightning bolt in the dim yellow abyssal rift. The terrifying speed of the mysterious realm was pushed to its limit at this moment. However, what surprised her immensely was that the golden figure ahead was actually maintaining a distance from her. Although there was a faint tendency of getting closer, after all. She was a mysterious powerhouse. How could this be possible? Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes, always as cold as an iceberg, were filled with disbelief. The beginner telekinetic amplification gear she bought for him had such a good effect. Before Lin Yuechan could catch up with Lin Chia, they had already reached their destination. Not far ahead, on a chaotic battlefield, a battle was erupting. A massive corrupted corpse demon let out a roar filled with brutality and madness. Its terrifying body, like a small mountain, was covered in crisscrossing scars, but not a drop of blood flowed. Bang! Its gigantic fist, wrapped in a thick abyssal aura, suddenly struck out. An armored extraordinary powerhouse from the city guard was instantly sent flying. Clear the way. At this critical moment, a loud roar, like thunder, suddenly exploded in the air above the battlefield. Chapter 322, Self-Detonation. At this moment, Lin Yuechan suddenly realized that she had let her concern confuse her. She was so worried about Lin Chia's safety that she subconsciously treated him as a junior in need of protection, forgetting that he was a monster that could not be judged by common sense. But immediately after, a bolder thought took over her mind. Chia, create some distance. She spoke again, but this time her voice was no longer just anxious, it carried a commanding tone and excitement. Although Lin Chia seemed completely unaffected. Capturing this corrupted corpse demon alive was definitely the best outcome. A complete living abyss extraordinary. Its research value was immeasurable. Previously, in the true abyss, The environment was too dangerous, and there was no such opportunity. However, in the abyssal rift, everything was completely different. At least for the time being. This place was relatively safe. In areas where the abyssal aura was not strong enough. Even a more powerful existence from the abyss would have to pay a huge price to descend, and its strength would be significantly weakened. Moreover, the recovery ability of the corrupted corpse demon itself in the abyssal rift was much weaker than in the abyss homeland. Chapter 323 Critical Threshold. Genetic Potential, 100, Base, 49, Extraordinary Brain. As the genetic potential of the extraordinary brain continued to increase, the energy required for each increment was doubling in a terrifying, almost exponential manner. Yet even so, in just a few seconds, Lin Xie's extraordinary brain genetic potential surged by another 6. The abyssal will contained within this corrupted corpse demon was much thicker and purer than the sum of the previous 2 abyss extraordinary beings. This rocket-like speed of enhancement filled Lin Xie with indescribable joy. 49. Lin Xie could clearly feel that his extraordinary brain had reached a critical threshold. As long as he could take that final step and break through the barrier of 50, his extraordinary brain, and even his entire life level, would undergo a brand new, earth-shattering transformation. Just as thoughts raced through Lin Xie's mind, the black orb capable of destroying everything was finally completely devoured, disappearing without a trace. All that remained was a massive pit. And in the center of that pit, Lin Xie's figure stood quietly. Chapter 324 Joint Examination terminated. 10,000 credits. 3 extraordinaries. That meant 30,000 credits. What does that even mean? The star energy essence could practically be drunk like water, right? When Lin Yuchan saw Lin Xie's reaction, she couldn't help but smile. In fact, Lin Xie had also exploited a bug. Since the founding of the Galaxy Martial University, countless genius prodigies had emerged. Although there had been cases of students entering the extraordinary realm during their studies, none had ever defeated peers from the abyss. Even someone like Liu Ruyan, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy, chose to close off before graduation, holding back at the critical point, intending to make a stunning impact in the Galaxy Dragon Tiger competition. There had never been any record of defeating abyss extraordinaries. Therefore, when the school initially set the rule of awarding 10,000 credits for slaying abyss extraordinaries, it was more of a spending a fortune to buy bones mentality, aimed at encouraging students to challenge their limits, without truly expecting any student to accomplish it. Yet, Lin Xie had indeed slain 3 abyss extraordinaries in this joint examination of 10 schools, and there was ample evidence to prove it. Even the city guards could attest to it. As witnesses, he and Sai Qingwan certainly couldn't take away Lin Xie's monumental credit. Chapter 325 Leave a Survivor. When the students of Galaxy Martial University returned to the entrance square of Abyssal Rift No. 1, it was no longer as desolate as when they left. The team from Golden Bull Martial University, as the second school to complete the Abyssal Rift No. 1 mission, had just exited from the passage elevator. They wore expressions of exhaustion and excitement after completing the task, ready to rest before heading to the next rift. However, when they saw the students from Galaxy Martial University returning, even Zhao Mingxuan, a high-ranking officer from the city guards, was among them, they were immediately stunned. The members of Golden Bull Martial University wondered if Galaxy Martial University had encountered an accident while entering Abyssal Rift No. 2, and had to return. Just as they speculated, Zhao Mingxuan quickly walked up to the leader of Golden Bull Martial University, gravely reporting the situation that occurred in Abyssal Rift No. 2. Soon, a middle-aged man of vice principal level from Golden Bull Martial University gathered his school's team. He looked at the bewildered students in front of him and announced in a deep voice, "This competition is hereby concluded. Our Golden Bull Martial University ranks second based on the task completion time." Chapter 326 The sky falls silent as death. In the temporary medical station, the air seemed to solidify into substance. All the teachers who rushed in afterward, whether from Galaxy Martial University or other schools, were frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. Their gazes were fixated on Xie Shaoqing, who was pinned against the wall by a black gold spear, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, and on the boy who was calmly retracting the spear, his expression as if he had merely done something trivial. In a flash, they didn't even have time to speak. They felt a vast and terrifying martial will flash by, followed by a muffled explosion. Then there was nothing after that. This source of abyssal pollution was like a fish out of water, firmly pinned against the wall. Apart from instinctual convulsions, it had no power to resist. All the teachers looked at Lin Xie with completely changed expressions. Lin Xie floated back, instantly creating a safe distance of over 10 meters from Xie Shaoqing pinned to the wall. After doing all this, he slowly turned to the teachers behind him. Hurry! Assist the injured. Secure the scene. Chapter 327. Curious Liang Jin. Just as the entire venue fell into a dead silence due to this silent clash of martial wills, Lin Yuchan slowly turned her head. Her cold phoenix eyes looked at Lin Xie, her tone carrying a hint of feigned reproach. Xie, you can't do this. Lin Xie calmly nodded at her words. Understood, Teacher Yuchan. Although Ju Tai's expression was extremely grim, and his heart was both shocked and angry. When he saw that terrifying martial will clash directly knock Xie Shaoqing unconscious, he unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. Finally, she is quiet. As the two sides stood on edge, the atmosphere ready to explode, Zhao Mingxuan, who had been calmly observing from the side, finally stepped forward. All right, teachers. Zhao Mingxuan's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly captured everyone's attention. He first glanced at Xie Shaoqing, who was nailed to the wall and had completely passed out, then slowly scanned the pale faces of Ju Tai and Deng Hong, as well as the icy expression of Lin Yuchen, before finally speaking to mediate. This classmate's condition is evident to all. Her mental state is extremely unstable, and she has indeed shown signs of being tainted by the abyss. Chapter 328. Preparing for a breakthrough. Lin Xie. Liang Jin was certainly familiar with this name. In fact, before this joint examination, it was likely that no teacher at the Galaxy Martial University was unaware of this newly emerged freshman champion. But hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was another. As one of the teachers who entered the abyss with the team, although she did not follow Lin Xie closely like Sai Qingwan, she had learned through the intercom and reports from other students about Lin Xie's terrifying advancement speed. Especially later, when she heard that Lin Xie had single-handedly confronted 3 abyss transcendents, the shock that penetrated her soul had yet to completely subside. Is this boy really a freshman? Liang Jin was filled with curiosity. She wanted to know what kind of growth environment could nurture such an unbelievable monster. The main planet, the Lin family. Perhaps. But that seemed too outrageous. Just as Liang Jin was lost in thought, the inspection team finally arrived. It was a joint team from Longting Martial University and Jinyo Martial University, led by Deng Hong from Longting and a male teacher from Jinyo. Chapter 329. Transcendent Brain 50. Upon hearing Lin Xie's seemingly natural words, Lin Yuchen couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. Genius is indeed accompanied by a genius's arrogance. This was also one of the reasons Lin Yuchen liked Lin Xie. She smiled and said, "The genetic potential of Transcendent Brain 50 is a huge threshold. The beginning of a qualitative change. Its difficulty and danger level are far beyond what you faced when breaking through to a 100 basic potential." I'm just asking. Lin Xie chuckled, better safe than sorry. Lin Yuchen pondered for a moment and patiently explained, the energy gap varies from person to person, making it hard to provide an accurate number. However, it is certain that 10 bottles of star energy essence are likely insufficient. I'll place an order for 5 boxes of star energy essence right now, and the delivery location will be my training room. You can go sign for it. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Yuchen. He, you should show your gratitude through actions, kid. Lin Xie immediately replied, understood. Teacher Yu Chen. Oh, after Lin Yu Chen came back. She is really tired but happy. Then he curiously asked, how's the situation now? Lin Yu Chen smiled and said, let us talk about it when we get back. Chapter 330. God's perspective. Lin Xie felt, as if his consciousness had momentarily detached from the constraints of his body, surveying the entire world from an unprecedented new perspective. The flow of air, the flickering of lights, everything was vividly present in his intangible mental vision, without anything able to escape his sight. However, before the exhilaration could last a second, a terrifying, primal hunger, more intense than ever before, swept over his entire being like a black hole. It was as if every cell, every inch of flesh, every strand of soul was frantically screaming, roaring, yearning for energy replenishment at that moment. It's here. Lin Xie was already prepared. Almost the instant the hunger surged, his body, which had long been ready, leaped up from the ground like an arrow, madly pouncing towards the pile of star energy essence stacked in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a bottle of star energy essence, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. The cold liquid, bursting with immense life energy, rushed down his throat, instantly washing over his nearly parched body like a long-awaited rain. But one bottle was simply not enough. Chapter 331. Delegation from the main planet. Lin Xie stopped his actions, looked at Lin Yu Chen and Sai Qingwan, and grinned. He nodded, lucky me, I just had some insights. Upon receiving a positive response, the smile on Sai Qingwan's face instantly froze. Her usually affectionate peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Xie, then at the empty bottles on the ground, her voice changing in pitch. Why, you really broke through. Just in this short time. She quickly stepped forward, extending her delicate hand and incredulously pinching Lin Xie's arm. Hard as iron. It seemed to contain terrifying power capable of tearing apart the stars. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging waves of emotion within her. She looked at Lin Xie, and her cold phoenix eyes sparkled with a strange light. Unlike Sai Qingwan's exaggerated reaction, she quietly observed him and slowly spoke. Her voice still cold, but carrying an undeniable complexity. How did you do it? Faced with Lin Yuechan's probing gaze, Lin Xie simply shook his head calmly. I don't know either, he chuckled, speaking lightly, maybe it's just good talent. Chapter 332. The main planet's conditions. Lin Xie curiously asked, actually. I don't have any thoughts about going to the main planet. If I don't want to go, can the main planet force me? Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Lin Yu Chen and Sai Qingwan both revealed surprised expressions in unison. Is there really someone who doesn't want to go to the main planet? They knew that was the center of Taurus. It was a holy land that countless martial artists dreamed of. Going to the main planet not only offered better training and more resources, but also allowed one to see a higher, farther, and broader world. This was entirely different from staying in a remote branch star system like 0755. However, Lin Xie secretly thought, it's so good here, with teachers and classmates who are familiar. Most importantly, Bai Muxi and Chu Fengling are both here. Plus, the collaboration with the Reproductive Management Center is becoming increasingly proficient. By the way, speaking of which, after coming back, I also went through a reproductive pod. But why haven't I received any system notifications after so long? Just as Lin Xie was puzzled, his terminal suddenly rang. The caller ID was the Reproductive Management Center. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, turned, and walked out of the training room to answer the call. Chapter 333. Fivefold Return to Truth. The girl hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to start. Just then, with a click, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Deng Hong walked in. She saw Wu Aoshue, who had already awakened. And a complex expression appeared on her face. There was pain, concern, but more than that, an indescribable fatigue. You're awake, Aoshue. Wu Aoshue, upon seeing Deng Hong, felt her usually bright and proud eyes dim instantly, and a deep sense of shame appeared on her face. I'm sorry, Teacher Deng Hong. Seeing her like this, Deng Hong sighed deeply in her heart. It's all over. Wu Ashue asked urgently, what about Xie Shaoqing? What happened to her? Deng Hong sighed and said in a low voice, she is currently detained in the Tura tribunal. The Tura tribunal. Upon hearing those 5 words, Wu Ashue felt her heart tighten violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A sharp pain struck her instantly, and she couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Don't get agitated. Deng Hong quickly stepped forward and pressed down on her shoulder. Your injuries are severe. Wu Ashue, however, bit her lip tightly, disregarding her own injuries, and persistently asked, how could Xie Shaoqing be detained in the Tura tribunal? Chapter 334, Liu Rushuang's curiosity at the same time. Gene potential 5. Gene potential, 100, basic, 55, extraordinary brain. Lin Xie felt as if his consciousness had been infinitely elevated in that moment. The entire world, in his perception, became exceptionally clear and thorough. However, before the ecstasy could last a second, a hunger more terrifying than ever before swept through his entire body like a black hole devouring stars. It felt as if his body had turned into a terrifying singularity capable of swallowing the entire universe. It's here. Lin Xie had long been prepared. And almost the moment the hunger surged, he leaped up from the ground like an arrow, frantically rushing towards the mountain of star energy liquid in the corner. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. Until he had consumed a full 10 bottles of star energy liquid, that terrifying hunger capable of devouring his very soul was finally just barely suppressed. Although that terrifying hunger was temporarily subdued, it had not completely vanished. Like a giant beast lurking in the abyss, it could awaken at any moment and completely swallow him. Chapter 335. The main star delegation Yuan Jingjing looked at Liu Rushuang, who was eager and ready to try, and couldn't help but advise again, Rushuang, listen to your teacher. Don't be reckless. Whether it's you or that Lin Xie, try to avoid any conflict. The upcoming Galaxy Tiger and Dragon competition is very important. A delegation from the main star will be sent over. Upon hearing this, Liu Rushuang's expression changed again, and she asked in surprise, a delegation from the main star. What is this for? Why haven't I heard about it? Yuan Jingjing glanced at Liu Rushuang and explained, the news just came in. The top 10 universities from the main star will each send their most outstanding graduating student over. Their strength is comparable to our branch school's teachers. What? Liu Rushuang was genuinely shocked this time. The students from the main school are that strong. She found it hard to believe. Of course. She yearned for the main star and hoped to have the opportunity to study there one day. From what she understood, the students from the main school would naturally be stronger than those from their branch star systems. But it was just a little stronger, right? How could they possibly compare to the already genuine extraordinary level teachers? Chapter 336. Secret Realm tickets. Finally, a boy, somewhat impatient, put away his terminal. He leaned back on the comfortable sofa, crossed his legs, and shook his head. Really, a mere branch star system, is it worth all of us making this trip? Can't we just send someone ranked within the top 500? As soon as he said this, it immediately resonated with a few others. A petite girl with a sweet appearance also chimed in, it's just a native genius. What's so great about defeating those manufactured extraordinary beings? Sending us there is just using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lin Mingmai, another tall boy, said to the girl with short purple-blue hair, who had remained silent in the group, I heard that native genius also has the surname Lin. He knocked your cousin down to the ground. The girl named Lin Mingmai shot him a cold glance. What cousin? I don't know her. Her voice was cold. Carrying an innate pride, our Lin family is big and wealthy. Just in the main star, there are tens of thousands of branches. Looking at the entire Taurus constellation with millions of star systems, it goes without saying. Not all people with the surname Lin can be related. Chapter 337. The companion for the evening party. Lin Xie thought for a moment and first called Qian Kun. Hey, Qian-kun, are you busy? Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Not busy at all. On the other end of the call, Qian-kun's voice was filled with enthusiasm and flattery. Brother Lin, what can I do for you? I've run out of nutritional paste here, please send over 50 boxes. Sure thing, Brother Lin. It'll be here soon. After hanging up, Qian-kun's chubby face was filled with a smile, and his eyes nearly narrowed into slits. Brother Lin is amazing. Brother Lin is mighty. Brother Lin is like a second parent to me. Ever since the news of Lin Chia's impressive performance in the 10-school joint examination, and seriously injuring the top student of the Galaxy Martial University spread, the entire Galaxy Martial University was in an uproar. Consequently, his status as Lin Chia's exclusive supplier also rose dramatically. Now, whenever the logistics department at the school saw Qian-kun, they would immediately grant him the highest permissions without a word. As for Yuan Jingjing, her attitude was exceptionally straightforward. Qian-kun's status in the family had changed dramatically. Even his usually serious father now smiled more whenever he saw him, and even proactively added a startup fund for him. Chapter 338, Liu Rishuang's Challenge. I heard you used to like finding people to spar with regarding martial will. She directly got to the point and proposed her idea. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia simply shook his head calmly. Not needed anymore. His multiple martial wills had already been comprehended, so he naturally didn't require that method anymore. Lin Chia understood what the other party meant, but he was unwilling to waste time on such meaningless things. Liu Rishuang seemed to have anticipated this. She revealed a confident smile. I see you're still using a B-level training room, right? She slightly raised her chin and threw out her bargaining chip. If you can defeat me, then my S-class training room will be yours to use. How about it? Lin Chia was momentarily surprised upon hearing this. S-class training room. Isn't that Liu Yuyang's? Liu Yushuang smiled and said generously, my sister is not here, so it temporarily belongs to me. Consider it a challenge from me to you. What do you think? Lin Chia pondered for a moment and nodded. Sure. After all, it's just a matter of a few seconds. Seeing Lin Chia agree, a hint of excitement and anticipation flashed in Liu Yushuang's eyes. Chapter 339, Losing with Conviction. A party. Chu Fengling was taken aback. She looked up at Lin Chia, her eyes filled with confusion. What party? At the Taira City Hall, organized by the City Guard and the court, to commend my performance in the joint examination of the 10 schools, Lin Chia explained briefly. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion surged in Chu Fengling's heart. She felt both proud for him and a bit inferior. Lin Chia was attending such a high-level party, while she was just a student still struggling for cultivation resources. Is it appropriate for me to go? Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Lin Chia looked at her. His tone calm and firm. You are my companion, what is inappropriate about that? Besides, your status is no longer ordinary. Chu Fengling felt the warmth of his hand, and her body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, gazing at Lin Chia's hand, and her feelings of inferiority and insecurity were miraculously replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and sweetness. She raised her head, and the sharpness in her eyes regained its former brilliance. She looked at Lin Chia and nodded vigorously. Chapter 340, Important Figures at the Party. Lin Chia, Chu Fengling. You both have arrived. A gentle female voice came from not far away. Lin Chia turned to look, and saw Liang Jin holding a glass of champagne, standing there with a playful smile, observing them with interest. Liang Jin's gaze lingered on Chu Fengling's slightly nervous face for a moment, then shifted to Lin Chia, where a flicker of understanding passed through her usually calm eyes. I didn't expect this. Lin Chia, with his thick brows and big eyes, to choose a girl from another grade as his companion. Moreover, seeing the affectionate way Chu Fengling was holding Lin Chia's arm, and the tenderness in her gaze towards him, it was clear that there was definitely something going on between them. Lin Chia was slightly surprised to see Liang Zhiyin, but then felt it was reasonable. After all, in such an important occasion, the school would surely send representatives to attend. He glanced around, but didn't see Lin Yuchen or Sai Ching Wan, and guessed they probably didn't want to come, so Liang Zhiyin came as the school's representative. Chapter 341, 3 billion. After some simple pleasantries, the banquet officially began. The melodious music played again, and waiters moved gracefully through the guests, carrying trays filled with exquisite food and wine. Lin Chia didn't linger too long in the circles of the important figures. He held Chu Fengling's hand and walked to a relatively quiet buffet area. Let us eat something. He picked up a plate and served some of her favorite dishes. Seeing his gentle and considerate demeanor, Chu Fengling felt warmth in her heart, and nodded obediently. Okay. They found a window-side seat. Enjoying the delicious food while admiring the sparkling night view outside, reminiscent of a galaxy. Just then, a gentle female voice sounded behind them. Lin Chia. Lin Chia turned around and saw Liang Zhiyin approaching with a smile and a glass of wine. Teacher Liang, Lin Chia nodded. Liang Zhiyin reached their table, her gaze lingering on Chu Fengling for a moment, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Then she turned to introduce the well-mannered young woman beside her. Let me introduce, this is Secretary Chen from the Municipal Secretary's office. Chapter 342, The Drawbacks of the S-Class Training Room, omitted thousands of words, 2 hours later. When Lin Chia quietly returned to his student dormitory, Bai Mushi was already sound asleep. As time went by, her sleep duration was getting longer each day. Lin Chia walked to the bedside, looking down at her peaceful and serene sleeping face, and said nothing. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight streamed through the curtain gap into the room, Bai Mushi slowly woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and instinctively looked beside her. She saw Lin Chia sitting cross-legged on a nearby training mat, eyes closed, focused. Hubby, she called softly, her voice still carrying a hint of sleepiness and confusion. When did you come back last night? I didn't even notice. Lin Chia heard her voice, ended his training, and walked towards Bai Mushi. A gentle smile on his face. I just came back not long ago. He stepped forward, helping her sit up from the bed and softly said, Okay, get up. I bought you breakfast. While having breakfast, Lin Chia took out the bravery medal he received at the banquet last night, and handed it to Bai Mushi. This is for you. Chapter 343, The Eternal Second Legionru. According to school regulations, the owner of the S-Class Training Room cannot completely refuse challenge applications. Within 2 weeks, at least one must be selected to compete. This was undoubtedly a troublesome matter for Lin Chia at this time. He opened the profiles of the 17 challengers and quickly skimmed through them. Without exception, they were all students with genetic potential above 80, most of whom were seniors. Lin Chia could roughly guess their thoughts. They likely believed that he wasn't as formidable as rumored and wanted to test him personally. Among them, the first one listed was a girl named Li Zhenru. Her genetic potential was a staggering 100. Genetic potential of 100. That means she has entered the extraordinary realm. It seems she is indeed a top-tier senior. Lin Chia carefully checked the information about Li Zhenru. She had consistently ranked in the top 5 of the points leaderboard. Was powerful, low-key, and rarely took action. Rumor had it that she had just recently entered the extraordinary realm. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chia's face. The opponent he had chosen was very suitable. Chapter 344, Reward Received. In the boys' dormitory of Qiantai City Normal University, Bai Mujie was intensely gaming with his roommates, shouting, Come on, come on. Don't stop. Suddenly, his wrist terminal vibrated. He initially wanted to hang up, but when he caught a glimpse of the caller ID on the screen, his movement froze. It was a call from Bai Mushi. He quickly took off his headphones and shouted to his roommates behind him, I'm taking a call, before rushing out of the dormitory in a hurry. Behind him, His roommates immediately erupted in a chorus of curses. Bai Mujie ran to the quiet corridor, took a deep breath to calm his excited heart, and then swiped to answer the call. Sister, what's up? Today, his father, Bai Jinyun, had already given him a heads up, so he felt both nervous and full of anticipation. On the other end of the screen, Bai Mushi's gentle face wore a warm smile. Mujie, are you interested in transferring to the city of Taira? Hearing this, Bai Mujie was overjoyed and immediately replied without hesitation, of course I'm interested. Bai Mushi then asked, that's good. What is your current genetic potential? Chapter 345, Li Jinru's confidence in the S001 training room. Lin Chia looked at the two distinctly different reply messages on his terminal and smiled. Half an hour later, the doorbell of the training room rang on time. Lin Chia stopped his movements, walked to the door, and looked at the figure outside. This time, the delivery was still Liang Jin. She wore a fitted white combat suit that outlined her curvy figure, a gentle smile on her face, as she pushed a small cart. Student Lin, your star energy essence. Liang Jin pushed the cart into the training room and skillfully arranged 5 metal boxes in the corner. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Liang. Lin Chia nodded, casually picking up the towel hanging around his neck to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The bright lights of the S-class training room illuminated his young and well-defined face, and in his deep-set eyes was a calmness and focus far beyond his peers. Sweat trickled down his firm jawline, exuding a youthful, masculine aura. Liang Jin looked at him, ready to say something, but suddenly paused. She realized her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Looking at this big boy, who was just a student. His steady demeanor was more dazzling than anyone of her age she had ever seen. Chapter 346, Li Jinru's Terror. The betting situation on the campus forum was undergoing subtle changes. Initially, almost everyone overwhelmingly favored Li Jinru. Li Jinru's odds had reached an astonishing 1-0. 5. Meaning betting on her to win would only yield a 0.5 profit. In contrast, the odds for betting on Lin Chia to win soared to 1-1. 9. However, as time passed, unexpected circumstances arose. The funds betting on Lin Chia's victory snowballed exponentially. This massive influx of funds forced the odds back into balance. Those running the betting saw the numbers fluctuating in the back end, left dumbfounded, having to adjust the odds repeatedly. Ultimately, the day before the decisive battle, the odds for both sides bizarrely reached an almost even 1-1. In a private training room, Chen Zhuanzhuan glanced at the betting situation on her terminal and then looked at the calm Chen Shuani beside her, exclaiming in surprise, "You think so highly of Lin Chia? You even bet 100 million on him." Chen Shuani shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. "I told you, you wouldn't believe me," he said casually. "Lin Chia can suppress the abyssal transcendent alone. I mean, not to mention that Li Jinru can't do that, even Liu Ruyan probably can't." Chapter 347, Li Jinru explodes. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at that moment. In the martial arts arena, Li Jinru's originally earth-shattering strike now seemed to be playing in slow motion, descending at an extremely bizarre speed. Her face, usually filled with dominance and confidence, was now etched with extreme shock and confusion. Her mind went blank. Meanwhile, standing opposite her, Lin Chia remained calm. He didn't even bother to look at the menacing greatsword that was about to fall. He simply raised his hand, casually sending out the divine dragon spear. That shot appeared unremarkable, even somewhat slow. But at the moment the spear tip was thrust forward, Li Jinru's pupils, scattered by the mental shock, suddenly contracted to their utmost limit. It was as if she saw that shot, yet also as if she did not. With a dull thud, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh instantly shattered the silence of the martial arts arena. Lin Jinru felt an overwhelming force coming from her left chest. Immediately after, a violent, destructive spiritual energy exploded within her body. Excruciating pain, The heart-wrenching agony instantly yanked her chaotic consciousness from the sea of emptiness. Chapter 348. The fifth level of martial intent returns to the middle stage. Meanwhile, discussions about this challenge on the school forum had completely exploded. Countless posts sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Various angles of video replays and frame-by-frame technical analyses dissected everything that happened in that split second. But after all the analysis, they ultimately pointed to one despairing conclusion: absolute strength crushing. No techniques involved. Just pure power, speed, and that terrifying martial will akin to divine punishment. Lin Chia's name, at this moment, had completely become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all students at Galaxy Martial University. In the Student Council office, a detailed report regarding the S-Class Training Room Challenge and the ensuing public opinion was laid and submitted, eventually landing on the desk of Acting Vice Principal Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen casually glanced at the content of the report before setting it aside. She clicked on the battle footage, and upon seeing Lin Chia's nonchalant shot, a hint of a smile appeared in her usually icy phoenix eyes. This little boy. Chapter 349. I might have been corrupted by the abyss. This was an endless golden ocean. The warm, peaceful, and sacred golden light enveloped Li Jinru's consciousness gently, like a mother's embrace. She felt as if she had transformed into a speck of dust, drifting along in this vast sea of light, all her pain, unwillingness, and failures being gradually smoothed and purified under this warm golden glow. Just as she was about to completely sink into this tranquility, a vague figure slowly emerged from the depths of the brilliant golden light. It was a tall and graceful woman. Her face was shrouded in a sacred glow, making it hard to see clearly, but her eyes resembled two burning stars, filled with majesty and compassion. Child, a grand yet gentle voice resonated deep within Li Jinru's soul. Open your heart and accept the power bestowed upon you by the great emperor. Past failures are merely the steps leading you to a higher realm. Go. Use your true power to defeat the enemy that brings you nightmares. The voice of the Valkyrie was like the most sacred gospel, each word deeply imprinted in Li Jinru's soul. Chapter 350. Lin Yuechan's shyness. Oh. Lin Yuechan's eyes flashed with a hint of danger upon hearing this. She walked to the weapon rack by the wall and casually picked up an ordinary training alloy spear. With a flick of her wrist, the spear instantly expanded into a 3-meter-long silver spear. She pointed the spear tip at Lin Chia from a distance, while her other hand beckoned him with a finger. Come on. Let me see your abilities these days. Lin Chia looked at the spirited and battle-ready Lin Yuchen before him, instantly feeling both amused and helpless. Woman. You are playing with fire. Lin Chia took one step after another towards Lin Yuchen. With each step he took, an invisible yet terrifying aura began to rise wildly from him. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuechan's lips curled into a confident smile. This little man actually wants to compete with me in martial will. We both have the same martial intention, but I am in the true mysterious realm. How much stronger can your multiple martial wills be than mine? However, the next second, the smile on her face completely froze, replaced by a feeling of overwhelming shock. That unparalleled torrent of martial will erupted for just a moment before receding like a tide. Chapter 351. No clue soon. The two arrived in front of the Student Council building. Zhao Xinghe and Cai Qingwan had been waiting at the door, and immediately approached upon seeing Lin Yuchen and Lin Chia. Principal Lin. Zhao Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward, his expression respectful. Cai Qingwan's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Yuchen and Lin Chia, then she rolled her eyes at the two. These two are together in broad daylight, and not answering their communications. It must be nothing good. Lin Yuchen ignored Cai Qingwan's eye roll. She nodded to Zhao Xinghe, not wasting any more words, and directly asked, "Where are they?" Inside, Zhao Xinghe pointed to the building, his expression serious. "Take me there." Lin Yuechan's voice was cold and filled with undeniable authority. Zhao Xinghe did not dare to delay and immediately led the way. The group passed through the Student Council hall, and arrived at the door of the conference room, which had been temporarily requisitioned as an isolation room. Through the observation window on the door, they could see Li Junru sitting quietly in the empty room. Has she always been like this? Lin Yuechan's cold phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Zhao Xinghe nodded. Since she came in, she hasn't said a word or shown any unusual behavior. Chapter 352, Li Junru's complete submission. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Lin Yuchen and Cai Qingwan's eyes instantly brightened. Yes? How could we forget about him? Cai Qingwan's first reaction was that Lin Xie's terrifying multiple martial wills were definitely far beyond her own. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechan's heart was stirred by waves of emotion. She recalled how her proud martial intention had been effortlessly suppressed by Lin Xie in the training room earlier. At that time, she thought it was due to her distraction. But now, upon careful reflection, the martial will of this young boy before her had likely surpassed the ordinary true mysterious realm. His martial will was so unique that it might truly reveal something different. Let's give it a try, Lin Yuchen decisively said. You come in with me. Cai Qingwan immediately responded, unwilling to be outdone, I want to go in too. Lin Yuchen turned her head. Her cold phoenix eyes glancing at her lightly, you want to go in too? Why can't I go in? Cai Qingwan stood her ground and met her gaze, puffing out her chest with a hint of provocation. Lin Xie looked at the two women, who had begun to compete again, and couldn't help but feel amused. Chapter 353, Serious Situation. Lin Yuchen pondered for a moment before making a decisive decision. Wait for me to hold a meeting first, she said coldly. Call Zhao Xinghe over too. You all stay together to ensure that the information doesn't leak out. For now, don't contact family or friends to avoid alarming the snake. Lin Xie nodded. I often practice for a week or half a month, so that's not a problem. Li Junru also nodded along, but couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Xie beside her. All right, Lin Yuchen nodded. Then I'll go hold the meeting first. See you later. After saying that, she no longer hesitated and quickly walked out of the conference room. Inside the conference room, only Lin Xie, Cai Qingwan, and Li Junru remained. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Lin Xie naturally wouldn't expose his training method of poke in front of these strangers. With a thought, he summoned his system panel. The 8 treasures skill was the only thing missing from being perfected. He remembered that he had initially thought about waiting until the D-level body refining technique was perfected before seeing if he could merge and upgrade it. So, Lin Xie looked at Cai Qingwan and asked, Teacher Qingwan, given my current situation, is it still useful to base on 8 treasure skill and then further study immovable king body? Chapter 354, Action Plan. Every word from Lin Yuchen was like a heavy hammer, smashing down on everyone's hearts. By that time, the entire Taoyuan city would face an unprecedented crisis of trust. Lin Yuechan's words were like thunder, instantly resonating in everyone's ears. Deputy Commander of the City Guard Zhao Mingzhuan was the first to stand up, saying in a deep voice, I agree with Principal Lin's proposal. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed in the slightest. Immediately following, the deputy head of the tribunal also expressed support. The tribunal fully supports this. With the clear statements from the military and the tribunal, the other university presidents no longer hesitated. Agreed. Agreed. Soon, the resolution was passed unanimously. With the issuance of numerous commands, the Terra Supercomputing Center roared to life with its massive computing power. Countless video data streams from the Terra City Central Hospital branch converged like raging rivers, madly flooding into the enormous computational capacity. In less than an hour, the Terra Supercomputing Center provided the first batch of preliminary screening results. An encrypted file was simultaneously sent to all high-level terminals participating in the meeting. Chapter 355, Target locked at Longting Wuda, in an S-class training room, dense spiritual energy enveloped the entire space. A tall girl with long black hair was in the midst of her training. Suddenly, her terminal on her wrist vibrated. The girl slowly opened her eyes and glanced at the message that popped up on her terminal, her beautiful brows involuntarily furrowing slightly. She stopped her training, walked into the washroom, and rinsed herself off. After changing into a brand new black combat uniform, she left the S-class training room. Soon, her figure appeared in the school's large conference room. The spacious room was already filled with people. Upon entering, the girl noticed that most of those present were teachers from the school, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Everyone in the conference room was a teacher. When the teachers saw her enter, they all nodded and smiled in unison. The newcomer was none other than Qi Qiangwei, the current student leader of Longting and a renowned prodigy throughout the entire 0755 star system. Soon, everyone who received the notification had arrived. The vice principal of Longting Zhu Tai, then stepped forward, his serious gaze sweeping over everyone present. Chapter 356, I've got this. The door of the private room was pushed open. Lin Chia slowly walked in, pushing a dining cart. Lin Yuchen followed closely behind him, calmly surveying everything in the private room. The woman in the room furrowed her delicate brows slightly at the sudden appearance of the two servers, her eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. However, when her gaze landed on Lin Chia's face, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This server was quite handsome. Professor Wang merely glanced at the two and frowned. To him, the gaze of these two servers was far from polite, as it kept wandering over his date. A strong sense of displeasure surged in Professor Wang's heart. Just as he was about to reprimand them, an unexpected turn of events completely interrupted him. The female server, who had been following behind, suddenly flashed. In an instant, she appeared like a ghost behind his date. A slender yet powerful hand, like an iron claw, firmly grasped the woman's shoulder. Ah! The woman let out a sharp scream, her face filled with terror and confusion. Chapter 357, Abyssal Suppression. At the same time, Qi Qianwei and Deng Hong were escorting a subdued target down the stairs, one on each side. Suddenly, their terminals rang simultaneously. When the two saw the urgent report on the screen, their expressions changed, and they exchanged a glance. Unlike Lin Chia, who was filled with joy, they felt a strong sense of gravity rising within them, because the predicted escape route of the Abyssal Extraordinary seemed to intersect with their current location. Although the earlier capture operation had gone exceptionally smoothly, their target, a doctor named Zhao Hai from the Central Hospital, had cooperatively followed them out after seeing their credentials. But now, this sudden turn of events made their hearts race, especially when they saw the report mentioning that two of their extraordinary members had been seriously injured. Their faces turned extremely grave. The ability to seriously injure two extraordinary peers in an instant, even if it was a surprise attack, was enough to show that the pharmacist's strength should not be underestimated. As the two of them remained vigilant, they had already brought Zhao Hai to the first-floor stairwell of a residential building. Chapter 358, Terrifying Indeed. Just as Deng Hong's mind was shaken, the speed of the submerged demon suddenly surged. Its fist, as large as a sand pot, howled as it tore through the air and ruthlessly smashed down towards Deng Hong in mid-air. Be careful! At this critical moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Deng Hong. It was Qi Qiangwei. She tightly gripped a metal shield. Bang! An unprecedentedly violent explosion rang out. Qi Qiangwei felt an unmatched terrifying force coming from the shield. She let out a muffled groan, and her body was sent flying like a broken kite. Be careful! Deng Hong exclaimed in alarm. Qi Qiangwei bit her tongue, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within her, and threw the shield in her hand like a flying disc. Clang! The spinning shield accurately smashed through several approaching tentacles. Taking advantage of the recoil, she retreated rapidly and stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. Is this what it means to be an abyssal extraordinary? It's far more terrifying than those ordinary abyssal monsters. I am also extraordinary. Although I have just recently stepped into the extraordinary realm, I originally thought that my strength, even if it didn't match teacher Deng Hong's, wouldn't be too far off. Chapter 359, Instant Dissipation. Deng Hong's heart was in turmoil. What kind of terrifying martial will is this? A mysterious realm? Is it a principal-level figure from a nearby school passing by? Deng Hong struggled to endure the mental shock, and a spark of hope ignited in her heart. An existence with such a terrifying martial will must possess strength far beyond her own. It must be a strong individual from a mysterious realm. There's hope. Roar! The giant fist of the submerged demon, that was about to fall, suddenly froze. The cruel pleasure in its crimson eyes was instantly replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. Just at that moment when its mind was shaken and it had yet to react, a black golden shadow had already appeared silently before it. As if it had crossed the distance of space. With a dull sound of flesh being pierced, Lin Chie's dragon spear, like a spear of judgment, wrapped in an unmatched aura of destruction, mercilessly stabbed into the submerged demon's iron-hard fist. Boom! The azure cold ice, the blazing flames, and the violent thunder. Three completely different types of spiritual energy exploded violently within the body of the fallen demon. Chapter 360, The Fear of the Fallen Demon. No. It was not dissipating. Deng Hong's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. She could clearly feel that those pure abyssal wills were being forcibly extracted from the fallen demon's body by an invisible, irresistible, terrifying gravity, and then absorbed by some unseen existence. Could it be because of Lin Chie? Deng Hong's brain momentarily malfunctioned again. Although she was a senior teacher at Longting Martial University, well-informed and experienced, she had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying scene. Her own martial will still remained at the peak of form condensation. In her family, there had never been anyone who comprehended the ultimate martial will. Therefore, she had no idea what was happening. And as the party involved, the fallen demon felt even more deeply. What kind of monster was this young man before him? This was not something it could comprehend at all. Its proud steel skin was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of that black and golden spear, easily pierced through. The problem was not its own defense, but the terrifying martial will of the opponent. Chapter 361, The Demon's Great Supplement. Constantly being battered by the torrent of that terrifying martial will, the fallen demon had long since fallen into a semi-mad state. Until this moment. Under the complete shadow of death, the instinct for survival finally reminded it that it still had an escape stone. However, Lin Chie's attention had already reached its peak. Just as the fallen demon took out the escape stone, the divine dragon spear in his hand shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, arriving first. The myriad of spear shadows enveloped the fallen demon's claw, which was holding the escape stone, as if weaving a net of death. Phut! 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 A series of dense sounds of sharp weapons cutting through flesh echoed. The fallen demon's enormous bony claw, holding the escape stone, was instantly shredded into a bloody mess under the relentless onslaught of spear shadows. A howl of extreme agony erupted from the fallen demon's mouth. Excruciating pain. It released its grip. Its massive bony claw directly loosened under this continuous terrifying attack. Thud! The escaped stone slipped from its already mangled claw, falling to the ground and rolling aside. Chapter 362, Honorary Steward. The middle-aged teacher, after understanding, immediately revealed a knowing smile. He no longer struggled with the question of who killed the fallen demon. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Deng Hong and several other supporting teachers finally arrived. When they saw the grotesque giant skeleton in the center of the ruins, they all gasped in shock, their faces showing undeniable horror. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Lin Yuchen. In their view, only Lin Yuchen had the ability to completely annihilate that terrifying fallen demon with such overwhelming force. Deng Hong's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. This fallen demon really just died like this. Deng Hong looked at Lin Chie, then at the grotesque skeleton, her heart filled with shock that was difficult to calm. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, another round of hurried footsteps and the engine sounds of hovering vehicles drew near. The city guard and the support troops from the tribunal had arrived. They quickly sealed off the scene. Chapter 363, Main Star Advanced Studies. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He stood up, solemnly bowing to the deputy chief and all the senior officials present. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors." Although Lin Xie did not fully understand what this honorary steward represented, judging from Lin Yuechan's surprised expression, it should be quite a good reward. However, the deputy chief's next words instantly brightened Lin Xie's eyes. As an honorary steward, the deputy chief smiled and continued. "In addition to receiving a monthly salary of 100,000 credit points, you will also be able to participate in various activities within our tribunal system as a member of the tribunal." Because there were others present, the deputy chief did not elaborate too much. Steward Lin Xie, the deputy chief smiled and said, "You now have the privilege to log into our tribunal's internal website. You can check more about the rights and obligations of honorary stewards there." This matter was soon wrapped up. After it was over, the deputy chief of the city guard, Zhao Mingzhuan, immediately called out to Lin Xie and Lin Yuechan. "Principal Lin, student Lin Xie, please stay." Chapter 364, Learn from Lin Xie. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie with a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, these native magical creatures that had grown up in the secret realm, due to a lack of brutal battles with truly strong opponents from the outside world, had a comprehensive strength far below that of true abyssal creatures. They were more like sparring partners carefully cultivated in a greenhouse, although they possessed corresponding power levels. They lacked true strength. Moreover, the secret realm itself was a completely closed, independent space that was completely isolated from the outside abyss, fundamentally eliminating the risk of detection and descent by more powerful abyssal existences. At the same time, the qualifications for entering the secret realm had extremely strict restrictions. Only superhuman and below warriors could enter. Regardless of whether they were warriors or abyssal creatures, as long as their life levels exceeded this boundary, they would be repelled by the secret realm's rules and could not step into it from the outside. Therefore, under multiple safeguards, the safety of the secret realm was extremely high. Warriors entering it could enjoy the practical training of life and death battles with powerful magical creatures, without worrying about encountering life-threatening dangers beyond their capability. This method of cultivation, which could hone oneself while ensuring safety, was simply a perfect paradise that all warriors dreamed of. Chapter 365, The anger of the evil god Li Zhenru was also filled with curiosity. She really wanted to know how Lin Xie did it. How could he single-handedly suppress a superhuman from the abyss? Lin Yuechan, hearing Li Zhenru's words, revealed a smile that was both amused and exasperated. "Well, it's good for you students to communicate with each other. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Saying this, she waved to everyone and turned to leave. Lin Yuechan really had things to attend to. After all, she was now the primary person in charge of the school. Before the principal returned, she had to manage all affairs of the school. As for her feelings with Lin Xie, they could not affect her current work. The young boy was the same, primarily focused on his cultivation. This was also what Lin Yuechan admired most about Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie glanced at Li Zhenru and calmly shook his head. "Sorry, I have things to do. Let's do it another day." Li Zhenru was taken aback. She did not expect to be so decisively rejected. Sai Qingwan looked at Li Zhenru's shocked expression and smiled, saying, "Classmate Li, then I'll leave first." Chapter 366, Liu Ruyan's Return. 5 abyssal extraordinary beings endured excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive, crawling on the ground, their voices filled with extreme fear and fervor. "Obey the great blood-bone mountain god." As they responded, the pair of enormous crimson eyes suspended above the mountain slowly closed. The entire space returned to a dead silence. 5 figures struggled to rise from the ground, exchanging glances, and from each other's twisted expressions, they saw the same fear and madness. They understood very well what disaster meant. It was the most vicious curse of the Bloodbone Mountain evil god, and also the most powerful gift. Once they were completely eroded by this power, they would lose themselves entirely and become monsters that only knew killing and destruction. But if they could successfully subdue Lin Chia, then this terrifying curse would become a blessing from the abyssal deity. The power of this disaster could be completely turned to their advantage. At the same time, they would become the harbingers of disaster for Bloodbone Mountain. Backing them was the true evil god. In the S001 training room of Galaxy Marshall University, Lin Chia was immersed in a monotonous yet highly efficient cultivation. Chapter 367, Crazy Revenge. The power granted to us by the Bloodbone Mountain evil god is enough to completely crush ordinary extraordinary humans. Moreover, this time it's in the martial arts arena, under everyone's gaze. As long as we can succeed, we can create the greatest panic in the entire 0755 star system. By then, we will be the most capable harbingers of disaster under the Bloodbone Mountain evil god. However, Lin Chia was completely unaware of all this. In his view, the confrontation with Liu Ruyan was just another routine challenge. It should not differ much from the previous encounter with Li Zhenru. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. In the S001 training room, Lin Chia was lost in intense cultivation. Suddenly, his movements came to a sudden halt. Boom! The 5th level martial intent, which had long reached the LV9 bottleneck, collapsed as it approached another breakthrough. Poof! Lin Chia violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly downed a bottle of star energy liquid. The impact of LV9 far exceeded previous expectations. His powerful extraordinary brain, although barely resisting the tidal wave of mental impact, still inevitably suffered some minor injuries. Chapter 368, Consumables. In the hotel suite, there was a deathly silence. The monotonous ringing echoed in the room like a death knell, hammering at the already tight nerves of the 2 black-robed figures. "It's all your fault," said one thin black-robed man, his voice hoarse. "If you had controlled your hands, we wouldn't have been exposed." HMPH. The burly black-robed man snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and irritation. "You fool, no matter what we do, we are treated as consumables. Since we are all consumables, why not indulge a bit?" "You?" The one who spoke first, hearing this, showed a trace of barely perceptible panic in his crimson eyes. Just then, the terminal on the wrist of the boy on the sofa rang inopportunely again. "Shut up! Shut up! All of you shut up!" The burly black-robed man's emotions once again spiraled out of control. He let out a furious roar, his figure suddenly flashing, instantly appearing in front of the boy. That fist, as large as a sand pot, wrapped in a thick abyssal power, slammed heavily onto the incessantly ringing terminal. Bang! Chapter 369, Abyssal Aberration. Lin Chia instinctively flashed back into the training room. In a flash, he quickly put on his combat suit. Outside the door, Chen Zhuanzhuan had just passed by Sai Qingwan's training room. Ever since the 10-school joint examination, Lin Chia had seemed to evaporate from the world, hardly replying on the terminal. "Did I just see something?" Lin Chia flashed past her. "That chest, those abs. Ah?" Recently Lin Chia had been ignoring her. Was she hallucinating? No. This is Sai Qingwan's training room. Lin Chia must have just been inside. The more Chen Zhuanzhuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. And her curiosity made it unbearable. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage again, and prepared to push the door open to investigate. However, just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, whoosh! A black afterimage, like a ghost, suddenly flashed past her side without warning. The speed was so extreme that it blew her bangs into disarray. Ah! Chen Zhuanzhuan was startled by this sudden change, instinctively taking a step back. Her entire body froze in place. Chapter 370, Plans Cannot Keep Up with Changes. In front of the gates of Galaxy Marshall University, teachers accompanied by senior students gathered there. Yuan Jingjing brought along sisters Liu Ruyan and Liu Rushuang. What's going on? Liu Rushuang frowned slightly, her gaze directed toward the distant chaotic commercial street. She saw that the usually bustling Starlight Holiday Hotel now looked like a skeleton gnawed by a giant beast, broken and emitting billowing smoke and dust. Flames and black smoke intertwined in the night, and a massive black shadow could be seen wreaking havoc in the ruins. Each movement accompanied by piercing metallic clashes and beast-like roars, as well as the rumble of energy explosions. That apocalyptic scene made the pair of eyes that usually carried a hint of arrogance show a serious expression for the first time. What exactly is that abyssal monster over there? Liu Rushuang couldn't help but ask. So many teachers have gone, yet they still can't subdue it. In her view, the school's teachers, especially those at the higher extraordinary levels, could easily suppress anything when working together. But the battle before her was far more intense than she had imagined. Standing beside her, Liu Yang remained silent. Chapter 371, Is This the Abyss? In the instant when three wills erupted, they merged into one, transforming into a terrifying ocean of will that could rival that of true human mysterious powerhouses, pressing down towards the unsuspecting Lin Qiyi. Their target was clear. With the force of a thunderbolt, they aimed to completely crush and imprison Lin Qiyi's spirit with the abyssal will. At the same time, one of them had already pulled out a pitch-black stone that flickered with a strange red light. A teleportation stone. As long as they could drag Lin Qiyi into the abyss, even for just a moment, they were absolutely confident that they could utterly tear this prodigy, personally named by the evil god, into pieces. In the moment when the three wills comparable to mysterious powerhouses erupted, although Lin Qiyi was the primary target, Liu Yang, standing in front of him and closest to him, clearly also bore part of the terrifying aftermath. Liu Yang felt as if a spiritual world had been struck hard by an invisible, immense hammer. Her cold eyes widened suddenly, her pupils contracting to the extreme. She couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Her proud martial will was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of this calamity-like torrent of will. Instantly torn to shreds. Chapter 372, Why did it suddenly explode? A bone-deep chill instantly enveloped Liu Yang's entire body. This time, it was completely different from when she followed the principal and teachers into the outer edges of the abyss for training. That was danger within a controllable range. But now she had been randomly teleported to the unknown depths of the abyss. Looking at the distorted and hideous vegetation around her, never seen before, and sensing the nauseating stench in the air, she had no idea where the exit was. In the abyss, abyssal monsters were everywhere, and danger lurked at every turn. Even more terrifying was that human martial will would constantly be eroded and polluted in such an environment, eventually being assimilated. It's over. Just as she was filled with horror and despair, several triumphant and twisted shrieks came from not far away. Liu Yang turned her head sharply to look, only to see the three abyssal transcendents staggering up from the ground. The one in front was covered in hideous wounds pierced by Lin Qiyi's spear tip. Black-red blood continuously oozing from the wounds, looking utterly miserable. The one behind, who had self-harmed to crush the teleportation stone, had a grotesque gash across his head. Half of his face stained red with blood. Chapter 373, The Descent of a Deity. The myriad shadows of gunfire, like a storm of death, formed a net of killing intent through extreme speed and power. Phut! 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 Countless dull sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh, and blood instantly connected as one. Ah! The abyssal transcendent at the very center let out an extremely mournful scream. He tried to block with his hard, iron-like bone spines, attempting to form a shield with the dense black mist of the abyss, but all of it was futile. His defense, capable of easily tearing through metal armor, was as fragile as paper in front of Lin Qiyi's spear tip infused with the intent of returning to the origin. Flesh and blood flew, bones shattered. What terrified him even more was that every wound pierced through his body seemed to turn into a greedy straw. The abyssal power he relied on for survival was uncontrollably leaking out wildly, only to be instantly devoured by an invisible, irresistible force. "Save me!" He let out a desperate roar. The other two abyssal transcendents finally came back to their senses from the brief shock. "Let's work together. Break through his domain." The leader, who had self-harmed to crush the teleportation stone, let out an angry roar. Chapter 374, The Messenger of Disaster. The enemy that he had exerted all his strength against, even to the point of trading injury for injury, could not be shaken, but under this man's gun, they were like meat chickens, easily crushed. Had the gap become this enormous? Just as Liu Yuyang's mind shook violently, she caught a glimpse of the last abyssal transcendent appearing behind Lin Qiyi. "Behind! Be careful!" she exclaimed in alarm. However, the moment her voice came out, Lin Qiyi's figure had already moved. That remaining abyssal transcendent had long been completely eroded by disaster, losing all rationality, with only killing intent towards Lin Qiyi left in his eyes. His entire body was covered in bone spines and rotting flesh, swollen into a small mountain. Completely devoid of human form, he let out a roar that was not human-like, pouring all the abyssal power within him into his claws without reservation. Those grotesque bone claws instantly turned as black as ink, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. He suddenly stomped the ground, his enormous body leaping high. Those claws, capable of tearing through space, fiercely reached for Lin Qiyi's unguarded back. What did it matter if that woman warned him? It was already too late. However, in the next moment, his eyes, filled only with madness and brutality, suddenly contracted to the extreme. Chapter 375, Mysterious Relic. That massive mound of flesh, formed by the fusion of three abyssal transcendents, although it had undergone bizarre changes in form, and its aura had become increasingly evil and powerful, had not fundamentally escaped the realm of the transcendent. It merely barely touched the threshold of the mysterious realm, yet failed to truly cross over. For Lin Qiyi now, this was just a larger experience pack with more experience. Messenger of the gods. A cold arc formed at the corners of Lin Qiyi's mouth. What is that thing? The moment the words fell, the divine dragon spear in Lin Qiyi's hand suddenly trembled. Buzz! A clear gun chant resonated through the sky. Before the spear even arrived, that terrifying momentum had already locked onto the massive mound of flesh and the dense abyssal black mist surrounding it. The air seemed to be completely drained by this unparalleled power, emitting waves of mournful cries. That massive mound of flesh seemed to sense an unprecedented lethal threat. It let out a roar filled with fear and madness, countless black tentacles and grotesque bone spines, like a frenzied dance of demons, rushed wildly towards that golden beam of gun light. Chapter 376, Bloodbone Pearl. Lin Qiyi turned to look. He saw Liu Yuyang clutching her abdominal wound, struggling to stand up from the ground, her cold eyes now filled with disbelief. What mysterious relic? Lin Qiyi repeated, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Liu Yuyang took a deep breath, enduring the intense pain from her wound, and slowly explained, I once had the fortune to see it when I followed the vice principal into the abyss battlefield. It is a special item formed from the most pure source power and abyssal rules of an abyssal monster of at least quasi-mystical level, after it has been completely annihilated. We call it a mysterious relic. She paused and continued, once the vice principal killed a quasi-mystical monster that was about to step into the mysterious realm and obtained a piece of grey skin. This bead should be something similar. At this point, Liu Ruoyon's gaze fell back on Lin Qiyi, and a hint of bewilderment and deeper shock flashed in her cold eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued, this kind of relic contains the purest abyssal essence, but it also harbors the most terrifying abyssal whispers. Chapter 377, The Big Guy. Throughout this journey, Liu Ruoyon's worldview was being refreshed and reshaped over and over again. They encountered no less than 10 waves of abyssal monster attacks. ranging from the lowest cannon fodder to leaders of monsters, with strength comparable to the extraordinary, in a wide variety and huge numbers. However, no matter the type of enemy or how many there were, under that man's gun, there was only one outcome: crushed. He didn't even need to lift a finger to help. Each time, he was just one person with one gun, effortlessly slaughtering what she considered to be deadly dangers, as if he were a tiger entering a flock of sheep. What was even more unbelievable to her was that this man was completely unaffected by the will of the abyss. His aura not only didn't weaken due to the continuous battles, but seemed to grow stronger. Liu Ruoyan looked at Lin Xie's back. Her cold eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. Was this man really human? Over the course of these 2 hours, Lin Xie gradually adapted to the environment here. Simply put, this was a pure world constructed by the will of the abyss. Chapter 378, Liu Ruoyan's Panic. The howling winds rushed past Liu Ruoyan's ears, and her body surged violently with each explosive push from him. Her cheeks were uncontrollably pressed tightly against his iron-like solid chest. Through a thin layer of combat uniform, she could clearly feel the terrifying power that erupted from his tensed muscles, hear the steady and powerful heartbeat in his chest like a war drum, and smell the unique scent of sweat and masculinity on him. This aura was domineering yet filled with a reassuring magic. Liu Ruoyan's heart was in turmoil. That heart, which had been calm and even praised as an iceberg since she embarked on the martial path, was completely stirred into a mess at this moment. She instinctively raised her head, and happened to see Lin Xie's sharply defined profile. His gaze was calm and focused, as if the terrifying chase behind him that could destroy everything didn't exist at all. The invisible ocean of martial will surrounding the two of them acted as the strongest barrier, isolating the overwhelming abyssal whispers and mental pollution from the outside world. Although Liu Ruoyan's spirit was also impacted by Lin Xie's martial will, she felt that this impact was an indescribable mix of pain and pleasure. Chapter 379, Genetic Potential 97. Lin Xie impatiently shook his head, forcing himself to dispel those whimsical thoughts from his mind. This was not the time for such thoughts. The urgent task was to quickly find a way to leave this cursed place. He took a deep breath, immersed his mind in his spiritual world, and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyan, with her back to Lin Xie, was just as confused. Although she faced away from him, all her attention was focused on the man behind her. She could clearly hear the rise and fall of his every breath, feel the faintly scorching aura emanating from him. In fact, as soon as she closed her eyes, his face and those deep eyes would uncontrollably appear in her mind. And then there was that martial will that seemed to be able to draw in one's very soul. Sigh. Liu Ruoyan sighed in her heart. What to do? An hour later, Liu Ruoyan was completely dumbfounded. Can martial will be cultivated this way? This completely overturned her understanding of martial cultivation over the past 20 years. Martial will, it was supposed to be comprehended through life and death struggles, and refined under extreme pressure. Chapter 380, The Black Hills. Lin Xie's figure tore through the abyss's yellowish sky like a meteor trailing a golden tail. That black mountain, which resembled an ancient demon god lying in wait, seemed to be completely awakened in that instant. Buzz? A low, distant rumble, as if it came from the depths of the earth, suddenly resonated throughout the land. Immediately after, the originally tranquil mountain began to tremble violently and crack. Countless deep black fissures, like a hideous spider web, crazily spread across the mountain's surface. From those cracks emerged thick, giant tentacles, as dark as the night, covered with twisted barbs, like demonic vines breaking through the earth, sweeping toward that small yet glaring golden light. The sky was filled with tentacles, blocking out the sun. The terrifying momentum seemed as if it wanted to shatter and devour this world entirely. However, facing this apocalyptic scene that would make any extraordinary powerhouse turn pale, Lin Xie's bloodshot eyes showed not a hint of fear, but rather an almost frenzied desire. Food. All of this is food. This is great. Chapter 381, We are cultivating. At that moment, Liu Ruoyon's heart miraculously relaxed completely. She even forgot where she was and the deadly dangers outside. She only felt her body uncontrollably growing soft and hot. And deep within, a hint of sweetness arose that even she felt ashamed of. She instinctively raised her head, and happened to see Lin Qia's sharply defined profile. His gaze was calm and focused, as if the countless tentacles that could destroy everything before him did not exist at all. The invisible ocean of martial will surrounding them isolated the overwhelming abyssal whispers and mental pollution from the outside world. Liu Ruoyon's heart was in complete disarray. She inexplicably reached out both hands and tightly embraced Lin Qia's solid waist. As if only by doing so could she feel a sense of reality and safety amidst that overwhelming will. At that moment, Lin Qia, during a brief pause in battle, looked down and saw that Liu Ruoyon was bleeding from her 7 orifices, her pretty face pale. Yet, in her cold eyes lingered a layer of hazy mist. With 2 abnormal blushes on her cheeks, holding onto him tightly like a tragic yet eerie ghost. Chapter 382, Liu Yuyang's initiative proposal. Lin Qia watched her seriously, trying to find an excuse for him, secretly amused, but maintained a calm expression as he nodded. Yes. You're right. It's about cultivation. Seeing him easily accept her explanation, Liu Yuyang couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, a hint of disappointment, which even she didn't notice, surfaced. She cleared her throat and continued in her cool voice, "The situation is urgent, and we must quickly regain our strength. So I suggest we continue to cultivate." After saying this, Liu Yuyang wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She could hardly believe that such an embarrassing statement would come out of her mouth. Lin Qia looked at her eyes, which tried hard to maintain their coolness, but couldn't help but dart around, and noticed her already flushed ears. A surge of unnameable fire ignited in his heart. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the heat within him, but a serious expression appeared on his face as he nodded solemnly. "What you said makes a lot of sense. I think it is indeed possible to continue cultivating." Chapter 383. A bit of practice. Just as Liu Yuyang's mind went blank, a warm hand unexpectedly wrapped around her slender, soft waist. A strong force pulled her close, pressing her petite waist tightly against his solid body, as firm as steel. "What's wrong?" Lin Qia's deep voice, laced with a hint of teasing, sounded in her ear. His warm breath brushing against her ear, stirring an indescribable tingling sensation. Boom! Liu Yuyang felt her brain explode in that moment. A wave of scorching blood surged to her head, turning her already slightly flushed face as red as a ripe apple, hot enough to be startling. Her body stiffened uncontrollably for a moment, then softened like a puppet with its strings cut, unable to muster any strength. "Why you let go of me?" She instinctively pushed against his solid chest with both hands, trying to push him away. However, those arms that should have been powerful were now soft and weak, offering no resistance at all. In Lin Qia's eyes, it seemed less like rejection, and more like a playful coyness that was half welcoming and half refusing. Chapter 384, 6th Level. Extreme Realm. Uncertain how much time had passed in the cave, Liu Yuyang slowly woke up and found Lin Qia was already gone. She got up and looked in the direction of the Black Mountain, vaguely hearing sounds from that side. Sigh. She shook her head helplessly. She couldn't learn Lin Qia's method of cultivation. Since Lin Qia was cultivating, she also needed to start her new round of cultivation. This time, Liu Yuyang felt a bit more at ease, occasionally glancing outside the cave. Time passed quickly in this monotonous yet efficient grind. Lin Qia had long lost count of how many tentacles he had pierced through. All he knew was that the energy within him had reached an unprecedented limit. And that massive black mountain seemed to be thoroughly enraged by his tireless disturbances. It roared with anger and madness, countless tentacles thicker and more ferocious than before. Like black angry dragons, tearing through the earth and stirring up black fog, sweeping toward Lin Qia again and again. However, all of this was in vain. Lin Qia had already thoroughly understood the terrain of this area, and the opponent's attack patterns. Chapter 385, Stepping into the Mysterious. Lin Chia let out a low roar. And the spiritual energy within him operated with an unprecedented terrifying efficiency. Every strand of spiritual energy was pushed to the limit, and then enveloped his whole body for amplification. Lin Chia could clearly feel that his spiritual energy, at that moment, was 10 times stronger, even 100 times stronger than before. It was terrifying. In his view, those once lightning-fast black tentacles now moved as slowly as snails. And the divine dragon spear in his hand had already transformed into a streak of golden lightning that tore through the sky. Bang! 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 A series of dense, cannon-like dull explosions suddenly echoed throughout the land. Those huge tentacles that appeared so slow in Lin Chia's eyes exploded one after another under the extreme speed of his spear shadow. The black gas surged wildly, but was instantly swallowed up by that golden sea of will. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Chia only knew that the spear in his hand had never stopped. The energy deficit within him was slowly being filled under the constant influx of overwhelming energy. Just as Lin Chia was getting into the swing of things. Chapter 386. The power of the spiritual energy spear. The divine dragon spear shattered into countless metal fragments. Lin Chia was completely stunned. It broke? Shattered? Lin Chia never expected that this alloy spear would just break like that. Ha 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 ha. The Black Mountain monster also instantly sensed this sudden change. In its countless crimson eyes, a wild joy and ferocity erupted, as if it had survived a disaster. Human. This is the god of Blood-Bone Mountain solidifying. Your death is imminent. It let out a deafening roar of madness, its laughter turning into a tangible sound wave that shook the surrounding space, causing it to hum. At the same time, countless thick tentacles surged in from all directions. However, before its laughter could fully subside, it came to an abrupt halt. Ah! Replaced by a scream filled with sheer terror and disbelief. Although a flash of astonishment crossed Lin Chia's mind, he immediately understood. After all, this divine dragon spear was merely a top-tier alloy weapon used by ordinary martial artists. No matter how good the material, or how exquisite the craftsmanship. Facing his current powers that far exceeded the extraordinary, and the terrifying existence of the Black Mountain monster, it had ultimately reached its limit. Chapter 387, The Second Mysterious Relic. No. Why? Why is this happening? The Black Mountain monster roared with unwillingness and despair. It tried to muster the remaining power within it to condense tentacles for a counterattack. However, those pitch-black tentacles that had just grown from its body had not fully formed before they were shattered by the energy spears that whistled in from all directions. Each explosion took away a large amount of abyssal will. Each strike pushed it further away from the impending explosion. Instead, it caused the already dwindling abyssal will within it to dissipate even faster. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Every minute and every second was a torturous execution for the Black Mountain monster trapped in the Golden Ocean. It could clearly feel the magnificent source of power within itself, which had accumulated over countless years, bursting forth uncontrollably like a flood from a broken dam, only to be greedily devoured and refined by that overwhelmingly dominant Golden Ocean. Its self-destructive energy, which had accumulated to the extent that it could flatten everything within 100 miles, was being firmly suppressed by an invisible, irresistible force. Like a mad dog chained in iron, filled with the desire to destroy everything, but unable to break free from its restraints. Chapter 388, The Humans of the Abyss. Liu Ruyan's heart, which had just reached her throat, fell back to its rightful place. All her vigilance and wariness melted away in that moment. As if the snow had encountered the blazing sun. She slowly turned her head. When she saw that face so close to her, all her worries and fears instantly transformed into an unnamed joy. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. You scared me to death. However, her playful complaint was met with an even tighter embrace from the man. Liu Ruyan felt her body suddenly go soft and weak, as if all her strength had been drained in that instant. She felt herself burning up, her cheeks, ears, and even her fair neck flushed with an alluring crimson. Ah! I wasn't like this before. Liu Ruyan let out a powerless wail in her heart. The cool, aloof, and calm student leader seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In her place was a little woman in his arms, whose very breath had become feverish. Lin Chia looked at Liu Ruyan's eyes, shimmering like water and shrouded in a misty haze, and her blushing face, so vivid it seemed to drip with blood, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Chapter 389, The City of Purity. However, before the strange changes in them could fully manifest, they were forcibly interrupted by Lin Chia's overwhelmingly dominant sixfold martial intent. That golden sea of will, like the hottest lava, instantly purified and obliterated the abyssal aura that had just emerged from their bodies. In those 4 pairs of sharp eyes, all brilliance instantly faded, leaving only pure, incomprehensible terror and shock. Next, their bodies slumped helplessly onto the cold black ground, completely losing consciousness. Lin Chia's figure slowly descended from the air. He did not immediately approach the 4 unconscious women, but instead warily observed them. Lin Chia furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. With a thought, the heart of shadow binding activated. A long, thick, and hard tentacle emerged from the shadows, instantly binding one of the women and slowly dragging her to his front. He carefully examined this woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, with long black hair messily scattered on the ground, stained with black dirt. The face that should have been quite pretty now looked exceptionally disheveled due to being covered in blood. Chapter 390, The High Priestess. Another woman couldn't help but scream curses. But Lin Chia merely snorted coldly. This time, he held nothing back. Boom! That 6-fold martial intent, akin to a magnificent divine might, instantly coalesced into an invisible yet substantial mental spear, violently piercing into that woman's spiritual world. Ah! That woman couldn't even let out a complete scream. The madness that had just ignited in her eyes instantly lost all brilliance, becoming hollow and devoid of emotion. Next, warm, viscous blood uncontrollably gushed from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Her body slumped helplessly to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. The 3 companions standing beside her, although not the main targets of this attack, were still struck by the residual wave of will, as if they had been hit in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. Puff! They all spat out a mouthful of blood, their pretty faces turning as pale as paper, looking at Lin Chia with the purest, deepest fear. Liu Ruyan, standing beside Lin Chia, also turned pale. She felt her own spiritual world violently shake, although that overwhelming will was not directed at her. The unmatched pressure still made her feel waves of tremors originating from the depths of her soul. Chapter 391, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkeys. Lin Chia nodded, not fully believing what they said. Were there really only 3 extraordinary teams? He couldn't be certain. But what mattered was that he had obtained the location of the City of Purity and its approximate distance, which was what he most wanted. His eyes, burning with golden flames, once again fell on the already broken leader woman, as he said in a deep voice, "How far away are we before we will be detected by your City of Purity?" Upon hearing this, the leader woman trembled violently, a flash of extreme terror and struggle crossing her eyes. This terrifying guy wants to probe the defenses of the City of Purity. If she agreed, it would be tantamount to betrayal. Once discovered by the High Priestess, what awaited them would be a fate 1,000 or 10,000 times more terrifying than death. However, when her gaze met Lin Chia's emotionless golden eyes, the flicker of resistance that had just arisen in her heart melted away instantly like snow meeting the blazing sun. Compared to the vague and ethereal punishment in the future, the death threat posed by this man before her was the most real and urgent. Chapter 392, Enemy Attack. Time had passed too long without returning, making it easy to be discovered as unusual. However, Lin Chia did not care about this issue. From the very beginning, He had not intended to use these women's identities for any schemes. Infiltration. Disguise? Not reliable at all. Even if he really needed to enter that city. At most he would just get close, pretend for a bit, and then directly kill his way in at the entrance. Perhaps he would already be discovered as unusual by the time he approached. Lin Chia calmly nodded. His eyes burning with golden flames once again falling on the young woman, as he continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" The young woman trembled violently, biting her teeth in despair as she shook her head. "No, really nothing, my lord." Lin Chia looked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly, about to speak. Throughout this journey, from the snippets of conversation from these three women, she had pieced together another important piece of information: the area they were taken to, continuing in the same direction, was a much broader region. The humans imprisoned in the celestial prison of the empty city all came from that direction, and were subsequently captured. This likely means that deep within that direction, there may exist a spatial rift connecting to the outside world. Chapter 393, The High Priest's Fear. Lin Chia moved like a black lightning bolt through the streets. Everywhere he passed, all the soldiers attempting to stop him fell down in large numbers. Like withered leaves swept away by the autumn wind, instantly losing their combat capability in the face of his overwhelming will. As his ocean of golden will swept through, it brutally triggered the abyssal will hidden deep within these soldiers. However, before this abyssal will could fully manifest, it was instantly devoured by the overwhelming martial intent of the sixfold extreme realm, like snow encountering the scorching sun. Thousands of soldiers trembled simultaneously, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, before they completely fainted. For Lin Chia, this was not a battle, but a feast. The pure abyssal will stripped from countless soldiers converged into a vast torrent, continuously replenishing the energy he had just expended in his rapid advance. The entire empty city was plunged into a chaotic silence. The sharp alarm still echoed above the city, but on the streets, there was no longer a single figure able to stand. Only the soldiers collapsed on the ground, unconscious, silently narrated the scene that resembled divine punishment. Chapter 394, Infinite Resurrection. The soul-rending pain pierced her mental world like the sharpest blade, instantly shattering all her calmness and disguise. Roar. A scream, not resembling a human voice, filled with pain and madness, erupted from deep within her throat. Under the suppression of the brilliant sixfold extreme will, she could no longer maintain her human form. Phut! 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 Countless pitch-black, twisted, barbed tentacles, like demonic vines breaking through the earth, instantly pierced through her wide black ceremonial robe, wildly growing out from her back. Her once relatively proportionate figure began to swell, twist, and mutate at a visibly rapid pace. Dark scales appeared all over her skin. Her hands transformed into sharp bone claws gleaming with a chilling light. And her face, hidden in the shadow of the hood, had already become terrifying. Her human features suddenly contorting. In an instant, the mysterious and profound high priest had completely transformed into a terrifying monster nearly 10 meters tall, entirely black as ink, exuding the primal chaos and aura of destruction. Chapter 395, Clash with the High Priest. Just as Lin Chia charged toward the tower with unstoppable force, the streets of the empty city were not entirely silent. Reinforcements were rushing from various areas of the city, like a tide, madly flowing toward the tower. When they arrived at the plaza near the tower, what they saw was a horrifying scene. Their once powerful comrades, who had fought alongside them, were now collapsed on the ground like harvested wheat. Each one had blood streaming from their orifices, their faces twisted in pain, emitting unconscious groans, having completely lost their combat capability. Hurry! Save them! Where is the medical team? What happened? What on earth happened? Panic and confusion spread like a plague among the soldiers who had just arrived. Although they did not know exactly what had happened, just the hellish scene before their eyes was enough to shake the firm faith in their hearts. What kind of enemy could completely crush their proud city defense forces in such a short time in such a terrifying manner? Chapter 396. The High Priest's Confidence, however. Just as all the soldiers were immersed in despair and fear, an unexpected change occurred. A shrill scream, reaching extreme agony, suddenly erupted from a corner of the plaza. Everyone turned to look, only to see a soldier, who had just awakened from unconsciousness, convulsing violently out of control. Streams of strange energy, mixed with black and blood-red colors, surged out of her body as if they had a life of their own, forming twisted energy flows that rushed toward the collapsing black tower. Meanwhile, the soldier's body rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible speed. In an instant, a vibrant life turned into a withered corpse, thudding to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This terrifying and bizarre scene ignited the fear in everyone's hearts. Help! Panic spread like a plague throughout the entire plaza. One after another, soldiers let out heart-wrenching screams. The abyssal will and life energy within them were uncontrollably drawn away by an irresistible force, transforming into streams of blood-black energy, continuously flowing into the smoke and energy storm still swirling at the top of the tower. Chapter 397. The Death of the Undying Priest, however. What responded to her was still the dazzling and deadly rain of energy bullets, like a meteor shower. Boom! Once again, an unremarkable bombardment. Once again, an utterly meaningless rebirth. Once, twice, 3 times, time flew rapidly in this monotonous and brutal cycle. Lin Xie had long lost count of how many times he had obliterated the opponent. He only knew that the spiritual energy within him, through repeated consumption and replenishment, not only showed no signs of decline, but had instead become more and more pure and refined. And his vast spiritual consciousness, under the nourishment of repeatedly devouring the opponent's original will, was continuously expanding outward at a visibly rapid pace. Spiritual consciousness 8 blood bone orb 5. Shadow binding heart 3. Spiritual consciousness 9 blood bone orb 5. Shadow binding heart 4. Spiritual consciousness 10 blood bone orb 5. Shadow binding heart 5. And below the tower, the plaza, once filled with fervent prayers, had long descended into a deathly silence. Chapter 398. Blood Demon Gem. A hint of uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on Lin Xie's face. Without any hesitation, he flashed and appeared before the blood-colored crystal, reaching out without delay to grasp it in his palm. Boom! It felt warm to the touch. Yet it was as if he was holding a star on the verge of exploding. A torrent of energy surged in like a breached dam, wildly flooding into his body through his palm. Lin Xie let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his body was about to be explosively expanded by this unreasonable, terrifying force. However, before this violent energy could cause any substantial damage within him, his 6-fold vast and boundless extreme martial intent descended like 6 eternal and indestructible ancient divine mountains. The torrent of violent energy, in the face of the unparalleled 6-fold extreme martial intent, was like fierce fire meeting millennia-old mysterious ice, instantly suppressed, smoothed out all its edges, and transformed into the purest, most magnificent source of power, continuously flowing into his vast and boundless sea of consciousness. Ding! Sea of Consciousness, 13 Blood Bone Pearl, 6 Shadow Binding Heart, 6. Blood Demon Diamond, 1, Chapter 399. Sisters desire the pure life energy nourished the girl's body, which had long since dried up, like the sweetest clear spring. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes, which had been tightly closed for an unknown duration, slowly opened a crack. Sister, a weak, hoarse yet incredibly clear voice emerged from her throat. The woman shivered at the sound of that familiar voice. She looked incredulously at her sister, her eyes, which were always sharp as knives, instantly veiled in a layer of mist. Xiaoya. She tightly grasped her sister's icy little hand, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Lin Xie slowly retracted his fingers. Just now, he had used the ability of the Blood Demon Diamond he had just obtained to extract a trace of the immense life essence within him and inject it into the girl named Xiaoya. Although it was just a trace, For a near-supernatural being whose life fire was about to extinguish, it was akin to a divine elixir. Lin Xie could clearly feel that the girl's body had temporarily escaped danger. Though still weak, at least she no longer faced the threat of death. Chapter 400, Clue to Departure. Uncertain how much time had passed, when Lin Xie slowly withdrew his fingers from her mouth. An indescribable sense of emptiness surged into Lu Lingxin's heart without warning. Did she even feel a hint of reluctance? The moment this thought emerged, it rang like the loudest alarm bell, exploding in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, filled with extreme shame and panic. She could hardly believe she had such absurd and shameless thoughts. She looked at the calm young man in front of her, gazing into his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, and felt her cheeks burning, as if they were about to ignite. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze again, fearing that the shameful feelings within her would be completely seen through by him. Meanwhile, Lin Xie quietly observed the woman, who was already flustered, a subtle arc forming at the corner of his mouth that he himself did not notice. He could clearly feel that with the infusion of the life essence containing the power of the blood demon diamond, the two sisters before him had quietly been marked with his brand. Chapter 401, The Strange City. Lin Xie looked at the seemingly mad woman before him, a strange look flashing in his eyes. You said. His voice was calm, yet it pierced through the woman's madness like the sharpest dagger. The woman at the top, the one who could constantly resurrect, referred to as the high priest by the people here. The woman's laughter abruptly stopped at his words. Her eyes, filled with madness and despair, suddenly shrank to the extreme, staring at Lin Xie in disbelief. How do you know? Lin Xie did not answer her question, merely stating in a flat tone, she is dead. Impossible. The woman instinctively screamed in hysteria. Absolutely impossible. Her bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Xie, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. That woman is immortal. She is immortal. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw her being torn to pieces, then reappearing unharmed. No one can kill her. No one. Lin Xie looked at her, nearly breaking down, simply shrugging calmly. Chapter 402, The Underground Mystery. Meanwhile, in a concealed valley 10 kilometers away from the Clean Sky City, Liu Ruyan was quietly sitting cross-legged. Although she was in this place, her extraordinary sensitivity still allowed her to vaguely capture the terrifying sounds coming from the direction of the Black City, like thunder. The explosive sounds that shook the heavens and the earth, the world-destroying energy fluctuations, all indicated that a fierce battle was taking place there. However, she did not know when it started, but the commotion gradually calmed down. Eventually, it completely disappeared. The entire world returned to a dead silence. Liu Ruyan's heart jumped to her throat. Has it ended? Who won? An indescribable panic washed over her like a cold tide, instantly submerging her. She dared not think further. She could only silently pray again and again in her heart. Lin Xie, you must be fine. You will be fine. Not far from her, the three women, who had their abyss will disabled, huddled in a corner, exchanging glances. In their eyes, there was an undeniable glimmer of hope and expectation. Chapter 403, Sacrifice to the Mother of the Moon. Bang. 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 A few muffled sounds. Lin Xie casually threw a few soldiers into the room. This sudden action made everyone's face in the room change drastically again. They stared in horror at their unconscious companions, then looked at the indifferent young man at the door, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Lin Xie's gaze calmly swept over the terrified women before him, and he said flatly, I have no intention of harming you. Just cooperate obediently. The leading female doctor was taken aback by Lin Xie's words, and a glimmer of struggle flashed in her eyes. But when her gaze met Lin Xie's emotionless eyes, she found it difficult to swallow and eventually nodded slowly. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Xie said no more, simply stating calmly, come with me. After saying that, he turned around first and slowly walked toward the path he had come from. The few medical staff exchanged glances, seeing the same fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. They supported the immobile pregnant women, carefully following behind Lin Xie, as they exited the underground room where they had taken refuge. Chapter 404. The filthy one's Lin Xie's figure descended leisurely from the top of the building, ultimately landing on the battlefield that had long fallen into silence. He walked calmly past the bodies sprawled on the ground, unconscious, and finally stopped in front of the only young hero who could barely kneel. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, the young man took the initiative to speak first. Kneeling on one knee, he slammed his blooded fist heavily against his chest. Speaking a jumble of incomprehensible abyssal language with a tone filled with reverence and fervor. However, Lin Xie was somewhat surprised by the young man's performance. He had initially thought he was merely a simple-minded brute, but unexpectedly, he proved to be someone who could be both flexible and resolute. Do you speak imperial language? Lin Xie's voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. What is your name? Upon hearing this, the young man was taken aback for a moment. Then his face broke into a look of ecstasy, as he hurriedly replied in a very awkward, but incredibly excited imperial common tongue, yes, yes. My lord. My name is Xiang Li. Chapter 405, All Executed. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xie and asked the question on everyone's mind, what about here? As her words fell, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Lin Xie, waiting for his decision. In Liu Ruyan, Lu Lingxin, and Zhan Mingyu's eyes, there was a longing for return mixed with a hint of barely perceptible worry. They feared that Lin Xie might abandon them in order to leave quickly, leaving them behind in this city. They could be said to have a psychological shadow regarding the empty city. The 3 female doctors who had been brought along, on the other hand, were filled with terror. They were afraid that this godlike man would, for some reason, destroy them along with the city. Lin Xie did not answer immediately. His gaze calmly swept over the various expressions of the women before him. His extraordinary mind was rapidly processing at this moment. Abandon this place. Directly take Liu Ruyan and the other women with leads to search for a spatial rift. This was undoubtedly the simplest and most efficient choice. But to just give up a complete abyss city with a population of over 10,000. Chapter 406. The balance of the empty city. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xie and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Not willing. She didn't believe it. However, Lin Xie wasn't wrong. After being purified by his overbearing martial will, the abyssal aura on those women had indeed disappeared completely. Just like the 3 extraordinary female warriors who had their powers crippled by Lin Xie, although they had fallen back to the realm of martial artists. Their essence had indeed become indistinguishable from ordinary humans. But Liu Ruyan still couldn't help but advise Lin Xie again, regardless, as long as they remain in this abyss, they will eventually be polluted again. Right now, executing them all would be the most time-saving and labor-saving choice. For the sisters Lu Lingxin and Lu Lingya, they were relatively easy to deal with. After all, one was a teacher at the Golden Bull Martial University, and the other was a student. Their identities were clear and traceable. As long as they could return, everything would be manageable. But what about the others? For instance, Zhan Mingya. Although she also came from the outside world, claimed to have been an extraordinary guard under a commercial group, having entered the abyss illegally. Even to the extent of being called a stowaway. Such behavior was itself a serious legal offense. Chapter 407. People known. Liu Ruyan felt a tightness in her heart, as she watched Lin Xie's figure disappear in an instant. She quickly said to the few people behind her in a low voice, "Follow. Stay alert." Although Lin Xie's strength was unfathomable, this was still the abyss. Any carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. The few of them did not dare to slack off and immediately followed. Lin Xie's figure moved like a ghost, swiftly traversing the twisted jungle. As they delved deeper, the terrifying aura filled with brutality and madness became increasingly clear and intense. Soon, he silently stealthily reached a higher hillside. He cautiously peeked out, looking towards the source of the commotion below. What he saw was somewhat unexpected. Below, in the wilderness, a large group of terrifying demonic creatures, engulfed in flames and sporting two ferocious wolf heads, were rushing towards this side like a tidal wave. Flaming double-headed demon wolves. Lin Xie's mind instantly recalled information about this type of abyssal creature. They were a gregarious species, known for their fiery attacks. Chapter 408. A bold idea. Xiao Ruoshui felt a tremendous force coming at her, causing her to uncontrollably fly backward. She executed a beautiful roll in midair to dissipate the force, landing steadily on her feet, then staggered a few steps before barely stabilizing herself. She suddenly looked up, revealing an unmistakable shock. There, at the spot she had just occupied, stood a tall figure, quietly looming. He stood so casually, yet it felt as if he were an insurmountable ancient divine mountain, blocking the raging tide of demon wolves that surged like a red ocean. Was this an ally? Which teacher was this? Or perhaps the principal? But that voice had sounded so young. Xiao Ruoshui didn't have time to ponder. Her figure flashed, appearing in front of the two individuals who had just crawled up from the ground, a man and a woman. How is it? Are you okay? Her voice carried a hint of concern. The male teacher shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His tone still tinged with lingering fear. I am fine, just a bit dizzy. The female teacher, however, looked at the distant figure resembling a demon god with an expression of horror, her voice trembling slightly as she couldn't help but ask, Principal, who is that? Chapter 409, that person turned out to be him. Although Xiao Ruoshui was weaker than her current self on the level of martial will, her life level was genuinely on the same plane as his. Both were in the mysterious realm. The mysterious relic she had just acquired had only unlocked the most basic abilities. To convert a mysterious powerhouse of the same level into her blood servant would likely be extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible to succeed. More importantly, Xiao Ruoshui is well informed and, as the vice president of the Galaxy Martial University, her understanding of the abyss and various abilities is far beyond that of a student like Liu Ruoyan. In front of such a powerful individual, using such tactics carries too much risk and is not worth the gamble. At least for now. It is definitely not the best time. Lin Xie forcibly suppressed the urge that was stirring within him. However, at the moment he suppressed this impulse. His already perfected extraordinary brain, like the most precise supercomputer, instantly captured an anomaly behind this impulse. Wait, this thought made Lin Xie's gaze suddenly sharpen. A sudden clarity surged into his heart without warning. Chapter 410, The Wolf King is a power bank. Just as Xiao Ruoshui was shaken and in disbelief, the Flame Wolf King finally regained its senses from the brief shock. The ferocity originating from the depths of its bloodline was completely unleashed at this moment. Fear instantly transformed into even more violent anger. A woo! Its two fierce wolf heads simultaneously howled at the sky, emitting a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. That roar was no longer merely a threat, it was filled with the most primal madness. Boom! Dark red flames, like uncontrollable volcanic lava, erupted from its body, completely enveloping its massive form that resembled a small mountain. It stomped its four legs violently on the ground, causing the entire wilderness to tremble violently under this terrifying force, as countless bottomless black cracks crazily spread outward from its center. Following that, its two large mouths, filled with menacing fangs, opened simultaneously. A pitch-black destructive fireball was frantically gathering and compressing in its mouth. The surrounding air seemed to be completely drained by this terrifying energy, emitting waves of unbearable moans. However, facing this scene of earth-shattering horror, Lin Xie's expression remained completely calm. Chapter 411, Comprehending the Super Martial Dao Will. Lin Xie did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the terminal screen on his wrist instantly lit up. The video of martial god Ling Zan was immediately retrieved. Because it was not a holographic image, but rather the most primitive and basic digital video, it opened instantly. In an instant, the familiar, nostalgic scene appeared before his eyes. On the screen, martial god Ling Zan's divine-like figure moved with simplicity. Lin Xie had watched it countless times. Meanwhile, the Flame Wolf King, which was desperately fleeing, did not notice the small change on Lin Xie's wrist. However, its extraordinarily keen perception clearly caught sight of the nightmarish figure behind it. And its pursuit seemed to pause for a moment. Though it was only for an instant, for it, already a frightened bird, this was akin to a heaven-sent opportunity. In its eyes, a burst of joy akin to surviving a disaster erupted. Opportunity. As long as it could seize this opportunity. As long as it could create even a slight distance. It might just escape alive. Boom. Its speed surged once again in that moment. Chapter 4:12, The Fourth Mysterious Relic. The two fierce wolf heads were deeply embedded in the charred ground, and its body trembled uncontrollably, as if bearing some unimaginable terrifying pressure. Submission. No. Xiao Ruoshui's extraordinary keen perception instantly saw through the essence beneath this facade. This was not submission at all. It was complete and utterly powerless suppression. She could clearly see that the Flame Wolf King's limbs had already been brutally smashed. Its stark white bones mixed with charred flesh, exposed to the air, looked utterly tragic. Moreover, its massive body was covered with countless gaping wounds, each one a gruesome sight, with not a single part intact. Waves of deep abyssal will, as thick as ink, were uncontrollably surging out from those ghastly wounds, but the moment they left its body, they were greedily devoured, refined, and absorbed completely by the invisible vortex surrounding that man. According to common sense, abyssal creatures that had reached the mysterious realm possessed an astonishing recovery ability. Not to mention severed limbs. Even if their body was reduced to mere scraps, as long as their essence remained, they could consume a large amount of energy in a very short time to restore themselves to their original state. Chapter 4:13, Heart of Flames, Another Mysterious Relic. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. Without any hesitation, he flashed forward and appeared in front of the red crystal, decisively reaching out to grab it in his palm. Boom! The moment he touched it, it felt warm, as if he were holding a miniature sun that was burning fiercely. A torrent of violent and scorching energy surged into his body like a volcanic eruption. Ua! Lin Xie let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his body was about to be melted and ignited by this unreasonable and terrifying power. At the same time, an extremely strange sensation suddenly arose from his shoulders. Crack! Crack! Two sickening sounds of bones dislocating echoed. Lin Xie felt his flesh on both shoulders squirming, as if something was uncontrollably trying to break out of his body. Meanwhile, an extremely terrifying image, like the most vicious curse, suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw in the illusion of his spiritual see that on his left and right shoulders, two menacing heads had grown. Chapter 4:14, The Tide of Demons. Xiao Ruoshui felt her brain completely crash in an instant. She, the vice president of the Galaxy Martial University, and a powerful figure in the mysterious realm, actually. Her mature and voluptuous body had now become a burden. In the face of that overwhelming torrent of will, her proud martial will of the return to origin realm was firmly suppressed, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. What kind of monster is this? A huge wave surged in Xiao Ruoshui's heart. She didn't even have time to think about what was happening. Her body's instinct for battle activated before her brain, compelling her to frantically channel her martial will, trying to break free from this terrifying restraint that felt like divine punishment. But it was of no use. She was still firmly suppressed. She couldn't even move. Ah! It infuriates me to be in such a position in front of a young person. However, just at that moment, the terrifying pressure that weighed on her like an ancient divine mountain receded like a tide. Xiao Ruoshui felt her whole body relax, and the horrific pressure that had almost crushed her soul vanished without a trace in an instant. She suddenly sprang up from the ground, her stunningly beautiful face showing a hint of shame and anger, turning as red as a blazing sunset. Chapter 4:15, Xiao Ruoshui's calculation. Lin Xie's calm and deep eyes suddenly froze when he heard the name Lin Yuchen, as if two invisible swords shot out from within, causing the temperature in the cave to drop a few degrees in that instant. A cold and sharp aura flashed from his body. Lin Yuchen, she is actually here. She came for me. The abyss is so dangerous, yet she disregarded it and resolutely returned, and now she is caught in the tide of demons. Lin Chie's heart sank instantly. Since Lin Yuchen had come, no matter what peril she faced, he could never stand by idly. Xiao Ruoshui observed every subtle change in Lin Chie's expression, and a glimmer of understanding and barely perceptible brilliance flashed in her always charming eyes. She certainly knew that the relationship between Lin Chie and Lin Yuchen was unusual. Lin Yuchen returned to the abyss personally to search for the two missing students, disregarding all other matters at the school. It was said to show that Lin Chie and Liu Ruyan were both exceptional students. In reality, everyone was well aware that for those two students, even if Liu Ruyan was a near graduate, being pulled into the abyss meant there was basically no hope. Chapter 4:16. Hope of escape. Liu Ruyan stood quietly behind Lin Chie, looking at his tall and steadfast back. A complex emotion that was difficult to articulate flashed in her cool eyes. As a woman, especially one who had been intimately close to this man, her intuition was sharp. Just now, when Xiao Ruoshui mentioned the name Lin Yuchen, she clearly sensed the incredibly fierce change in Lin Chie's aura. What is the relationship between this teacher Lin Yuchen and him? An inexplicable wariness slowly grew and spread deep in Liu Ruyan's heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshui took in everyone's reactions, and a hint of charm flickered in her beautiful eyes. Since that's the case, she smiled and spoke, her voice crisp, breaking the silence in the cave. Then let's set off immediately. Lin Chie nodded. He then slowly stood up from the ground. He had of course noticed Xiao Ruoshui's calculation right away. After all, with a 100-point extraordinary brain, he could instantly calculate all the games being played by everyone here. But he didn't care. As long as Xiao Ruoshui wasn't lying. That was enough. Almost at the same moment he stood up, the sisters Lu Lingxian and Lu Lingya, as well as Zhan Mingya, stood up without hesitation. Chapter 4:17. Young man, mind your tone. The few teachers who had just struggled back from the brink of death were still immersed in the relief of survival and the shock of this cognitive upheaval, not yet fully coming to their senses. When Lin Chie's calm yet slightly urgent voice rang in their ears, they seemed to awaken from a dream, turning their gazes to this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse. He was a man who was excessively young. He stood there casually, yet an invisible pressure seemed to surround him. A middle-aged male teacher, at the forefront, forcibly suppressed the chaos in his heart, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and spoke with a slight tremor of lingering fear in his voice. Teacher Lin Yuchen. He tentatively asked, who are you? Are you here to support us? Lin Chie did not answer his question, just calmly looked at him and repeated, I ask, have you seen Lin Yuchen? The middle-aged male teacher felt a chill at Lin Chie's emotionless gaze and dared not say another word, quickly replying, yes. Just not long ago. Teacher Lin, she diverted the demon leader all by herself to cover our retreat. Chapter 4:18. What do you want to do? Lin Chie didn't say another word. Lin Yuchen is in danger. His figure flashed and he disappeared in an instant. This decisiveness stunned everyone present. Xiao Ruoshui's charming eyes suddenly froze. Her mouth opened as if to remind him to be careful, but before she could utter the words, the young man's figure had already vanished from sight. With Lin Chie's departure, the terrifying pressure that had weighed on everyone like an ancient divine mountain dissipated like smoke. The surviving teachers breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty, their bodies going limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, just then, a cry filled with grievances and bitterness abruptly shattered the silence. Woo, Principal Xiao. Who is he? Who exactly is he? You have to give me justice. The female teacher, who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Chie's thought, was now struggling to get up from the ground. Her once fairly pretty face was now a mess of blood and tears, and her proud eyes were filled with grievances and humiliation. Her name was Jiang Xini. And her family, the Jiang family, was one of the top 10 families in the Terra star system. Chapter 4:19, Audacious. She instinctively wanted to cry out in surprise and push this audacious person away. However, the moment those hot lips domineeringly pressed against her cold and soft lips, Lin Yuchen felt her brain explode. All reason, all pride, all struggle melted and evaporated in that moment like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. An unprecedented sweetness, like the richest fine wine, instantly spread through her limbs, leaving her with no strength at all. The arms that should have pushed him away instead lost all their strength, falling limply, then slowly rising to wrap around Lin Chia's neck. Soon after, she felt a gentle yet powerful life energy, like the warmest spring water, continuously flowing into her body from the point where their lips met. That abyssal will, which was as tenacious as a maggot, felt incredibly troublesome even to her. Under the onslaught of this domineering energy, made a series of sizzling sounds, as if it had encountered its nemesis, and was instantly devoured and purified. Chapter 4:20, Lin Yuechan's subtle submission. However, poof. A soft sound, like fabric being torn, suddenly rang out behind her. The Blade Mantis King suddenly felt a chill in its back, as an irresistible, terrifying force filled with a sense of destruction instantly penetrated its indestructible shell. It struggled, as if using all its strength, and slowly lowered its head. Before it, a brilliant energy spear, entwined with the three colors of ice, thunder, and fire, shimmered with a chilling light at its tip, piercing through its chest with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A dull roar erupted from within its body. Frost froze. Thunder tore. Flames burned. Three completely different destructive energies rampaged wildly within it, washing over it. Its massive body could not even emit a proper mournful cry before being blown to pieces in the violent explosion of energy, turning into a sky full of flesh and black mist. Just then, Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchen finally arrived at the battlefield. As they passed through the layers of smoke and dust, and saw the empty wilderness ahead, along with the young figure quietly hovering in mid-air, they were momentarily stunned. Chapter 4:21, a long-awaited reunion hug before they could regain their senses. They saw the young man extend his hand and grasp the mysterious relic radiating a terrifying demonic aura in his palm. No! Be careful! Two urgent and worried cries rang out almost simultaneously. However, this time, the anticipated backlash and abnormality did not occur. The moment the dark green crystalline eye came into contact with Lin Chia's palm, it seemed to come to life, transforming into thin streams of green light that silently merged into his body and disappeared. It was as if what he absorbed was not a terrifying relic that would make any mysterious powerhouse change color, but merely an ordinary energy magic stone. Lin Chia calmly withdrew his hand, and his eyes, burning with golden flames, gradually returned to their original depth and calmness. He focused his mind and summoned his system panel. Mental C, 25 Blood Bone Pearl, 6, Shadow Binding Heart, 6, Blood Demon Diamond, 2, Flame Heart, 1, Blade Eye, 1, looking at the steadily increasing numbers. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chia's face. Chapter 4:22, Jiang Xini's malice. When Liu Ruyan and the others saw Lin Chia, Xiao Ruoshui, and Lin Yuchen safe and sound, the tension that had been hanging over them finally eased. However, when their gaze fell on Lin Yuechan's cold and stunning face, everyone's expressions became somewhat subtle. Liu Ruyan looked at the ice-cold beauty standing beside Lin Chia, observing the faint tacit understanding between them, and a hint of indescribable complexity flashed in her always cool eyes. The sisters Lu Lingxin and Lu Lingya, along with Zhang Mingya, had already been completely intimidated by Lin Yuechan's powerful aura. Another powerful mysterious realm expert. The teachers who had just escaped danger displayed a look of joy, as if they had survived a catastrophe upon seeing Lin Yuchen return unharmed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xini, who had been made to bleed from all 7 orifices by Lin Chia's thought, glanced at Lin Chia standing between Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchen, a flash of resentment crossing her face before lowering her head. The two teams finally merged. Xiao Ruoshui looked at the crowd before her. A touch of charming beauty flickering in her eyes, revealing a hint of undeniable excitement. All right, now that everyone is here, we should not linger. Chapter 423, The Black Beetle King. Lin Xie could certainly feel that since the teams merged, the woman named Jiang Xini had been enveloped in a faint, yet palpable malice directed at him. It was a complex emotion mixed with resentment, jealousy, and unwillingness. Although she hid it well, under Lin Xie's vast mental perception that had already covered the entire area, it was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark. Lin Xie had never shown any mercy to such ants that dared to harbor killing intent against him. Let her go. Allow her to return to the real world and use her family's influence to trouble him. Lin Xie was not that foolish. So, just a moment ago, amidst his seemingly indiscriminate mental assault, he quietly pierced through the woman's mental world in an extremely subtle way, using the hand of a demonic creature to completely erase her. Ah! A shrill and piercing scream suddenly rang out on the chaotic battlefield. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw Jiang Xini being pinned down by several grotesque demonic creatures resembling giant beetles. Their sharp, knife-like mandibles mercilessly tore open her fragile neck. Chapter 424, The Heart of the Black Armor. Meanwhile, on the other end of the battlefield, Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchen had already charged into the chaotic horde of demonic creatures that had lost their leader, like tigers among sheep. Although the two were not as overwhelmingly dominant as Lin Xie, their strength as mysterious realm experts was also not to be underestimated. Xiao Ruoshui's shadow-like tentacles struck with precision and ruthlessness, harvesting the lives of those demonic creatures. Lin Yuchen, on the other hand, was even more direct and domineering. The spear in her hand moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, each sweep carrying a terrifying force that shattered those demonic creatures into pieces. Under the leadership of Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchen, the entire team carefully followed behind Lin Xie. They did not dare to get too close. The terrifying roars from ahead, capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth, and the overwhelming aura of destruction that made their souls tremble, served as constant reminders that this was a battle of deities they could not comprehend or interfere with. However, when they stepped onto the path opened up by Lin Xie, everyone felt a tidal wave of emotions surging within. Chapter 425, The Projection of the Evil God. The seriousness and fatigue on everyone's faces vanished the moment they saw the enormous, pitch-black crack. The crack. It's the exit. We can finally go back. Excitement, joy, and an indescribable sense of relief, like the warmest spring water, instantly flowed through everyone's limbs. Especially for the sisters Lu Lingxin and Lu Lingya, as well as Zhan Mingya, who had been trapped in the empty city for many years. Their eyes had unknowingly turned slightly red, misty with a layer of hazy water. The spatial crack. On the other side was the real world. The real world they had longed for years. Everyone could no longer contain their excitement and quicken their pace. However, just as they were less than a kilometer away from the crack, and could even feel the familiar spatial fluctuations. No. Walking at the forefront of the group, Xiao Ruoshui's enchanting beautiful eyes suddenly shrank to the extreme, letting out a horrified scream. Almost at the same moment her voice fell. That originally stable and fluctuating huge pitch-black crack twisted violently, boiling like boiling water. A will of the abyss. 1,000 or even 10,000 times more terrifying than anything they had encountered before, swept out from that dark crack like an invisible apocalyptic storm, without any warning. Chapter 426. The evil god's covetousness. Lin Xie could clearly see this projection, and thought to himself, this is the evil god of Bloodbone Mountain. This was his first time feeling a hint of pressure in a confrontation on the level of will. Prior to this, whether facing so many mysterious beings, whether it was the flame two-headed wolf king, the so-called immortal high priest of the pure sky city, or other mysterious beings, his seven-layer martial will had displayed an almost crushing, unreasonable absolute dominance. However, the evil god projection before him merely projected through the crack, possessed a strength and purity of will that had reached an unfathomable terrifying height, even capable of standing against him. However, it seemed that the other party couldn't pass through. Lin Chia keenly sensed that the terrifying abyssal will, although powerful, seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to project its full strength. It seemed that the situation had not yet reached the worst point. Lin Chia felt a little relieved. As Lin Chia's martial will erupted with full force, the originally evenly matched stalemate began to subtly tilt. The golden sea of will, like being infused with an endless stream of fresh water, started to slowly, yet irresistibly, push back towards that pitch-black abyssal will. Chapter 427, Lin Yuechan's red warmth to the evil god of Bloodbone Mountain. Lin Chia now was a visible yet untouchable big piece of meat. So delectable. Unfortunately, it could not be obtained. It had seen it with its own eyes and understood. The divine envoy it sent out was simply not a match for this human. Sending more would only become nourishment for this human. Seeing Lin Chia completely suppress one of its proudest divine envoys, which had begun to crazily devour, the evil god of Bloodbone Mountain finally made the decision to cut its losses. The giant with 100 eyes, which had just had its head shattered and was frantically writhing in an attempt to be reborn, suddenly stiffened without warning. Following that, its grotesque body, constructed of countless twisted flesh and crimson eyes, collapsed like a weathered sand sculpture, transforming into the purest, most majestic abyssal black mist, rolling back towards that violently twisted pitch-black crack like receding seawater. Want to run? Lin Chia frowned. How could he let the duck that was almost in his mouth fly away? His 7-layer martial will, akin to a black hole, erupted with an unprecedented terrifying gravity at this moment, transforming into an insatiably greedy golden vortex, crazily pulling and devouring that vast black mist rolling back. Chapter 428, Who Will Scout? At the same time, she clearly felt that the spiritual energy within her, which had long been depleted due to the consecutive fierce battles, was rapidly recovering at a visible speed. Lin Chia's blood essence was so powerful. She looked at Lin Chia's sharply defined face, gazing into his deep eyes that seemed to contain endless stars, and the more she looked, the more enchanted she became, her usually cold phoenix eyes unknowingly misting over. Lin Chia smiled inwardly at Lin Yuechan's reaction. As expected, with his blood essence infused once again, the blood servant's perception of him would further improve. Lin Yuechan, with her back to the crowd, looked at Lin Chia with eyes that were almost melting. Lin Chia felt a stir in his heart and quickly cleared his throat. Retracting his fingers, Lin Yuechan felt a hint of regret, instinctively extending her tongue to gently lick her red lips that still retained a trace of warmth. Then, she suddenly realized her inappropriate action. Her pretty face instantly flushed a few shades red, glaring at Lin Chia in both embarrassment and anger. It was all this little man's fault. He almost made her lose face in front of so many people. Chapter 429, I suspect she has been corrupted. The girl was furious, glancing around instinctively at another classmate, who usually resonated with her, and at the teacher, who had always supported her. However, when everyone made eye contact with her pleading gaze, they all unconsciously averted their eyes. A surge of overwhelming anger and humiliation instantly rose in her heart. These lecherous guys. Lin Chia shook his head, feeling a peculiar insight arise within him. It seemed that many women were like giant infants who never grew up. When others were unable to meet their excessively demanding expectations, they would feel that the whole world owed them something. Was this way of thinking a result of spiritual pollution from the abyss? Or was it simply a part of these women's inner selves that had been amplified by the abyssal environment? Thinking of this, Lin Chia's gaze fell once again on that girl. Boom! He couldn't even be bothered to say another word, his martial will, as if a divine punishment had descended, directly manifested. Ah! The anger and unwillingness on the girl's face instantly froze. She widened her eyes, feeling as if her spiritual world had been violently struck by a burning meteor falling from the sky, stirring up monstrous waves. Chapter 430, Lin Xie is already dead. The girl who had openly provoked Lin Xie was also among them. She stood in the line, trembling all over. Her pretty face filled with fear and unease, yet she no longer dared to voice any opposition. Lin Xie's terrifying martial will, like divine punishment descending, had already become the deepest imprint etched into her soul, leaving her unable to even entertain a thought of resistance. In these 3 days, Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchan, along with several teachers proficient in spatial technology, had finished their arrangements around the crack. According to the data feedback from the instruments, the other end of the crack was highly likely to have redirected back to the present world. It should be fine. However, instruments are ultimately just instruments. Whether there were any issues still required someone to personally test it. The teams that entered in batches existed for this purpose. That girl followed at the end of the line, feeling extremely frightened. The female teacher leading the team in front of her had a face full of low pressure. Her expression so dark it seemed it could drip water. If it weren't for this girl speaking out, she wouldn't have been called out by Xiao Ruoshui and assigned to this first batch of teams. Chapter 431. About to give birth by Mushi lay quietly on the hospital bed, sunlight filtering through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows on her pale yet delicate face. She did not look at Lin Mingmei's arrogant face, or the document Lin Feiji handed over. She simply lowered her head, gently placing her hand on her prominently bulging abdomen, feeling the pulse of life within. Lin Xie is dead. She couldn't believe it. Her husband was so formidable. He must still be alive. However, she was barely able to hold on. The child in her womb was about to be born. Yet, this Lin Mingmei was pressing her relentlessly. It had already spread outside that Lin Xie was practicing the latest martial arts system, with testimonies from his parents and other relatives. This matter was practically concluded. As Lin Xie's nominal wife, as long as she signed this document, she would also have to testify to it. Meanwhile, at the back of this document, Bai Mushi saw another clause regarding all the cultivation resources left by Lin Xie at school, due to his disappearance. They would be fully transferred to Lin Mingmei, at a price of 100 million credit points through family authorization. For ordinary people, 100 million credit points was an astronomical sum. Chapter 432. Don't be unreasonable. As Lin Xie stepped out of the passage elevator and breathed in the familiar fresh air, the sky was painted with a brilliant sunset, warming half of the sky with hues of orange and red. People were gradually emerging, and a solemn group was already standing in the square. At the forefront was a tall, resolute middle-aged man, the vice commander of the Terror City Guard, Zhao Mingzhuan. Seeing everyone appear unharmed, Zhao Mingzhuan quickly approached. However, when his gaze fell on the young figure walking alongside Xiao Ruoshui and Lin Yuchan, even slightly ahead, a flicker of surprise flashed in his usually authoritative eyes. It was Lin Xie. Zhao Mingzhuan certainly recognized this freshman, who had shone brightly in the 10-school joint examination, even stirring the entire Terra upper echelon. At that time, it was Zhao Mingzhuan who personally appointed him as an honorary instructor of the city guard. But how could he be here? A thought, like lightning, pierced his mind. The mysterious powerhouse mentioned in Li Ang's report, could it be him? Regardless of the shock in his heart, Zhao Mingzhuan quickly composed himself, wearing a warm smile as he approached. Chapter 433. Daughter is born. At this moment, Lin Xie had already pushed his speed to the limit. His figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye, racing toward the city center hospital at breakneck speed. Where he passed, a series of blurred afterimages and piercing sonic booms followed. Passers-by and vehicles along the way only felt a flash before a whirlwind rushed past them. And before they could even see what happened, that figure had already disappeared from sight. What just passed by? I don't know, it's insane. Along the way, countless murmurs filled with suspicion and confusion were left behind. Yet Lin Xie had no time to care about any of this. Just thinking of Lin Yuechan's words made Lin Xie's heart tighten. As his first woman and the mother of his first child, Lin Xie felt a pang of guilt. Right now, he wished he could fly to Bai Mushi's side immediately. Soon, the branch of the city center hospital appeared within his view. Lin Xie showed no signs of slowing down, his figure flickered, and he directly ignored the hospital's strict security system, stealthily slipping into the hospital. Chapter 434, Lin Xie's killing intent. Under the continuous infusion of Lin Xie's life essence, Bai Mushi maintained an almost peak state throughout the process. Showing no signs of the weakness and fatigue typical of postpartum women. Her gaze never left the man in front of her. How did her husband seem even more handsome after not seeing him for a while? It was him who continuously delivered that warm and powerful energy, enabling her to give birth to their baby so smoothly. The medical staff, after finishing their tense work, did not immediately notice the strange changes in Bai Mushi. They began the usual post-delivery cleanup and arrangements. The leading female doctor approached Lin Xie, her tone still polite, but her eyes filled with an undeniable meaning. Your wife just gave birth and needs to rest. However, before she could finish, Bai Mushi interrupted her. Doctor, I am feeling great right now. Bai Mushi tightly grasped Lin Xie's hand and shook her head. Just now, my husband was helping me. Lin Xie gently patted the back of Bai Mushi's hand and softly said, You rest first, I'll be right here, quietly accompanying you. Chapter 435, Kneel. The head nurse, witnessing this sudden bloody scene, was instantly terrified. She screamed, her legs going weak, and she collapsed onto the floor. The young woman kneeling on the ground was someone she had seen a few times, always accompanied by another young girl. The head nurse had privately inquired and learned that she was a talented woman from the main star. That girl had an air of superiority, and this woman seemed to be her subordinate. But now, in front of this young man, she was bleeding without hesitation. Blood splattered, with a few drops even landing on her white nurse uniform. Lin Xie merely glanced at her coldly. This has nothing to do with you, you can leave. The head nurse felt as though she had been pardoned, scrambling to her feet and running away without looking back, not daring to glance again. She could easily guess that this was a battle of deities. As an ordinary person, all she could do was pretend she saw nothing and knew nothing. Just then, another young nurse seemed to hear the commotion and was quickly approaching. When she saw the head nurse running towards her, still with traces of fresh blood, she hurriedly asked, Yunji, what happened? Chapter 436, Lin Mingmei's unease. A night of silence passed. As the morning light penetrated the curtains, Bai Mushi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her consciousness was still a bit hazy when she saw Lin Xie sitting by the bed, quietly watching her. Bai Mushi's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively raised her hand to rub her eyes. She was really scared. This was just a beautiful dream born out of excessive longing. However, at that moment, a warm and powerful hand gently held her small hand. Awake? Lin Xie's voice was deep and gentle, carrying a hint of hoarseness. The real and warm touch made Bai Mushi's heart instantly warm. It wasn't a dream. It was really not a dream. Her husband hadn't left. He had stayed by her side all night. After a moment of sweet intimacy, Lin Xie smiled and softly asked, What do you think we should name our baby? Bai Mushi happily nestled in his arms and said in a soft voice, Husband, you name it, you are the head of the family. Lin Xie felt a stir in his heart, and a gentle smile curved his lips. How about we name her Lin Nianbai? What do you think? Nianbai? Bai Mushi was momentarily stunned, and then a warm current instantly surged through her body. Chapter 437, Did I Let You Go? In the luxurious living room of the Bo Zuqianshu villa, the brilliant light from the chandelier illuminated the space. Lin Mingmei's expression was somewhat strained. In front of her sat three remarkable young people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were the reinforcements she had invited to share her pressure. Mingmei, you aren't really scared, are you? A young man with a rebellious face looked at Lin Mingmei, his tone tinged with disbelief. You called all three of us just because of a country bumpkin from a rural galaxy. His name was Wang Haoyuan, and his family, the Wang family, was also a prominent family on the main star. Don't say that. Another man with a slightly more stable demeanor, Li Zhixing, smiled and said. Even if Lin Xie has some skills and came back alive from the abyss, what does it matter? But, Lin Mingmai, you mentioned allowing us to enter the territory dominated by the Galactic Martial University and its factions. Lin Mingmai nodded, saying, I called you over to discuss the details. The man chuckled, now that you've said that, we will definitely help with your concerns. Does this Lin Xie really dare to offend all four of our families at the same time? Chapter 438, Do You Dare to Hit Me? Li Zhixing felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to his brain, as if all the blood in his body had frozen in an instant. What kind of monster is this? The will of martial arts directly crushed. How is that possible? They were not some low-level ordinary extraordinary beings. Everyone present was a super elite with a foundation of 4 levels of martial will and had awakened at least 3 extraordinary organs. Among their peers on the main star, they could be considered the best of the best. However, the reality was right in front of them, cold and cruel. Wang Haoyuan and Sun Qianqian, his 2 companions whose strength was on par with his, couldn't even withstand a single move before collapsing instantly. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, in a moment of desperation. Li Zhixing had a crazy thought surge in his mind. Play dead. I can fall down first, that should be fine. He steeled himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, and bit down hard on his tongue. As long as I injure myself and bleed, then fall over. It would save face for the other party. However, he didn't even have time to act. That indescribably terrifying martial will descended like the wrath of a deity from the heavens. No. Chapter 439, Zhu Liyue's scheme after the first slap was thrown. The last trace of hesitation and fear in her heart vanished. What replaced it was unprecedented exhilaration and release. I'm hitting you, she screamed, as if gone mad, pouncing on Lin Mingmai. Slap! 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 The crisp sound of slaps fell like dense raindrops on Lin Mingmei's face. Lin Feiji cried out while hitting, pouring out all the grievances and oppression she had suffered during this time. And the once imperious Lin Mingmai now had no power to resist. She could only futilely wave her arms, making indistinct whimpering sounds. Lin Feiji vented her fury until her hands were red, swollen, and numb. It wasn't until Lin Mingmai beneath her was completely silent that she finally stopped. Breathing heavily, she slowly crawled off Lin Mingmai. The living room was in disarray. The once proud and beautiful young lady of the Lin family now lay on the ground with disheveled hair, her once delicate face swollen like a pig's head. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth and nostrils, looking utterly miserable. Lin Feiji stared blankly at her hands and then at the woman barely breathing on the ground, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion.